Chapter 1 The Rift. In August 2024, a scientific paper on the synthesis and transferoflongevity genus was published in a prestigious journal, claiming that this gene could extend human life to 150 years. By 2053, the population of blue star surpassed 20 billion, global climate change intensified, geological disasters became frequent, and the crisis of food and energy grew increasingly severe. In 2066, the interstellar leap failed with scientists declaring that the manatee could never surpass that of flight the trion belong at the divine. By 2075, the global population exceeded 37 billion. Famine and energy crisis led to tumultuous world situation, bringing the threat nuclear war to the brink. At the end of the year, the United Nations Assembly of Blue Star, with unanimous approval from 190 member nations, agreed to implement Thrift Plan. The Rift Plan involved uploading the consciousness so fall citizen Sajed 14 and a Bovido the network, initiating a survival competition in which the survivors would in their bodies, while it eliminated would have their consciousness permanently and consed within the virtual network. The plan was to be conducted in 4 rounds, overseen by the supercomputer Chris, with a 50 elimination rate each round. Debates erupted across the globe. In Asmal County in Sia country, Luzaya sat in silence with his parents, sharing their finaldener. He had been selected to participate in the fear-strewn Daf to Survival game. Ablo Medali shed band the latest model of brain-computer interface resting upon his shed. At precise midnight, his consciousness would be transmitted in the network. Sensing the somber atmosphere, Luzaya obeys down his go sticks. Don't worry, the odds soft survival air still quit high even if I am eliminated. It's not heen die constelexist in the network. What do you mean it's not themed? Would that still make you human? Ya would merely become echoed. Aprogram, lusmotherlamented, herv was breaking gas in. Lus father, ho had been silent liking, muttered, it's not just themonsters sometimes, human ceremony terrifying than beasts to survive, theorecapabilio fanithing. Lus mother, no inconsolable, cried out, Ziob is still a student, thou can't understand the harsh realities of society? Inno, there is no need to worry, Luzioberry assured. Standing hastily there is still time mill review the Gameral since Marie, fled to his room, feeling through it off their concerns. Hezai ed heavily a shekel lapsed onto his bed. In truth, he was quite optimistic about being chosen it ways, in inevitability, would face as a narrow ladder what difference did it make what Herit was nor ladder? Yet this parent's anxiety cast a heavy shadow over him. As for their yules, he had long memorized them verbatim. First up in entering the game, this fee house has a protection period of 7 days. Second, each participant tracy of S Azure Survival Manual, enabling communication and trade with other contestants, as well as exchange offer sources with the system. Third, this fee house can be upgraded, unlocking new functionalities. Fourth, resource said drops will lock your reverie 48 horse at random locations, totaling 10 drops, after which they will become irregular. At 11 o'clock, his parents centered his room again to for their last words of caution. Luzio Bay spent nearly half an hour comforting them before finalizing a. At 11:15, Luzio Bay a clinch at his fist and murmured softly, here I come. No sooner Rad has spoken hand darkness enveloped his vision, and his consciousness plunged into chaos. When he regained awareness, have found himself lying on a patch of grass. Luzio basted up, stretching his limbs, and surveyed his surrounding. His first impression was that this world felt astonishing real. The firm soil beneath his feet, the murky ski above, theta solata fieldsney, and thirtha centoff vegetation in the air were indistinguishable from the reality. However, the farther he looked, the more obscured of everything became, shroudy de navalof whitemist. It seems I am on the outskirts, the upside is that the rural mostnism be surround the downside is the tree sources are scarcer han and thesity, the primary threats come from wild animal attacks and food shortages. Yet, it do isn't feel loverly dangerous once you establish a safe house, issued Beeble to survive until themed. No sooner Rad have finished peeking than a mechanical voiceresonate din. His mind 10 minutes until Minster's spawn. Luzia Bayful to surge a fanic home light in minutes until Thay's spawn. 9. 8. 7. Damn it. Head hot, not pausing to contemplate, and sprinted toward stout, low tree. Bethedemy he was breath lessened perched on a branch, 2 dark figures submerged in the field below. They were retwo wolf-like creatures, resembling normal grey wolves in appearance and size, but Thyrias glowed with him in a singrid light, brimming with brutality and bloodlust. Thet wa mutated Wolvus immediately locked on to Luciao by, advancing toward Shin from both directions. In a hurry, Luzio Bay Pula du top Helm's eyes electronic reader, the survival manual ever contestant possessed. At that moment, Thworld channeler up Teden chaos. Help, zombie surrecusing. Monsters, there are remonsters. There is a zombie with, thou clothes show shameless. A torrento fin formation flood at the screen. Yet Luzia byhead notamite peruse thesa message shesweeft, lilocata themonster identification feature reendamid the camerot, full flight creature now. Beep the creature's information materialized on the screen. Chapter 2 The Crisis. Monster name Wasteland Wolf. Category Beast. Level 1. Health 105. Attack 2040. Features sharp fangs that contain potent venom, preferring to act in packs. Diaries possessive faint and fur detection capability. Thysis badge armed, I can Tevin find off a couple of dogs, let alone wolves. Luzia bay lamented, staring down at that wabi ass tak gazed bakay them qual intensity. Fortunately, the tree had climbed was sufficient high, with brank about 45 meters from the ground, preventing him from descending gone Thwulvez from ascendings. The remained Lacadina standoff. Time ticked away, and as dusk deepened, Luzio Bay fell to Sergio Fangziati. According to the rule published by Chris, the densitiofman stursat nightis time est hatofte time, and thabi come increasing le ferocious. Hefired thadiopard sore bobcats beast scapabiov climbing trees might sinjoint. Am I destined to meet me inder? Luzio Bagland said on Thetwato wasteland wolveshoud no sign soft leaving, even barring Thirtethan provocation. You twabruts, just twaitai will eventually take you down, he muttered, feeling dejected retrievedabutan sized block device from Miss Pocketit seems he haven a cois but a constructa Sophie house theory. After Thegum commenced, each contestant was provided with 3 attempts the survival manual, thicker device for the Sophie house, and a set of grey clothing. The grey jacket tan pants swood automatically outer the contestants, while at him and Ualan device were stored in a pocket soft jacket. Instructions for the Sophie house core device finder construct a shelter that can provide protection from wine dandrain, and attach this device to any waller grounded will active automatically. Without hesitation, Luzio Bay scrutinized a surrounding sand locate desirable spot he began breaking off long branches thou cease flooring, tore his pants cinta strips to bind thinner branches four walls, and finally drape his jacket over head, secure it with cloth strips to create him into a treehouse. Though it sounded simple, it took him several hours to complete the task. As long as it provide a cover from wine dandrain, this hold suffice, Luzio Bay thought tash sheafy ked this a fee house occur device to or tree trunk. An electronic voice prompt lie announced, beep, scanning initiated, please wait a circliof blue light terminated from thicker device, scanning the parameter of T tree house scanning complete requirements met safe house established. Safe house level 1. Health invincible 100 remaining 6 days 20 hours. Facilities. System evaluation nothing to Savin dog swoon stay here. Materials required for next level 0100 wood. Ha, dogs won't stay, but I will. Luzia Bay a cuckle dashes invincible the health column, finally allowing himself to breed his iofrilly of thism into a safe for the night. With the soon still above the horizon, Hecklum bedire into the tree, recalling the theage limp said some fruit Wilbergen earlier. Is the taper simon? There are persimus in this season. Luzio Bay exclaimed, astonished and delighted dashi healthy orangy fruitan theory resimony. Looking around, he noticed at least the tree. Thoth has shivered from the cold. It did nothing to dampen his fervor the cis fantastic fadand water are no longer a concern. After several trips, Luzio Bay finally gathered all the persimmons from the tree and returned to his Sophie house had counted a total of 11 persimmons, 5 of which were still unripe. After 12 horso flavor, Huas Bothic's house to Dandung Riha prompt Lepilidinito satisfy hunger. Bino, darkness shad fully descended, and the temperature dropped sharply. Luzio Berry Sistir Gito eaten of the persimmon and opined the survival manual to Kekthler. Weather clear. Temperature 8C. UV index 0. Wind 5 ms. Visibility 5 m. The sewer rethi basic condition soft t current weather, and Japan clicking the temperature. Hekud see the forecast for the next 24 hours upon observing the Timirla 5 horse the temperature would plummet below -10 degrees, Heffelton overwhelming. Very well. This show I shall play it. LV Ziobegrided Steth and activate chat function he was compelled to trade for warm supplies after all. Such frigid temperature escued proofidal. The global channel was, without question, a cacophony of voices, rendringit near lie impossible to discern anything amidst hate. Trong of Feniblian individuals even if each person was granted Damari 5 free messages, it was still insufficient. Conversely, that district channel offer at a more manageable pace. A sit was divided into 1,000 Dandan districts, resulting in approximately 10 million people per district. It's so cold I feel as though I might freeze to death. I can almost immigrate grandmother coming to fetch me. Have you found? Huius there not a more selny arby? Am I destined to starve vetoed? Strange, I random lie into Dupanon apartment building, yet he found no single piece of clothing or blanket. That's to be expected food, water, medicine, and clothing Garial survival resources, classified as rare commodities died not review thrillus in advance? Ah, no wonder he found no food in the supermarket tit hot I washed esteemed for an extraordinary start. Huh. You will eris a pitiful, unable to secure warmth? I, Wang Jiayin, have you already donned a cashmere sweater, feeling quite pleased. Bro, that's impressive. Where am I to procure a casweeder? Ha ha, isquites impolicati zombie clitine sweater, slay it, and voil. Wang Zishan replied with an air of triumph. This remark instantly I night to fervor. What hell? Impressive. 666. Yet, some remain skeptical. Can you truly defeates? I am a champion of martial arts, having found a steel pipe from the outset, dispatching some mere formality. Up in reading this, LV Ziabai hast I lie syntaf friend request given the probable line flux of applicants, waited Zeveral minutus before receiving ganatification friended successfully. Do you have in spare clothing gorblinkets? I can't ready assume through it. Non-solitary zombie serenade so easily encountered, anahavion lith a satire. What appetite I fio comia crossany, do remember to contact. Alright. LV Ziabai was not an arush judging Bethichata messages, his fruit was soon doubted lie a scarcer source. Currently, as the situation hadonla just commenced, many were no tingri however, in afurs, the value of food would become apparent. Still, hides I dead to pasta message in the chat channel through it available for exchange for warm clothing interested parties. Please private message quantities are limited. First come, first served. Fruit. What can da fruit? Wow, someone he actually found fruit. Can it sock? After a few more minutes, seeing Norquests, LV Ziobear reluctant lies aside his manual. Chapter 3. Searching for supplies as he had anticipated. It had only been less than 8 hours since the upload of consciousness, and while the pangs of hunger and thirst were still bearable, the meager resources gathered by everyone felt incredibly precious, leading to a reluctance to trade them lightly. Hours passed, and the temperature continued to drop, the biting cold seeming to penetrate the skin and freeze the marrow. Lu Xiaobai felt his thoughts beginning to blur. Time slipped away, and suddenly a series of urgent beeping sounds pierced the silence of the dark. Startled from his near unconsciousness, Lu Xiaobai jolted awake. Shivering, he reached for the survival manual beside him and opened the message, discovering a private chat from Wang Jiayin. Bro, do you have any fruit? Can I trade you the clothes gifted by the system for some? Lu Xiaobai glanced at the time. It was already 4 a.m. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Persimmons, but I'm not trading, I have the system's clothing too. Had Wang Jiayin proposed the trade earlier, he might have acquiesced, but with dawn approaching, exchanging for the system's clothing no longer seemed worthwhile. Meanwhile, Wang Jiayin faced his own crisis. He had thought that his physical constitution would allow him to go a day without food or water, easily enduring a night of hunger until he could seek sustenance the next day. However, as night fell, he found himself unnaturally thirsty enough to consider drinking his own blood. His instincts warned him that something was amiss with his body, prompting him to consult the survival manual and check his profile. Name: Wang Jiayin. Category: Human level, 1 health, 61,100, losing blood, attack, 15. System evaluation. Oh, poor thing. How did you get scratched by a zombie? If you don't replenish some fluids and vitamins soon, you may not survive the night. Tomorrow, you might just become a delightful zombie die in that instant. A chill surged through Wang Jiayin's very core. Faced with Lu Xiaobai's refusal to trade for the system's clothing, He found himself at a loss. Before messaging Lu Xiaobai, he had posted numerous requests for fruit in the regional channel, but none had elicited a response. After a while, Wang Zhiyin typed, "I can't give you my sweater, but I do have a thick, long skirt made of wool, over a meter long. Unfolded, it could serve as a blanket. How about I trade you 5 persimmons for it?" The boy selling persimmons replied, "Impossible. I only have 5 in total. I can give you 3 at most, but you'll need to add the System S jacket." Wang Zhiyin countered, "The jacket can be included." "But I need 5 persimmons. I want tea trade for less." The boy retorted, "I can give you 4 at most, or forget it." Wang Zhiyin exclaimed in frustration. The boy replied with a cheeky expression, Wang Zhiyin insisted, "Let us trade." The trading process was straightforward. Click on the opponent's avatar, then select Trade. The core apparatus of the safe house would project a blue circle, and both parties would place the agreed items within it. Upon confirmation, the items would be exchanged to each other's safe houses. There was no fear of deception, as the system would verify the transaction. Upon confirming the trade, the persimmons within the circle vanished, replaced by a brown women's long skirt and the system's jacket. Wang Zhiyin had not lied. The wool skirt was indeed thick. Lu Xiaobai wrapped himself in the skirt, instantly feeling much warmer, and then donned the jacket before drifting back into a deep sleep. The next day, when Lu Xiaobai awoke, daylight flooded the space, and the gentle sunlight felt incredibly comforting. He stood and cautiously approached the door, scanning the surroundings for danger before stepping out of the treehouse. Seeing that the 2 wasteland wolves had vanished, Lu Xiaobai's anxiety finally eased. He could venture out to search for supplies. He tied the skirt around his waist and, after donning the jacket, carefully descended from the tree. After confirming once more that no wolves were in sight, he felt completely relaxed. His treehouse was situated on the edge of a forest, facing a vast expanse of desolate farmland. Across the fields, he could make out a patch of woods, but beyond that lay only white mist. To his right was a riverbank overgrown with weeds, and on the opposite side appeared to be a construction site, cluttered with building materials. To his left was a road, separated by 2 rows of trees, with more fields visible on the other side. After some deliberation, Lu Xiaobai decided to first explore the construction site, hoping to find materials for crafting tools. While intact metal items were unlikely, there was a good chance of encountering scrap metal, as industrial metals, like wood and stone, were not particularly rare resources. Following the edge of the woods, Lu Xiaobai soon arrived at a riverbank nearly choked with weeds. The river was roughly a meter wide but quite deep, with glimmers of water visible at the bottom. He found a spot with fewer weeds to observe. Confirming that the riverbed indeed held scattered shallow pools, teeming with tiny organisms. Ugh, better not drink this water unless absolutely necessary. Lu Xiaobai grimaced at the wriggling creatures resembling threads. After taking a few more steps, he located a relatively narrow section of the river, leapt across with a push of strength, and landed firmly on the opposite bank. The construction site was expansive, eerily quiet, with only the occasional breeze stirring up dust. In the distance stood a few blue metal shacks, which might contain supplies, but Lu Xiaobai had no intention of approaching them. Where there were supplies, there were bound to be dangers. The more supplies, the greater the hazard. If there were no dangers, then there would be nothing at all. Regardless, survival was paramount, and at his current level, he was insufficiently equipped to explore that area. He began to search meticulously, keeping a safe distance from the temporary structures. Before long, he discovered his first useful item. A half-broken beer bottle with a base.it could serve both as a water container and a means of defense, a dual-purpose tool. Indeed, elated, Lu Xiaobai picked it up and waved it around, feeling its utility. Sturdy cardboard, perfect, no need to sleep on leaves tonight. A bag for cement. Though it had a hole, it could still be tied up and reused. Rusty nails, my goodness, such a treasure. Steel-toed work shoes. Wow, what a miraculous find. But suddenly, Lu Xiaobai froze, realizing too late that a shadow was lunging at him with its mouth agape. Oh no. Lu Xiaobai executed a roll with the agility of a lazy donkey, narrowly evading the attack, scrambling to his feet, and bolting away. Chapter 4. A warm encounter. Lu Xiaobai sprinted at an astonishing pace to the riverbank, leaped over it, and dashed back to his safe house. Finally pausing to catch his breath, panting heavily, His heart raced as if it might leap from his chest. Though he had only caught a glimpse, the figure's milky eyes, decaying skin, and sluggish movements confirmed that it was indeed a zombie, a true brush with life and death. After resting for a moment, Lu Xiaobai cautiously approached the door once more and surveyed the area, ensuring safety before descending from the treehouse again. Once calm, he formulated an exhilarating hypothesis that he felt compelled to verify. Retracing his steps along the path bordering the woods, he returned to the riverbank. Indeed, the zombie that had pursued him was now stuck in the river, unable to move, with only its shoulders and above remaining above water. Lu Xiaobai felt a rush of elation. Who would have thought? A welcome gift for newcomers. He activated the monster identification feature. Monster name, zombie category, infected level, 2 health, 260 attack, 2540 characteristics, slow-moving and with poor vision, yet possessing a sense of smell far superior to that of humans and lacking any pain response. Caution. Being bitten or scratched by a zombie will result in viral infection. Ha, is that all? I hereby sentence you to death, Lu Xiaobai declared loftily, standing atop the zombie's head. Regrettably, this low-tier zombie could not comprehend his words, merely emitting a series of growls in response. Oh? You dare protest? Today, I shall personally put an end to you. Prepare for my attack. 10 minutes passed. Wait, is this thing not going to die? 20 minutes later. What the hell? Why isn't it dead yet? It wasn't until 30 minutes later that the zombie in the river finally fell silent. Exhausted, Lu Xiaobai collapsed onto the ground, panting. How could it be so difficult to kill? How did Wang Zhaitian manage it? Unbeknownst to him, Wang Zhaitian boasted an impressive attack power of 15, bolstered by a steel pipe. And as a martial arts champion, each strike dealt full damage, allowing him to dispatch a zombie in just over 10 hits. In contrast, Lu Xiaobai's attack power was merely 8 and lacking professional training. Dealing 5 or 6 points of damage per hit was already commendable. Even with a wooden stick, it would be a challenge to slay a zombie with 260 health points. After resting for a while, Lu Xiaobai dragged the zombie up, delighting in the spoils of battle. Efforts are ultimately rewarding: a hard hat, a construction vest, a blue multi-pocket work outfit, steel-toed shoes, and most importantly, a fire axe. I've hit the jackpot. This is undoubtedly the ultimate tool for early survival. With this, I need not worry about upgrading my safe house. Gathering all his belongings, he ventured across the river to retrieve the cement bags. Hastily stuffing them together, as he intended to return to the safe house, he did not remove the zombie's trousers, not out of a penchant for skirts, but simply because they were too tattered. The journey back was uneventful, and L. Xiaobai safely returned to his treehouse. After such a lengthy endeavor, particularly following a harrowing escape, he was ravenously hungry, consuming 2 persimmons in quick succession to regain some strength. Next, he planned to diligently engage in logging to upgrade his safe house, for this was the main objective. As for the abandoned construction site, he had no intention of visiting it for the time being. He had already scoured the perimeter, and delving deeper might lead him to encounter zombies once more, which he did not believe he could evade again. This was a post-apocalyptic survival game, not an adventure. And as the saying goes, survival is the ultimate path. Other players had likely harvested a considerable amount of timber by now, L. Xiaobai thought to himself as he opened the survival manual. Poplar wood, high-grade timber, recently tested, could be exchanged at a rate of 5 kilograms for 1 unit, with a limited time offer for 20 pounds. Water could be exchanged for redwood, a rare timber, at 2 kilograms for 1 unit. But only for food, preferably meat, with limited quantities available on a first-come, first-served basis. Stones were being purchased at 1 gold coin for 75 units, which was far more advantageous than the marketplace. The trading was conducted via private messages. Dude, where did you get the gold coins? You wouldn't be using resources for exchanges, would you? That would be such a loss. Indeed, I've looked into the marketplace exchange system. It's quite exploitative. For instance, you need 100 stones to sell for 1 gold coin. But with 1 gold coin, you can only buy 50 stones from the marketplace. How could I be that foolish? The system states that I am among the top 500 players to upgrade their safe house to level 2. And I was rewarded with 10 gold coins. Whoa, that's incredible. L. Xiaobai, seated before the screen, was equally envious. Gold coins were the sole currency in this post-apocalyptic survival game. Acquiring resources was merely one aspect. But their most significant purpose was to exchange for special items in the marketplace, such as protective shields, safe house relocation permits, and genetic potions. What a fool, El Xiaobai mumbled to himself. Now is the most opportune time to trade for resources. Why would I exchange for stones? No, his intent was to trade for upgrading to a level 3 safe house. Oh no, if I make it to the rankings, will I receive more gold coins as a reward? The Joker is indeed myself. No, I must hasten my progress. With that thought, El Xiaobai tucked the survival manual into his embrace and rushed outside with his axe. Fortunately, his location provided convenient access to timber resources, and with the aid of a fire axe, he felled 2 cedar trees, each as thick as an arm, in less than an hour. However, felling the trees was merely the first step. He still needed to transport them back to the safe house for processing through the core device. El Xiaobai spent nearly 3 hours breaking down the 2 trees into manageable sizes for transport back to the safe house. By the time he hoisted all the timber into the treehouse with cement bags. Dusk was approaching. Activating the core device, he clicked on Upload, and in the next instant, the pile of timber in the treehouse vanished. The timber received a high-grade evaluation, with 5 kilograms equating to 1 unit, resulting in a total of 63 units from the 2 trees. This efficiency was only achievable because he possessed a fire axe and was fortunate enough to be near high-grade trees. An ordinary person using makeshift tools would be considered fortunate to chop down 30 units in a single day, and those without the ability to craft tools would fare even worse. As night fell once more, the cold wind remained biting, yet tonight's treehouse was a stark contrast to the previous night. The once hollow doorway was now sealed tightly with cardboard, and a layer of cement bags lay atop the soft hay. Providing insufficient comfort but ample warmth, El Xiaobai was dressed in a system-issue jacket and a yellow vest on his upper body, while on his lower half, he wore a woolen skirt, topped off with a windproof work uniform. Even donning leather shoes, one hand gnawed on a persimmon while the other scrolled through his tablet, perusing the survival manual, feeling quite at ease. Chapter 5. Breaking into the top 1,000. Beep, beep, beep. Wang Zhaotian sent a message. Bro. Do you have any persimmons left? I'll trade you a sweater. None left. Have you found new warm clothing? El Xiaobai had originally possessed 11 persimmons, traded 4 to Wang Zhaotian, consumed 2 that day, and another 4 today, leaving only 1 for himself. Wang Zhaotian, yes, I found a lighter. Warmth is no longer an issue. The boy selling persimmons. Whoa, that's impressive. May I ask how you found it? Wang Zhaotian, I snatched it from a zombie, found it in her bag. The boy selling persimmons. Snatched? Wang Zhaotian, yes, rushed in, grabbed their bag and ran. Even if several zombies are gathered, I'm not afraid. The boy selling persimmons. Oh great deity, please accept my knee. Wang Zhaotian. No more chit-chat. If you have persimmons or other fruits, come find me for a trade. I have plenty of supplies. Tio assure El Xiaobai. Wang Zhaotian sent a screenshot. A table resembling a workbench, piled high with phones, wallets, cigarettes, car keys, and various knickknacks, even 2 bags of snacks in the corner. There were a dozen assorted bags. Seeing such an abundance of supplies, El Xiaobai felt a pang of envy but quickly dismissed the thought, knowing that was someone else's path. While he had always chosen the path of survival, a quiet night passed. The next day, El Xiaobai rose early, as was his custom, surveying the surroundings and confirming there was no danger before stepping out of the treehouse with his axe. He needed to upgrade the safe house to level 2 as soon as possible. Since rewards were given to the top 500, perhaps the top 1,000 would also receive rewards, and with his fire axe, his chances were promising. The day remained sunny, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting a dappled glow over the dense forest as El Xiaobai carefully stepped over the thick carpet of fallen leaves. Before long, he discovered a suitable tree. With all his might, he felled the trunk, thick as a thigh, in less than half an hour. Approaching the treetop to trim the branches, he noticed a nearby bush brimming with spiky red berries. Could this be the thorny buckthorn? El Xiaobai hesitated briefly before plucking one and tasting it. Slightly astringent but surprisingly sweet. I wonder if Wang Zhaotian would want these. I'll take some back with me. After transporting all the timber and a hatful of thorny buckthorn back to the treehouse, 2 hours had elapsed. Will I make it to the top 1,000? El Xiaobai accessed the core device of the safe house and decisively clicked to upgrade. A crisp electronic voice resonated. Upgrade conditions met. Would you like to upgrade the safe house? Upon confirmation, a dazzling blue light enveloped the entire treehouse, lingering for several seconds before gradually fading away. At that moment, the treehouse had undergone a remarkable transformation. First, the persimmon tree that initially served as the foundation had transformed into a towering redwood, far more resilient and decay-resistant than the previous tree. Secondly, the treehouse, originally constructed upon the branches of a tree, was now supported by an umbrella-like structure centered around the trunk, providing far greater stability. Lastly, the area of the treehouse expanded from its original 2 to 3 square meters to a spacious 20 square meters. The treehouse was now constructed from thick wooden planks, featuring a fine grain and smooth surface. The wooden door fit snugly, with barely any cold air seeping in on either side of the door. There were outward opening casement windows, providing excellent insulation. Safe house. Level 2 health, invincible 500, 5 days 41 minutes remaining, facilities. None system evaluation. It finally resembles a house, but do not expect it to withstand monster attacks or extreme weather. Materials required for next level, 10,200 timber, 100 stones or 30 industrial metals. Note: if stones are chosen, the treehouse will upgrade to a stone house, which cannot be built in a tree. Upon completion of the upgrade, the system's voice announced, "Congratulations, you are the 998th player in this region to complete the safe house upgrade, and as a reward, you receive 5 gold coins and a builder's medal." El Xiaobai was overjoyed. Indeed, there was a hidden task. 5 gold coins could currently purchase approximately 350 to 400 stones or timber in the market, an amount that would take an ordinary person 10 days of hard work to gather. However, even greater surprises awaited him. When he clicked on his avatar and read the description of the builder's medal, he nearly jumped with excitement at builder's medal. The holder of this medal saves 10 on the cost of constructing various facilities. When using a shovel or axe in combat, the holder's attack power increases by 35. Note: this medal is non-transferable. Effects of the same type of medals do not stack, and the medal will drop upon the holder's death. These attributes are utterly overpowered. El Xiaobai's eyes widened in disbelief, fearing he had misread. As a seasoned gaming enthusiast, he understood the significance of percentage boosts. While the effects might not be immediately apparent in the early stages, they would make a world of difference later on. For instance, upgrading the safe house from level 4 to level 5 would require a staggering 1,200 units of timber and stone, but with this medal, he could save 120 units, essentially receiving 2 gold coins for free. Not to mention the savings on other materials, which were invaluable. Moreover, this merely constitutes a resource pool of 4 to 5, and as for what lies ahead, Khaleesi has not released any further information, leaving one to ponder the true extent required. Regarding the increase in attack power, LV Xiaobai currently possesses a mere 8, which is hardly significant, thus he feels little change. However, the mere presence of the first attribute causes his heart to race with excitement. It was only upon witnessing the holder's demise and the subsequent drop that he regained his composure. LV Xiaobai's pupils constricted as he muttered to himself, "This item must not be exposed." Otherwise, suddenly, a notification from the survival handbook popped up. Hidden task. Establishing a homestead has concluded. A total of 1,000 participants in this region have been awarded construction medals and gold coins, including Chun Urgu and Dog, Guilty, the boy selling persimmons, and so forth. The chat section erupted in chaos. In a way, I've only chopped 30 pieces of wood, and already 1,000 people have completed the safe house upgrade. I haven't even started logging yet. I'm on the verge of starving, damn. I'm at 99 pieces of wood. Just one more and I could claim the gold. Gold? Haven't you realized that the construction metal is the real treasure? Indeed, it becomes increasingly valuable as time progresses. Dropped upon death, heh'd LV Xiaobai. Beep beep beep. At that moment, Wang Zhaotian also sent a message. Bro, you're amazing. How did you manage that? That's not me. It's a namesake. Wasn't there a system requirement that nicknames cannot be changed or duplicated when naming? I rejected their stipulation. Chapter 6. Resource Box Airdrop after upgrading the safe house to level 2. Furnishings can be added within .lv Xiaobai located the core device and, upon activation, the holographic projection screen displayed a series of furniture currently available for crafting, which included single bed, required materials, wood 1015, stove, required materials, wood 1015, stone 010, toilet, required materials, wood 105, stone 05, dining table, required materials, wood 1015. Of course, these pieces of furniture could also be crafted manually, but doing so would lack functionalities such as upgrading, altering appearance, or relocating freely. Moreover, one must consider plumbing, fire safety, and waterproofing, making the process rather cumbersome. Providing materials for the system to create is much more convenient, albeit at a higher resource cost. After some contemplation, LV Xiaobai decided to opt for a toilet, as relieving oneself in the wilderness can be quite perilous. The issue of stone was easily resolved. Breaking the concrete pavement on the road yielded ready-made stone materials. However, the most pressing concern remained food. As LV Xiaobai was scheming, Wang Zhaotian suddenly sent another message. Bro, have you managed to procure any fruit? Hurry, it's urgent. No, why the rush? Don't you still have food? How can I not be anxious? The resource box airdrop is imminent and I've been poisoned. I can't get out. An airdrop of resource boxes? What? LV Xiaobai exclaimed, quickly inquiring, you've been poisoned? Yes, the food isn't effective. I need vitamins. I should have some vitamins. Wait a moment. LV Xiaobai retrieved the prickly ash he had foraged earlier that morning and sent Wang Zhaotian a screenshot. Will this suffice? It should work. As long as it's fruit, it contains vitamins. Bro, share some with me? Sure. What will you offer in exchange? You can see for yourself. I surely have what you need. Wang Zhaotian also sent a screenshot, revealing an abundance of items on his table, suggesting he had not ventured out to gather resources today and was still busy fending off zombies. LV Xiaobai quickly spotted what he desired. I want that anti-wolf spray. Brother, your little fruit can't trade for that. Can it? The anti-wolf spray is ineffective against zombies. I can use it against beasts. How about this? I'll give you all my prickly ash, plus a safety helmet, and an additional construction vest, just the prickly ash and helmet. I don't need the vest. Thus, the two swiftly completed their exchange. A new message popped up from the survival handbook. In 10 minutes, the airdrop of resource boxes will commence. Participants are advised to collect them promptly. This airdrop totals 3 million boxes, comprising both E and D grade types, distributed in a 100:1 ratio, with random range. Note: uncollected resource boxes will vanish after 1 hour. The resource boxes can be considered the primary means of survival for participants in this game, containing not only food and drinking water but, more importantly, various blueprints, furniture, weapons, and vehicles. Additionally, there is a small chance to obtain items from the system shop. With shoelaces secured, the construction vest properly fastened, the anti-wolf spray tucked into his left pocket, and a fire axe strapped to his waist, LV Xiaobai set out fully armed. With 3 million resource boxes airdropped across each major district, the quantity is still considerable. However, the probability of obtaining blueprints and items from E-grade chests is exceedingly low, nearly negligible. The most coveted remains the D-grade chests. Today, there would be no more restraint. Whoever stands in my way shall be cleaved in two. Before long, LV Xiaobai beheld beams of blue light piercing the heavens, dazzling and magnificent, with the nearest beam estimated to be merely 2 or 3 kilometers away. However, his expression turned grave. The location of the light was in the direction of the woods behind his dwelling. That forest was vast, and by nightfall, it often echoed with the roars of various beasts. He usually only operated at the periphery and had never ventured deep within. Standing at the forest's edge, LV Xiaobai hesitated, his mind a battleground of conflicting thoughts. One voice urged, don't go in. Use gold to buy some resources and survive until the next airdrop. Another retorted, keep your voice down. What if you alert the beasts inside? Taking a deep breath, LV Xiaobai ultimately stepped into the woods. He understood that waiting for the next opportunity was not an option. What if the next drop also landed in a forest or some other perilous location? Sooner or later, he would have to confront it. Otherwise, the depletion of his gold would render his situation even more dire. Having walked for only a few minutes, he arrived at the edge of the mist. It was still midday, yet the towering, dense trees completely obscured the sunlight, rendering the forest silent and profound. Having come this far, retreat was not an option. LV Xiaobai gripped the fire axe in hand and steeled himself to step into the mist. According to the descriptions in the Apocalypse Survival Handbook, the area within a 500-meter radius of the participant's entry point into the Doomsday world is classified as a low-risk zone. Beyond that, up to 3,000 meters lies a medium-risk zone, known as the Mist Zone. And outside the Mist Zone is the Dense Fog Zone, which is extremely hazardous. The treasure chest landing in the Mist Zone was already a stroke of luck. Upon entering the Mist Zone, visibility dropped to less than 3 meters, prompting LV Xiaobai to tread cautiously, almost feeling his way through that moment. His adrenaline surged, and his breathing rate and heart rate quickened significantly. This was not due to cowardice. Anyone traversing such an environment would likely react similarly. Fortunately, the glow emanating from the chest possessed strong penetrating power, preventing him from becoming disoriented. After nearly half an hour of walking, he finally spotted the treasure chest resting on the grass. Before he could discern the chest's appearance, a shadow suddenly lunged at him from behind. He attempted to turn and evade, but as he spun around, a sharp, searing pain shot through his shoulder. Before he could react, another shadow charged towards him, and this time he finally recognized it as the wasteland wolf he had encountered on the first day. Without hesitation, LV Xiaobai swiftly raised his left hand and firmly pressed the anti-wolf spray towards the approaching creature. The wasteland wolf let out a piercing howl, crashing to the ground and rolling about. The wolf clinging to his shoulder was about to release its grip when LV Xiaobai had already turned his left hand around and unleashed a torrent of spray upon it. Both wolves howled in distress as they retreated. However, LV Xiaobai had no time to spare for them. He snatched up the fallen fire axe and rushed to grab the treasure chest, sprinting back the way he had come. He had not eaten sufficiently for 2 days, and his hydration levels were also lacking. As he ran, he stumbled, feeling as though even a gust of wind could topple him. Yet, a fierce willpower ignited his survival instincts, compelling every cell in his body to urge him that reaching the safe house was his only chance for survival. Fortunately, the path back was unobstructed. Chapter 7. The Coming Winter Name. The boy selling persimmons category, human level, 1 health, 22. 100 attack, 8 system evaluation. Warning, you have been bitten by a wasteland wolf. The toxin has entered your nervous system. If you do not find a remedy within half an hour, the system will deem you eliminated. LV Xiaobai remained unfazed. Calmly, he opened the system shop and spent 3 gold coins to purchase a universal antidote. Small. A blue bubble floated up from the light circle projected by the survival handbook. Encasing a needle-free syringe filled with a little less than half a tube of red liquid. LV Xiaobai retrieved the syringe and injected it into the outer side of his thigh. Upon completion, the syringe automatically vanished, and the dark, toxic discoloration surrounding his wound dissipated at a visibly rapid pace. After finishing all this, LV Xiaobai finally had the leisure to examine the resource chest he had brought back. Upon seeing the gem embedded in the lock was green, his eyes immediately ignited with fervor. Green signifies that this is a D-grade resource chest. LV Xiaobai vigorously wiped his hands on his clothing before pressing the switch. 5 bubbles emerged from the chest: a bottle of 570 milliliters Qianchuan mineral water, a bag of oligo sandwich biscuits, 2 blueprints, and 5 pieces of glass. Each item is a treasure in its own right. Among them, the water and food are essential survival resources, while the glass can be utilized for crafting. However, what excites LV Xiaobai the most are those 2 blueprints. Name: disassemblable unicycle handcart blueprint. Common features: load capacity of 400 kilograms. Materials required: industrial metal 010. Manufacturing time: 15 minutes. Name: energy-saving planting trench blueprint. Magical. Advanced features: designed for indoor cultivation, it automatically ferments into nutrient-rich soil after adding leaves, reducing the maturation time of plants by 8. Materials required: wood 105, industrial metal 08, gold 02. Manufacturing time: 90 minutes. LV Xiaobai was utterly astonished. He never anticipated that he would not only acquire 2 blueprints, but one of them would even possess a magical attribute. It is worth noting that the likelihood of obtaining an attribute is significantly lower than that of acquiring an advanced blueprint. However, upon seeing that gold was required for manufacturing, he found himself in a quandary. Gold is notoriously difficult to find. He wondered if Wang Zhaotian might be able to procure some, as his chances of obtaining gold jewelry should be quite high. LV Xiaobai opened the survival manual, and at that moment, the regional chat channel was abuzz with excitement. Ha ha ha, I found a treasure chest, and it appeared right next to me. What incredible luck! Damn it, the nearest treasure chest to me is at least 10 kilometers away. And it's already in the dense fog zone. The nearest chest for me is in the light fog zone, but I dare not approach it. Why not? Aren't you going to take the risk in the light fog zone? Hee hee, a few zombies are dancing around the chest, selling E-grade resource chests for 10 gold coins each. 10 gold coins? Have you lost your mind? Why not just go and snatch it? You don't understand. My chest could yield blueprints. Blueprints? Is that what you're talking about? Someone shared a picture. Damn it, take this spear, a novice asked. Can my D-grade chest yield blueprints? An ID named Kojiao Mingmei shared a D-grade chest. Whoa, whoa! Countless exclamations flooded the screen, prompting the system to collapse it. Woe 99. LV Xiaobai slapped his thigh in frustration, thinking, how did I open the chest? Otherwise, this chance to show off would never have come my way. Moments later, an ID named Daitu Dage shared a D-grade chest, selling D-grade resource chests for 40 gold coins. Ah, are you even human? I doubt I could afford a D-grade chest even after chopping wood all day. Who has that many gold coins? What's the point of boasting? Just as he finished speaking, Chen Ergu and Go replied, I'll take it for 25 gold coins. Wow, our district's #1 in construction has made a move. Chasing Wind Youth Daitu Dage, would you trade for 22 gold coins plus an E-grade resource chest? Is the 5th rank powerhouse in combat also here? The construction leaderboard ranks participants based on the total level of their buildings. While the combat leaderboard evaluates their overall strength, LV Xiaobai was familiar with both individuals, recognizing them as among the more formidable contenders from Xia country. After observing the chat channel for a while, he consumed 2 biscuits and drank half a bottle of water before preparing to leave. This was not the time to rest. With treasure chests just emerging, prices for many items were artificially inflated. Any trading should wait until evening when prices would stabilize. As for the leaderboards, LV Xiaobai had no interest. In this game, surpassing rank 50 was sufficient. What difference did it make if one was first or second? Knock, knock, knock. Sitting on the curb, LV Xiaobai wielded a fire axe, vigorously striking the ground. The fragments that fell were collected into a nearby cement bag. Unfortunately, the quality of the road was quite good. After over 3 hours of effort, he had only gathered a little more than half a bag. The daylight in this apocalyptic world was fleeting, and as dusk approached, he had no choice but to return. Clicking to upload, the stones vanished. And LV Xiaobai received 5 units of stone. Just as he had anticipated, the concrete stones were rated as high quality, surpassing gravel and rock by a leveled. At this rate, he could gather a maximum of 15 units of stone in a day, which was far inferior to wood. If only I had a shovel, he lamented. However, he realized he need not mine the stones himself. Given his efficiency in logging, he could trade wood for stones in the market. Yesterday, the exchange ratio was 1.81. He wondered if it had decreased today. Night had fully descended, and the treehouse was as dark as pitch, with only the flickering glow of the survival manual illuminating the space. The long night stretched ahead, and refreshing the chat channel was LV Xiaobai's sole source of amusement. After a day filled with trading and bickering, the prices of treasure chests, blueprints, and other resources appeared to have finally stabilized. The E-grade resource chest was priced at 2 gold coins, while the D-grade chest hovered around 18 gold coins. The prices of blueprints, however, varied significantly, primarily depending on the practicality of the crafted items. Some common blueprints were even priced higher than rare ones. For instance, the blueprint for a fireplace, a common blueprint, had skyrocketed to 10 gold coins each in the world channel, exceeding the cost of most advanced blueprints and rivaling rare blueprints. LV Xiaobai noted that the exchange ratio for wood and stone had indeed decreased, now standing at 1.5. He no longer needed to mine stones. Continuing to log and trade wood for stones was evidently more lucrative. Suddenly, a message popped up. Wang Zhaotian, brother, is your vest still available? If not, could you lend it to me? It's freezing out here. Buying persimmons boy. Don't you have a lighter? Just start a fire for warmth. Wang Zhaotian. Don't mention it. The lighter is utterly useless, and all electronic devices are down. Buying persimmons boy. The lighter you found is Wang Zhaotian. A rechargeable lighter with a liquid display. Buying persimmons boy. Then you'll have to rely on friction to create fire. Wang Zhaotian. I can't do that. Can you? Buying persimmons boy. I can, but I have no fire. Wang Zhaotian offered to gift the vest to him. And the two chatted idly for a while. As the clock struck midnight, LV Xiaobai prepared to set aside the manual and sleep. Ding! Just then, the survival manual suddenly displayed a new message. The limited-time quest winter is coming will commence in 8 hours. All participants are advised to prepare accordingly. Chapter 8. Monsters surrounding the city as the cold wave descends. The beasts in the white mist begin to venture out in search of food, with their activity levels and aggression significantly heightened for the next 48 hours. Upon hearing this news, the chat channel erupted in chaos. What is going on? Monsters surrounding the city. Seriously, just as we found chests. This is how it goes. What about those of us who didn't get a chest? Are we to starve to death? Exactly. I'm on the brink of starvation. I might as well just be killed outright. Reminder, even without food, you won't starve for a week. But I could die of thirst. Selling E-grade treasure chests for 10 gold coins. Damn, why are you back again? LV Xiaobai was wide awake, his brow furrowed in contemplation. After a moment of thought, he made a decision. Buying persimmons boy. Selling mineral water for 1 gold coin per 100 ml, now listed in the trading hall. Buy quickly. Having consumed around 70 milliliters of the 570 milliliters Qianchuan mineral water today, he listed the remaining 500 milliliters for sale in the trading hall. Ding dong. Transaction successful. Your mineral water has been sold. Ding ding ding. Transaction notifications flooded in one after another, as his mineral water was almost instantly snatched up, leaving only an empty bottle behind. Damn. Selling 100 milliliters of water for 1 gold coin is outrageous. Outrageous? I can't even grab it. It sells out in an instant. A week without food won't kill you. But 2 days without water will. Hey, I got some. Who wants it? Selling for just 2 gold coins. Hey, aren't you the one trying to sell an E-grade resource chest for 10 gold coins? A true profiteer. Indeed, I am the mysterious merchant. I believe this buying persimmons boy lacks common sense. To greedily sell such a precious resource as water for a mere handful of coins is foolish. Why does it concern you? Maybe he has plenty. How could he possibly have plenty? The chances of finding drinking water are the same for everyone. Whether he sells or not is none of your business. Then why do you care what I say? Mind your own business. Mind your own business. LV Xiaobai had no time to spare watching their bickering. After selling the water and deducting a 20 transaction fee, he had earned a total of 4 gold coins, which greatly improved his mood. He preferred to pay the fee and sell through the trading hall rather than engage in a barter system for 2 reasons. Firstly, he lacked containers to portion the mineral water. And secondly, he needed to sell quickly, leaving no time for others to react. As expected, within a minute, someone messaged him. Stop arguing. Have you checked the weather forecast? Damn, it's going to rain in the next 24 hours? Can this rainwater be consumed? What a triviality. Look closely, it's rain, not acid rain. Weren't those who bought water just in Bungbu? Haha, where is that mysterious merchant? Come forth and say a word. Mysterious merchant. 100 milliliters of mineral water in exchange for 10 pieces of wood. Is anyone willing to trade? Ha ha ha, the air is filled with a joyful atmosphere. At this moment, El Xiaobai sent a friend request to the mysterious merchant, which was almost instantly accepted. Mysterious merchant. What do you want? To mock me? The boy selling persimmons. Didn't you want to trade for wood? I'm willing to exchange with you. Mysterious merchant. What scheme do you have in mind? The boy selling persimmons. You're overthinking it. I simply feel guilty. Whether we trade or not. If not, I'll just go to sleep. Mysterious merchant. Of course, let's trade. El Xiaobai happened to have 10 pieces of wood left, and the two quickly completed the transaction. Mysterious merchant. Damn it. Where's my water bottle? Return it to me, El Xiaobai. Bring me 20 pieces of wood for it. Mysterious merchant. In the end, the mysterious merchant had no choice but to exchange 20 pieces of wood to retrieve his bottle. After all, without a container, he couldn't collect rainwater. Meanwhile, containers had skyrocketed in value. El Xiaobai could sell the bottle on the market for 50 or 60 pieces, of wood. 20 pieces was a fair deal indeed. The next day, a wailing sound jolted El Xiaobai from his slumber. Rubbing his brow, he approached the window and beheld a shocking scene. In the field before the treehouse, two prairie wolves were grappling with a leopard the size of a cow. The prairie wolves belonged to a mutated breed in this post-apocalyptic world, their tough skin and thick flesh accompanied by venomous fangs. Yet at this moment, they were being bested by the leopard, one of them already on the brink of death. Not far from their battle, several creatures resembling firebirds were cooing incessantly in the nearby ditch. A creature resembling a thick water snake was entangled with a being sporting white hair atop its head. Across the ditch, the construction site was bustling with activity, appearing as though people were diligently at work. On the left, the median strip along the road had seen a noticeable increase in birds. Where once not a single one would appear for half a day, now they appeared in droves. It seemed that creatures were also stirring in the fields across the road. El Xiaobai stood at the window, watching the conflict unfold, shaking his head with a sense of melancholy. Gray Taro and Gray Jiro are nearly done for. How arrogant they were when they bit me, and now they face such a dismal end. After a while, the leopard seized an opportunity and clamped down on the neck of another prairie wolf, delivering a fatal blow. The two wolves ultimately succumbed. At that moment, El Xiaobai witnessed an astonishing sight. Beside one of the wolf's corpses appeared a box. It was roughly the same size as a resource box, but far more unadorned, lacking any radiant glow, with a simple leather strap design for the lock, devoid of any embedded gems. He hurriedly opened the survival manual. And indeed, other participants had made similar discoveries. Hey, did you see that? Some wild beasts drop boxes upon death? I saw it. I just counted, and for every 10 or so that die, one of these leather boxes drops. What the hell? Where are you that the fighting is so fierce? I just found out that there's an ant nest right in front of my safe house. Have you ever seen ants the size of a fist? They re-battling with a few frogs. Can the frogs hold their own? Those frogs are as big as tires. Realizing the conversation was veering off course, El Xiaobai quickly interjected. The boy selling persimmons. Has anyone picked up one of those boxes? What's inside? Everyone, run. The persimmon seller's old trick is back. Why don't you go pick it up yourself instead of urging others? Such a dark heart you have. That's not darkness. That's cowardice. The boy selling persimmons. At this moment, someone shared a tool in the channel. Time funnel, common, function. Reduces processing time by 5 minutes. Stackable, that's the tool. Feels rather insignificant. Indeed, it's of no real use. I don't want it. Yeah, in this post-apocalyptic world, what's scarce is not time. This thing isn't worth the risk. El Xiaobai also found it lacking in value, and was about to close the manual to continue observing the monsters fight when suddenly, a message from Wang Zhaotian popped up. Bro, don't listen to them. There are good things inside. You must go out and collect that box. Chapter 9. The Battle of Wild Creatures. What's this? Seeing his excited tone, El Xiaobai became curious. Wang Zhaotian directly shared information about 2 items. Shield, common, function. After use, the safe house is invincible for 15 minutes. Stackable, shield, advanced, function. After use, the safe house is invincible for 60 minutes. Stackable, damn. After reading, El Xiaobai wasted no time and immediately sent a message in the chat channel. Buying leather boxes, 1 gold for 10 boxes, interested parties please contact. His price was not low. Given the current value of 1 gold for 100 pieces of wood, it equated to 10 pieces of wood for 1 leather box. Those without woodcutting tools might not even collect 10 pieces of wood in a day. However, everyone, don't sell. There must be a scheme. Right, that old 6 is up to no good again. Haha, I'd rather leave it there than sell it to you, El Xiaobai. Is that why you won't pick it up? You're just too scared to go after it. But can't this foolish system support anonymous mode or nickname changes? Not long after, someone shared a common shield in the channel, stating, there's not just a time funnel in the suitcase, but also this item. Indeed, these unscrupulous merchants are trying to swindle us again. Thankfully, I didn't sell it. This item is crucial. After the safe period, it can extend life. Yes, it's worth the risk. El Xiaobai sighed and walked to the window. Only a single suitcase remained on the ground, the bodies of the 2 wolves no longer in sight. Not far away, a few creatures resembling flamingos were strolling through the fields. These birds posed little threat. The suitcase was approximately 50 meters away, and at my speed, it would take a while to reach. Just as El Xiaobai was calculating, he looked up to see a flamingo suddenly open its mouth and spew flames, instantly scorching a creature beneath it. "Forget it. I won't go out," he said, turning back to lie down on the cardboard, pulling out the manual to browse the trading post. He currently possessed a fair amount of resources and intended to dispose of some. In fact, El Xiaobai's gold was sufficient to upgrade to a level 3 safe house. But he heard that there were no rewards for ranking up at the moment, so he wasn't in a hurry. After a brief assessment, El Xiaobai realized he had quite an assortment of items: living supplies, broken beer bottles, broken cement bags, iron nails 1, cardboard, 40 cm 135 centimeters, mineral water bottles, sandwich biscuits 3, fire axe, anti-wolf spray, gray hoodie, construction protective clothing, steel-toe shoes, brown woolen long skirt. Wealth resources: gold coins 6, wood 20, glass 5, stone 5, removable unicycle cart blueprint 1, energy-saving planting slot blueprint, magical 1. He could sell the beer bottles. Now was the peak price for containers. Since he had the unicycle cart blueprint, he could also sell the cement bags. The iron nails seemed useless. They could fetch a price now, but in a few days, no one would want them. Without hesitation, he decided to act. His reputation was too poor to bother shouting in the channel. He opted to list items directly on the trading post. He listed the beer bottles for 15 wood, the cement bags and iron nails for 3 wood each, and finally, he put the planting slot blueprint up for 999 gold coins. The 999 was, of course, a falsely inflated price. He merely wished to indicate to others that he possessed this item and was open to trade. The blueprint appeared quite appealing, but after careful consideration, El Xiaobai decided to liquidate it first. The reasons were straightforward. First, the production cost was exorbitant, with the gold-to-coin exchange rate soaring to 1:2. Just the materials required 4 gold coins. Second, seeds and seedlings were difficult to come by. The plants that could be cultivated in this weather were exceedingly scarce, and prices had skyrocketed, such as carrot seeds, which were priced at 1 gold coin each without negotiation. Most critically, once planted, one would have to wait over 2 months for harvest. Therefore, El Xiaobai felt it prudent to sell the blueprint in exchange for items he could utilize immediately. Ding dong! The system suddenly popped up a friend request notification. Upon opening it, El Xiaobai found a message from a woman named Yin Ranmu Shui, stating she wished to trade. Yin Ranmu Shui, hello? What price do you have for your planting slot blueprint? Selling persimmon boy, 25 gold coins or equivalent. Yin Ranmu Shui, isn't that a bit steep? A common planting slot blueprint costs less than 10 gold coins. Selling persimmon boy, as you mentioned, it is common. However, my blueprint has magical attributes, reducing the maturation time by 8. Yin Ranmu Shui, still too expensive. I can offer a maximum of 17 gold coins. Selling persimmon boy, that won't do. It's too little. El Xiaobai had a bottom line of 20 gold coins, so he naturally would not sell. The other party did not reply further, and he was not anxious. After a while, feeling bored, he opened the core device and moved a window to the back wall, intending to observe the situation in the woods. What he saw was alarming. A pack of wolves and 2 wild boars were at a standoff. The wolves were prairie wolves, numbering around 20, with a massive white wolf leading them, exuding an imposing presence. The wild boars, one large and one small, had the larger one significantly surpassing the wolf king in size, possessing terrifying tusks over half a meter long protruding from its jaw, along with a horn-like protrusion on its snout. The smaller one was slightly smaller than the wolf king and lacked the horn. The two parties stood like opposing armies, ready for battle. El Xiaobai hurriedly activated the monster identification feature, but alas, the distance exceeded 10 meters, rendering identification impossible. Would a fight truly break out? The zombies were at level 2. The Wolf King and the Wild Boar King must be at least level 3. Would they drop a chest upon death? El Xiaobai's thoughts raced, and in the next moment, the standoff erupted into action. The White Wolf King suddenly howled, and the pack surged towards the Wild Boar like a wave. The Wild Boar, undaunted, charged directly at the Wolf King, its eyes flashing with bloodlust, akin to a roaring tank. As it barreled through, both wolves and trees were sent flying. The Wolf King let out another howl, and snowflakes began to swirl around it, falling like palm-sized flakes that turned to ice upon landing. The wild boar noticeably slowed, and as a few snowflakes landed on its back, it appeared to be freezing. The wild boar roared, its size increasing slightly as it easily shook off the thin layer of ice, then charged at the Wolf King. The two beast kings clashed violently. Simultaneously, on another battlefield, the smaller wild boar was entangled with the pack of wolves. The small wild boar, with its tough skin and thick flesh, fought valiantly against the 20 hungry wolves. In a one-on-one confrontation, the wild boar would undoubtedly prevail. However, unable to withstand the overwhelming numbers, it began to falter after killing a few hungry wolves, sustaining multiple wounds in the process. It was evident that the small wild boar would ultimately fall, even face death. Xiaobai turned his gaze back to the other side. Here, the Wolf King appeared to be at a disadvantage. Its low-temperature ability was ineffective against the large wild boar king, and in terms of physical strength, it was no match, resorting to evasion. After observing for a while, Xiaobai concluded, the wild boar was not a match. The Wolf King merely needed to keep dodging and await reinforcements from its pack after the battle concluded. Half an hour later, the battle unfolded just as Xiaobai had predicted. The large wild boar had yet to subdue the Wolf King, while the small wild boar was on the brink of collapse, bloodied and barely standing, clinging to life by sheer will. By this time, 7 or 8 prairie wolf corpses lay scattered on the ground, while the remaining wolves viciously attacked and tore at it. Finally, with a heart-wrenching scream, the small wild boar collapsed heavily to the ground. The surviving prairie wolves wasted no time and pounced on the large wild boar. The large wild boar, now even more ferocious, charged wildly, and after killing a few more prairie wolves, it fled, bloodied, into the woods. The Wolf King howled triumphantly, signifying victory, and led the remaining pack to feast. Within moments, the small wild boar, weighing 700 to 800 pounds, was devoured clean, leaving only a pile of remains and 5 entire suitcases. After witnessing the brutal confrontation, Xiaobai remained in a daze for a long time. The savage slaughter and the merciless laws of the jungle vividly illustrated the nature of this world. Would he truly survive against these mutated monsters after the 7-day protection period? A profound sense of urgency and crisis welled up within him. Chapter 10. Something major happened? Beep beep beep. The system alerted him of a new message. Yin Ran Mu Shui sent a screenshot of a handmade wooden bow. Though it appeared somewhat rough, the craftsmanship was highly professional. It was evident that it was not hastily assembled. Yin Ran Mu Shui, would you trade this bow for 17 gold coins? Selling Persimmon Boy, did you make this bow? Can it kill beasts? Yin Ran Mu Shui, it can hit vital points, but the accuracy is lacking. Selling Persimmon Boy, is it powerful? What is the range? Yin Ran Mu Shui, the string is made of tennis racket string, so it's not overly powerful. It can shoot about 20 to 30 meters. Selling Persimmon Boy, what about arrows? I can't carve them myself. Yin Ran Mu Shui, I'll provide you with 10 arrows. Selling Persimmon Boy, that works, but on one condition. You'll need to help me make arrows later, and I'll provide the materials. Yin Ran Mu Shui, deal. What a great find. Xiaobai cherished the bow once he received it, playing with it for over an hour. This handmade bow was remarkably sturdy. The string was taut, and he found that he could barely draw it back with all his strength. Moreover, its accuracy was decent. Even as an amateur, he could hit trees several meters away, and no wonder it was valued at 17 gold coins in this period. Sister Shui was indeed a skilled artisan. Xiaobai was certain that this individual named Yinran Mu Shui was undoubtedly a master archer in the real world. Likely a professional athlete of sorts. It was no wonder that she thrived in this apocalyptic realm. In truth, Wang Zhaotian was not any different. Among the numerous candidates hailing from urban backgrounds, none could rival the tenacity of one who consistently hunted zombies. There were countless individuals like them within the game. Nevertheless, Xiaobai believed that everyone possessed their own areas of expertise, and he was no less capable than they were. The bow he sought was not intended for hunting. Given his skill level, hitting a target would prove quite challenging. Instead, he had other purposes in mind. Xiaobai retrieved his manual, first withdrawing the iron nails that had yet to be sold, and then accessed the trading post to search for supplies. The results were a mixed bag. Wool yarn, 2 pounds, priced at 1 gold coin, useless and overpriced. Wire, 5 meters, also at 1 gold coin. Outrageous. Electrical wire, 10 meters, similarly priced. What use was that in a world devoid of electricity? Finally, fishing line, 45 meters, priced at 5 gold coins. This was the one. However, rather than purchasing it outright, he sought the seller and, after some negotiation, secured it for 3 gold coins and 30 pieces of wood. Upon acquiring the fishing line, he selected the most aesthetically pleasing arrow from the tin provided by Yinran Mushue, punctured the tail with an iron nail, and attached the fishing line. He then procured a battered pull tab from Wang Zhaotian, carefully shaped it into a cone using his fire axe, and wrapped it meticulously around the arrowhead. With preparations complete, he held the bow in his left hand, drew the string with his right, aimed at a leather suitcase 20 meters away, and fired. He missed. After 5 attempts, he finally struck the target. Pulling on the fishing line, the suitcase was indeed dragged towards him. I am truly a genius. El Xiaobai couldn't help but exclaim. Previously, during the airdrop of resource boxes, he had noted that resources bore no weight and that the boxes themselves were quite light, weighing less than 2 kilograms. It appeared that the leather suitcase shared this quality. Gradually, he pulled the suitcase beneath a tree, descended the staircase, and carried it back to the protective shield. Ascending the spiral staircase back indoors, he eagerly opened the leather suitcase. A blue bubble floated out, encasing a funnel the size of a thumb. Time funnel, ordinary, effect. Reduces item manufacturing time by 5 minutes, stackable. What is this? Its utility is rather limited. El Xiaobai expressed his disappointment. However, he did not succumb to despair. He replicated the process to retrieve the remaining 4 boxes. Upon opening them, he received Time Funnel, Ordinary, 4, Time Funnel, Advanced, 1, Protective Shield, Ordinary, 2. This was a loss. El Xiaobai lamented silently. Although 2 boxes had yielded 2 items each, the total value was only around 1 gold coin, insufficient even for the fishing line. Furthermore, there were no more boxes to drag back. At this moment, he might be the candidate most hoping for an increase in nearby monsters. Alas, fate was not in his favor. As evening approached, rain suddenly began to fall, causing all wild monsters to vanish, rendering the outdoors desolate and silent. With nothing else to occupy his time, El Xiaobai decided to upgrade the safe house to level 3, crafting some basic furniture while also constructing a handcart. The current market exchange rate for gold coins and various resources was as follows: wood 1, 100, stone 1, 75, industrial metal 1, 20. He spent 6 gold coins to purchase 300 wood, 75 stone, and 40 industrial metal to complete the upgrade. Safe house, level 3 life, invincible 1000, remaining 3 days 18 hours, facilities, none system evaluation, insufficient, do not seek comfort, danger lurks everywhere. Materials required for the next level, wood 100400, stone 75200, industrial metal 10100. Following the upgrade, the safe house underwent noticeable changes. The most significant alteration was the addition of an upper chamber. The main room on the lower level remained at 20 square meters, while a new wooden room of approximately 10 square meters was constructed above, connected by a spiral staircase. The number of available furniture designs also increased, introducing several new items. Level 1 storage cabinet materials required, wood 10010, gold 01, sofa materials required, wood 10010, leather 08, rocking chair materials required, wood 1005. El Xiaobai assessed that the storage cabinet was the most practical option. It featured 2 layers with a total of 40 compartments. Items placed within would automatically shrink, each occupying only 1 compartment, with duplicates stacking without taking up additional space. Moreover, the cabinet had the unique ability to shrink into a ring that could be worn, allowing for easy access to items even outdoors. Wasn't this akin to the backpack function in games? Without hesitation, El Xiaobai spent 2 gold coins to purchase 1 unit of gold from the market. Crafting the dimensional cabinet, he then proceeded to create a rocking chair, a bed, and a toilet, along with the handcart, expending a total of 30 wood, 5 stone, and 10 industrial metal. Currently, El Xiaobai's wealth consisted of gold coins 12 stone 70 wood 70 glass 5. In less than half an hour, his wealth had diminished by half. Lying in the rocking chair, he felt a sense of despondency. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Ding dong, transaction successful. Your broken beer bottle has been sold. Another notification followed. Ding dong, transaction successful. Your broken cement bag has been sold. The consecutive system notifications jolted him from his reverie. El Xiaobai opened the survival manual, retrieving 14 wood from the trading post. After collecting the resources, he casually opened the chat channel, only to find it ablaze with activity, as if a significant event had transpired. Chapter 11. A true man in 3 seconds. Did you know? It is said that a wilderness survival expert from the Russian Empire successfully killed a level 5 wild monster, the earth-shattering bear, using traps and poisoned arrows. I saw it too. This news is circulating in the World Channel. And I heard that besides the leather suitcase, it dropped equipment. It seems to be a magical item called beast skin shoulder pads, granting the wearer an additional 500 health points. My goodness, with an increase of 500? If I wore that vest and stood still while zombies bit me, they'd gnaw at me for ages. Not only that, every 100 health points generates 5 hidden defense points. You must not know? A level 2 zombie wouldn't even be able to bite you. Isn't that invincible? Latest news. An American Special Forces instructor has also slain a level 5 zombie and obtained equipment. What? What is it? I heard it is a gene potion, valued at 100 gold coins. Why is it that both the United States and Russia have individuals slaying level 5 wild monsters, yet our self-proclaimed Xia country, among the 5 constant nations, has no corresponding achievements to report? Amidst the fervent atmosphere, a candidate adorned with the flag of the pickled vegetable nation suddenly interjected. Immediately, a participant from the land of the rising sun chimed in. Indeed. They love to boast about their vast land and abundant talents. Where are they now? Candidates from Xia country were equally unyielding, retorting. The master hasn't even spoken yet, and here you 2 mutts are barking. How embarrassing. Ha ha. The quality of people in developing countries is simply low. When they can't argue, they resort to insults. A candidate from the 3 kingdoms commented. We are the superpower with abundant talent. Just wait. News of our nation's strong warriors slaying level 5 monsters will soon emerge. A candidate from Pakistan replied. Enough already. The Earth's population is excessive. You all are merely making a fuss. The candidate from the 3 kingdoms shot back. You should be grateful for the split plan. Otherwise, there wouldn't even be a Pakistan left. A candidate from Canada laughed. Ha ha, here we go again. The level 5 monsters your country has slain must surely be giant lizards. Thus, the chat channel devolved into a battlefield of accusations. Thankfully, the performance of Kreese was robust enough to instantaneously translate such profanities into languages comprehensible to all candidates. El Xiaobai observed for a while, musing. From the current information, it seems that slaying level 5 wild monsters results in magical equipment drops, but it remains unclear whether it is a guaranteed drop or a matter of probability. Additionally, judging by their remarks, only monsters above level 5 possess special abilities. Then, the Wolf King, the Wild Boar, and those few Gugu birds must also be level 5. What qualifies those birds to be deemed level 5? Their size is not substantial, and their abilities cannot possibly compare to the Wolf King. As night fell, El Xiaobai lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find rest. The following morning, El Xiaobai sat up abruptly. I understand now. It is speed. Those birds, though small and possessing weak abilities, are classified as level 5 monsters likely due to their gregarious nature and swift movements. If that is the case, he pondered for a moment, quickly tidying up and exiting the safe house. The dawn was just breaking, the field shrouded in mist, with visibility rather low. Lu Xiaobai proceeded with caution, reaching the edge of a nearby field, where he found a suitable spot. He took out a fishing line and secured it with a knot around the base of a tree, then pulled the other end to a second tree 5 meters away, wrapping it around before returning to the first tree to tie another knot. Subsequently, he climbed the tree and tied several more lines at different heights, finally scooping up some mud from the ground to conceal the knots. Having completed this, Lu Xiaobai returned to the safe house. Awaiting the appearance of the bird monster, he intended to use himself as bait, hoping to lure the creature into attacking him. If his assumptions were correct, this bird-like monster resembling a flamingo would be swift enough to sever itself on the fishing line due to its own speed. However, Two pressing questions lingered. First, at what altitude does this bird hunt when flying? If it were to soar high like an eagle before diving down, the trap would be ineffective. Yet, Lu Xiaobai believed this to be unlikely, as such a method would require a slow startup, and he was more inclined to think the bird monster would either fly low or even run on its legs during a sprint. Second, how fast was this bird monster truly? To establish a straight line between the monster and the fishing line, he would need to position himself 5 to 6 meters away from the safe house, which would require at least 3 seconds to return. Would the other bird monsters be able to kill him within those 3 seconds? Nevertheless, with only a 3-second window of danger, Lu Xiaobai resolved to take the risk. As the light grew brighter, he stood at the entrance, gazing silently towards the fields. Near noon, several red bird monsters indeed flew over from the distant sky, landing once again in the same spot they had foraged the day before. Lu Xiaobai waited a little longer until one of the creatures ambled into an opportune position, then took a deep breath and descended from the treehouse. Drawing his bow, he aimed at the targeted monster and released an arrow. It veered off course, but that was inconsequential. The monster had already noticed him. Without looking back, Lu Xiaobai sprinted towards the safe house. Boom, boom, boom. 3 fireballs landed behind him, the last one grazing his body before crashing against the protective shield. Heart racing, Lu Xiaobai glanced back to see the flock of monsters, previously 50 meters away, now closing in. Not only could these creatures breathe fire, but they also launched fireballs. Fortunately, the range of the fireballs was limited. Their speed exceeded his expectations, covering 50 meters in just 3 seconds, which included reaction and startup time. Several monsters opened their mouths simultaneously, shooting fist-sized fireballs that struck the protective shield of the safe house in rapid succession. Sending ripples across its surface, Lu Xiaobai paid them no mind. His focus was solely on the 2 bird monster corpses not far away and the pile of loot scattered around them, particularly the blue orb hovering amidst the boxes. The loot boxes dropped by the monsters were akin to airdropped resource crates. If left unclaimed for an hour, they would vanish automatically. However, the bird monsters showed no intention of departing. What to do? Lu Xiaobai remained unperturbed, calmly producing a canister of wolf deterrent spray and directing it towards the group of monsters. Within moments, they could no longer tolerate it, squawking as they retreated into the distance. After waiting for a dozen minutes to ensure the monsters would not return, Lu Xiaobai finally stepped out of the safe house in the chat channel of Zone 332. Messages erupted. Look at the kill leaderboard for this event. What happened? What's going on? Nothing has changed among the top 10. Check the 27th place. Holy cow, this guy actually scored 16 points, Russian contestant. Although he tricked me out of 1 gold, I must admit that this little boy selling persimmons possesses some skill. 16 points means he has eliminated 16 level 1 monsters. Pickled cabbage contestant. He's a contestant from summer country. It's no surprise he resorted to deception. Korean contestant. The above is an idiot. No explanation needed. Hans contestant. Wait, how come his kill count is just 1? This statement froze the chat screen, with no new messages for a while. After a long pause, someone finally spoke up. What does this mean? Killing a level 1 monster grants 1 point, level 2 grants 2 points, level 3 grants 4 points, and so forth. Do the math. Did he kill a level 5 monster? Holy cow! Holy cow 99. Summer country contestant. What's all the excitement about? Anyone from our country can casually take down a level 5 monster. Whether selling persimmons or buns, it's all the same. Summer country contestant. Bro, don't exaggerate. That's quite a tall tale. Ding dong. Friend requests and chat messages flooded in. But Lu Xiaobai had no time to attend to them. He was busy examining the information on his newly acquired magical equipment. Chapter 12. Exchange for Industrial Metal Flame Stone Gun Level. 1 attribute. Psychic Launch Device and Antique Rifle. Imbued with the crystal from the head of a firebird, granting it powers beyond nature. This gun possesses 2 attack modes. Mode 1. Upon pulling the trigger, it fires a fireball forward, with a maximum range of 35 meters and a projectile speed of 100 meters per second. Upon hitting a target, it causes an explosion with damage ranging from 20 to 30, ignoring defenses. A maximum of 6 fireballs can be fired at once, with an 8-hour cooldown afterward. Mode 2. Sprays flames forward from the barrel for 3 seconds. inflicting 55 damage while ignoring defenses. The cooldown for this mode is also 8 hours. This weapon does not possess immense power, Liu Xiaobai thought as he toyed with the antique rifle, feeling somewhat disappointed. With damage ranging from 20 to 30, even if all 6 fireballs hit, it might barely be enough to kill the most basic of monsters, the wild plains wolf. Not to mention its short range and ludicrously slow projectile speed. However, considering it was magical equipment, the ability to ignite targets was a feature that ordinary firearms could not replicate, and it also required no ammunition for automatic recharging. With this thought, Liu Xiaobai felt somewhat satisfied. At least he wouldn't need to start a fire by rubbing sticks together anymore. After studying the gun, his gaze shifted to the bed, where 20 loot boxes were neatly stacked. Liu Xiaobai hesitated about whether to open these boxes, feeling an innate reluctance deep within. The gamble was significant. A standard time funnel was worth only 2 pieces of wood, while a high-level funnel that shortens time by 30 minutes was merely 10 pieces of wood. An ordinary protective shield could only fetch 50 pieces of wood, while a high-level protective shield was worth 2 gold coins but had a very low probability of being obtained. Other tiers of shields, such as rare or epic ones, were even rarer. Meanwhile, unopened boxes were currently being sold in the market for 0.5 gold coins each. Remembering that he had previously opened 5 boxes and received items worth only 118 pieces of wood, Liu Xiaobai decided to hold off on opening them for now. At this moment, he finally had time to check the notifications on his manual. There were several pages of friend requests, and Liu Xiaobai skimmed through them, marveling at the variety of people. Great God! Let us be friends. I'm your admirer. That's normal. Why roommate XXX uses this nickname on a local dating site. Are you him? That's just ridiculous. I am the mayor of XX City, and I demand that you transfer the spoils obtained from killing a level 5 creature to me. That's just a joke, brother. I'm 145 centimeters tall and weigh 200, a bit chubby, but I'm somewhat cute. Can we be friends? I can show you some black silk. That's a long-range attack. He then opened the friends channel, where the avatars of Wang Zhaotian and Yin Ran Muxue were flashing. Wang Zhaotian, bro, that was insane. How did you do it? The boy selling persimmons. I was just lucky. At a critical moment, I activated the mark left by the elder of my sect and successfully unleashed the lightning 5-strike whip, striking down the monster. Wang Zhaotian. Can you speak plainly? The boy selling persimmons. I am the child of fortune. When encountering monsters, I was blessed by my sect, wielding my ultimate skill to vanquish them. In the end. Liu Xiaobai recounted the detailed process of killing the flame bird to Wang Zhaotian, hoping he could provide some inspiration. Yin Ran Muxue, how did you manage to kill a level 5 monster? After a moment of thought, Liu Xiaobai copied the process he had shared with Wang Zhaotian and sent it to her. Yin Ran Muxue was quite formidable, and having more friends could lead to more opportunities. Yin Ran Muxue. I see. Utilizing the monster's inherent traits to set traps is a simple method, yet it's not easy to conceive such an idea. You were also fortunate that there were 2 suitable trees nearby. Liu Xiaobai felt speechless. Was it really that simple? It took him half a second to hesitate before nearly getting burned to death. Has your safe house reached level 4? Yin Ran Muxue sent another message. Not yet. Why do you ask? The safe house must be upgraded to level 4 as soon as possible, for only at this level does one truly possess the ability for self-preservation. Furthermore, it is imperative to stockpile ample meat and provisions before the conclusion of the winter is coming event. Yinran Muxue might currently be hunting. Before LCOB I could inquire further. She hastily logged off. Upgrading the safe house to level 4 is temporarily unfeasible, as he still lacks a significant amount of resources. However, regarding the matter of stockpiling meat, he chuckled. Prior to engaging in any labor-intensive tasks, LCOBI decided to exchange for a pot at the market and stew the flame bird. Now that supplies have gradually increased, he managed to acquire an iron pot for a mere 35 units of wood. He then utilized resources to construct a stove, which, being a system-generated item, could be adjusted in size to perfectly accommodate his iron pot. LCOBI placed a piece of cardboard and wood in the hearth, igniting it with the flame stone spear, and subsequently ladled a pot of water from his cart, setting it atop the stove. Next, he chopped the 2 plucked flame birds with a fire axe and tossed them into the iron pot. Once cooked, he snapped a photo of the delectable dish and shared it in the chat channel, captioning it with the notion that often, Exquisite flavors require only simple preparation. Such an act was akin to a breath of fresh air for those who had gone days without sustenance. "Woe betide you!" exclaimed a fellow participant. "You must be gravely ill. Even if I became a mere data entity, I would not spare you." Sighing, I noted the influx of friend requests. Contentedly beginning to savor the wild game, he relished a hearty meal, finally satisfying his stomach that had endured days of hunger. With his hunger abated, he withdrew a torch from the hearth and stepped outside the safe house. He ventured into the woods behind his dwelling, first lighting a bonfire on the ground, then deploying wolf-repellent spray to outline a perimeter around the trees, ceasing only when the spray was exhausted. The flames would instill fear in the beasts, while the scent of the repellent would instinctively repel them. After establishing these protective measures, I commenced the transport of the corpses of the wasteland wolves. Among the wolf carcasses, some had been partially consumed by smaller creatures, while others had been taken by larger predators. There remained 10 relatively intact bodies on the ground, which transported back to the safe house. During the relocation, a leopard briefly appeared, startling him to the brink of fleeing. Fortunately, he managed to steady his trembling legs and retreated to the bonfire, brandishing his flame gun in a show of force. Perhaps out of caution for the bonfire, the leopard eventually departed after a tense standoff. Upon returning to the safe house, he skinned the wolves, removed their innards, and dried the meat, laboring tirelessly for nearly an entire afternoon. By the time I had processed all the wolf meat and moved it to the adjacent room, dusk was fast approaching. Seizing the last moments of daylight, he took another photo of the neatly arranged wolf meat and shared it in the chat channel. Commenting that while some were still foraging for fruits, others had already begun drying their cured meats. "Are you out of your mind?" Someone replied. "I'm going to take you down. You are truly disgusting." Another Lu Xiaobai quickly glanced at the time. The system notification had been sent at 8:00, and now it was 10:31, leaving him with just over an hour until the event began. Ample time to prepare. He opened his email, where he found the rewards issued by the system. This time, the Winter is Coming event had rewards divided into 5 tiers. The top 3 places constituted the first tier, awarding 50, 30, and 20 gold coins respectively, along with 2 B-grade resource boxes. The second tier, covering ranks 4 to 10, granted 15 gold coins and 1 B-grade resource box. The third tier, 4 ranks 11 to 50, offered 10 gold coins and 1 C-grade resource box. The fourth tier, 4 ranks 51 to 100, bestowed 5 gold coins and 1 D-grade resource box. Lu Xiaobai ultimately placed 45th on the kill leaderboard. Securing the rewards from the third tier, he excitedly opened the resource box adorned with blue gems, from which 5 luminous orbs floated out. He received 150 stones, 1 kilogram of compressed biscuits, 20 liters of purified water, 5 gold bars, and 1 blueprint. Not bad at all. Not only did I get a blueprint, but also gold. Such odds are quite rare even in epic treasure chests. Lu Xiaobai felt quite satisfied with his luck in this box opening. He examined the blueprint, foot-powered cargo tricycle blueprint, rare. Its feature read, "The faster you pedal, the quicker it moves." Required materials included 50-50 industrial metal and 0-10 rubber, with a manufacturing time of 3 hours. What on earth? The faster I pedal, the quicker it goes. How on earth is this a rare blueprint? However, since this instance was a resource dungeon, he presumed it would simply require an entry ticket to gather resources. The tricycle might prove useful after all. With time pressing on him, Lu Xiaobai hastily prepared, purchasing rubber and advanced time funnels from the trading market to construct the tricycle. The rubber cost 1 gold for 50 units, while the advanced time funnels were priced at 1 gold for 8 units. He then exchanged 50 stones for an iron pickaxe. Such ready-made tools were already expensive, and with the imminent opening of the resource dungeon, prices had skyrocketed, nearing 1 gold. He left his water-filled handcart behind and packed everything else he could into his storage cabinet, occupying nearly half of its 40 slots. At precisely 12:00, a sudden light gate appeared within the safe house. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xiaobai entered, wearing his storage ring. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a technologically advanced hall, with a glass corridor revealing an exterior resembling the lunar surface. The silver-gray soil was riddled with impact craters. and uneven rocky mountains loomed in the distance, the entire area silent and devoid of life. Besides him, there were other participants. The corridor was filled with people, likely all those from District 322 attending the instance. Lu Xiaobai stood in a prominent spot and, following prior arrangements, messaged Wang Zhaotian and Yin Ranmuxu. Moments later, a burly man approached him. My name is Wang Ming, from the Fengcheng Sports Academy's Sonda team. The newcomer introduced himself, Wang Zhaotian, towering at around 1.8 meters with a stylish buzz cut, thick brows, and broad shoulders. He stood before Lu Xiaobai like an imposing wall. I'm Lu Xiaobai, a senior at Izhou University. Lu Xiaobai extended his hand for a handshake, only to be pulled into a hearty embrace. Brother, you're my lifesaver. No need for thanks. Wang Ming had already shared his previous encounter with zombie poison. So Lu Xiaobai was not surprised. What thanks? You saved me too. Just as Lu Xiaobai spoke, he noticed Wang Ming staring intently behind him. Is that a little boy selling persimmons? A voice suddenly chimed in. Sweet and melodious, enchanting to the ears. Chapter 14. The Alliance. Lu Xiaobai turned around, seeing two striking figures standing behind him. The taller woman possessed an elegant stature and long legs, her skin as fair as snow, with a face exquisitely sculpted like jade. The slight upward curve of her eyeliner made her eyes appear as profound as tranquil lakes. The other, around 1.6 meters tall and seemingly only 17 or 18, had a charming appearance and an air of youthful vitality, particularly noticeable in her petite, slightly cherry-colored lips that invited temptation. Lu Xiaobai momentarily lost his composure. These two were even more beautiful than the celebrities he usually saw on television. He quickly regained his focus. Are you Yin Ranmuxu? Indeed, the tall woman nodded. My name is Fang Yu, and this is my cousin, Xie Xiaoying. I want to find her just now. I'm Lu Xiaobai. And this is my friend Wang Ming. After mutual introductions, Fang Yu said, let's go queue up and discuss. As we walked by this time, long lines had formed at the hall's exit, and the quicker ones had already moved on to the mine. As they walked, Fang Yu addressed Lu Xiaobai. The reason I sought you out is that I have something to discuss. The arrangement to gather at the instance had originally been Fang Yu's suggestion. Bringing Wang Ming along was merely Lu Xiaobai's idea to make the group more lively. Noticing her serious expression, Lu Xiaobai couldn't help but inquire, what is it? Fang Yu organized her thoughts and replied slowly. Do you know who proposed the breakaway plan? Lu Xiaobai responded. Wasn't it suggested by the Wuchang Kingdom and unanimously voted on by other nations? Fang Yu clarified, no, this plan was proposed by Craze. Craze? Lu Xiaobai echoed. Yes, Fang Yu affirmed. Wang Ming added, Craze possesses autonomous intelligence and can evolve freely. Her creation was primarily to address Earth's population issues, so it's not surprising she devised the breakaway plan. Fang Yu pressed on, but do you know the ultimate purpose of the breakaway plan? Lu Xiaobai, intrigued, asked, isn't it to eliminate 50 of the population to alleviate Earth's burden? Fang Yu replied, that's one of the goals. But the main purpose is different. Lu Xiaobai exclaimed, huh? Then what is the primary purpose? Fang Yu explained, to simulate how humanity survives in a world ravaged by nuclear pollution, where resources are scarce and food is in short supply. Lu Xiaobai questioned, nuclear pollution? What does that mean? Wang Ming inquired, what do you mean? Fang Yu responded, given the current situation, even if Earth's population were reduced by 50, the remaining humans would still struggle to survive. Moreover, the remaining post-apocalyptic game may not proceed as planned. Analysis suggests that the possibility of nuclear war remains very high and could happen soon. This is also something Craze has predicted. Wow, Lu Xiaobai felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. How do you know all this? Xie Xiaoying chimed in. Sister Yu is a junior officer in the military, and my grandfather is. Fang Yu interrupted. That's enough. Lu Xiaobai pressed on. So why are you telling me all this? Fang Yu stated, I want to form an alliance with you. I have compelling reasons to escape, and I hope you can assist me in doing so. Of course, I will do my utmost to help you in return. Lu Xiaobai replied, how can I help you? I'm just a university student, still relying on my parents for pocket money. Wang Ming interjected, Xiaobai, you help Fang Yu, and I'll help Xiaoying. Let's survive together in this cannibalistic apocalyptic world. Lu Xiaobai exclaimed. Huh? Xie Xiaoying added. Lu Xiaobai remarked, suddenly feeling all fired up. Fang Yu encouraged, you can do it. You ranked 45th in the Winter is Coming event, while I didn't even make it into the top 100. You ranked 98th on the District Wealth Leaderboard, and I similarly failed to make the top 100. You are more outstanding than I am, Lu Xiaobai sighed. I never expected I was this exceptional. Xie Xiaoying quipped, just like a firefly in the dark. Fang Yu nodded, and for the remainder of the time, the group fell silent. Finally, it was their turn to leave the hall, as they reached the entrance. A service robot diligently explained the precautions. Firstly, ores from the mine can be transmitted back to the Federation base through the hall's array, essentially uploading them to the system. It is prohibited to take ores privately. Ores not uploaded cannot be removed from the instance. Secondly, different ores yield different rewards, resources. Thirdly, the deeper you go, the more precious the resources, but the risks also increase. Fourthly, dangers primarily stem from the planet's indigenous inhabitants, a species known as the Loke. Fifthly, fighting between adventurers is not permitted. Upon exiting the hall, the group walked for about 10 minutes until they arrived at a vast open mine. The pit resembled a gigantic funnel, connected by spiraling iron tracks from top to bottom. The mine carts on the tracks can serve both for transporting ore and for carrying passengers. Currently, a considerable number of passenger-sized carts are bustling back and forth. 4 individuals boarded a silver-gray minecart, propelled forward by a traction engine as they descended further. In fact, the surface layer also contains ore, and the reserves are immense, yet mining at this level is virtually non-existent. This is primarily due to the preponderance of low-grade iron ore, which requires 10 kilograms to exchange for a single unit of industrial metal. Given the current exchange rate of 1 gold coin for 30 units of industrial metal, one would need to extract 1.5 tons just to recoup the cost of the ticket, an almost impossible task. The minecart made a circuit and arrived at the second level, where the ore becomes significantly more valuable, predominantly consisting of aluminum, copper, and other industrial metals, all of which are worth much more than iron. Most participants are concentrated at this level for mining, utilizing an array of transport vehicles including dump trucks, flatbed carts, and even wheeled suitcases. Lu Xiaobai even spotted a steam-powered mechanical vehicle. Indeed, those capable of affording a 5 gold coin ticket are far from ordinary folk. Why haven't I seen anyone with a fuel vehicle? Lu Xiaobai remarked, breaking the silence within the cart, a lingering curiosity of his. He had never heard of anyone acquiring modern transportation. Fang Yu replied, because Krios simulates a post-information age, during which Earth's resources such as oil, natural gas, and coal have been completely exhausted. Even if there were fuel vehicles, there would be no fuel to power them. Wang Ming added, I previously encountered an electric vehicle, but it wouldn't start. Fang Yu responded, yes, that's because the materials needed to manufacture batteries, lithium, nickel, lead, zinc, and so on, have also been mined out. Wang Ming exclaimed, no wonder the electronic devices I managed to seize are all unusable. Xie Xiaoying queried, seized? Wang Ming chuckled, zombies, I seized them from zombies. Lu Xiaobai pondered, what about the supernatural abilities? If this is a simulation of a post-information age, how do such powers manifest? Xie Xiaoying speculated, perhaps Krios believes that nuclear pollution would induce mutations in humans and animals? Fang Yu remained silent, while Lu Xiaobai appeared deep in thought. Chapter 15. Discovery of Crystal, or I'll just descend here, Lu Xiaobai suddenly announced before entering the third level. Ah, Brother Xiaobai, are you really descending here? Xie Xiaoying expressed disbelief. In her understanding, a skilled individual like Lu Xiaobai should be aiming for the lowest level. Lu Xiaobai smiled. No, I won't go further. If I descend any deeper, I'll be forced to fight. This level suffices for me. Do you have a means of transportation? Fang Yu inquired. Without transportation, it would be difficult to recoup expenses mining at this level. Of course I do, Lu Xiaobai replied, halting the minecart and walking to the edge of the mining area. To the astonishment of the others, he produced a human-powered tricycle. Xie Xiaoying remarked, the other 3 lack suitable tools and must continue downward. The mine was vast, and even with tens of thousands of people spread across this level, it still felt sparse. Lu Xiaobai sought out a remote, less crowded area and began to excavate with his pickaxe. The walls of the mine were composed of dull gray stone, making identification difficult. But when struck by the pickaxe, they would yield various types of ore. The brown ore represented aluminum, which exchanges at a rate of 2 kilograms for 1 unit of industrial metal, yet aluminum ore requires 4 kilograms for the same exchange. The slightly bright yellow or signified copper, which requires only 2 kilograms for 1 unit. Aside from these two, the most prevalent was a dark red iron ore, which is the least profitable, demanding 8 kilograms for a single unit. The walls were quite hard. After 2 hours of labor, Lu Xiaobai finally filled his tricycle with ore, then rode to the platform where the mine cart was docked. Loading the entire cart, he transported it to the mine's summit. A journey that took about 15 minutes to return to the hall. A full cart weighed approximately 250 kilograms, and upon uploading it all, Lu Xiaobai received 50 units of industrial metal. He was quite pleased with his efficiency. Not bad. Just 2 more trips and I'll break even. Everything thereafter will be profit. This was only possible due to his tricycle. Otherwise, the mere act of transporting the ore might have taken an hour. He wondered how the other 3 were faring, having heard that the cave-dwelling creatures were quite formidable. Previously, he had listened to others in the hall discuss the situation on the lower levels, where resources were indeed precious, but one had to be wary of rock attacks. The further down one went, the more rock creatures appeared. Many individuals returned empty-handed after being teleported back. From their descriptions, rocks resembled humans in possessing limbs, a head, and facial features, yet they had tails and sharp, serrated teeth, with dark green skin and a height of about 1 meter. They wielded weapons and were remarkably agile in the narrow tunnels, often appearing in groups, making them a challenge for ordinary adventurers. 5 hours passed, during which Lu Xiaobai made 2 additional trips, accumulating a total of 120 units of industrial metal. With the earlier 50, he had already recouped the cost of his ticket. At this moment, he sat in the hall, munching on food while engaging in casual conversation with nearby adventurers. With over 4 hours remaining until the dungeon's conclusion, he planned to rest sufficiently before making another trip down, estimating a potential profit of 3 gold coins, which he found satisfactory, especially given the absence of risk. Suddenly, Lu Xiaobai received a message from Feng Yu. Hurry to the 6th level. There's crystal ore here. Lu Xiaobai responded, the crystal ore meant for recruitment. Yes, Feng Yu confirmed. What exactly is the use of this crystal ore? Lu Xiaobai inquired. It has significant utility. Come over, and I'll explain. We can barely hold on. Lu Xiaobai contemplated briefly before deciding to go. After all, he had already broken even. Even in the event of death, he would not incur a loss. After a quick tidy-up, he exited the hall. At the 6th level of the mine, Wang Ming and his companions were currently hiding within a narrow cave, facing a dire situation. The small entrance to the cave was blocked by a door, with Wang Ming bracing himself against it as outside. At least a dozen rocks-wielding stone hammers relentlessly battered the iron door. Think of something. I can barely hold on, Wang Ming grunted, exerting all his strength. But the overwhelming number of foes made it inevitable that the door would eventually give way. After separating from Lu Xiaobai, the trio had initially mined for several hours on the 4th level, only to realize that at their pace, they might not even earn back the cost of their tickets. Rumors of gold ore on the 5th level prompted them to discuss and venture there. However, upon failing to locate the gold mine, they encountered a group of rocks and, in their panic, fled to the 6th level, becoming trapped within the cave. Had it not been for Wang Ming's storage ring containing a door, they would have likely been teleported out by now. Feng Yu, brandishing a makeshift spear, pushed back against the rocks, attempting to reach in through the crevices, responding, I've messaged Lu Xiaobai. I'm not sure when he'll arrive. Wang Ming replied, even if he comes, it won't help. There are too many little green men outside. Feng Yu asserted, he should have magical equipment. Wang Ming questioned, but when will he arrive? What if he decides not to come? Xie Xiaoying, holding a torch, stood behind them. Brother Xiaobai is a bit, more cautious in his actions. Feng Yu reassured, he will come. I have faith in him. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaobai was struggling to pedal his tricycle through the tunnel. Upon reaching the 4th level, the mine cart could advance no further, necessitating a ride on his tricycle. Fortunately, although the tunnel had narrowed, it was still wide enough for his vehicle to pass through, and the journey was uneventful. After a while, Lu Xiaobai faintly heard the sound of hammering from a distance. He quickly dismounted, stowing his tricycle in his ring, and stealthily approached the source of the noise. By the dim light of the mine lamps, he observed several green-skinned creatures surrounding a cave, armed with various stone weapons, launching an assault. Suddenly, the communication devices of the miners buzzed to life, and a group message appeared. Lu Xiaobai. There are too many monsters. I want to be going over. Xie Xiaoying. Wang Ming. Don't you have magical equipment? Lu Xiaobai shared an image of his flamestone spear in the group chat. This equipment isn't effective either. Fang Yu. Later, after we perish, wait until Locke departs before you circle back. There are crystal mines within this cave. The moment they took refuge in this cavern, Fang Yu immediately spotted the blue luminescent or growing on the cave walls, resembling the photographs of crystal mines exactly. L Xiaobai. Alright, I'll keep my distance. Creatures in such caves usually possess keen senses. Xie Xiaoying, Brother Xiaobai is truly composed. Wang Ming, don't. My ticket money hasn't even been recouped yet. I don't want to be teleported away. L Xiaobai. Stop sending messages. The screen will light up, and I fear Locke might misunderstand. Wang Ming. L Xiaobai retreated into the shadows, retrieving a manual to identify monsters. Monster name. Locke category. Extraterrestrial being level. 1 health, 90 attack, 18 to 30 characteristics, intelligent species. Capable of wielding weapons, sustains itself on minerals, prefers group activities, and possesses a strong territorial instinct. Chapter 16. A bountiful return. L Xiaobai first took out a half-filled bottle of green liquid from his storage ring and carefully applied the liquid onto the fire axe. This venom was extracted from the poison glands of the wasteland wolf, and he applied it with utmost caution. He then retrieved a tricycle, placing an iron pot inside the cargo area, propping dry wood upon it, and igniting the wood with fireballs emitted from his flame gun. Once the firewood was fully ablaze, he wrapped the iron pot with his damp coat. Soon, thick smoke began to rise. His actions had attracted the attention of several Locks. L Xiaobai, stay coordinated. I'm about to charge. Wang Ming, what? Fang Yu, what are you planning? Don't act rashly. L Xiaobai had no time to respond. By now, an increasing number of Locks had taken notice of him. He grasped the flame stone gun in one hand and steadied himself on the tricycle with the other, propelling forward towards the group of Locks. In the blink of an eye, he covered the distance of several dozen meters. Bang, bang. L Xiaobai fired off 2 flame projectiles, repelling a few Locks that leapt towards him. He then leapt off the tricycle, maneuvered to the rear, and pushed the vehicle into the throng of Locks. Thick smoke billowed around him as L Xiaobai leaned against the vehicle, firing off the remaining 3 flame projectiles, not aiming to kill but rather to create a diversion. When the 3 individuals inside the cave heard the commotion and rushed out, the Locks had already been forced to scatter by the choking smoke. With a swift strike of his axe, L Xiaobai felled the first Lock that charged at him and called out to the trio, "Stay behind the vehicle." Without waiting for their reactions, he hopped onto the tricycle and sped away. Wang Ming and the others followed closely, running frantically as the Locks attempted to pursue but were thwarted by the dense smoke. They continued fleeing until reaching the 4th level, dashing into the minecart, where the chase finally ceased. Panting heavily, the group caught their breath. Xie Xiaoying. Phew, Brother Xiaobai. Is your axe a magical weapon? L Xiaobai. Momentarily bewildered. No. Why do you ask? Xie Xiaoying. Then why do those Locks fall after you hit them? Fang Yu and Wang Ming exchanged surprised glances upon hearing her words. Oh, you mean that? L Xiaobai hadn't anticipated her keen observation and proudly replied, "Because I coated the blade with poison." Upon hearing this, Fang Yu immediately inquired, "What kind of poison? Do you have any left?" L Xiaobai. Yes, why? Fang Yu's previously dejected expression transformed into excitement. Let us return and gather crystal ore. Wang Ming appeared somewhat perplexed. Why go back? My heart nearly leapt out earlier. L Xiaobai understood her intent. You mean to use bows and arrows? Indeed, Fang Yu affirmed with a nod. You brought them, right? I did. But I only have 8 arrows left. That's sufficient. I have 10 more. L Xiaobai, somewhat puzzled. Why do you have 10 arrows without a bow? To sell to you. Fang Yu giggled, her arched brows and bright eyes captivatingly beautiful a him. Wang Ming cleared his throat. Even with poisoned arrows? It might not work. That place is so dark, and the Locks move quickly. Can you hit them? Xie Xiaoying proudly declared. Don't you know? Sister Yu's archery skills are on par with world champions. L Xiaobai also held a degree of respect for Fang Yu's archery, for ordinary individuals could hardly craft near-professional bows from common materials. With determination, they quickly coated all 18 arrows with poison and retraced their steps. Upon cautiously arriving at the previous mine, they found only a few locks guarding nearby. After finding a concealed spot to hide, Fang Yu took a deep breath, her gaze sharpening. Then she drew the bow with her left hand and nocked an arrow with her right, almost instantly completing her aim. One arrow after another flew forth, and before the others could react, the 5 locks stationed at the cave entrance had already succumbed to the arrows, with bow in hand. Fang Yu covered the others as they entered the cave. Upon entering, El Xiaobai glanced up to discover the blue ore adorning the cave walls. In this dark space, the glowing blue ore was strikingly conspicuous. Nearly impossible to overlook. Is this the crystal ore? El Xiaobai inquired. Yes, Fang Yu nodded, her excitement palpable as she gazed at the ore above. We might be the first in this area to discover crystal ore. By the way, you haven't mentioned what the crystals are for, El Xiaobai remarked. Didn't I say that meat, gold, and crystals can be used to recruit helpers at the mercenary camp? Fang Yu replied. Yes, I understand that, but what distinguishes them? Fang Yu turned to him, stating earnestly, meat and food can only recruit ordinary workers and farmers. Gold can recruit specialized talents such as soldiers, doctors, hunters, etc. Whereas crystals. Fang Yu paused before continuing. Crystals can recruit mutants, biohumans, robots, and other special groups. El Xiaobai found it hard to contain his thoughts. Is Chris truly simulating a post-information age? Are you sure she isn't gathering materials for a sci-fi film? Meanwhile, Wang Ming had taken out a shovel and approached. What are we waiting for? Let us start digging. With this, we'll be invincible. El Xiaobai was quick to follow suit, retrieving an iron pickaxe and hurrying over. Move quickly. Time is of the essence. Unlike other ores, crystal ores were exposed on the rock surface, taking on irregular polyhedral shapes, translucent like blue jade, growing in clusters. There weren't many crystal ores in the cave. Within 10 minutes, they had extracted all the crystal ores from the walls. On their return journey, they encountered 2 solitary locks, but under Fang Yu's arrows, they didn't even have time to scream before being dispatched, and the group safely boarded the minecart. To avoid the crowded hall, Fang Yu suggested dividing the crystal ores on the minecart. El Xiaobai proposed an equal split, but Wang Ming and Xie Xiaoying disagreed, both willingly relinquishing a portion to him and Fang Yu. Upon returning to the hall, there were 30 minutes left before the dungeon concluded. The 4 found an unoccupied row and uploaded the crystal ores. El Xiaobai and Fang Yu each received 4 units of crystal, while Wang Ming and Xie Xiaoying only received 2 units. During the wait for the dungeon to conclude, they exchanged information. Aside from Wang Ming, Xie Xiaoying also hailed from a city. However, she was fortunate enough to find refuge in a residential complex while being chased by zombies. Racing to the top floor, locking the iron door behind her, successfully surviving. Yet, she had hardly acquired any resources. Initially, she barely sustained herself with vegetables grown on the rooftop by the residents, later relying on Fang Yu's assistance. Even the ticket for entering the dungeon was mostly funded by Fang Yu. Seeing her predicament, El Xiaobai decided to give her a half piece of wolf meat and a wolf pelt he hadn't sold yet. The half piece of wolf meat weighed nearly 20 kilograms, valued at 2 gold coins, while a complete wolf pelt was also worth a decent amount, at least 0.5 gold coins. The young girl was so thrilled that she practically leaped onto El Xiaobai, planting a kiss on his left cheek. Wang Ming, watching from the side, was anxious, regretting his own lack of wealth. Wang Ming's base was located in an underground garage, relying on his combat prowess. He was actually living quite comfortably, richer than most participants. However, after hearing Fang Yu's words, he too planned to upgrade his level 4 safe house, leaving him with no extra resources to spare for Xie Xiaoying. Fang Yu was the wealthiest among the 4, aside from El Xiaobai. She hailed from a suburban area of a city and had been pursued by 2 mutated wild dogs at the start. She jumped into a river to escape, subsequently establishing a safe house in a ranger's lodge beside the river. The next day, she discovered an abandoned tennis racket in the nearby woods, dismantled the strings, and fashioned a bow. She quickly amassed resources by fishing and hunting, trading food for wood to upgrade her safe house, becoming one of the first 100 in the area to reach a level 2 safe house, earning a system reward of 30 gold coins. Now, She possessed a planting slot purchased from El Xiaobai and had already planted radishes, drying over 100 pounds of fish, making her food supply exceedingly ample. If it weren't for the burden of Xiaoying, life would undoubtedly be better. After chatting for a while, the system alerted that the instance would close in 5 minutes, in the final minute. Lu Xiaobai, even if you survive, your memories will be erased once you step outside. You know? Feng Yu suddenly spoke. I know. What's wrong? It's nothing. Just as Lu Xiaobai was about to respond, a beam of white light enveloped him, and he was teleported out of the instance. Chapter 17. Talent Service Center. Returning to the safe house, it was already midnight. Lu Xiaobai glanced at his assets. Wealth resources, coins, 15, wood, 20, stone, 155, industrial metal, 170, gold, 5, glass, 5, rubber, 40, crystals, 4. Living resources, wolf meat, 350 kg, wolf pelts, 9, compressed biscuits, 1 kg, purified water, 20 L, rainwater, 190 liters, 1 cartload, tools, flame stone gun, fire axe, iron pickaxe, iron pot, bow, arrows, 8, fishing line, 20 meters, poison, 30 ml, hand-pushed cart, 3-wheeled truck. Other materials, leather cases, 20, shields, 2, time funnels, 4, high-level time funnels, 3. He then checked his safe house and noted that he was still short of the following for level 4, wood, 20, 360, stone, 155, 180, industrial metal, 17, 090. This was his status with the bonus from the builder's metal. Without hesitation, Lu Xiaobai spent 3 coins to purchase 300 wood and then exchanged 20 industrial metals with someone for 40 wood and 25 stone, gathering the necessary resources for the upgrade. The upgrade process was quite substantial, with the white light lasting for over 10 seconds. When Lu Xiaobai opened his eyes again, the upgrade was complete. Safe house, level 4 life, invincible 1500, 1 day and 12 hours remaining, facilities, none special furniture, level 1 dimensional storage cabinet system evaluation. While the living conditions are comfortable, it is advisable to construct defensive facilities as soon as possible. Materials needed for the next level, with builder's metal bonus wood, 720, stone, 360, industrial metal, 180, gold, 545. The most noticeable change after this upgrade was that the area of the safe house had expanded to 20 square meters. With few other alterations, however, several new furniture manufacturing options became available. Level 2 dimensional storage cabinet materials required, wood, 10, gold, 53. Level 1 teleportation portal materials required, wood, 10, gold, 55. Fireplace materials required, stone, 100. Coffee table materials required, wood, 20. He was already aware of the teleportation portal, but the fireplace was a delightful surprise. He hadn't expected to acquire a facility that usually required a blueprint for free. More importantly, it opened up a new construction option. Upon clicking, Lu Xiaobai discovered various building cores. Lighthouse core materials required, gold, 2 function, dispels white fog within a radius of 50 meters. Watchtower core materials required, gold, 5 function, provides surveillance and attacks enemies. Wall core materials required, gold, 10 function, provides defensive capabilities. Beast pin core materials required, gold, 20 function, used for taming wild animals. Laboratory core materials required, gold, 50 function, replicates blueprints. Upon seeing this series of cores, Lu Xiaobai realized that the true struggle for survival in the apocalypse was only just beginning. The next day, as dawn broke, Lu Xiaobai took his axe to the woods to chop wood. With the 3-wheeled cart, his efficiency had significantly improved. However, due to the absence of high-grade trees, he only managed to gather 17 wood throughout the morning. Lu Xiaobai accessed the safe house core, located the teleportation portal, and clicked to manufacture it. A uniquely designed metal door frame materialized in the center of the room. The door frame was circular, with a diameter of 2 meters, resembling a large clock face devoid of hands, with a blue light screen at its center. The design exuded a sci-fi aesthetic. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xiaobai stepped through the light screen and found himself on a vividly cyberpunk-themed street. The fantastical shop designs, dazzling lights, and colorful neon signs dazzled the eyes. Cybernetic prosthetic shop 10-second energy quick charge home of the superhuman's bar. Although there were many shops, All were closed. The only open door was that of the 22nd Century Talent Service Center at the end of the street. Lu Xiaobai entered and discovered other participants inside. He recognized this individual as a participant due to his attire, which was quite out of place. Beneath his dark blue trench coat, he wore pink thermal pants and snow boots. With a large backpack slung over his shoulders, at first glance, he appeared to be in his 40s, yet his eyes belied a youthful spirit, suggesting he was under 30. He was short, with a square face, small eyes, and a scruffy beard on his chin. Upon Lu Xiaobai's entrance, he was engrossed in the self-service terminal in the lobby, only glancing up briefly before returning to his screen, seemingly unperturbed by the presence of other participants. At that moment, a round, service-oriented robot glided over from the service desk. "Hello, how may I assist you?" "Recruiting workers. To recruit workers, please first proceed to the self-service machine over there to select your candidates. After paying the relevant fees, we will dispatch them to your residence within 1 hour." "All right, I understand." Lu Xiaobai approached the self-service machine, clicked to log in, and entered his nickname. The screen displayed two options, hire and purchase. He clicked on purchase first, only to be met with the message, "You currently do not have this permission." Lu Xiaobai smirked, returned to the homepage, and clicked on hired. It was further divided into temporary workers, long-term employment, and lifetime employment. Upon selecting temporary workers, the talent information finally appeared. Dupong, lumberjack, skilled, daily wage, 3 kilograms of food. James, miner, proficient, daily wage, 5 kilograms of food. Roman Losov, hunter, proficient, daily wage, 2 coins. Zhao Lu, elemental ice, superhuman, superhuman level 2, daily wage, 4 crystals. With millions of pieces of information, it was impossible to review each one individually, so Lu Xiaobai directly utilized the search function to find what he needed. After searching for a while, he suddenly noticed someone beside him. Turning to look, he found the man in the trench coat had somehow moved closer, peering at his screen. Noticing that Lu Xiaobai had caught him, the man calmly withdrew his gaze and smiled. "Hey, little brother, recruiting workers, huh?" Lu Xiaobai smiled back. "Yes, big brother, your outfit is quite stylish. Well, as long as it keeps me warm." The man waved his hand dismissively. "Are you from Xia country as well? I know quite a few Xia country individuals with level 3 or above safe houses in our district. May I ask your name?" "Wang Zhaotian, just call me Xiao Wang. I just leveled up to 4. You certainly have a reputation in our district, big brother." The man held up 5 fingers, pride evident on his face. "I'm the 5th on the district's power ranking. The Windchaser." "Oh, so you're Fongo. My apologies. Just a fleeting title, little brother. Our meeting is fate. Why not add each other as friends?" "Sure. By the way, little brother, why is your nickname the boy selling persimmons, big brother?" "Are you Chin Ergo and his dog?" "Greetings." Upon reviewing the entirety of the situation, it appears that the two individuals engaged in conversation displayed a remarkable sense of familiarity, akin to long-lost friends. Before Chin Ergo departed, he thoughtfully advised, "Young brother, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Build high walls, stockpile provisions, and open the fog gradually." The necessity of erecting walls was clear, yet regarding the accumulation of provisions, Lu Xiaobai gazed at Chin Ergo's receding figure and muttered to himself, "I find that I cannot do it." The screen behind him indicated that the number of recruited workers stood at 51. Chapter 18. Farewell to Airdrops. Lu Xiaobai successfully recruited 20 construction workers, with an average daily compensation of 5 kilograms of food, 30 lumberjacks, earning an average of 3 kilograms of food per day. In addition, there was a mutant, specifically a cryokinetic named Zhao Lu. The total expenditure amounted to 190 kilograms of food plus 4 crystals, a significant financial outlay. The dispatch was swift. Shortly after 11 o'clock, workers began to emerge from the portal in a steady stream. They varied in skin tone and age, the youngest merely in their teens, while the oldest possibly in their 40s, despite their curious gazes. They lined up neatly, awaiting instructions, without any commotion or pushing. According to the service center's introduction, these workers were clones, genetically modified at the factory to eliminate criminal and violent traits. They possessed intelligence on par with that of humans, yet boasted superior physical attributes and stamina, and were required to obey their employer's commands during the labor dispatch period. The last to emerge was a woman of approximately 30 years, not particularly tall, with a slender figure and short, aquamarine hair. Her eyes sparkled like autumn waters when she regarded others. In contrast to the clones, she appeared considerably more casual. After surveying her surroundings and scrutinizing Lu Xiaobai, she spoke, "Boss, what would you like me to do?" "Please feel free to command," Lu Xiaobai observed her in return. She was someone he had hired with 4 crystals. The price of crystals was exorbitant, and currently, no one was selling them on the market. They could only be purchased from the system's shop at a rate of 30 gold coins per unit, with each participant limited to 1 unit per day. "Your task is to protect them," Lu Xiaobai indicated towards the clones, "ensuring the project is completed successfully. If you have the capacity, I would appreciate your assistance in securing resource boxes and capturing a few beasts if possible." "There is quite a bit to do, which means I will need additional compensation," Zhao Lu jested. Lu Xiaobai understood she was merely joking. The remuneration had already been agreed upon and could not be altered. Nor could she refuse tasks assigned by the employer unless her life was at stake. "Nevertheless," he replied, "for each resource box you secure, I shall provide you with 1 gold coin. For capturing beasts, additional compensation will be contingent upon circumstances." Given that gold coins served as the universal currency in this apocalyptic world, Lu Xiaobai was confident she would find them valuable. Such generosity from the boss. Zhao Lu chuckled, choosing not to respond further. Her voice was soft and melodious, tinged with a dialect from the central region of Summer Country's Guangzhong Plain. Lu Xiaobai directed the workers to descend the spiral staircase and assemble in the open space outside the treehouse. He pointed towards the forest behind the treehouse, instructing them to fell trees from that location, then gestured towards the towering sequoia that supported the treehouse. "Construct a wall around this tree, measuring 80 meters in circumference and 2 meters in height. Can you accomplish this?" After a brief discussion among themselves, a leading worker stepped forward. "Sir, this is quite challenging. Even with our numbers, we will need to fell numerous trees and create wooden planks, not to mention." "There's no need to create planks," Lu Xiaobai interjected, waving his hand to halt the conversation. "Let us simplify matters. Cut the trees into 2-meter logs for posts and weave branches to fill the gaps. I see you all have brought tools. Sawing the wood should pose no issue, correct?" After further deliberation, the same leading worker spoke up again. "If that is the case, it should be manageable, though it may not withstand an enemy's attack." "That is unnecessary. I have my own plans," Lu Xiaobai replied, and the workers ceased their objections, gathering their tools and heading towards the woods. These workers came equipped with tools, albeit rudimentary ones such as saws and axes. Lacking any electrical equipment, Lu Xiaobai then turned to Zhao Lu. "You may encounter wild beasts in the forest. Please keep an eye out and, if possible, capture any alive." "Understood," Zhao Lu replied, leisurely following the workers into the woods. Lu Xiaobai felt confident in her abilities. After all, Level 5 monsters like the Wolf King and Wild Boar had an ability level of only 1, while her profile indicated an ability level of 2. At 11:50 a.m., a notification pinged. "Survival Manual has a new message. In 10 minutes, resource box airdrops will commence. All participants are advised to retrieve them promptly. A total of 300,000 airdrop treasure chests will be released, including E and D grade types, distributed in a 100:1 ratio, with a random range. Please note, unclaimed resource boxes will vanish after 1 hour. Its finally here," Lu Xiaobai exclaimed, setting the manual aside. Eager with anticipation, "I wonder if I will strike it rich this time." The event Winter is Coming had precluded airdrops, making this second round particularly significant. At precisely noon, beams of blue light erupted, cascading through the heavens and dazzling all who witnessed it. "What? An airdrop right in my face?" Lu Xiaobai exclaimed, staring bewildered at the resource box that had landed merely a few dozen meters ahead. Instead of rushing forward to claim the treasure, he cautiously retreated until both the resource box and the safe house were visible in the same frame. Click. Lu Xiaobai captured a photo with the manual. Only then did he approach the resource box, lifting it and returning to the treehouse. The lock on the treasure chest was adorned with a transparent gem, indicating it was an E-grade resource box. Though it was the lowest tier, Lu Xiaobai felt a sense of satisfaction, for the odds of obtaining it were exceedingly slim. Last time, with 3 million boxes, some individuals had not received any. This time, with only 300,000, he had managed to secure one that fortuitously landed within his domain. This was beyond mere luck. Upon opening the treasure chest, for bubbles floated forth. Ha ha, a bag of sunflower seeds. 200 grams, a bottle of 2024 vintage spicy beauty red wine, 700 ml, premium pork belly, 350 grams, and 2 pieces of gold. The first 3 items were rather mundane, lacking substance, yet the gold made it worthwhile. An E-grade resource box had a market value of 2 gold coins. And with the gold alone, he had already surpassed that value, equating to 4 gold coins. With the last airdrop, the chat channel buzzed with excitement. Damn it. This treasure box is a million miles away. I can't reach it. Same here, I didn't get any last time, and now I'm on the brink of collapse. If only I had taken the risk for that box that fell into the mist zone last time. Now it's gone to the dense fog area, normal, with only 300,000 boxes this time. It 1 TB that easy to obtain. Mysterious merchant, selling D-grade resource boxes for 17 gold coins each. What? How did you get a box again? Mysterious merchant. Enough talk. I rushed to the edge of the dense fog area and managed to grab one, but it cost me half my life. I had to buy a healing pod service from the shop, spending 25 gold coins. LOL. The atmosphere was rife with merriment. That moment, someone posted a photograph in the channel, depicting a safe house encased in a protective shield. With a resource box resting less than 20 meters away, clearly outlined with a red circle. Little boy selling persimmons. What on earth is this? One just fell from the sky while I was taking a dump. Whoa! It's you again. Who knows where this is? Today, I'm crossing the fog zone to get it. Nobody stop me, fool. Take this. As the crowd grew increasingly animated, Lu Xiaobai shared another image, a figure standing by a window, admiring the scenery outside. With one hand resting on the windowsill and the other holding a goblet filled with a swaying red liquid, light streamed over his shoulder, illuminating the bottle of red wine on the table behind him, where the words Spicy Beauty 2024 glimmered brilliantly. Little boys selling persimmons. The world always misunderstands me too deeply. Being alone is so lonely. Everyone, just ignore him. That's the best approach. The front row hints this guy is level 4. How infuriating. Letting him show off, so disgusting. Who will silence him? Can't we block him? We need a blocking feature. Lu Xiaobai felt a rush of satisfaction. He had opened the previous resource box too early and failed to obtain a good haul. But this time he had finally redeemed himself. Yet, reflecting on the 150 grams of premium pork belly he had traded for the wine goblet blueprint, which also required 5 glass to craft, he felt a twinge of regret. After a moment's thought, he decided to post in the chat group again. Xie Xiaoying, Wang Ming? Fang Yu, you spent resources? How come you're not first on the wealth leaderboard anymore? Ever since acquiring crystals, Lu Xiaobai had risen to the top of the district's wealth leaderboard, but upon checking earlier, Fang Yu noted his ranking had slipped out of the top 100, prompting the question. Lu Xiaobai, oh, I hired some people to build a wall. Fang Yu, did you hire a lot of people? L Xiaobai, more than 50, I suppose. Fang Yu, L Xiaobai, there was also an ability user who spent 4 crystals. Fang Yu, L Xiaobai, no more talk, I'm busy. Chapter 19. Financial Ruin. L Xiaobai opened the trading hall to check the acquisition price of the wild monster chests and found that it had risen significantly. Previously it was 1 gold for 2 chests, but now it had increased to 3 gold for 4 chests. As for the reason behind the price hike, he had his suspicions. A few days prior, a Korean player had opened a legendary level shield from a wild monster chest, which lasted for 5 days, causing a sensation in the entire chat channel, leading to a steep rise in chest prices. After much contemplation, L Xiaobai decided to sell all 20 of his chests, netting him 15 gold. Coupled with the 12 gold he had left, he now possessed a total of 27 gold. He then proceeded to the chat channel to exchange meat for gold. Employing the same strategy as before, being meticulous, earning every bit. The normal price for gold was 1 unit for 2 gold, and L Xiaobai offered 1 unit for 16 kilograms of meat. The gold trading system considered 1 kilogram of 24K gold as 1 unit. And most of the gold held by individuals was merely salvaged jewelry, often weighing only a few grams, making it a daunting task to accumulate 1 kilogram. Therefore, when the opportunity arose to exchange for meat, they were more than willing. He continued trading until nightfall, managing to collect 10 units, leaving him with only 10 kilograms of wolf meat. During this time, Fang Yu had advised him to keep the meat. However, El Xiaobai had his own judgments. Once everyone's equipment improved, hunting would become easier, and the price of meat would not rise significantly. Moreover, the most pressing matter was his urgent need for gold. After spending 16 gold to purchase 8 units of gold, El Xiaobai finally amassed 20 gold and was ready to buy the beast pin core. His decision to hire Zhao Lu using crystals stemmed from his desire to ensure the progress of the project while also taming wild beasts. Downstairs, although darkness had fallen, the workers were still fervently working on the project. Illuminated by the bonfire and torches, the surroundings were as bright as dawn. El Xiaobai confidently stepped out of the safe house, unperturbed by the notion that the nocturnal beasts were 10 times more fearsome than those in daylight. After all, the highest level monsters outside the white mist were only level 5, which could not contend with Zhao Lu. This was the weight of 120 gold. El Xiaobai approached Zhao Lu. "Are there any live beasts?" Zhao Lu, sitting by the bonfire warming herself, pointed to 2 black creatures nearby upon hearing the question. "Look, they've been frozen." "Zhao Jie is formidable," El Xiaobai exclaimed, rubbing his hands in excitement as he approached the black creatures. Only in the flickering firelight did he realize they were 2 prairie wolves, previously unrecognizable due to being encased in ice. "At least they're not aerial units," El Xiaobai consoled himself. Zhao Lu, curious, asked, "What, are you disappointed? 2 big ones didn't show up. They must be intimidated by Zhao Jie." El Xiaobai deftly flattered her. "Tch." The 2 sat by the bonfire, momentarily at a loss for words. After a while, Zhao Lu suddenly sighed. "Humans in this era are truly fortunate." El Xiaobai found this odd. He almost retorted that she was merely a character in a game and shouldn't feel such emotions. But the words caught in his throat. However, Zhao Lu seemed to see through his thoughts and smiled. "What, do you find it strange that I, a virtual character, would say such things?" El Xiaobai chuckled awkwardly. "Haha." Yet Zhao Lu leaned closer, gazing into El Xiaobai's eyes with a smile that held ambiguous meaning. "Is it possible that you are the one who is virtual? Jie, you jest." El Xiaobai quickly changed the subject. "I need to attend to some matters. Could you keep an eye on the workers?" The basic requirement for installing the beast pin core was to first establish a 4-meter enclosure. El Xiaobai called over several workers, and in less than an hour, they had completed a simple enclosure. He then affixed the purchased beast pin core to the enclosure. Upon activation, an electronic voice announced, "Ding, scanning in progress, please wait." After scanning, the voice continued, "Scan complete. Requirements met. Beast pin established. Level 1 health, 200 maximum tameable quantity, 2 maximum tameable level, 5 taming time, 2 to 3 hours healing rate, 10 health per hour. Materials required for next level, 0 to 20 gold." El Xiaobai did not commence taming immediately. He planned to wait a bit longer, as the young wolves were present, and the Wolf King might still arrive. At 10 p.m., the workers began to take breaks and eat, resting in place after their meals. They brought their own rations and didn't require El Xiaobai's oversight for the tents. Glancing around, El Xiaobai noted that the main structure of the city wall was nearly complete, and it should be finished by tomorrow. Since standing around below was of no consequence, he greeted Zhao Lu and returned to the safe house to peruse the manual. Upon opening the chat channel, he discovered the mysterious merchant embroiled in a heated argument with another player. El Xiaobai snacked for a moment before understanding that someone had offered 15 gold for his D-grade resource box. Although they had nearly finalized the deal, the mysterious merchant suddenly changed his mind and refused to sell. The buyer, desperate to gather gold, had also lowered the price of some resources, leading to a quarrel in the channel. Mysterious merchant. Not selling means not selling. Can you force someone to sell their goods? Wang do you gu a? I've gathered enough gold, and now you want to sell? Are you messing with me? Mysterious merchant. Just because you've gathered enough gold doesn't concern me. The box is mine. I can sell if I want, and if I don't, I want Wang do you gu a? All right? Everyone, take note of this person's true colors. Anyone who plans to trade with him should be cautious. Boy selling persimmons. Mysterious merchant, kneel down. Why did you change your mind on a deal we had? Mysterious merchant. Brother, I have no choice. The items I want have increased in price. 15 gold is enough, and don't listen to him bragging. He only got a plastic barrel cheap, at most losing 10 wood. Wang Yu Gu A. What an audacious claim. Losing 10 would isn't a loss. Do you know how much wood I can chop in a day? Boy selling persimmons. Just compensate him with 10 wood? And you're good, mysterious merchant. I don't have it. If I did, I would ve given it to him already. Go purchase the healing pod service from the system. I sold all my resources, and now I only have a D-grade resource box. Mysterious merchant, brother, how about you take my box, and I'll compensate him with wood when I have the money? Boy selling persimmons. I don't have that much gold. What did you want to buy that increased in price? Mysterious merchant. Food, warmth, water, tools. I need to buy everything. I'm currently lacking in all. El Xiaobai considered for a moment and made a bold decision. Boy selling persimmons. 10 kilograms of wolf meat, 200 grams of premium pork belly, 4 wolf skins, 10 liters of rainwater, a steel pickaxe, plus 10 gold. Would you trade for the box? Wang Yu Gu A. What do you say? Wang Yu Gu A. I'm indifferent. As long as he compensates me for the wood, it's fine. Mysterious merchant. Brother, could you add something? Rainwater isn't worth much right now. Everyone has it. And 10 liters of rainwater isn't even worth 50 wood. Boy selling persimmons. How about adding a pack of sunflower seeds? Haha, sunflower seeds, a renowned brand, 200 grams. Mysterious merchant. Brother, can you add a little more? Boy selling persimmons. No more additions, take it or leave it. Mysterious merchant. All right, brother, let us trade. I'll add you as a friend. The normal price for a D-grade resource box is around 17 gold. Although he offered a substantial amount of items, they collectively wouldn't amount to 16 gold, and items like sunflower seeds, premium pork belly, and rainwater were of little market value. Overall, this trade was profitable. With a little time spent reselling, he could earn about 2 gold. Just as El Xiaobai was preparing to call out to sell the box, a sudden commotion erupted outside the treehouse, prompting him to hurry downstairs. Chapter 20. The Wolf King. Upon arriving downstairs, El Xiaobai found that the workers' unrest had subsided, and he witnessed the final scene. Zhao Lu raised her right hand, fingers spread wide, her eyes shimmering with a blue glow. Her hair standing on end. The White Wolf King, leaping into the air, was encased in ice and fell to the ground with a thud. As El Xiaobai approached, still shaken, Zhao Lu had already reverted to her usual gentle demeanor, showing no trace of the earlier fierceness. Zhao Jie, what is this? El Xiaobai's voice trembled with excitement. Zhao Lu smiled. The big one you wanted has arrived. Are you happy? Unable to contain his excitement, El Xiaobai grasped Zhao Lu's hands, speaking earnestly. Comrade, you've truly helped me resolve a significant problem. Zhao Lu subtly withdrew her hands, casting him a sidelong glance. You're quite bold, aren't you? Daring to take advantage of me, El Xiaobai chuckled awkwardly and hastily made his way to the Wolf King. The sight of the Wolf King, frozen solid, was far more captivating to him than a beautiful woman disrobed. He first pulled out his manual for identification. Monster name, Frost Magic Wolf category, Beast level, 5 ability level, 1 health, 800 attack, 150 features. A mutated prairie wolf. Endowed with elemental ice abilities, Frost Breath. Frost Breath, a destructive burst of frost that rapidly lowers the surrounding temperature, inflicting damage equal to ability level 150, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. Excellent, excellent. El Xiaobai hastily summoned 2 individuals to relocate the Wolf King, which was nearly the size of a bison, into the beast pen. This employment of Zhao Lu cost him 4 crystals, equivalent to 120 gold coins, which placed considerable pressure upon him. Although the primary objective was to achieve the strategic goal of constructing the city wall, a lack of gains from the beast pen would render the endeavor quite unprofitable in the short term. However, capturing the Wolf King changed the situation altogether. Taming it would effectively procure a level 1 supernatural servant, which could be considered an exceptional bargain. Taming a level 5 beast required 32 hours. And the higher the beast's level, the greater the likelihood of escape from the pen. If the Wolf King were left unattended, it would undoubtedly escape once the ice melted, and at that juncture, Zhao Lu would not be present to manage the situation. El Xiaobai was determined not to let that happen. He assessed his resources. He could not afford to touch the compressed biscuits and water, and he still needed the tools. Aside from those, he had 1 gold coin, 60 industrial metals, 40 rubbers, and 5 wolf pelts remaining. He decided to retain 2 wolf pelts for warmth and sold off the rest of his resources. Using the last of his 5 gold coins to purchase 40 advanced time funnels from the market, he had already confirmed that taming beasts counted as a processing task, allowing the use of time funnels. This very reason had caused the price of time funnels to rise recently. Previously, 10 advanced funnels cost 1 gold coin, but now they had secretly increased to 8 per gold coin. After calculating, along with his existing 3 advanced funnels, the taming time for the Wolf King could be reduced by 21 hours and 30 minutes. Zhao Lu was scheduled to leave around noon the following day, leaving him with 12 hours, ample time to complete the task. Nonetheless, he refrained from utilizing the funnels immediately, as there was still one spot available in the beast pen, and there was no rush. After a night of toil, the workers finally settled down to sleep, and Zhao Lu retreated into her tent. Xiaobai checked on the Wolf King's condition, confirming it was temporarily unable to escape. And after bidding Zhao Lu farewell, he returned to his treehouse. Once in the safety of his shelter, Xiaobai promptly retrieved the treasure chest, having changed his mind about opening it himself. With the Wolf King secured, at least he no longer had to worry about food, which gave him confidence. Gazing at the D-grade resource chest before him, Xiaobai felt a wave of emotion. Previously, the mysterious merchant had suffered severe injuries while acquiring this chest and had sold off all his possessions for treatment. Now, having purchased the chest himself, he found himself in a similarly dire situation, left with nothing besides this chest. Crystals, gold coins, gold, wolf meat, and monster hide. Everything was gone. Xiaobai vigorously wiped his hands and opened the resource chest. 6 blue bubbles surged forth. With 300 stone 150 gold 2, flour 2.5 kilograms Kong Shui Fu instant noodles 5 packs blueprint 1. After a cursory glance, Xiaobai's initial thought was that he was in deep trouble and likely at a loss. Excluding the blueprint, the other resources totaled less than 10 gold coins. If he were to uncover a blueprint for a glass cup or a toothbrush, it would indeed be a disaster. Trembling slightly, he reached for the blueprint. Name: Solar-controlled glass greenhouse blueprint, epic, magic, miracle, features. Provides an ideal growth environment for crops. Reduces crop maturation time by 25. Multiple probabilities of 8. Equipped with new technologies such as automatic irrigation, intelligent water and fertilizer systems, vertical cultivation, and smart photovoltaic systems, with a cultivation area of 6 meters by 15 meters. Required materials: industrial metal, 100 glass, 300 gold, 2 tin energy metal, 2 manufacturing time, 12 hours. Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback. Not only had he obtained an epic-level blueprint, but it also bore 2 attributes, magic and miracle, which was exceedingly rare. It is known that the probability of an epic-level blueprint featuring attributes is merely 5. And the probability of 2 attributes appearing, well, he could not calculate that, as the manual did not provide the figures. In any case, it was quite rare, and Xiaobai suspected that the blueprint's value might surpass that of certain legendary blueprints. The required materials puzzled him. What exactly was this energy metal? He hurriedly opened the system mall to investigate and found that energy metal was indeed available, priced at 10 gold coins per unit. Its buyback price was 5 gold coins per unit. He further examined what could be submitted to obtain energy metal, and the system indicated energy metal or in batteries. This was frustrating, although both were metals. Industrial metal cost 1 gold coin for 30 units, while energy metal was 10 gold coins for just 1 unit. Xiaobai estimated that with glass priced at 1 gold coin for 55 units, manufacturing this item would require approximately 50 gold coins. This revelation disheartened him. Regardless, he couldn't afford to create it in the near term, so he decided not to dwell on it any longer. After a day of exertion, he was utterly exhausted, and he set aside the manual, collapsing into sleep. The following morning, as Xiaobai descended the stairs, he found the workers already hard at work. Zhao Lu stood outside the tent, stretching her graceful figure on full display. Upon noticing Xiaobai approaching, she remarked with irritation, "Boss L, you certainly had a beauty sleep." I, on the other hand, did not sleep a wink. Xiaobai inquired with curiosity. "What happened last night?" Zhao Lu pointed towards the beast pen. "It was quite the ruckus last night. Over there are a few small ones." Following her gesture, Xiaobai noticed 4 young prairie wolves lying outside the beast pen. Including the two confined elsewhere yesterday, there were a total of 6 young prairie wolves. This pack had originally numbered over 20, but a significant portion had perished in battles with wild boars, leading El Xiaobai to suspect that the remaining ones were all present here. Comrade Zhao Lu, I extend my gratitude on behalf of our camp for your efforts, El Xiaobai remarked, attempting to take her hand. Zhao Lu shot him a disdainful glance and retreated back into the tent. El Xiaobai was not offended. It was now 10:00 a.m., with just 2 hours remaining until the invincibility period of the safety house concluded. Chapter 21. A New Crisis by 11:00. The construction of the wall was nearing completion, and the lead worker approached El Xiaobai for inspection. In truth, inspection was unnecessary. As long as the basic requirements for installing the core device were met, subsequent upgrades would be managed through that core device. Nevertheless, he took a leisurely stroll around the perimeter. In accordance with El Xiaobai's instructions, wooden stakes with a diameter exceeding 30 centimeters and a height of 2 meters were erected every 0.5 meters, linked together with woven materials made from branches and vines. While the sturdiness remained to be tested, it at least appeared to be solidly constructed. He felt quite satisfied and verbally commended the workers. The 50 clones stood in neat rows, departing through the safety house's teleportation portal. Only Zhao Lu remained, a smile gracing her face as she waited for him. El Xiaobai approached her, producing 3 gold coins and offering them to her. Sister Lu, I will miss you. This was the 4 gold coins he had just exchanged for gold, having kept 1 coin for emergencies. Zhao Lu did not extend her hand. Why not call me comrade? El Xiaobai took her hand, placing the 3 gold coins into her palm. You, comrade, are admirable in every way, except for your penchant for laughter. When you smile, my heart races. With a chuckle, Zhao Lu couldn't help but laugh, playfully pinching his waist. You fool! Quite the rascal! Zhao Lu accepted his gold coins and, after giving him a brief hug, stepped through the teleportation portal to leave. El Xiaobai stood still for several seconds before shaking his head and walking towards the beast pen. Meanwhile, in an exceptionally minimalist white room, a woman resembling Zhao Lu emerged from a stasis pod. You're back. How does it feel? Inquired the woman seated beside her, dressed in a white lab coat, adorned with black frame glasses. Her long, slender legs crossed, a tablet resting on her lap while she held a stylus in her other hand. The woman, strikingly similar to Zhao Lu, responded with a smile. The humanity of that era is quite fascinating. Oh, what do you mean? The leggy beauty began to probe further, but was abruptly interrupted by a blaring alarm from outside. Alert! Alert! The spacecraft is under attack by a super life form. All units, prepare for combat. The spacecraft encountered an assault by a super life form. It seems I can only return and discuss this with you later, the woman resembling Zhao Lu remarked with a resigned smile. She rose and walked to the adjacent cylindrical platform, pressing a button on the frame as a sci-fi-styled space combat suit gradually materialized upon her. I shall take my leave, she declared, opening the door to the room. Beyond it lay a metallic corridor, flanked by numerous capsule chambers akin to the one behind her, from which individuals were now emerging in succession. Through the glass porthole, the vessel they occupied floated amidst the inky void of space. Lu Xiaobai activated the core device of the beast enclosure, which displayed the status as follows. Beast enclosure level, 1, life, 200200, maximum tameable quantity, 12, frost magic wolf taming, remaining time, 20 hours 25 minutes. Lu Xiaobai dragged a small wolf inside. The enclosure then updated. Maximum tameable quantity, 22. Frost magic wolf taming. Remaining time, 20 hours 24 minutes. Wilderness wolf taming. Remaining time, 1 hour 59 minutes. Lu Xiaobai clicked to accelerate, uploading 4 advanced time funnels. Ding, the survival manual popped up with a message. Wilderness wolf level 1 has been tamed. Please adopt it promptly. He dragged another small wolf inside and uploaded 4 advanced time funnels once more. After repeating this process 5 times, he uploaded a total of 17 advanced funnels in one go. Ding, Frost Magic Wolf Level 5 has been tamed. Please adopt it promptly. Only then did Lu Xiaobai open the beast enclosure and step inside. Several small wolves exhibited no hostility towards him. Rather, they affectionately nudged against his pant leg, while the Wolf King stood up to sniff him before lying down again. Liu Xiaobai spent his last 1 gold coin to purchase 10 kilograms of meat and filled a metal pot with water to bring to them. At this point, his supplies were reduced to wood 307, stone 150, compressed biscuits 800 grams, flour 2.5 kilograms, Kong Shui Fu instant noodles 5 packets, purified water 17 liters, rainwater 180 liters, red wine 600 ml. Ding at that moment. The survival manual incessantly displayed 2 messages. A widespread cold wave is approaching. All participants are advised to take measures for warmth and protection. For the next 5 days, the minimum temperature will predominantly be below -20 C. With some periods reaching -30 C. Snowfall will increase significantly, with moderate to heavy snow expected on the first 3 days and a blizzard on the 4th day. Concurrently, this cold wave will be accompanied by gusts of 6 to 8 levels. Please note, the snowfall will be acidic, and skin should not be directly exposed to the snow for extended periods. The first wave of beast tide will attack the camp in 24 hours. All participants should prepare protective measures. A large-scale beast assault on the participants' safe houses will occur in 24 hours, lasting for 48 hours, with 40 beasts of an average level of 2 and a maximum of 5. Upon receiving this news, the chat channel erupted with activity, with Wang Zhaotian frantically lamenting in the group. Wang Zhaotian. I'm doomed. I'm doomed. The beast tide is coming and I still don't have enough resources to upgrade to level 4. Wang Zhaotian. A level 3 safe house only has 1,000 life points. It can be breached by zombies in just 2 hits, Wang Zhaotian. I didn't even prepare enough firewood. I'll freeze to death. Fan. Special. Mingu. Stop posting. You're making me anxious. Yin Ranmu Shui. Do you lack any resources? Should I send you some? Fan. Special. No need. Yujia. I should be safe on the rooftop. I have food, water, and warmth. The boy selling persimmons. Be careful of birds and rats. You should block the iron door with something. Fan. Special. Thanks, Xiaobai. I've already blocked the iron door with wooden boards. The boy selling persimmons. Block it again? With iron plates. Have you ever seen a rat that's a meter long? Fan. Special. Yin Ranmu Shui. You don't have wolf meat left. Should I transfer some food to you? The boy selling persimmons. I still have 800 grams of compressed biscuits. I can't finish them all. Fan. Special. Bi Wang Zhaotian. What about me? Why is nobody concerned about me? 10 minutes later, Wang Zhaotian. Hello, is anyone there? Wang Zhaotian. 15 minutes later, Wang Zhaotian. Heh. Wang Ming still had 2 crystals in his possession, valued at 70 gold coins. This cold wave and beast tide could be navigated with ease. The key lay in whether he was willing to use them. Meanwhile, Liu Xiaobai found himself in a quandary. His initial plan was to erect the city wall first, then swiftly amass gold through logging and hunting with the Wolf King to purchase the city wall core. However, with the beast tide approaching so rapidly, he had less than 24 hours to react, completely disrupting his strategy. The city wall core device required 10 gold, equating to 20 gold coins. Even if Liu Xiaobai sold off all his remaining wood and stone, he could only muster 5 gold coins. It was a dilemma. Chapter 22. Purchasing the city wall core device, it seems he would have to sell some items. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Xiaobai resolved to indulge as a spendthrift for once. The hand-pushed cart and tricycle, though somewhat valuable, were at their lowest market price given the current circumstances, making their sale unwise. The fire axe, iron pot, and fishing line were also of little worth. The only items he could sell were 2. A combination of bow poison, arrows poison, and the flamestone spear. After much deliberation, Liu Xiaobai decided to sell the bow and arrows. On one hand, his archery skills were lacking, rendering the bow ineffective during the upcoming city defense. On the other hand, while the current bow and arrow damage surpassed that of the flamestone spear due to the generally low health of wild creatures. Once defenses were established, the gun's damage, which ignored defenses, would become evidently superior. Furthermore, his supply of wolf poison was dwindling. Arrows not coated in poison were considerably less effective. With determination, Liu Xiaobai opened the manual, first responding with a he to Wang Zhaotian in the chat group before switching to the district chat channel. Upon entering, he was met with a chorus of despair. Farewell, everyone. I am destined to become a data being. This time there is no chance of survival. Can someone calculate for me? A level 2 safe house has 500 life points, and level 5 wild creatures have an attack power of 100. How many hits will it take to breach my safe house? To the one upstairs, I calculated it for you. It takes 5 hits. May I inquire if the water from the melted acidic snow is drinkable? Which brother can transfer me some food? I'll unlock a new pose for him on video. Offering common protective shields for 1 gold. The boy selling persimmons. The heavy snow is merciless. Yet humanity is filled with love. In light of the impending beast tide, I hereby present a new generation of quasi-magical equipment, the wolf poison hunting bow, which combines both defense and hunting capabilities. Starting at 10 gold coins, the highest bidder wins. With that, Lu Xiaobai shared photos of the bow, wolf poison, and screenshots of the manual's authentication in the chat channel. The manual, aside from providing free identification of monsters, also had a paid item authentication function, with varying costs based on item types. He spent 50 wood to authenticate the bow and wolf poison. What nonsense, a broken wooden bow for 10 gold? This old trickster is always trying to scam our money. Participants from Pickled Cabbage Country. Haha, people from Xia Country always regard such trash as treasures. Participants from Yamato Country. Are you out of your mind? Thinking about money so desperately? Participants from Tsarist Russia. This wolf poison is quite good, but unfortunately, there is too little of it. Participants from India. Speaking of bows, I must mention our Mogul bow. Known for its intricate craftsmanship, high damage, and rapid firing speed. Initially, the participants from Xia Country were criticizing Lu Xiaobai, but when they saw the foreigners targeting their own, they turned to defend Lu Xiaobai. You foreigners don't understand. Didn't you see the screenshot of the system's authentication? This bow has an attack power of 25, and the poison arrows have an attack power of 80. Calling it quasi-magical equipment is not an exaggeration. Indeed, against some fragile wild creatures, 1 arrow is enough to slay them. I find it more effective than many level 1 magical items. Plus, it comes with 30 milliliters of poison. How many arrows can that produce? The poison alone is worth 10 gold. Participants from Pickled Cabbage Country. Haha, if it's so good, why don't you buy it? I have no gold. Otherwise, I purchase it. Participants from Pickled Cabbage Country. Ha ha ha. Participants from Yamato Country. Stop pretending. Nobody is buying it. Yin Ran Mu Shui. I'll offer 10 gold. Lu Xiaobai quickly messaged Fong Yu privately. Lu Xiaobai. You jia? There's no need to help me. Once the wolf poison runs out, this bow will be of little use. Fong Yu. Oh, so you think the bow I made is useless? Lu Xiaobai. Fong Yu. I'm not helping you. I genuinely need a powerful ranged weapon, and I find 10 gold to be quite reasonable. After a moment of thought, Lu Xiaobai conceded that 30 milliliters of wolf poison could indeed create around 30 poison arrows, which would be quite beneficial for someone with Fong Yu's exceptional marksmanship, hence he did not further dissuade her from bidding. The bidding in the district chat channel continued. Participants from Pickled Cabbage Country. Haha. A setup. Participants from Yamato Country. Just a little trick. Nothing unusual. Chin Ergu and Dog. 11 gold. I'll buy it to play with. Yin Ran Mu Shui. 12 gold. Chun Ergu and Dog. Sister. Don T compete with me. This ISNT magical equipment, it's not worth it. Chasing the Wind Youth. This wolf poison is quite intriguing. I would like to partake as well, offering 13 gold coins. Chin Ergu and Dog. I'm going. Yin Ran Mu Shui. 14 gold coins. A friendly reminder. For those lacking in archery skills, purchasing it would be futile. Observing the participants from the Kimchi Nation and the Hua Nation remaining silent, the candidate from the Xia Nation, who had previously scoffed that the poison was only worth 10 gold coins, laughed derisively. Haha, why aren't the sticks coming out to dance? I've already stated that just the poison is worth 10 gold coins. Just imagine if we could transform it into gas and disperse it. It could also be diluted in water. I wonder if its toxicity would still be potent. Perhaps we could mix it with meat to create bait? Goodness, hearing your remarks, this wolf poison does indeed seem quite valuable. Yuzue, 15 gold coins. Chin Ergu and Dog, 16, and I shall withdraw my offer. Braden. I have high hopes for this poison. I'll bid 20 gold coins. Goodness, that foreigner who tops the wealth leaderboard? Tiger. My archery skills are exceptional. Wielding this poison bow, I might be able to slay level 5 monsters. You all know the trick. Aim for the eyes. So I bid 21 gold coins. This tiger is also a foreigner, rumored to be a special forces soldier from the Russian Empire. And no wonder he leads our district's power rankings. He is quite formidable. Ultimately, El Xiaobai's bow and poison were purchased by the individual known as Tiger for 25 gold coins. Braden conceded after 2 rounds of competition, while Fong Yu had to withdraw due to insufficient gold coins. This price significantly exceeded El Xiaobai's expectations. He initially hoped to sell it for a mere 15 gold coins. This was all thanks to that Xianation candidate who valued the poison at 10 gold coins. El Xiaobai scrolled through chat records for quite some time before locating him. His name was Ttu Qiying. He subsequently transferred 10 wood to him. Ttu Qiying? Upon receiving the gold coins, El Xiaobai promptly headed to the trading hall to purchase 10 gold bars, thus crafting the core component of the city wall. Scanning complete. Requirements met. City wall established. City wall level 1. Health. Wall 3000-3000. City gate 2500-2500. Automatic repair speed. 100 health per hour. Materials required for the next level. Wood 247-1000. Stone 15500. Gold 05. El Xiaobai was taken aback by the materials required for this upgrade. He had initially considered upgrading the wall before the beast tide arrived, but now that seemed utterly impossible. However, with a health value of 3000, the level 1 wall could automatically repair itself, which should suffice to withstand this beast tide. With several hours remaining until nightfall, El Xiaobai dared not slacken his efforts. He summoned the Wolf King and a few young wolves to assist in logging. The forest behind his house had nearly been depleted. So this time he had no choice but to venture to the roadside to chop down the protective forest belt. Although the distance was considerably greater, the trees in this protective belt were of a higher grade, allowing him to acquire 23 wood throughout the afternoon. Before darkness fell, they returned to the city wall, and El Xiaobai purchased 20 kilograms of meat for the wolves, spending 2 gold coins. There was no other option. The Wolf King had yet to fully recover, and he couldn't risk letting them hunt in the misty zone. Any injury would be a tremendous loss. However, this manner of feeding was quite painful for his finances. After ensuring their comfort, El Xiaobai returned to the safe house. Since he was temporarily unable to upgrade the city wall, he decided to craft a fireplace first. Chapter 23. A bountiful harvest previously. Crafting a fireplace required a blueprint, which had been driven up to 10 gold coins per sheet. However, no one anticipated that after upgrading the safe house to level 4, the fireplace would simply appear among the furniture options. After spending 100 stones to create the fireplace, he added some firewood, causing the room's temperature to rise dramatically. The warmth was incredibly soothing. He then prepared a bag of instant noodles for himself and sat in a rocking chair, thoroughly enjoying the meal. After subsisting on compressed biscuits for several days, his palate had grown weary. Engaging in conversation with Wang Ming and others in the chat group, he learned that both Wang Ming and Xie Xiaoying had sold a crystal each for 35 gold coins. This was a necessity. Without selling the crystals, they would undoubtedly struggle to survive. Firstly, without upgrading the safe house to level 4, there would be no fireplace, and by then, not only would they face the beast tide, but maintaining warmth would also become an issue. Additionally, they needed to purchase weapons and security supplies, all of which entailed significant expenses. He was indignant, wondering why there were so many wealthy individuals who could so easily produce 35 gold coins for expenditure. The following day, at the break of dawn, El Xiaobai rose from his slumber, prepared to undertake an important task. He first descended to check on the Wolf King's condition, discovering that it had nearly fully recovered. After releasing all 7 wolves, he passionately proclaimed, "How could one sleep soundly beside the bed of another? My comrades, today I shall lead an assault on the abandoned construction site. Are you willing to accompany me in this bloody campaign?" A few young wolves tilted their heads in confusion at him. In truth, these wolves possessed considerable intelligence, at least surpassing that of a border collie in the real world, with the Wolf King being even more astute. Ignoring whether they understood him, he pointed at the Wolf King and declared, "I appoint you as the General of Cavalry, bestowing upon you the name Wu Duang. Should we successfully capture the abandoned construction site today, I shall reward you with 20 pounds of meat." After this pronouncement, he marched forth, accompanied by his valiant warriors, toward the abandoned construction site. El Xiaobai had deliberated for quite some time before finally making this decision. With 5 hours until the beast tide arrived, there was little time to accomplish anything significant. Searching for supplies at the construction site would undoubtedly be more advantageous than logging or quarrying. Moreover, the site lay just beyond the mist, where only level 5 monsters would appear at most, and they possessed the strength to contend with them. Disinterested in scouring the open ground for supplies, he led the pack of wolves directly to the temporary housing where the workers resided. This blue metal sheet building had 2 stories, each containing 6 rooms. El Xiaobai, armed with a flame gun, approached the first room on the lower level and kicked the door open. To his surprise, a zombie, aged around 40 or 50 and clad in a security uniform, lunged out from within. Taken aback by its ghastly visage and decaying form, he would have been startled had it not been for Wu Duang's presence beside him. El Xiaobai stepped back, firing a flame bullet at the zombie, and yelled as he ran, "Duang, attack him!" Without needing further urging, the Wolf King had already pounced upon the zombie, sinking its teeth into the creature's neck and severing its head in one swift motion. This level 2 zombie had no chance to react before the Wolf King. Turning back, El Xiaobai saw the zombie had been vanquished and boldly stepped into the first room. This appeared to be the security office. To the right, against the wall, was a single bed, while in the left corner stood a small wooden table, beneath which lay 2 thermos flasks. A notebook for recording personnel entries hung on the wall, accompanied by a rubber baton. El Xiaobai surveyed the area, collecting the thermos flasks, rubber baton, and the blanket from the bed into his ring. Exiting the room, he discovered the wolf pack had engaged in combat with zombies that had emerged from other rooms. 6 young wolves were attacking a female zombie, likely also a low-tier zombie, moving clumsily and slowly, on the verge of being torn apart by the 6 wolves. Meanwhile, the Wolf King faced off against another zombie, a robust young male, appearing to be in his 30s, dressed in common construction attire and wielding a large wrench. Unlike the low-tier zombies, his skin exhibited little decay, instead taking on a rocky texture. The same applies to the face. The ashen skin remains almost intact, and were it not for the vacant gaze and sharp fingers, one might mistake it for a different race. Besides the 2, 3 other zombies on the second floor were shoving each other as they squeezed down, temporarily blocking the corner. El Xiaobai approached the Wolf King, activating the monster identification feature in his manual, aiming it at the advanced zombie. Monster name, zombie category, infected level, 4 health, 750 attack, 5580 characteristics. If you believe it moves as slowly as a low-level zombie, with poor eyesight, you are gravely mistaken. In reality, its speed rivals that of a leopard, and its vision far exceeds that of ordinary humans. Most importantly, the breath it exhales also carries a deadly virus, making close combat inadvisable. It was a relief that it was not level 5. Lu Xiaobai breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it remained below level 5, it would lack special abilities, and despite its speed, it could not outmatch the Wolf King. As for the virus, there was no need for concern. Before heading out, Lu Xiaobai had purchased vitamin-rich pomelos. Although the variety of resources in the market had increased, the price of fruits remained exorbitant, primarily because they could alleviate and cure the zombie toxin. Thus, he had spent 1 gold coin on 3 pomelos. The male zombie, sensing danger, could not resist its primal craving for fresh meat and lunged forward, cunningly choosing Lu Xiaobai as its target. As soon as the zombie moved, the Wolf King's abilities activated, as though a localized storm had swept through. The ground rapidly frosted over, and small hailstones pelted the zombie. The male zombie's speed noticeably diminished, its movements becoming stiff. Without hesitation, Lu Xiaobai unleashed all 5 of his remaining fireballs towards the zombie. The creature was forced to retreat, just as the Wolf King charged in. After a few pounces and bites, the zombie was pinned to the ground. However, this zombie's neck was not as feeble as that of lower-tier zombies. Despite the Wolf King's attempts to sever it, the neck remained unbroken, and it inhaled a few breaths of toxic gas, putting it in peril. El Xiaobai rushed in wielding a fire axe, which had been sharpened to an exceptional edge from frequent tree cutting. Ultimately, through the combined efforts of man and wolf, they succeeded in slaying the zombie on the spot. El Xiaobai hurriedly peeled open a pomelo, feeding 1 whole to the Wolf King and sharing some with the injured little wolf. The remaining 3 low-level zombies posed no threat, as the Wolf King devoured them almost effortlessly. One of the small zombies surprisingly dropped a loot box, a pleasant, unexpected reward. After this encounter, they encountered no further zombies. The second room was a 4-person dormitory, where he discovered half a pack of cigarettes, 2 blankets, and a woolen blanket. The third room appeared to belong to a couple. Inside, he found a blanket, a suitcase, a thermos, half a bag of rice, a bottle of loose liquor, 2 basins, 3 lunchboxes, and various daily necessities including face towels, toothpaste, and toothbrushes. Liu Xiaobai suspected that the occupants were the male and female zombies he had just eliminated. The fourth room was also a 4-person dormitory, but it seemed to accommodate only one person, as there was merely a blanket on the bed. However, the empty iron frame bed was stacked with tools, shovels, hammers, pliers, iron nails, and so forth. Rooms 5 and 6 were entirely vacant, containing only 2 bunk beds, yet in the 5th room, he discovered a bag and a half of cement. This thrilled Liu Xiaobai for quite some time, as he knew that 1 kilogram of cement could be exchanged for 5 units of stone in the system. After completing his search on the ground floor, Liu Xiaobai ascended to the 2nd level. Regrettably, the 2nd floor consisted solely of empty rooms, uninhabited and lacking any resources. Upon searching all the rooms, he had gathered half a bag of gold squid rice, approximately 8 kilograms, 6 packs of cigarettes and 11 loose cigarettes, 1 bottle of loose liquor, around 3 liters, 4 blankets, 1 woolen blanket, 1 suitcase, 2 basins, 3 lunchboxes, 4 porcelain bowls, 1 thermos, 2 insulated bottles, 2 shovels, 2 hammers, 1 pair of pliers, 1 large wrench, 1 rubber baton, 1 basin of toiletries, half a box of long nails, approximately 40 pieces, 1.5 bags of cement, totaling 70 kilograms. He was elated, thoroughly astonished by the bounty he had amassed from looting, chuckling in delight for quite some time. After stowing everything in his storage ring, he hurried back to the camp with the wolf pack. Having found such an abundance of resources, he intended to construct the watchtower. Chapter 24. The successful construction of the watchtower. Upon returning to the camp, Liu Xiaobai wasted no time selling his findings. He exchanged the cement for 350 stones, selling 225 of them for 3 gold coins. He kept 1 shovel and 1 hammer, bundling the remaining tools, shovels, hammers, wrenches, pliers, and rubber batons, and sold them to a merchant for 1 gold coin. Time was of the essence, and he had no choice but to let the unscrupulous merchant profit considerably. He sold 4 blankets and 1 woolen blanket along with a basin of toiletries for 1 gold coin, which was still a discounted deal. 3 porcelain bowls, 3 lunchboxes, 1 basin, 1 thermos, and 2 insulated bottles were sold along with the suitcase for 2 gold coins. He retained 1 large porcelain bowl and 1 basin. The 5 packs of cigarettes and 2 liters of liquor fetched another 2 gold coins, considered a bargain price. These items had become luxuries, and selling them slowly would yield higher returns. With the additional 2 gold coins he had left over, Liu Xiaobai finally amassed enough funds for the core device to construct the watchtower. However, he first needed to build a frame, as the minimum requirement for the core device was a 2-meter-high structure sturdy enough to support a person. There was no time for logging. He could only rely on the down transmission function. The resource amounts in the manual could be converted back into raw materials. For instance, the 307 units of wood he held could be transformed into 3,070 kilograms of ordinary wooden planks or 1,035 kilograms of high-grade wooden planks through the safety house's core device. The wood could only be converted into 2.4 meter by 1.2 meter wooden boards with various thicknesses available. Liu Xiaobai opted for 18 millimeters thick high-grade boards. Each board weighed 40 kilograms, and he exchanged for 20 boards, consuming 160 units of wood. It was not that he preferred not to convert to ordinary boards. It was simply that the ordinary boards only came in 3 mm, 5 mm, and 9 mm thicknesses, which was rather impractical. Liu Xiaobai transported the boards to an open area using his storage ring, then chopped them into strips with the fire axe. Without concern for aesthetics or stability, he directly hammered them together with iron nails. Within an hour, he had constructed a 2-meter-high wooden frame beside the safety house. Placing the watchtower core device atop the frame, he initiated the test. Beep. Scanning initiated. Please wait. Scanning complete. Requirements met. Watchtower established. Watchtower level: 1 health, 500 defensive equipment, ballista attack power, 50 range, 500 meters function. Automatically aims and locks onto targets, achieving a hit rate of 50. Ammunition generation speed: 1 unit every 15 minutes, maximum of 24 units. Materials required for next level: 110 to 200 wood. 100 industrial metal, 0-20 gold. Liu Xiaobai could only laugh and cry at the absurdity of it all. Having sold a bow, he now acquired a crossbow, seemingly destined to shoot. Yet, despite the grumbling, he realized that the 10 gold coins spent were undoubtedly worthwhile. The range alone surpassed that of a bow, and the added features of auto-targeting and ammunition production effectively alleviated the shooting skills deficit commonly faced by novices. The overall appearance of the watchtower bore no distinction from what he had constructed, save for the addition of a 360 rotating crossbow and an arrow magazine, which he could comfortably sit within. The magazine was approximately 1 meter long and over 60 centimeters wide, and at that moment, it already housed a single arrow, its tip gleaming with a deadly sharpness. The crossbow bore little difference from ancient siege crossbows, consisting of a winding shaft, pulling line, hook, trigger, pulley, and arrow slot. To shoot, one would place an arrow into the slot, rotate the pulley to engage the hook, and then pull the trigger to release the shot. The unique feature was an additional lever in front of the trigger, which, when pulled, prevented the crossbow from rotating. Liu Xiaobai surmised this must be the locking function. As the clock struck 11:50, Liu Xiaobai called to the Wolf King before climbing atop the watchtower to take a seat. "How is everyone preparing?" Liu Xiaobai inquired in the group chat. "Xie Xiaoying, brother Xiaobai, you still have the leisure to chat. I am so nervous I can hardly bear it, Feng Yu. I made another bow. With the traps? We should be fine. Wang Ming. It's so cold. The temperature is dropping too quickly, Feng Yu. What about you? How are your preparations?" Liu Xiaobai snapped a photo of his watchtower alongside the distant city wall and sent it to the group. Liu Xiaobai. "No pressure at all, Feng Yu. You built the city wall? The earlier recruitment of abilities was meant to construct it, Liu Xiaobai. What else could it be, Feng Yu?" Feng Yu was somewhat envious. She could also gather enough to purchase the city wall core device, but constructing the minimum requirements of a 20-meter by 20-meter wall was no easy feat. It would require a significant amount of time, and the risk of encountering wild beasts while outdoors for extended periods was considerable. Liu Xiaobai had directly spent 4 crystals to hire a level 2 ability user for escort, making his resources quite rare. Liu Xiaobai. Coming. As the clock struck 12, Liu Xiaobai had already spotted the beast emerging from the distant white mist. It was a creature resembling a rat, approximately half a meter long. Upon stepping out of the fog, it sniffed the air and then charged towards the safe house as if possessed by madness. Liu Xiaobai adjusted the position of his crossbow, aimed at the rodent, pulled the lever to lock on, and then squeezed the trigger. Bang! The bolt shot forth with the speed of lightning, pinning the mutated rat to the ground. He swiftly retrieved another arrow from the quiver and continued to load and shoot. The next 2 arrows met with the same success. Within moments, the mutated rat lay motionless on the ground. How easy it was. Could it be that shooting at stationary targets guaranteed a perfect hit? Just as he began to relax, another mutated rat burst forth, and simultaneously, 2 large birds soared out from another direction within the mist. Liu Xiaobai quickly opened his manual, swiftly repositioned the city gate to face the rats, and then hurriedly adjusted his crossbow to target the airborne foes. This time, fortune was not in his favor. 2 consecutive arrows missed their mark. The birds moved with astonishing speed, darting past the city wall in the blink of an eye. In a panic, Liu Xiaobai drew his flame gun and fired at the sky, but his nerves betrayed him, and he missed entirely. This was it. As the colossal birds approached with alarming proximity, the only reaction he could muster was to drop to the ground. Having no time to reach for his fire axe, why hadn't he implemented anti-air measures? Liu Xiaobai was on the verge of tears. At that moment, the Wolf King remained at the city gate, and no one was there to rescue him. He could never have anticipated that his first wave of beasts would lead to such dire consequences. After days of fortuitous encounters and steady strategies, he had believed he could at least survive a few rounds. Prepared to confront his demise, he found himself astonished when the anticipated attack did not materialize. Bang bang, 2 resounding booms echoed, followed by the sound of heavy objects falling. Liu Xiaobai remained prone for several seconds, and upon confirming the absence of danger, he cautiously stood up. To his surprise, he found 2 pools of blood splattered on the wall of the safe house. while both large birds lay dead on the ground, one still thrashing about. So they only attacked the safe house and not the people. LV Xiaobai was utterly bewildered. If he hid elsewhere, would he be safe? Wait, that seemed impossible. If the core device of the safe house was destroyed, he would be rendered powerless, unable to craft items or trade. It turned out this was a game of protecting one's crystal. LV Xiaobai hurriedly opened the manual to check the status of the safe house. Safe house level, 4 health, 18,802,000 facilities. City wall, watchtower, beast pin special furniture. Level 1 dimensional storage cabinet. Portal. Had he truly lost 120 health points from just those 2 birds? LV Xiaobai was at a loss for words and quickly accessed the repair function. Resources required for repair. Wood, 11. 024 stone. 17,512 industrial metal. 06 repair time required. 2 hours. The resources were manageable, but the time seemed excessively long. This was bad. The price of the time funnel would surely rise. LV Xiaobai exchanged 20 units of wood for 6 units of metal and proceeded with the repairs. Although he knew the price of the time funnel would escalate, he had no time to stockpile at the trading post. There were far more pressing matters awaiting his attention. Chapter 25. Stockpiling time funnels. LV Xiaobai descended from the watchtower and approached the struggling bird, activating the monster identification feature. Name. Large sparrow category. Avian level, 2 health, 40. 160 attack, 5570 characteristics. They possess remarkable speed and sharp beaks, but lack any other notable strengths. And no wonder the safe house had lost 120 health points. This foolish bird was a level 2 creature, its attack power nearly rivaling that of a level 4 zombie. LV Xiaobai grasped one bird in each hand and brought them to the beast pin, tossing the still living one inside. The large wolf had dragged the corpse of the mutated rat to the pin, awaiting his master's command. After bestowing both carcasses upon them, LV Xiaobai climbed back up to the watchtower, preparing for the next wave of attacks. The pack of wolves feasted contentedly beside the beast pin. Perhaps he had dispatched the previous threats too swiftly, as he found himself waiting several minutes without any new monsters appearing. This provided the perfect opportunity for him to visit the trading post and purchase time funnels. Initially, a standard time funnel was worth only 2 units of wood, while a high-grade funnel, which shortened time by 30 minutes, cost merely 10 units. After a price increase, the standard funnel rose to 3 units, and the high-grade to 12. Currently, the standard time funnel had reached 5 units, while the high-grade soared to 20 units. Even the monster loot boxes had increased to 1 gold piece each. LV Xiaobai was certain the prices would continue to rise. Both repairing the safe house and taming beasts would require a substantial number of time funnels. The current low prices were partly due to many players not having reached level 4, and partly because many were still engaged in battle and unable to participate in trading. Resolutely, LV Xiaobai decided to acquire as many as he could before the prices surged. He assessed his resources. Gold, 1 wood, 66 stone, 163 monster loot box, 1. Ultimately, he sold 150 units of stone and purchased 15 high-grade time funnels from the market. After completing this transaction, he sent a message in the group chat. LV Xiaobai. The price of time funnels may increase. Those with gold should stockpile some. After sending the message, he received no replies, likely because everyone was preoccupied with defending their crystals. About an hour later, more beasts emerged from the white mist. 2 massive wild dogs charged forth from the north. While from the direction of the abandoned construction site to the east, a zombie unexpectedly appeared. Leaving the wild dogs to the large wolf, LV Xiaobai aimed his crossbow at the zombie. He loathed zombies more than any other creature. Not only could they not be consumed, but one also had to purchase vitamins for detoxification. The price of fruit on the market had skyrocketed. After locking onto his target, he pulled the trigger with force. But alas, the first arrow missed. After reloading, he fired a second arrow, which finally struck true, piercing the zombie through. Unfortunately, it did not hinder the zombie's movement, and his subsequent arrows were rendered ineffective. He unleashed a total of 11 arrows before finally slaying the level 2 zombie, which had nearly reached the city wall. Observing his nearly depleted quiver, LV Xiaobai found yet another reason to despise zombies. The large wolf had it considerably easier. The 2 wild dogs were level 1 and, before they could approach the city wall, were overwhelmed and killed by the 7 wolves that charged out from the city gate. As per usual, he dragged the corpses of both wild dogs to the beast pen, where one clever young wolf attempted to scurry out to retrieve the zombie's body. LV Xiaobai quickly called a halt to that. He had no desire to witness such a scene. Another clever young wolf dashed out to bring back the initial mutated rat. LV Xiaobai felt a sense of pride, naming it Wu Erlang, while the one attempting to retrieve the zombie was dubbed Grey Wolf. He distributed the remains of the mutated rat and one wild dog among the wolf pack for their consumption, while he processed the innards of the other wild dog and placed them directly into a basin for his own rations. The weather was unlikely to deteriorate, allowing him to simply slice off portions as needed. Estimating that there wouldn't be any beasts arriving for a while, he laid 2 long boards between the watchtower and the safe house and retreated inside. His ease was due to the presence of the city wall, the watchtower, and the level 5 Wolf King, but that did not imply others enjoyed the same advantages. Opening the chat channel, he was met with a barrage of distressing messages. Help! The safe house has only 150 health left, and 2 hamsters are gnawing furiously at the walls. What should I do? Waiting anxiously online. Go out and fight them. 2 hamsters, even if mutated, can't be that formidable. I went out and got bitten. 2 bloody holes in my leg, and my steel pipe was chewed through. Wish you joy in your data endeavors. You won't believe it, but my safe house is on the verge of collapse from a parrot's pecking. Mutated parrot? What is going on? Yeah, level 2, as big as a rooster, and while pecking at the wall, it's cursing me. I never imagined I wouldn't be able to protect my own safe house. Isn't this difficulty too high? Wait, aren't you a level 4 player? You can't hold your ground either? I heard level 4 players can build watchtowers. Didn't you construct one? I did. But it's useless. 3 level 2 monsters and 1 level 4 monster appeared simultaneously. I couldn't fend them off. Just shoot slowly. They only attack the safe house and not you. Who said that? As long as you come into contact with their bodies, they will retaliate. That does sound quite challenging. LV Xiaobai checked the price of the time funnels once more, and indeed, they had risen to 1 gold piece for 3 units. He opened the group chat. LV Xiaobai. Have you all stockpiled time funnels yet? CS Xiaoying. Now they're at 35 wood each. Should I still buy? L Xiaobai. If there are extra gold coins, I can purchase some. I estimate the price will continue to rise. Xiaoying, what is the situation on your end? CS Xiaoying. Things are manageable. I took your advice and blocked the passage with steel plates. And I've also covered the rooftop with barbed wire. For now, it feels relatively safe. L Xiaobai. Do not slacken your efforts. Continue to reinforce the steel plates and barbed wire. He is aware that CS Xiaoying's safe house is situated atop the rooftop, where numerous ready-made cement walls can be utilized. CS Xiaoying. I'm out of gold coins. L Xiaobai. L Xiaobai finds himself at an impasse, as he too lacks gold coins. After conversing for a while, they have yet to see Feng Yu and Wang Ming emerge, indicating that they are likely facing considerable trouble. L Xiaobai consumed some food and took a brief rest when he suddenly heard the howls of wolves outside. Realizing that wild beasts were approaching, he hurried to the watchtower. This time, a formidable creature had arrived. Chapter 26. Equipment lost again. The beast emerged from the white mist behind the safe house. A rock python, as thick as a barrel, surged forth from the fog with astonishing speed, its massive form leaving one in awe. L Xiaobai swiftly adjusted the city gate to face its advance and commanded the Wolf King to prepare for battle. He then aimed his shot. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side. Despite firing 8 arrows, only 3 struck true. As L Xiaobai was poised to continue firing, the python had already reached the city gate. The original strategy was to open the gate at this moment, allowing the Wolf King and its companions to charge forth and confront the beast. However, upon nearing the gate, the python paused and raised its head. In a last-minute decision, L Xiaobai altered his strategy and refrained from opening the gate. This action saved several young wolves. The rock python opened its massive jaws and unleashed a wave of yellow energy, striking the city gate with a thunderous boom. This was a level 5 wild creature. L Xiaobai hurriedly opened the manual to check the status of the city gate. City wall level. Level 1 health. Wall body 3000. City gate 2250 2500 automatic repair speed. 100 health per hour. L Xiaobai was taken aback. that single blast had reduced the city gate's health by 250 points. Had he opened the gate earlier, 6 young wolves would have been instantaneously annihilated. Observing that the giant python was gathering energy for another attack, El Xiaobai quickly locked onto it with his crossbow and fired another arrow. As he suspected, the arrow struck the giant python squarely. The castle crossbow's targeting system seemed to guarantee a hit on stationary targets. However, the giant python appeared unfazed. It continued to unleash its energy wave, which struck the city gate once more. City gate health, minus 250. Seeing that the giant python was preparing for another strike, El Xiaobai hastily opened the city gate while simultaneously locking onto the creature again with his crossbow. The Wolf King, upon witnessing such a colossal beast, was momentarily taken aback. Yet as the alpha, it retained its pride and fearlessly lunged forward to bite. The other 6 young wolves flanked the python's head, attempting to tear at its body. However, they were far too weak. With a mere sweep of its body, the giant python sent all 6 young wolves sprawling. The advantage still lay with the Wolf King. The python understood well who posed the greatest threat, sending the young wolves flying while keeping its gaze fixed on the Wolf King. The Wolf King activated its special ability, unleashing a small ice storm. The giant python momentarily hesitated, its massive maw darting toward the Wolf King, which easily evaded the strike. The Wolf King's icy breath not only slowed the opponent's speed but also enhanced its own agility within that radius. At the opportune moment, El Xiaobai fired another arrow, which struck the giant python once more, prompting it to look up at the enemy on the watchtower. Just then, the Wolf King lunged forward, delivering a fierce bite to the python's neck, refusing to let go regardless of how the creature thrashed about. The python was left with no choice but to coil its body around the Wolf King, attempting to constrict it with its immense strength. At that moment, the second wolf appeared, accurately biting into the python's heart, the critical point of attack. Unfortunately, the python's thick layer of fat rendered the blow less effective. The Wolf King struggled against the python's constriction. El Xiaobai quickly fired 2 more arrows. However, the damage inflicted was minimal, and the giant python hardly regarded him. Just when the Wolf King was on the brink of defeat, the python suddenly convulsed violently. Clearly in distress, and released its grip on the Wolf King, El Xiaobai glanced over to see a gray wolf clinging to the giant python's tail. After pondering for a moment, he finally comprehended the situation. Had it struck a vulnerable spot? With its weak point under attack, the giant python lost all fighting capability and, after a brief struggle, collapsed to the ground. Scattered around it were 20 wild creature loot boxes, a uniquely shaped weapon, and a glowing stone. El Xiaobai nearly sprinted over to collect the weapon and stone from the ground, along with the scattered loot boxes. His spirits lifted immensely. Finally, loot boxes had dropped. He had feared that these wild creatures would yield nothing. However, the appearance of this level 5 boss felt premature. Was it because he had defeated it too swiftly? Regardless, he set the python's corpse into his storage ring before returning to the camp with his pack of wolves. First, he secured the wolves in the beast pen, as the previous battle had left all 7 wolves somewhat injured, and the pen had healing properties. The large sparrow inside the pen had already improved significantly after several hours of treatment. However, it remained untamed and displayed hostility upon seeing the wolves enter. Had it not been for its injuries, it might have already launched an attack. The young wolves also bared their teeth in response. El Xiaobai surveyed the status of the beast pen. Beast pen, maximum tameable capacity. 12 large sparrow taming progress. 49 minutes remaining. He uploaded 1 advanced time funnel and 4 ordinary funnels. Ding! The level 2 large sparrow has been tamed. Please adopt it promptly. He uploaded the funnels not solely for the purpose of taming the large sparrow, but also to expedite the healing process of the 7 wolves. After all, he was uncertain when the next attack would come, and he could not defend alone. Once all was settled, he finally had time to examine the peculiar weapon and stone that had dropped earlier. The reason this sword was deemed peculiar was due to its unusually short handle, measuring barely 20 centimeters. TR-002 model lightsaber level. 1 attributes. Future weapon created by Blue Star scientists following breakthroughs in condensed energy beam technology. Utilizing energy crystal fragments as a core component, this high-tech weapon played a crucial role in the First Interstellar War. The TR-002 model lightsaber has 2 power settings. Low setting attack power, 5. Ignores defense duration, 1 hour. Medium setting attack power, 15. Ignores defense duration, 5 minutes. Cooldown, 12 hours. Goodness, this is somewhat impressive, El Xiaobai thought in astonishment. Alas, the attack power is a bit lacking. That said, he was still quite pleased. As a level 1 weapon, it far surpassed his own flame stone spear. That foolish spear could only sustain its effect for 3 seconds, a truly laughable performance. After understanding the attributes of the lightsaber, he then examined the stone. To call it a stone seemed somewhat inaccurate. A more precise description would be a transparent polyhedron, about the size of a fist, radiating a dazzling light. Energy crystal fragment level. None attributes. Enhancement device can enhance magical equipment or increase the level of tamed beasts. Note: energy crystal fragments cannot enhance magical equipment exceeding level 3. When enhancing level 3 magical equipment, the failure rate is 98. When enhancing level 2 magical equipment, the failure rate is 95. When enhancing level 1 magical equipment, the failure rate is 45. Energy crystal fragments cannot elevate battle pets above level 4. When enhancing level 1 battle pets, success rate, 100. When enhancing level 2 battle pets, success rate, 75. When enhancing level 3 battle pets, success rate, 50. When enhancing level 4 battle pets, success rate, 25. This item should be quite valuable, El Xiaobai surmised as he read the item description, prompting him to check the trading market for its worth. Chapter 27. Level Up. However, upon searching, he found that no one was selling it in the district trading market. What does this mean? Am I the only one among the 8 million players with this item? Or have others hoarded it and are unwilling to sell? There should be transactions available in the world trading market. Yet entry requires a ticket costing 1 gold coin, which El Xiaobai currently lacks. So he had to abandon the idea. Since there was no one selling, he decided not to sell it either. After all, exchanging resources was intended to enhance strength, and using it directly is just as effective. However, the dilemma remained. To whom should he allocate this energy crystal fragment? El Xiaobai was torn. He possessed 2 pieces of magical equipment, the flame stone spear and the TR-002 model lightsaber, as well as 7 tamed beasts eligible for upgrades, necessitating careful consideration of who should receive the enhancement. The flame stone spear's attributes could not compete with those of the lightsaber, yet it offered both ranged and melee capabilities, making it exceedingly versatile. The lightsaber boasted greater power, and its fiery blade was undeniably tempting. But once activated, the blade extended only a little over a meter, necessitating close combat. For someone like El Xiaobai, who practices a steady approach, the risks are considerable. Moreover, the enhancement of magical equipment comes with a 45% chance of failure. When it comes to upgrading tamed beasts, the description of the level increase is rather vague, leaving one uncertain about the extent of the enhancement. If it merely raises a creature's level by 1, its utility is truly limited. Even a level 2 beast like the Wolf King could easily dispatch it with a single bite. After much contemplation, El Xiaobai resolved to upgrade his lightsaber. He currently lacked for battle pets, as a mere level 5 Wolf King already surpassed 90% of the populace, yet he was deficient in personal combat prowess. For instance, had he encountered the Great Sparrow previously, a tiger would have faced the situation with composure, perhaps even turning the tables. Even Feng Yu, in such a predicament, would possess self-defense capabilities with a bow. Whereas he could only lie down and await his demise. As for the dangers of close combat, well, the Wolf King would not engage unless it had firmly controlled its opponent. Trusting in his luck, he dismissed the 55 success rate as trivial. El Xiaobai opened the manual, navigated to equipment enhancement, and then uploaded the lightsaber handle along with the energy crystal shards. The message appeared. Upgrading weapon. Please wait. El Xiaobai felt as though his heart might leap from his chest. The tension was suffocating. Ding! A notification popped up. Modification complete. Upgrade successful. Please retrieve your weapon. El Xiaobai exhaled in relief, followed by an uncontrollable surge of excitement. And he quickly examined the lightsaber's details. Model. TR-003 lightsaber level. 2 attributes. Future weapon. After Blue Star scientists conquered the technology of condensed energy beams, the TR-003 lightsaber possesses 3 power settings. Low setting, attack power 10. ignores defense, duration 45 minutes, medium setting. Attack power 30, ignores defense, duration 10 minutes, high setting. Attack power 50, ignores defense, duration 3 minutes, cooldown time 6 hours. Invincible, invincible. This is true firepower. El Xiaobai was overwhelmed with exhilaration. With an attack power of 50 that ignores defenses, it could inflict damage regardless of an opponent's health. He poured himself 2 liang of white wine to celebrate. Among heroes, I stand out. Once entering the martial world, beauties pursue. With sword in hand, I slay wild beasts, bones like mountains, dogs barking. Imagining himself astride a white wolf, with a firearm in his left hand and a lightsaber in his right, he downed the drink in one gulp. As evening descended, heavy snow began to fall, whipped by the fierce wind across the plains. The camp faced 2 waves of attacks, first from a wild dog and then from 2 mutated rats. El Xiaobai could hardly muster the energy to man the watchtower. As his formidable wolf easily dispatched the foe's point, one of the rats dropped a leather pouch upon its demise. As dusk approached, El Xiaobai distributed the rat meat among his 7 wolves, instructing the alpha to alert him upon encountering high-level beasts. Before leisurely returning to the safety of his shelter, in high spirits, he shared his snake meat and dog meat porridge in the chat channel for all to enjoy. It's happening again. I'm about to become a data being. He.S. drinking porridge. Why hasn't a wild beast captured this anomaly? Brothers upstairs, don't even think about it. I feel no wild beast can capture him currently. Is this the 9th rank combat strength on the old 6th district leaderboard? The boy selling persimmons. Just a heads up, this is dog meat porridge, freshly made. The wind-chasing youth. Chin Ergu and the dog, goodness. Was that snake a level 4 or 5 beast? The boy selling persimmons. I don't know. Oh, you want to see the specific details, right? Just a moment, I'll share it right away. The boy selling persimmons. Monster name, jungle python category, beast level, 5 ability level, 1 health, 1200 attack, 85-105 features. A mutated rock python. Possessing energy type abilities, energy shockwave. Energy shockwave, D after a brief charging period, releases a shockwave that obliterates all enemies in its path. Damage equals ability level 280, cooldown time 5 seconds. Chin Ergu and the dog. I didn't ask to see it. The boy selling persimmons. Oh, you want to know the specific weight of the snake meat, right? The system assessed its edible weight at 205 kilograms. Chin Ergu and the dog. The boy selling persimmons. What? Do you want to hear details about my 80-round battle with this giant python, Braden? Are you selling the snake skin? I am highly inclined to sell the young boy's persimmons. As long as the price is right, I shall certainly sell them. After a round of haggling, El Xiaobai managed to sell the snake skin to Braden for 2 gold coins. This item, unlike wolf pelts that provide warmth, was marred by an unskilled cutting technique. Leaving it tattered in many places, it remains a mystery what Braden intends to do with it. Upon receiving the gold coins, he promptly went to the market and purchased 6 high-grade temporal funnels. Having lost quite a few storage boxes recently, the price of the temporal funnels had not risen further. A night passed without incident. The following day, as El Xiaobai opened the door, a chilling gust of wind swept in, making him shiver. A glance outside revealed a vast expanse of white. The camp was devoid of the 7 wolves. Their whereabouts were unknown. A large sparrow stood shivering on the railing of the beast enclosure, while several animal carcasses lay piled on the ground nearby. Upon closer inspection, El Xiaobai discovered 4 yellow-throated martens, each over a meter long, and a lynx, which was nearly the size of the Wolf King. He opened his manual for identification and was surprised to find it was a level 4 wild creature. Concerned for the safety of the 7 wolves, he instructed the large sparrow to bring them back. After a night of recuperation in the beast enclosure, the large sparrow was fully healed. Its wings spread wide as it vanished into the sky in the blink of an eye. Before long, the 7 wolves and the large sparrow returned from the mist, several wolves carrying their prey in their mouths. Wild game that barely qualified as level 1. It then dawned on El Xiaobai that they had ventured out in search of food. The fur of the lynx and yellow-throated martens was exceptionally warm, and El Xiaobai carefully skinned them, taking half the day to procure several intact pelts. He had 2 wolf pelts remaining, but after acquiring the 7 wolves, he could no longer wear them now. With these replacements, he no longer had to endure the cold, and his spirits lifted. He constructed a stone trough within the beast enclosure, placing large chunks of marten meat inside, instructing the wolves not to venture out for the next couple of days and to eat from the trough if they grew hungry. The wolves seemed to understand, albeit vaguely. After completing the trough, he fashioned a birdhouse from wooden strips, placing it atop the beast enclosure, ensuring the large sparrow would not suffer in the cold. After storing the lynx meat in his storage ring, El Xiaobai returned to his home, eager to escape the biting cold outside. Chapter 28. Encounter with the wild boar king in the frigid temperatures. The prices for warm clothing skyrocketed. El Xiaobai sold 2 wolf pelts and 2 marten pelts for an astonishing 3 gold coins. Armed with this newfound wealth, he purchased 9 more high-grade temporal funnels for stockpiling. The market had noticeably fewer funnels available, with over 30 pieces of wood still hanging on the board. Around midday, the camp was assaulted by several waves of attacks, all of which were swiftly dealt with by the 7 wolves. One wave involved 2 large sparrows, thwarted by El Xiaobai's trained large sparrow, after which the Wolf King took action to eliminate the threat. El Xiaobai had named his trained large sparrow Lai Fu, a name rich in meaning. Overall, El Xiaobai found the day to be relatively easy, simply collecting over 100 kilograms of meat and 2 storage boxes. As the clock struck 11 that night, El Xiaobai reluctantly exited the video room of a female streamer, preparing to snuggle into bed, when suddenly the howls of wolves pierced the night. This was the signal he had arranged with the Wolf King, a warning of impending danger. Hurriedly, El Xiaobai leaped out of bed and dashed up to the watchtower. However, outside was an impenetrable darkness, obscuring his vision. All he could hear were the growls of the 7 wolves emanating from the direction of the city gate. He rushed back inside to grab a few burning logs from the fireplace and hurled them toward the gate. This action illuminated the scene, revealing a creature confronting the Wolf King, an enormous tortoise. This tortoise had already climbed within the city walls and appeared to be a land tortoise, measuring nearly 2 meters in length. Its brown shell was adorned with sword-like spines several centimeters long, and its tail bore sharp spikes, presenting a fearsome visage. At that moment, it was frozen in place by the Wolf King's powers, unable to move, while the Wolf King, despite his strength, hesitated to attack. El Xiaobai approached, identifying the creature with his manual name. Mutated mountain tortoise category, beast level, 4 health, 1400 attack, 45 to 55 traits, generally docile, primarily active at night, and its shell is tougher than one might expect. El Xiaobai circled the mountain tortoise, pondering how its appearance could be associated with docility. Unsure of how to proceed, he noted that while its body was immobilized by the cold, its neck and head remained agile, snapping at him whenever he drew near, while retreating into its shell when approached by the Wolf King, displaying a distinct preference for choosing its battles. Attempting to attack from behind proved futile as well. Its tail, measuring over half a meter in length and as thick as an adult's arm, was armed with backward-facing spikes. Being struck by it would likely prove detrimental, even for the Wolf King. Nevertheless, El Xiaobai devised a plan. He emptied the rainwater from the pushcart, using it to shovel the tortoise into the beast enclosure. Although the method was effective, it nearly ruined the cart. The iron container had sustained several punctures from the tortoise's tail and was no longer capable of holding water. Despite this loss, El Xiaobai felt that acquiring a level 4 battle pet was worth the sacrifice. Once inside the beast enclosure, the tortoise could still attempt to escape. El Xiaobai could not allow the Wolf King to continuously use his powers to freeze it. He decided to hasten the process using the temporal funnels. After expending a total of 16 high-grade temporal funnels, he successfully tamed the mountain tortoise. Tortoise Prime Minister will henceforth be your subordinate. Treat him well and avoid conflict, El Xiaobai instructed the Wolf King, not bothering to ascertain whether it understood, before hastily returning to his abode. The biting snowflakes falling upon him were intolerable, and he dared not linger. The next day, the chat channel erupted with excitement. Braden had crafted a ghillie suit from python skin that not only offered protection from wind and snow, but also instilled fear in lower-tier beasts. This ghillie suit was ultimately purchased by Kawabi Aikiru, ranked 11th on the combat leaderboard, for 20 gold coins. While this alone was not particularly remarkable, Braden subsequently revealed that he had acquired the python skin from the young boy selling persimmons for a mere 2 gold coins. In an instant, El Xiaobai became the target of ridicule in the chat channel. Pickled Cabbage Nation candidate Shiba, people from Xia country generally lack wisdom. They only know how to seek petty gains. Yamato Nation candidate by Mao Bagu, Kawabi Aikiru is a master of karate from our nation. I believe that with this ghillie suit, he can achieve a higher ranking. As for someone South 9th place. It was merely luck. The individual combat capability of Xia country people is truly weak, Shiba. Indeed, aside from this lucky 9th place individual, there is not a single person from Xia country in the top 10 of our district's combat leaderboard. Bald Strong. Nonsense. Do you know how many Xia country people are in the top 10 of other districts? Shiba. Heh, we are discussing District 322. Besides, are there no other nations represented in the top 10 of different districts? Bald Strong. Yet in our district, isn't there only one from your nation? Shiba. Our nation's Park Gun ranked 8th, and Choi Chun-hong also hails from our country, ranked 13th. Bald Strong. The young boy selling persimmons from our nation is 9th. And the wind-chasing youth is 12th. The difference is negligible. B.I. Mao Bagu. Is it that boy who sold the python skin for 2 gold coins? After reading through the barrage of comments, El Xiaobai felt an overwhelming urge to slap the faces of those 2 fools. Last night, numerous beasts had assaulted the camp, but with the Wolf King and the old tortoise present, they faced no challenges. However, after a long day and night, the wolves appeared exhausted. When El Xiaobai descended the stairs, they lay sprawled in the beast enclosure, motionless. They had come to realize the healing properties of the enclosure. Instinctively retreating there when injured, at this moment, the 4-meter by 4-meter enclosure seemed a tad cramped. Additionally, a considerable number of beast carcasses awaited his attention, piled beside the enclosure. These mutated beasts were quite large. And El Xiaobai roughly estimated that he had harvested over 500 kilograms of meat, not accounting for what the Wolf King and his pack had consumed or what remained in the enclosure. However, meat prices were plummeting. Previously, 10 kilograms could be sold for 1 gold coin, but now 18 kilograms were barely worth 1 gold coin. Only premium meats like pork, beef, and lamb retained value, while rat meat was practically worthless. In addition to the meat, he had also collected wild creature storage boxes, but those that had dropped during the night were no longer accessible, leaving him with a total of 24 boxes, 20 of which had been dropped by the giant python. Currently, 3 wild creatures had yet to appear, with 2 hours remaining until the first wave of beastly tides concluded. Just past 11, 3 colossal figures suddenly burst forth from the mist behind the safe house, 3 wild boars, each exceeding 3 meters in length. Among them was a familiar face, one El Xiaobai had encountered before. The other 2 beasts were slightly smaller, yet their diminutive size was limited. El Xiaobai swiftly maneuvered the crossbow to shoot. But alas, fortune did not favor him at a critical moment. Out of 20 arrows, only 8 found their mark. The defensive power of the city's crossbow was merely 50, and assuming the wild boar possessed 1,000 life points. With 50 deducted for defense, the resultant damage was negligible. He had no choice but to draw forth the hilt of his lightsaber and bravely descend from the watchtower. 3 wild boars charged towards him from the same direction. Rendering the tactic of closing the gate to capture the thief impractical, El Xiaobai repositioned the city gate directly in the path of the boar's assault and opened it wide. Chapter 29. The last stand of the Boar King. The mountain turtle and 7 wolves lay in ambush on either side of the gate, while the great sparrow soared above. El Xiaobai stood at the rear. This was an ambush battle. The moment the wild boars breached the city walls, the Wolf King unleashed its frost breath ability. However, it merely slowed their advance slightly while drawing their ire. The largest boar, fueled by both old and new grudges, charged directly at the Wolf King. One of the remaining boars was caught by the mountain turtle's bite on its leg, while the other was impeded by a small wolf rushing forth. El Xiaobai's initial strategy was to employ the 4th tactic of the 36 stratagems, to wait at ease while the enemy labors. The leading wild boar activated its own ability, swelling in size like a terrestrial cruiser, barreling towards the Wolf King. The enemy unleashed its dual power, and even the formidable Wolf King could only leap aside to evade. The wolves then led the boar on a chase, successfully luring it beyond the city walls. The 2nd tactic, the 15th stratagem, to lure the tiger away from its mountain. However, this method had been attempted previously. Once the wild creatures ventured more than 50 meters from the safe house, they would abandon their target and resume attacking the safe house. Moreover, the same target could not be lured away again. Thus, the Wolf King returned. As soon as the Wolf King re-entered the city, Lu Xiaobai promptly closed the gate. The third tactic, the 20th stratagem, to pull the ladder from the roof. The boar leader, confused, found itself targeted by the crossbow. After taking damage from the flame stone spear, compounded by the Wolf King and the small wolf's assault, it was the first to fall. Everyone then turned their attention to the second boar. Lu Xiaobai still did not unleash his lightsaber but instead brandished a fire axe, hiding among the small wolves, occasionally dealing damage that would not attract ire to die in under 10 minutes. The second boar also succumbed. As the second boar fell, a resounding crash echoed. Lu Xiaobai's wall had sustained a large breach, and the enraged boar leader materialized before all. The mountain turtle, with its vitality intact, charged forth with astonishing speed, only to be sent spinning like a top after being struck. Yet, it successfully drew the enemy's attention. Lu Xiaobai was the second to rush in, having activated the third tier of his lightsaber. Gripping the sword with both hands, he delivered a powerful downward strike upon the boar leader's hind leg. The 50 points of damage that ignored defense directly attracted its wrath, prompting the boar leader to turn and charge him. Fortunately, the Wolf King appeared just in time, sinking its teeth into the boar leader's neck before leaping aside to evade its charge. Lu Xiaobai seized the opportunity to deliver a second strike to the boar leader's hind leg. The Wolf King could not return in time, but the mountain turtle managed to latch onto the boar's foreleg. The boar leader, undeterred, hurled the mountain turtle away. However, at that moment, Lu Xiaobai's third strike landed once more on its hind leg. With its leg broken, the boar collapsed. The chilling wind howled as the boar king let out a mournful wail. Lu Xiaobai raised his lightsaber high, yet hesitated to deliver the final blow. He now faced two choices. First, to severely wound the boar leader and drag it to the beast pen for taming, successfully acquiring a level 5 battle pet. Second, to slay it outright, which carried the chance of obtaining magical equipment. Energy crystal shards, 20 monster skin chests, and, without fail, approximately 500 kilograms of pork. This choice was rather straightforward. A glance at the market would reveal the price of a level 5 battle pet. Currently, 500 kilograms of pork could fetch 27 gold coins. The 20 skin chests were valued at around 20 gold coins. Energy crystal shards would certainly hold some value, but not excessively high. Lu Xiaobai estimated around 20 to 30 gold coins. Magical equipment prices varied widely, ranging from a meager 10 gold coins for the worthless to 40 or 50 for the worthwhile. Thus, defeating the boar leader could yield a minimum of 27 gold coins and potentially up to 100 gold coins. Lu Xiaobai made his decision. If the market price for a level 5 battle pet exceeded 50 gold coins, he would retain it. If it fell below 50, it would be more prudent to slay it. He retrieved his manual, accessed the trading hall, and searched for battle pets, sorting by level. The results revealed only 2 sellers offering level 5 battle pets. One was a tiger, and the other was a Gaul named Lima. Coincidentally, both were selling avian creatures. The tiger had a hurricane falcon listed at 59 gold coins, while Lima offered a bald eagle at 55 gold coins. These were the prices listed in the trading hall, and after deducting a 20% handling fee, both level 5 battle pets fell below 50 gold coins. Without further hesitation, Lu Xiaobai commanded the Wolf King and Mountain Turtle to eliminate the boar leader. Fortune favored him. He received both the skin chests and energy crystal shards. Those who smile often find that luck is not too far from them, was Lu Xiaobai's caption on the photo he posted. Depicting himself next to the chests and the boar's carcass, flashing a peace sign, he then shared it in the chat channel. The boy selling persimmons commented, why has my ranking risen again? 666, little brother is mighty, slaying level 5 beasts like butchering pigs. Where are those pretentious sticks and little days? Come out, Braden. Do you sell pig skin? The boy selling persimmons. Sure, 19 gold coins for 50 wood. Braden, I'm sincerely purchasing. Name a fair price. The boy selling persimmons. What's wrong with this price, Braden? The price is too high. I wouldn't make a profit. The boy selling persimmons. But you could still earn 50 wood. Braden, that snake skin, which can resist acid and snow. Pig skin lacks such capabilities. While it does have a frightening effect, it can only fetch a maximum of 15 gold coins, and I still need. The boy selling persimmons. Then how about 14 gold coins for 50 wood, Braden? After some back and forth, they finally settled on 12 gold coins. Braden, infuriated, vented in the chat against those pretentious sticks. As the transaction concluded, Lu Xiaobai initially intended to repair the city wall but, recalling that the beast tide had ended, decided against it. After all, the wall had an automatic repair function, albeit a lengthy process. Noticing the snow had stopped, he set up a large pot in the snow to prepare a pot of pig soup. Just then, Fang Yu sent a message. Are you there? Chapter 30. Opening the chest. Lu Xiaobai. Yes. What is up, Fang Yu? Do you have any energy crystal shards? A friend of mine is interested. Lu Xiaobai. Sure. How many gold coins is he willing to pay, Fang Yu? He doesn't have gold coins. Lu Xiaobai. What do you mean? Is he trying to freeload? That's not right, Fang Yu. Of course not. He wants to trade something with you. Never mind. I'll let him speak to you himself. Before long, Lu Xiaobai received a friend request with the note. Fang Yu's friend. To his surprise, it was the Wind Chaser. Wind Chaser. Hello. I'm Lin Feng, a colleague of Fang Yu in the army. I am reaching out to inquire if you have any energy crystal shards. Lu Xiaobai. I do. Wind Chaser. Are you willing to sell? Lu Xiaobai. I hadn't planned on selling, but since you're a friend of Fang Yu, I can consider it if the price is right. Wind Chaser. I only have 20 gold coins. Lu Xiaobai. That might not be enough, my friend. Wind Chaser. I understand. How about adding 40 strawberry seeds? Wind Chaser. You have a fireplace, right? If so, strawberries can thrive indoors. Lu Xiaobai quickly calculated and found it seemed reasonable. The price of seeds had always been high in the market. He recalled that on the second day of survival, someone was selling white radish seeds for 1 gold coin each. Although resources have become plentiful now, even a single white radish seed can fetch around 0.5 gold coins. The maturation cycle of strawberries is shorter than that of radishes, and they are also richer in vitamins, making it implausible for them to be less expensive than white radishes. It is essential to note that the higher the vitamin content, the more effective it is in counteracting zombie toxins. He took out the manual to check the marketplace, but unfortunately, there were no sellers present. Ultimately, Lu Xiaobai consented to the transaction, exchanging energy crystal fragments for 20 gold coins and 40 strawberry seeds. At noon, at 12 o'clock, a notification chimed from the survival manual. The first round of the beast tide has concluded, with an elimination rate of 31 among the participants. The system will issue 1 D-level resource box, 5 gold coins, 1 rare time funnel, and 1 rare shield to each surviving participant. Please note that the next resource box airdrop will occur in 5 days. The system will consolidate areas with fewer than 50 remaining participants, resulting in a total of 855 areas after this merger. In this area, a total of 5,781,912 participants survived, eliminating the need for further consolidation. Now, rewards will be given to the top 100 participants based on their killing speed during this round of the beast tide. First place, Tiger. Second place, Riverbank Ichiro. Third place, the boy selling persimmons. I actually secured third place? Upon seeing the reward notification, Lu Xiaobai was taken aback. He was aware that he had performed well, but he never anticipated that he would rank third. He hurriedly opened the details page to check the rewards. 2 B-level resource boxes, 20 gold coins, and the rewards were similar to those from the Winter is Coming event, although he had only received 10 gold coins and 1 C-level resource box then. Lu Xiaobai examined his current wealth: 61 gold coins, 2 B-level resource boxes, 1 D-level resource box, 44 monster skin boxes, 100 kilograms of meat, 15 high-level time funnels, 1 rare time funnel, 1 rare shield, 60 units of wood, and 10 units of stone. Additionally, he possessed the precious blueprint for a solar-powered smart glass greenhouse and various other living resources. Gazing at the swirling snow outside, Lu Xiaobai furrowed his brow in contemplation. The upcoming period should be a lull. He must hasten to construct the greenhouse for strawberry cultivation, and upgrading the safe house to level 5 must be prioritized as well, alongside resolving the water supply issue. The thought of the various resource expenditures ahead made Lu Xiaobai feel overwhelmed. Regardless, he resolved to open the resource boxes first. He began with the D-level box, which yielded only 4 bubbles, 175 units of stone, 100 units of glass, 150 grams of drunken peanut, and a can of peach. 425 grams. These 4 items made El Xiaobai chuckle in disbelief. Although the price of D-level boxes had plummeted to around 10 gold coins, the items he opened were barely worth 5 coins. Taking a deep breath, El Xiaobai opened the first B-level box, which contained only the guaranteed 6 bubbles, 300 units of industrial metal, 150 units of rubber, 8 gold, 1 barrel of pure water, 20 L, 6 bottles of bull milk, 1.5 L, and the blueprint for a solar streetlight. If El Xiaobai had found it amusing earlier, he now felt on the verge of tears. The current market price of B-level boxes fluctuated around 55 gold coins. But the items he had obtained were estimated to be worth only about 30 coins. The value would only decline further, as the system had just released a significant quantity of resource boxes. Based on previous prices, industrial metal was worth 10 gold coins, rubber 3 gold, gold 16 gold, and the combined value of pure water and milk was less than 1 gold. The solar street light blueprint was similarly worth less than 1 gold. As it was merely a standard design, the street light produced would lack energy storage capabilities. This meant it would only illuminate when the sun was shining, remaining dark in its absence. In this gaming world, any items or blueprints related to energy storage were of epic quality or higher, such as his solar glass greenhouse. As he contemplated opening the second B-level box, El Xiaobai hesitated, uncertain whether to proceed. After some thought, he decided to seek advice from others first. Among his friends, both the Windchaser and Tiger had opened B-level boxes, with the Windchaser having placed third in the Winter is Coming event. El Xiaobai resolved to inquire about their experiences. El Xiaobai. Hey, what did you get from your B-level boxes? How much are they worth? Lin Feng. I got strawberry seeds from one of my B-level boxes. A bag containing 200 seeds. El Xiaobai. Oh, by the way, how old are you this year? Lin Feng. 28. Why? El Xiaobai. 28 and you still call yourself a youth. More like an uncle, Lin Feng. The boy selling persimmons. Hey brother, did you get anything good from your B-level box? Tiger. Only a rare blueprint. I must say my luck is rather poor. Do you wish to trade with me? The boy selling persimmons. I have 1.5 liters of bull milk. Do you need it? Tiger. Oh, sorry. I don't need milk. After both had inquired, El Xiaobai felt rather isolated in his questioning. Lin Feng had clearly made a significant profit with his seed bag, while Tiger, from his tone, seemed to have lost out on both boxes. At that moment, a large bird suddenly flew in, landing on his windowsill and shaking off the accumulated snow. El Xiaobai speculated it might have come in for warmth and chuckled. Lai Fu, you've come. Then he paused, slapped his thigh, and realized, Lai Fu. This signifies good fortune. Without further hesitation, he opened the final B-level box. It contained the same guaranteed 6 bubbles, but one item left him astounded. As he popped open the first bubble, his wood count increased by 500. The second revealed 300 units of glass. The third yielded 12 gold. The fourth bubble produced a packet of salt, 500 grams. The fifth bubble contained a blueprint titled Double-Barrel Dragon Claw Air Gun Blueprint, classified as rare features. A professional hunting air gun with a dual fire mode, .32 caliber, firing speed of 206 meters per second, effective range of 88 meters, and a single bullet power of 120. Required materials: 300 units of industrial metal, 50 units of wood, and 20 units of gold. Manufacturing time: 6 hours. Indeed, good fortune had arrived. El Xiaobai clapped his hands in excitement. This blueprint could potentially be worth 20 gold coins. No, with a dual firepower of 240, it should fetch upwards of 30 gold coins. Although he would need to craft the bullets and the damage could not overlook defenses. A solid 240 attack power remained formidable in the early game. Level 1 monsters, aside from those with particularly high health, would generally fall after just 2 shots. After calming his exhilaration, he turned to the 6th bubble. To his confusion, it contained a contract, body sale agreement, function. This agreement allows one to purchase a bionic servant from the 22nd Century Talent Service Center upon payment of the corresponding fee. El Xiaobai's jaw dropped in astonishment. Such a thing exists? He quickly checked the marketplace but found it empty, with no one selling such an item. After pondering, he decided to get up and traverse the portal. Once again, he found himself in an empty street. easily making his way to the 22nd Century Talent Service Center. Inside were other participants, a few blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners engaged in animated discussions. Ignoring them, El Xiaobai approached the terminal and logged in with his nickname. The screen still presented two options, hire or purchase. This time, upon selecting purchase, he was not met with a no permission prompt, but rather a direct display of an information list. LA 263422, female bionic, assistant type. Exceptional cooking skills, specializes in fish, 56 gold, S 14191, male bionic, combat type. Master of martial arts, capable of piloting, 27 gold, sex, 290802, female bionic, service type. Expert in yoga, proficient in 36 poses, capable of reproduction, 70 gold. What on earth is this? El Xiaobai couldn't help but scoff. 56 gold coins for a robot to cook fish for me? Moreover, the price is exceedingly steep. He pondered his requirements and entered in the search box. Experienced hunter, proficient in firearms, skilled in agriculture, adept in metallurgy, capable of construction, and proficient in carpentry. Shortly, the system filtered suitable android candidates based on his keywords. Model S 214302, male, combat type, seasoned hunter, expert in rifles and bows, priced at 52 gold coins. Model LA 3879823, male, assistant type, amateur hunter, agricultural specialist, biology expert, architectural designer, proficient in handgun shooting and mixed martial arts, priced at 95 gold coins. Model T 219852. Female, educational type, outdoor adventure instructor, possesses max wilderness survival skills, priced at 57 gold coins. After excluding factors such as price, only these three androids remained. Undoubtedly, the most formidable was the second model, being a third-generation android, albeit at a rather high price, which he could not afford unless he sold the schematics for the Dragonclaw air gun. The first model, being a combat type and an experienced hunter, would certainly be a significant asset in dealing with wild creatures. The third model's advantage lay in her skills in agriculture, construction, and carpentry, which could prove beneficial in daily tasks. After careful consideration, El Xiaobai ultimately chose the third model, deciding to focus on farming and adhering to sustainable development principles. The 57 gold coins were deducted at the self-service terminal, and after submitting the servitude agreement to the service robot in the hall, El Xiaobai returned to his camp. As he departed, a few foreign individuals cast him curious glances. El Xiaobai was quite extravagant with his spending. However, upon returning home and seeing the resources required for constructing a glass greenhouse, he began to feel overwhelmed. Materials required for the solar-controlled glass greenhouse: industrial metal, 300 glass, 400 gold, 20 energy metal. The good news was that he was merely 2 units short of energy metal. The bad news was that 1 unit of energy metal cost 10 gold coins. Unfortunately, El Xiaobai's 57 gold coins had just been depleted moments ago. He contemplated whether to sell monster pelts or a batch of meat. He suddenly recalled that he seemed to possess a valuable item, the schematics for the double-barreled Dragonclaw air gun. Since he had opted for a non-combat android, the utility of this schematic for him was limited, making it more prudent to sell. Now was the optimal moment to sell, as everyone had money in their pockets. That moment, the chat channel was buzzing with a lively atmosphere. Money is being distributed by the system. Surprisingly, I received 5 gold coins, more than I can spend. Ha ha ha. I also found some schematics. What schematics did you obtain? Hee. It's a high-grade schematic for a solar-powered flashlight. Selling D-grade resource boxes for 12 gold coins. Looking for a quick sale. Who wants gold? I'll trade for stones. The boy selling persimmons chimed in. Everyone, don't celebrate too early. Once the 7-day cold wave is over, the second wave of beast-tide may arrive. I suggest everyone purchase weapons, stockpile food, and fortify your cities during these days. Today, I feel like there is some ulterior motive. The child's advice is quite valid. El Xiaobai posted the schematic information for the Dragonclaw air gun in the chat channel. The boy selling persimmons replied, "For those in need of weapons, take a look at this schematic. Although it isn't a magical item, it boasts an attack power of 240 and an effective range of 88 meters. Surpassing level 1 magical equipment and nearing level 2, I told you. Bald strongman. Indeed, it's a great item, and the materials for manufacturing it are not expensive. The 88 meters is just the effective range. It can still inflict damage on targets beyond 150 meters. With a firing rate of 206 meters per second, ordinary wild creatures won't even have time to react. Suggest everyone buy it if it's under 50 gold coins. Chin Ergo and Dog. Do we need to ask for favors to sell things now? Chasing Wind Youth. In good conscience, El Xiaobai did not request a favor, but he decided to sell it later and must send some resources to this fellow. The boy selling persimmons. I didn't ask for a favor, okay? Others merely express their opinions. Don't casually label people. Yinyan Mushue. I'll offer 25 gold coins. Chin Ergo and Dog. Still claiming you didn't ask for favors? The boy selling persimmons. Japanese candidate nose hair duo. The people from Xia country have begun their clumsy performance again. Kimchi country candidate Shiba. Yes, we should just ignore it. Indian candidate Nyoshan. I hope the people from Xia country can conduct their business honorably, without deceit. When our merchants sell goods, they always clearly inform the buyers. Braden. Shut up, you fools. I'll offer 30 gold coins. Kimchi country candidate Chui Qianhong. 35 gold coins. This gun is only worth that much. Yinyan Mushue. 40 gold coins. Shiba. Senior, don't bid against her. She's deliberately raising the price. Chui Qianhong. I certainly won't fall for such a foolish trick. El Xiaobai quickly private messaged Feng Yu. El Xiaobai. Sister Yu. Do you really want to buy this gun? Feng Yu. Of course, why would you think otherwise, El Xiaobai? I thought you were just trying to raise the price for me, Feng Yu. How presumptuous, El Xiaobai. This gun is decent in the early stages, but as wild creatures' defenses increase later on, it may not be effective. El Xiaobai made sure to clarify its drawbacks. For instance, the giant python he previously defeated had 1,200 health points and a hidden defense value of 60. Meaning a single bullet would only deal 60 damage. Feng Yu. I barely survived this beast tide. There won't be any later stages. El Xiaobai. What happened? Chapter 32 Tuesday Feng Yu. Just give me the gun. No one is bidding higher than me, right? El Xiaobai. Feng Yu. Are you not going to give me a discount? El Xiaobai. You haven't even tried using your beauty to charm me for a discount. That's too much flattery, Feng Yu. El Xiaobai. In the end, El Xiaobai sold the schematic to Feng Yu at a price of 38 gold coins, conceding 2 gold coins. He also learned about her situation during the beast tide. Feng Yu had not encountered any level 5 wild creatures this time, but there were instances of 2 level 4 wild creatures appearing simultaneously. Although she had set many traps in advance, built watchtowers, and crafted a powerful bow, the experience was still fraught with danger. Ultimately, she had to spend 2 crystals to hire a level 1 fire-type esper to secure her safe house. Wang Ming was faring even worse, currently seeking to borrow gold coins from El Xiaobai in the group. Wang Ming, the boy selling persimmons bro, can you lend me 10 gold coins? I'll pay you back in 2 days. El Xiaobai, what for? Where are your gold coins? Wang Ming, to buy a healing pod service. I'm severely injured, and I don't have enough gold. I've sold everything I could, including crystals. El Xiaobai, is it that bad? Wang Ming, enough already. Repairing the safe house will take over 10 gold coins. I simply have no funds. El Xiaobai, I can lend you the money, but what's the interest? Wang Ming, you decide. At El Xiaobai, given your wretched state, if you repay me before the cold wave ends, charging you 2 gold coins in interest is not excessive. Wang Ming, not excessive at all. Thank you, brother. Wang Ming was acutely aware that this was a tremendous favor, as he might not be able to repay the gold. El Xiaobai certainly understood this as well, but was still willing to lend it to him. This was not merely assistance, it was a matter of life and death for him. Xie Xiaoying, brother Xiaobai, you are so generous. El Xiaobai. I'm not generous at all. If it weren't for the 2 gold coins in interest, I wouldn't have lent it. Xie Xiaoying. So, about the 2 gold coins worth of meat you gifted someone last time, was there some ulterior motive behind it? El Xiaobai, Feng Yu. Xie Xiaoying had a relatively easy time during this beast tide. Not to mention level 5 creatures, even level 4 creatures did not appear in her area. Although level 3 wild creatures were abundant, with flocks of flying creatures appearing, their damage was insufficient to breach steel plates and barbed wire. However, the same issue remained. While safety was assured, she was unable to gather resources. After chatting for a while, the portal suddenly lit up. El Xiaobai turned to look, and saw a young woman dressed in a blue combat uniform stepping out of the portal. She appeared to be in her 20s, standing about 1.7 meters tall, With an attractive visage and a well-proportioned figure, her hair tied back in a high ponytail, exuding an air of competence. She approached El Xiaobai and bowed. Master. T-21985 reporting for duty. El Xiaobai examined her from head to toe and found it impossible to discern that this person was an android. Her lifelike features could easily deceive anyone, and her tan skin was even more delicate than his own. The subtle expressions she exhibited while speaking were indistinguishable from those of a human. "Come over and let me touch your arm," El Xiaobai said, then reconsidered. I wish to feel if there's any difference in your skin." Without hesitation, T-21985 stepped forward and extended her arm. El Xiaobai curiously pinched her forearm, finding it indistinguishable from real skin. He then inquired, "Do you require recharging? If necessary, in what manner?" "Solar energy, perhaps," responding to my master. "I require no charging. The miniature nuclear reactor within me can sustain operations for 50 years. El Xiaobai inquired further, "Does it require maintenance?" "Maintenance is needed every 6 months, but I can perform it myself." Necessitating a 12-hour downtime, El Xiaobai nodded in approval, quite satisfied. "From now on, you shall be called Tuesday. I need your assistance in establishing a camp, but the most urgent task is to cultivate strawberries." "You can manage that, correct?" "No problem. I possess knowledge in plant cultivation and care. However, given the current temperature, outdoor strawberry planting would be precarious. I recommend a small-scale indoor cultivation in a sunlit area, and no need for that." "You may sit and wait for me." El Xiaobai opened the manual and discovered that the price of energy metal in the system marketplace had plummeted to 9 gold coins per unit. The resource prices in the system marketplace fluctuate with the market, typically exceeding trading post prices by around 10%. If no one is selling in the trading post, it will set its own prices. Upon checking the trading post, Lu Xiaobai found only one seller named Kochao Mengmei offering energy metal, with only 2 units available at a price of 17 gold coins. A gold coin icon followed her name, indicating that she possessed a merchant badge, awarded to the first 1,000 individuals whose total sales in the trading post reached 100 gold coins. Possessing a merchant badge also meant she incurred no transaction fees when selling goods in the trading post. Thus, Lu Xiaobai refrained from attempting to negotiate with her and directly purchased the 2 units of energy metal for 17 gold coins. He opened the survival manual, located the crafting option, and uploaded the blueprint. Once the system deducted the requisite resources, the glass greenhouse commenced production, which would take 12 hours. El Xiaobai did not utilize the time funnel, as this matter was not urgent. "Little two, accompany me downstairs." He called to Tuesday, who had been sitting quietly nearby. Together, they descended to the ground floor. The 7 wolves were absent, likely out hunting, while Laifu was hiding in the bird room, and Wangkai lounged in the beast enclosure. Wangkai was the name given to the mountain turtle. El Xiaobai pointed to the empty space to the right of the safe house and said to Tuesday, "I wish to construct a warehouse in that location, primarily for storing meat and some larger items. The appearance is of no concern. It simply needs to be sturdy. I possess the materials: wooden planks, stone bricks, steel plates, glass, and so forth. However, this task is not urgent. We can take our time to complete it. The reason I called you down is for another matter." El Xiaobai led Tuesday outside the city walls, walking to the edge of the fields. "I would like you to help me create a map centered on my current position, encompassing a radius of 3.5 kilometers. If you encounter dense white fog, please turn back." The timber within the safety zone was nearly depleted. To continue logging, a lighthouse would need to be constructed to expand the safety area. But the core device for the lighthouse was not inexpensive. One required 2 gold coins, with a range diameter of only 100 meters. Careful planning was essential regarding the direction in which the lighthouse would be built, as he urgently needed to ascertain the situation in the foggy area. Within the white fog, wild creatures would mindlessly attack participants. Entering it himself would be perilous, but Tuesday was not a participant, making her far less at risk, and she was also a wilderness survival expert. "Very well," Tuesday replied, her expression remaining placid. El Xiaobai retrieved his lightsaber and handed it to her. "Take this for self-defense. If you require anything else, do not hesitate to mention it." "This is sufficient," she replied, turning resolutely towards the white fog without a hint of hesitation. El Xiaobai watched her silhouette fade before returning to the safe house. With a considerable amount of resources now at his disposal, he needed to contemplate the direction of future developments. Chapter 33. Determining direction. Liu Xiaobai contemplated three primary directions. The first was to upgrade the safe house. Elevating the safe house to level 5 could not only unlock new facilities, but also required the safe house to be upgraded before facilities such as watchtowers, city walls, and beast enclosures could be unlocked to level 2. The second option was to construct a watchtower. With Doomsday present, he could build an additional level 1 watchtower to enhance the camp's defensive capabilities. The third option was to establish a laboratory. A laboratory could replicate blueprints infinitely, meaning that as long as resources were sufficient, he could mass-produce a specific tool or weapon. However, a level 1 laboratory could only replicate standard blueprints, and he had none suitable on hand. Purchasing one in the market was also not cost-effective. The watchtower was not an immediate concern. He could build it when the announcement of the second wave of beast tides was made. After some deliberation, Liu Xiaobai ultimately decided to prioritize upgrading the safe house. At that moment, heavy snow was falling outside, making it impossible for him to remain outdoors for long or gather resources. However, the acidic snow posed no threat to Doomsday or the Great Wolf, indicating that it only targeted participants. He could hire workers. Liu Xiaobai employed 5 quarry workers and 5 lumberjacks from the 22nd Century Talent Center, all with proficient skills, for a duration of 3 days, spending a total of 150 kilograms of food. He felt no regret, as his camp had at least 1,100 kilograms of meat. Given the weather, he also needed to provide accommodation for the workers. Liu Xiaobai returned to an abandoned construction site and brought back 6 iron bunk beds to set up in the secondary room. These bunk beds were stacked, with 6 beds accommodating 12 workers. To transport the bunk beds, he spent 3 gold coins and 10 wooden planks to upgrade the dimensional storage cabinet. A level 1 dimensional storage cabinet could only hold objects measuring up to 222 meters per slot, whereas a level 2 could accommodate items measuring up to 444 meters. As night approached, the workers gradually returned. He calculated that the 10 workers had collectively gathered 250 wooden planks and 200 stones over 6 hours. Though much time had been wasted shoveling snow, otherwise their efficiency would have been higher. However, both wood and stone prices had recently plummeted significantly, while food prices had rebounded, indicating that many were beginning to hire workers for resource gathering. Liu Xiaobai was curious whether the workers hired by others enjoyed similar protections as his, provided by the 7 wolves and Wang Kai. Indeed, while browsing the chat channel that evening, he came across a user named Little Chicken is 7 years old lamenting. Little Chicken is 7 years old. What a load of rubbish. I sent out a clone to search for food, and it was bitten by zombies. The Talent Service Center demands a compensation of 30 gold coins within 24 hours, or they'll detain me. Haha, you should have sent a battle pet to protect them. What level of clone was that? Such a high compensation. Little Chicken is 7 years old. Just a scavenger who gathers 3 kilograms of food a day. I just want to know how the Talent Service Center plans to detain you. Little Chicken is 7 years old. No idea, but I won't pay. Let us see how they detain me. 666. The brother has backbone. The following morning, Liu Xiaobai was abruptly awakened from his slumber by the incessant beeping of incoming messages. He reached under his pillow for the manual and checked the time. It was still not yet 8 a.m., and the outside world was still shrouded in darkness. The boy selling persimmons, brother, I transferred 12 gold coins to you. Check if you received it. Rice, quite rare, yo. Brother Ming has struck gold. The boy selling persimmons, received it. Did you make a profit? Brother Ming, he, took down a level 3 zombie. Rice, quite rare. And then, Brother Ming, obtained a wild creature box. The boy selling persimmons, can you not leave out details? Brother Ming, dude, I got a legendary great shield. Bet you didn't see that coming, haha. The boy selling persimmons. In Ruan Mu Shui, rice, quite rare. Brother Ming. Shouldn't you share some of that fortune? The boy selling persimmons. What effects does the legendary grade shield have? How much did you sell it for? Brother Ming. It lasts for 5 days. I purposely spent 1 gold coin to auction it in the world channel. Guess how much it ended up selling for? In Ruan Mu Shui. The boy selling persimmons. Can you please speak coherently? Brother Ming, haha, sold for 59 gold coins. The boy selling persimmons, 666. Brother Ming. The system deducted 12 gold coins as a fee? So I only netted 46 gold coins. Damn. After saying this, Brother Ming indeed shared a red envelope containing 50 stones in the group. Xie Xiaoying snatched the most, acquiring 29 stones, while Lu Xiaobai only received 7. Every day, around 6 o'clock, darkness fell, and today the resources gathered were still not plentiful. The snowfall had been so heavy in the morning that it wasn't until after 11, when the snow had lessened, that he allowed the workers to venture outdoors. After 7 hours of work, they had collected 350 wooden planks and 265 stones. However, he soon encountered a problem. All the trees outside the white fog had been completely harvested. This won't do. Tomorrow we shall all go stone mining, Lu Xiaobai decided, momentarily at a loss for a better idea. He instructed the workers to return to the house to rest. That day, he prepared a large pot of boiling water and rice porridge for them. Although the workers each carried 3 days' worth of rations, they clearly worked with more vigor after receiving food from Lu Xiaobai. The next day marked the 5th day of the cold wave, and the snowfall had noticeably diminished. Lu Xiaobai sent the workers out early in the morning, and after the snow stopped, he himself joined them to break stones on the road. 18 noon. The survival manual displayed a message. The cold wave has ended. A total of 757,161 individuals perished during this cold wave. Resource drop boxes will commence in 10 minutes. All participants are advised to collect them promptly. A total of 100,000 drop boxes will be distributed, including E, D, and C grade types, with a ratio of 100, 1, 0.1, and the distribution area will be random. Please note that uncollected resource boxes will vanish after 1 hour. Lv Xiaobai, brimming with confidence, thought to himself, the airdrop has begun anew. With my current strength, as long as I steer clear of the dense fog area, I can collect the resources. His confidence, of course, stemmed from the presence of the 7 wolves and Laifu. As their battle pets could see the treasure chests, just like wild monsters could point. 10 minutes later, Lv Xiaobai gazed at the beam of light several kilometers away. Rendered speechless, it seemed he had no fortune this time. Just as he was about to head downstairs, he noticed that the beam of light had suddenly disappeared. Astonishingly, a participant had been just a few kilometers away from him. Lv Xiaobai remained silent for a while before turning to leave. As the workday came to a close, he had managed to gather a total of 800 stones throughout the day. The current exchange rates for various resources and gold coins in the market were as follows: wood 150, 1. Stone 120, 1. Industrial metal 50, 1. Gold 1. 1.5. Food 20 kilograms, 1. Rubber 55, 1. Glass 65, 1. Energy metal 1. 8.5. Thus far, the resources he had collected were valued at approximately 15 gold coins, while the food he had expended was worth only 10 gold coins. Moreover, he had taken a 3-hour break yesterday and still had 4 hours left for tomorrow, making the overall gains quite substantial. As darkness began to envelop the surroundings, Lv Xiaobai prepared to return to his safe house for rest when he noticed a figure approaching from across the street. Tuesday had finally returned. Chapter 34. In the white mist, she was clad in a camouflage suit made of grass, with only a bra beneath, exposing large swathes of skin. A hat fashioned from branches adorned her head, and her face was smeared with mud, while a bundle wrapped in an outer coat was slung over her shoulder. First, go wash up, then come find me, she instructed. Yes, master. Approximately 10 minutes later, Tuesday arrived at the main house. Her mud now washed away, restored to her previous clean and fresh appearance, she placed the bundle on the ground and opened it. I believe these items may be of use to you, master, so I brought them back. Lv Xiaobai leaned in to inspect the contents, discovering several chunks of black, lumpy plants, and inquired with curiosity, is this sweet potato? Why is the skin black, resembling something that has been roasted? Tuesday nodded. It is a variant of sweet potato, but it differs from the varieties before the apocalypse. This mutated sweet potato is exceptionally cold resistant and can survive even at -30 degrees. Lv Xiaobai, filled with excitement, stepped forward and picked up the sweet potato, confirming, you mean this sweet potato can survive at -30 degrees? Tuesday nodded again. Indeed, it saved many lives during the early days of the apocalypse. Taken aback, Lv Xiaobai realized that Tuesday was indeed a part of this game world, making her words understandable. He suddenly recalled that he had never delved into the background story of this game world, and thus cautiously inquired, how did the apocalypse occur in your world? Tuesday cast a complex glance at LV Xiaobai, pausing for a moment before uttering two words. Nuclear war, extreme temperatures. LV Xiaobai found her demeanor peculiar, but chose not to dwell on it. Pressing on with his questions. You mentioned that this mutated sweet potato saved many lives during the early apocalypse. What about later on? Tuesday replied, later on, there were hardly any people left, and this sweet potato mutated again. Becoming toxic. LV Xiaobai was left speechless. He then took out his manual for identification, noting the exorbitant cost of 1 gold coin. Mutated sweet potato. An extremely adaptable herbaceous vine plant with a growth cycle of approximately 40 days. Yielding between 3,000 to 8,000 pounds per acre and thriving in temperatures ranging from -40 to 30 C. Caution. Its skin is toxic and not suitable for consumption. Despite being somewhat prepared psychologically, the identification results still astonished LV Xiaobai. Not only was this mutated sweet potato highly adaptable, but it also had a short growth cycle and high yield. With such a resource, he need not worry about food shortages. Furthermore, having a steady food supply would allow him to continuously hire workers. His only concern now was whether there were sufficient resources nearby, and if other resource points existed. He inquired, "How did your exploration of the foggy area go? Do you have a map?" A perplexed expression crossed Tuesday's face, one that LV Xiaobai could not decipher. "That is not the foggy area. We refer to it as a Level 2 mutated zone. The area you are currently in is called a Level 3 mutated zone, which barely accommodates human habitation. The deeper regions shrouded in thick fog are referred to as Level 1 mutated zones." Not wishing to engage in an argument with her, after all, she was merely a game NPC, he acquiesced, "Right, the Level 2 mutated zone. Any intelligence on it?" Tuesday's expression returned to its previous calm state as she nodded. "I will project it for you." With that, her eyes emitted a projection akin to a projector, casting a video onto the wall. LV Xiaobai followed her perspective, observing her entire exploration process. To the north of the treehouse lay fields, and Tuesday entered a forest through the white mist at the edge of the fields. Beyond the woods was a river, 2 to 3 meters wide, now frozen over, with barren land stretching across the bank. Tuesday did not venture across the river but instead followed it eastward, toward the abandoned construction site. The abandoned site was far larger than what LV Xiaobai had initially perceived. It nearly merged with the northern woods. Exiting the forest and crossing a weed-choked ravine, they arrived at the construction site. Taking advantage of the debris for cover, Tuesday moved eastward, reaching a vast expanse of collapsed ruins at the site's end. Alongside several relatively intact buildings that appeared to be residential blocks, a conclusion LV Xiaobai reached due to their resemblance to real-life apartment complexes. However, these undamaged structures were equally battered, showing clear signs of having been bombarded. Tuesday did not press further into the city but instead turned south, toward the rear of the safe house. A road connected the south and east sides, and as they traveled south, the terrain abruptly ascended. LV Xiaobai then realized that the forest behind the safe house indeed connected to a mountain range. Tuesday spent the most time on this mountain, encountering several dangers along the way. LV Xiaobai feared for her safety, but she expertly evaded each peril. This mountain range extended for countless kilometers, most of which lay within the Level 1 mutated zone. Tuesday circled around the mountain's edge, heading west, toward the road on the left side of the safe house. This direction led to vast fields, though they too had fallen into ruin, with weeds towering taller than a person. Tuesday did not linger long, swiftly traversing the fields back to the safe house. After watching the footage, LV Xiaobai remained in a state of contemplation, for he had witnessed an array of bizarre phenomena. Beneath the icy river lurked creatures larger than a Level 5 jungle python. Within the ruins, there were massive rats feasting on zombies, alongside beings resembling robots hunting the giant rodents. The mountain forests to the south were even more horrifying, with many creatures so mutated they were unrecognizable. And even the plants were predatory. The fields to the west were equally tumultuous, with swarms of Level 5 flame birds appearing en masse. After a long while, LV Xiaobai finally regained his composure and muttered to himself, "Fortunately, this is merely a game world generated by Krees." Having said that, he stole a glance at Tuesday, noting her expression remained as serene as ever, allowing him to exhale softly in relief. "For dinner?" LV Xiaobai had Tuesday assist him in preparing a simple snake meat porridge, this time enhanced with salt, rendering it significantly more delectable. However, when it came time to sleep, he faced a dilemma. The adjacent room was filled with men, and although Tuesday was an android, she still possessed a gender, making her placement there seem inappropriate. Thus, LV Xiaobai resorted to moving a double bed from the next room. "You shall sleep here tonight." "Rest early," he instructed. "Yes, master." The following morning, LV Xiaobai took Tuesday to an open space within the camp. The glass greenhouse had been completed yesterday, but he was unsure how to cultivate strawberries, hence he had not taken it out. He retrieved his manual, clicked on extraction, and with a flourish of blue light, a 6-meter by 15-meter glass greenhouse gradually materialized. The greenhouse was primarily constructed of glass and steel, featuring a minimalist yet elegant design, topped with a rotating solar collection device that would automatically track the sun's position. Entering through the sensor door, the interior was imbued with a sense of advanced technology and futurism. It boasted vertical planting slots, soil testing, and integrated smart irrigation and fertilization systems, among other features. After surveying the space, LV Xiaobai expressed his satisfaction and turned to Tuesday, saying, "Let us plant both strawberries and sweet potatoes in here. You will primarily be responsible for this area from now on." Tuesday appeared to quite like the place as well, responding in a cheerful tone, "Yes." Around 11 in the morning, the workers' 3-day hiring period came to an end, and they began to return to the talent service center through the portal. Throughout the morning, they had supplied LV Xiaobai with 320 stones. Just as he was about to sell the stones to upgrade the safe house, a series of notifications chimed in succession, with the manual displaying 3 messages in quick succession. Chapter 35. Island Survival Instance. The Killing Instance. Island survival will commence in 10 minutes. Participants intending to join should prepare accordingly. In the Island Survival Instance, 100 teams will engage in combat on the island, with the top 10 on the kill leaderboard receiving generous rewards. This instance is a team-based challenge requiring a group of 4 to meet the entry criteria. Participants cannot bring any items, and entering the instance requires purchasing a ticket for 20 gold coins. Tickets are limited. Duration: 12 hours. The task instance, the Wild Forest, will commence in 10 minutes. Candidates planning to participate are advised to prepare accordingly. In the Wild Forest instance, a band of wood thieves has infiltrated the mother planet to fell trees, prompting the Federal Starfleet Guard to issue a substantial bounty on them. This instance is a multiplayer task, and entry requires the expenditure of 5 gold coins to purchase a ticket. Captured with thieves will grant points based on their level, which can be exchanged for various resources at the Guard. Death will result in expulsion from the instance, which lasts for 12 hours. The resource instance, Stellar Miners, will also open in 10 minutes. Candidates intending to participate should ready themselves. In the distant planet. Lu Xiaobai, feeling rather aimless, found joy in the announcement. The instance is finally opening. Both Stellar Miners and the Wild Forest are viable options. The rewards from Stellar Miners are proportional to the risks. For lower risk, one can mine stones, while pursuing higher rewards entails searching for gold and crystal ores. The specifics of the Wild Forest remain uncertain, yet there is no prohibition against bringing battle pets and attendants. With my large wolf and Tuesday by my side, I hold a considerable advantage. Others may struggle to compete with me. After much contemplation, Lu Xiaobai ultimately resolved to venture into the Wild Forest. As the Stellar Miners instance also forbade the introduction of battle pets and attendants, nullifying his advantage. Just as he intended to purchase his ticket, a notification chimed. Ding! You have successfully joined Island Survival, with Wang Zhaotian as the captain. Please enter the instance through the portal within 10 minutes. Otherwise, your participation will be forfeited. Lu Xiaobai. What? He quickly opened the group chat, only to find Feng Yu and Xie Xiaoying berating Wang Ming. Xie Xiaoying, Minggu, what are you doing? I've already bought my cart for mining. Feng Yu, can we get a refund? If so, let us hurry and cancel. Wang Ming, ha ha ha, don't worry. I'll guide you through Island Survival. Feng Yu, who gave you the authority to make decisions for us? I wanted to go to the Wild Forest. Wang Ming, isn't it too late now? There are only 2 spots left. I didn't see you all consulting me, so I signed you up. The ticket money can wait. You can pay me back later. Lu Xiaobai. Where's the blacklist feature in the friends list? Do you know? Xie Xiaoying, Wang Ming, don't do that, Lao Bai. Trust me, Lu Xiaobai. Found it. Turns out you just need to long press to blacklist. Wang Ming, no, no, no. If you do that, you won't make it into the top 10. I want to take the ticket money. Wang Ming felt a pang of injustice. He genuinely wished to help his friends prosper together. He believed he had a significant advantage in this instance, which is why he took the liberty of signing them up. Little did he know, they were not understanding him. Lu Xiaobai. Are you serious? Wang Ming, more serious than ever. At this point, Lu Xiaobai had no choice but to participate. Although Wang Ming had disrupted his plans, which was infuriating, it was ultimately a case of good intentions leading to unfortunate outcomes. Blaming him now would serve no purpose and could risk losing a friend. Besides, opportunities would still arise. The wild forest would siphon off a group of skilled competitors, thereby reducing the number of participants in island survival. After all, if he did not make the top 10, he wouldn't owe any ticket money. Lu Xiaobai. Then let us go. Jia is in the military. Dealing with ordinary people shouldn't pose a problem, right? Fang Yu, Mei Chim. With both of them expressing their support, Xie Xiaoying, the little follower, had no choice but to join in. Wang Ming. Good brother, rest assured. I won't let you down. Upon passing through the portal, the four converged on a cliff, overlooking the surging sea below. Wang Ming, feeling somewhat awkward, chuckled at the group. I wonder what rewards await the top 10. They shouldn't be too shabby, right? Lu Xiaobai surveyed the surroundings. The island is limited. We must find others while avoiding ambushes. The challenge is significant. Fang Yu nodded. We can set traps in critical locations. Xie Xiaoying squatted on the ground, looking sullen, unwilling to speak. She had exchanged all 5 gold coins from the beast-tide rewards for a set of mining equipment and a cart, preparing to showcase her skills in stellar miners, only to be dragged here, which left her utterly dejected. Noticing that the others were ignoring him, Wang Ming felt a bit embarrassed but pressed on. What should we do next? Should we go look for people? Not to brag, but even those special forces can't take me down without weapons. Seeing Fang Yu's skeptical expression, he added, At least it's 50-50, Lu Xiaobai retorted. Didn't he read the details? They airdropped 100 melee weapons on the island ahead of time. Wang Ming, I know. I can handle melee weapons. I can wield knives, spears, and swords like a pro. Xie Xiaoying, nunchaku, soft yet firm? Lu Xiaobai. The group divided their tasks. Wang Ming and Fang Yu would gather materials to craft weapons and tools, while Lu Xiaobai and Xie Xiaoying would scout the environment and see if they could locate any airdropped weapons. This island was a primitive jungle, with lush trees and a complex terrain. After walking for a short while, Lu Xiaobai spotted a wild banana tree. He climbed up, plucking several yellowing bunches, and fashioned them into a string with banana leaves. Preparing them for dinner, just then, he seemed to hear voices nearby. Xie Xiaoying below simultaneously signaled for silence. He quickly descended the tree, and the two crouched low, stealthily moving into a concealed patch of grass. As the voices drew nearer, 2 Caucasian men, one middle-aged and one young, came into view. The young man cleared a path with a stick, while the middle-aged one vigilantly scanned their surroundings. Just as the leading young man suddenly halted, the middle-aged one turned his gaze toward their hiding place. Lu Xiaobai immediately grabbed Xie Xiaoying and sprinted in the opposite direction. The 2 men, both towering over 6 feet and possessing robust physiques, were formidable opponents that Lu Xiaobai and Xie Xiaoying could not contend with. The 2 Caucasian men also recognized their figures and swiftly pursued them. Lu Xiaobai, who regularly exercised, and Xie Xiaoying, a national defense student. Both had decent physical capabilities and were not overtaken immediately, yet they failed to create any distance. After running several dozen meters, they were close to being caught when, out of nowhere, Wang Ming charged in from the side. Chapter 36. Immature thoughts. He suddenly leaped forward, tackling the young man to the ground and delivering a powerful punch to his temple. The middle-aged man, following closely behind, was met with Fang Yu's swift kick to the neck, causing him to collapse. After a flurry of punches, the young man transformed into a white light, disappearing as the system declared him eliminated. The other middle-aged man met his end at Lu Xiaobai's stone. In the instance, pain sensations were indistinguishable from reality, with blood splattering, yet both would vanish alongside the bodies. Lu Xiaobai proposed. They have 2 remaining teammates. Should we pursue them? No one opposed, and Wang Ming led the charge as they stealthily made their way back to the previous location. Soon, They found the remaining teammates of the two men, seemingly crafting makeshift camouflaged gear. Just as Wang Ming was about to charge in, Lu Xiaobai restrained him, signaling for him and Fang Yu to remain still. The two Caucasian men were busy weaving headbands when they suddenly heard footsteps. Upon looking up, they heard a shout. "Quick, there's an ambush!" Seeing the startled expressions of the men, the young man's tone grew more urgent. To the left. Observing to their left, several individuals turned their gaze, yet perceived nothing of note. Suddenly, from the right, a burly man erupted forth, first knocking down a woman who had raised her hand to block with a meteor hammer, and then sending a man beside her sprawling with a forceful Iron Mountain strike. Simultaneously, Fang Yu surged forward, executing a flying kick that sent a burly man wielding a round shield flying several meters away. Just as another young man brandishing a wooden stick was about to rush in to assist, the youth who had earlier warned them to be cautious dashed towards him, hurling a handful of sand into his face. The system announced, Team 45 has been eliminated. The killer is Team 99. Hey, another point. Mengzi is doing great, taking down 2 with 1 against 2, Lu Xiaobai remarked with a rather relaxed tone. Ha ha ha, I told you I'd lead you to victory. While the two continued to boast to one another, they remained oblivious to the furious denunciations directed at them in the chat channel. Kicking foot cute girl, who is Team 99. They are so despicable. Big waves and expensive fish. Indeed, I've never seen such people. Scratching head big man. I can't believe I was taken down by a woman. I can't go on living. Mysterious merchant, and throwing sand at others too. What's happening? Chin Ergu and the foot-scratching cute girl. Didn't you claim to be the owner of a martial arts school? How were you eliminated so quickly? Foot-scratching cute girl. I encountered a few despicable individuals, utterly lacking in martial ethics. Lu Xiaobai, of course, was unaware of these chat messages. He set about crafting a new ruse, tossing the shield into the grass to disguise it as an airdrop. 8 hours elapsed. And by this time, 2/3 of the island had succumbed to a toxic mist. The 4 of them were taking refuge behind a rock, resting. All 4 bore injuries. Wang Ming was the worst off. With a strip of cloth torn from his clothes wrapped around his abdomen and a bloody hole in his chest, leaning against the stone with a pale complexion, Lu Xiaobai's left arm hung awkwardly, as if detached from his body. Fang Yu's hair was disheveled, her clothing neatly sliced away by some weapon, and her right arm was similarly wrapped in blood-soaked cloth, while she clutched a spear in her other hand. Xie Xiaoying appeared to be in the best condition among them, with only a bruise on her face. She sat beside Fang Yu, lethargically cradling 2 large blades. Just 20 minutes prior, they had been full of vigor. With Wang Ming's formidable strength and Lu Xiaobai's cunning strategies, the 4 had been thriving in this instance. That is, until they encountered a group of Japanese individuals. The leader, a lecherous man, nearly dispatched Wang Ming with 2 swift strikes. Fang Yu found herself unable to retaliate against the long-haired man. Lu Xiaobai, too, was effortlessly thrown to the ground by a 15 or 16-year-old girl. Fortunately, the opposing team consisted of only 3 members, and they possessed but a single weapon. Relying on Xie Xiaoying's exceptional performance, they turned the tide. She first threw a handful of sand into the lecherous man's face, rescuing Wang Ming, and then swung a long staff to topple the young girl off Lu Xiaobai. Rising, Lu Xiaobai reciprocated with a similar sandy assault on the girl, followed by a swift dagger thrust that pierced her heart. However, he was struck by the long-haired man's sweeping kick, rendering his entire arm numb. Thankfully, Fang Yu intervened just in time, despite sustaining an injury to her arm as she plunged a spear into the long-haired man's throat. Meanwhile, Wang Ming, seizing the moment when the opponent's attention was diverted, suddenly exerted force, grappling the man and hurling him backward to the ground, dispatching the lecherous man. Yet, he too received a stab in the chest. Despite his arm being injured, Lu Xiaobai remained in good spirits. Cheerfully addressing the group, including those few Japanese just now, we've already eliminated 42 individuals. We're guaranteed a spot in the top 10. He then turned to Wang Ming. You don't need to worry about the entry fee anymore. Wang Ming chuckled lightly, feeling considerably uplifted. I told you. I'd lead you to victory, Lu Xiaobai continued. Now we have 2 options. Either we lie in ambush here, or we continue to evade the poison. What do you all think? The other three responded almost in unison. You decide. Their trust in him stemmed from the myriad of strategies Lu Xiaobai had employed along the way. For instance, the sand-throwing tactic that Xie Xiaoying had just used was highly recommended by Lu Xiaobai, along with strategies like diversion, luring the tiger away from its den, the beauty trap, and the feigned injury strategy. Leaving the others in a in my opinion, we should head towards the center, but we mustn't become the target of everyone. It would be best to wait until they engage in combat before we reap the benefits. Fang Yu suggested, her brow furrowed. But I fear the other teams are likely thinking the same, she added. Lu Xiaobai replied slowly, I have a somewhat immature idea. Chapter 37. Claiming rewards. As the clock struck 11, less than an hour remained until the conclusion of the instance, with the survival space on the island shrinking to less than 1 square kilometer. At this moment, 12 teams remained hidden in various locations. Each team focused intently on a clearing within the jungle, the last safe area. Just as everyone held their breath in anticipation of the final wave of toxic mist, a youthful man with a handsome visage and a playful, charming girl supported a tall young man, swaggering into the clearing to sit down. Normally, at this juncture, no one would dare show themselves. The immediate reaction from all teams was, is someone offering themselves as bait? The tall young man was clearly gravely injured, his bandaged cloth soaked with blood. The student-like young man also bore injuries, one arm dangling limply. Seeing someone willingly presenting themselves as a target, a robust youth from Team 71 stood up. Bow and arrow in hand, emerging from the brush, he nocked an arrow, aiming at the severely injured Wang Ming, drawing back the bowstring just as a dagger suddenly flew from the distance and embedded itself in his throat. With a cry of agony, the archer disintegrated into white light. Who did that? His teammates shouted in anger, yet dared not reveal themselves. At that moment, another arrow flew towards Wang Ming in the clearing. However, Lu Xiaobai swiftly pulled him down to the ground, evading the shot. Moments later, another scream echoed from the direction of the arrows. Fang Yu, panting, picked up the bow from the ground and vanished back into the woods. Lu Xiaobai had chosen a clever position. There was a large but not particularly high rock on the ground. After he pulled Wang Ming and Xie Xiaoying down, ranged attacks were rendered ineffective against them unless the archers decided to climb the trees. The archer from Team 66 had also realized this and stealthily climbed the branches, using the leaves for cover. He released an arrow that accurately struck Wang Ming in the neck. Wang Ming managed to smile at Lu Xiaobai before dissolving into white light. Yet, the archer from Team 66 was unable to celebrate, as he too was pierced by an arrow through the heart, vanishing in place. At this point, everyone discerned that the trio in the clearing was using themselves as bait. Their team had a skilled archer lurking in the shadows. The atmosphere fell into silence. Time ticked away, and 10 minutes remained before the toxic mist would once again spread. Some teams could no longer remain still. Team 17 had already eliminated 38 individuals and had 2 experienced mercenaries still alive. Knowing they could secure a place in the top 10 by dispatching the 2 in front of them, they resolved to take the risk despite being aware of the hidden archer. The 2 suddenly charged forward, one leading and the other following, weaving in an S pattern to swiftly approach Lu Xiaobai and Xie Xiaoying in the clearing. Fang Yu, concealed in the woods, immediately released an arrow, but it only struck the arm of the one behind. In an instant, the 2 reached Lu Xiaobai and Xie Xiaoying, one drawing a trident and the other brandishing a dagger. Unexpectedly, at that moment, 3 arrows shot out from the woods, the dagger-wielding man disintegrating into white light, while the one with the trident was struck by 2 arrows in the back, collapsing to the ground. Lu Xiaobai rushed forward, seizing the trident and dispatching the white man before rolling back behind the rock. The situation became clearer. Aside from Fang Yu, there were 3 archers lurking in the shadows, all playing the role of the yellow bird. They took advantage of Fang Yu's moment of reloading to eliminate the mantis, indirectly aiding Lu Xiaobai, who played the cicada. A stalemate ensued until the toxic mist began to spread, prompting everyone to rush towards the clearing in a chaotic brawl. Lu Xiaobai and Xie Xiaoying were the first to dissolve into white light. Fang Yu did not head towards the clearing. After killing 3 individuals, she was engulfed by the toxic mist. Ultimately, their team eliminated 49 people, securing the 5th rank. The system announced, the island survival instance has concluded. The top 10 teams are Team 3, Team 22, Team 7, The first place team will receive 50 gold coins per member, the second place 45 gold coins, the third place 40 gold coins. Participants, please collect your rewards in the wooden house promptly. After collection, you will automatically be returned to the camp. Upon death in the instance, participants would not immediately return to the camp, but were instead individually transported to a wooden house from which they could not escape. At that moment, opaque purple bubbles appeared in the wooden house where Lu Xiaobai and his companions were located. Wang Ming circled the bubbles, perplexed, and asked Lu Xiaobai, "Is this the reward aside from the gold coins?" Lu Xiaobai was unsure. "It should be. There doesn't seem to be anything else." Xie Xiaoying suggested, "Shall we each poke one?" Fang Yu. "Certainly, let us each select one." Everyone unanimously decided that Fang Yu should go first, as her contributions were the greatest. Under the eager gaze of the crowd, Fang Yu popped the bubble before her, and a transparent, fist-sized rhombic dodecahedron landed in her palm. Simultaneously, a holographic projection appeared before her. Energy crystal fragment level, none attribute. Enhancement device can enhance magical equipment or elevate the level of tamed beasts. Wow, it's an energy crystal fragment, Xie Xiaoying exclaimed, even more excited than Fang Yu. "I saw someone selling it for 50 gold in the market." Wang Ming expressed his envy. "I've heard this is quite valuable," LV Xiaobai remarked. Selling for 50 gold is tough. 40 gold will surely attract buyers." Fang Yu, usually calm, could not help but smile, and with the additional reward of 30 gold for her 5th place, she had amassed a total of 70 gold, marking her as quite fortunate. Next was Wang Ming, who mischievously selected the bubble in front of LV Xiaobai, obtaining 1 unit of crystal. Not too shabby. Wang Ming's face beamed with delight. Following him was Xie Xiaoying, who also chose the bubble before her, acquiring a C-level resource box. Although it paled in value compared to the prizes of Fang Yu and Wang Ming, the young girl was still joyous, as she already had a reward of 30 gold, significantly surpassing her mining earnings. Lastly, LV Xiaobai popped the remaining bubble, revealing a needle-free injector filled with a green liquid. Physique enhancement gene serum level, none attribute. Enhancement device, a gene serum developed by a future technology company, capable of elevating one's life level. Note, the type of the first injection will determine the direction of future awakened abilities. Each individual may select only one direction. There are 3 types of gene serums. 1. Physique enhancement, increases strength and constitution. Each point of strength corresponds to 10 attack power. Each point of constitution corresponds to 20 health points. The enhancement effect varies by individual. 2. Sensory enhancement, enhances visual, auditory, olfactory, gustatory, and tactile abilities. The enhancement effect varies by individual. 3. Brain domain development, enhances abilities related to mental consciousness. The development effect varies by individual. LV Xiaobai, curious, glanced at Wang Ming. "Why don't you choose the gene serum? Is it not to your liking?" Chapter 38. Level 5 Safe House. Upon returning to the camp, it was already midnight. LV Xiaobai decided against immediately injecting the gene serum. He intended to upgrade the safe house to level 5 first. Safe house. Level 4 materials required for the next level, with Builder S metal bonus wood. 115,0720 stone. 177,0360 industrial metal. 200180 gold. 745, following the conclusion of the interstellar miner dungeon. The price of gold had dropped slightly, with the exchange rate now nearing 1.2 with gold coins. Having just received a reward of 30 gold coins, LV Xiaobai currently possessed a total of 53 coins. With a wave of his hand, he spent 46 coins to purchase 38 gold. He accessed the core device and clicked on Upgrade. After a flash of white light, his safe house had ascended to level 5. Safe house. Level 5 health, 2000 facilities. Level 1 wall, Level 1 watchtower, Level 1 beast pen special furniture, Level 2 dimensional storage cabinet, Level 1 portal system evaluation. Upgrade, upgrade, upgrade. Important matters are worth repeating thrice. Materials required for the next level with Builder S metal bonus wood, 430-1440 stone, 141-0720 industrial metal, 20360 gold, 090. After this upgrade, an additional 10 square meter treehouse was added, bringing his total to 3 rooms. LV Xiaobai maneuvered the manual to position his main house at the top, approximately 7 or 8 meters above the ground. The central space was a large 20 square meter secondary room, while the newly added 10 square meter room was placed at the base of the redwood tree for resource uploading. He opened the furniture list. Level 3-dimensional storage cabinet required materials. Wood, 43020. Gold, 06. Level 2 portal required materials. Industrial metal, 2020. Energy metal, 02. Gold, 010.no. New special furniture was added. Yet the requirement for energy metal for the Level 2 portal left LV Xiaobai perplexed. He clicked on the details. Level 2 portal description. In addition to reaching future districts, it also adds the function of teleporting to specified coordinates. One coordinate can be added, and switching coordinates requires a 24-hour interval. Note: temporal-type magical equipment cannot be carried during teleportation. LV Xiaobai was even more confused. Specified coordinates. Where would those come from? This was utterly baffling. He then examined the facilities list, where the core devices could now be purchased directly with gold coins. Level 2 Lighthouse Core, 5 gold used for upgrading Level 1 Lighthouse, extending its dispersal range to 100 meters. Level 2 Watchtower Core, 5 gold used for upgrading Level 1 Watchtower, transforming the city crossbow into an air cannon. Level 2 Wall Core, 5 gold used for upgrading Level 1 Wall, expanding its range to 50 meters by 50 meters. Level 2 Beast Pin Core, 5 gold used for upgrading Level 1 Beast Pin, expanding its area to 8 by 8 meters, allowing the taming of beasts up to Level 6. Level 2 Laboratory Core, 5 gold used for upgrading Level 1 Laboratory, capable of replicating advanced blueprints. After reviewing everything, LV Xiaobai found no core device for the safe house, but at the end of the list, he discovered a special facility. Radar required materials, gold, 020, industrial metal, 20200, energy metal, 010 function, detects and locates safe houses within a 100-kilometer radius. LV Xiaobai fell silent. Upgrading the safe house to level 6 required 4 core devices. Yet the list did not contain the necessary materials. Instead, a radar detector had appeared, and the level 2 portal could now teleport to specified targets. It was evident how to acquire the safe house cores. Though it was nearly 1 a.m., the chat channel remained lively. Recently emerged participants from the dungeon were fervently discussing their experiences and discoveries. Then I ventured to the 5th level and stumbled upon a gold mine. But alas, time was short, and I only managed to gather 30 units of gold. 666. Indeed, a bit of courage brings a fortune. You truly deserve to strike it rich, brother. Do you know? The participant with the highest score in this wild forest dungeon wasn't the tiger. Who was it then? Rumor has it, it was a member of the British Royal Airborne Special Forces, who exchanged points for 3 crystal units, a fierce individual. Isn't the tiger also a Special Forces member? Are there so many experts in our district? There are indeed many great talents. You may not know, but the Japanese swordsmanship master He Bianlong participated in the island's survival and didn't he even place. Is it that intense? But that has nothing to do with me. I'll just focus on upgrading my safe house. And no worries, haha, you're still too young. What do you mean? Do you know Chinergu? He is a regular in the top 5 of the construction rankings and has already upgraded to a level 5 safe house. I know. So what? Brother Dog is our group leader. He said that after level 5, one can only continue upgrading by attacking the safe houses of other participants. Damn. The boy selling persimmons. I'll trade the physique gene serum for brain domain development. DM me. After some consideration, LV Xiaobai decided to exchange it for the brain domain development gene serum. Initially, it might seem of little effect, but after 3 injections, the probability of awakening a long-range ability would be significantly high. Whoa, little brother. What little brother? Call me the persimmon god. Is it the gene serum sold for 100 gold in the shop? How can you buy it and then exchange it? Bold head Chong. It indicates it was obtained from a quest. Neither the interstellar miner nor the wild forest has this. Only the random bubbles in the island survival might yield is the persimmon god in the top 10 of island survival? Impressive. Only fierce people reach the top 10. Is the persimmon god in the military or a martial artist? Could be a strong ally. LV Xiaobai waited for a while, seeing no one DM him, and sent another message. I'll add 7 gold. Anyone planning to buy gene serum soon will save 7 gold. Braden. If you add a little more, I'll go buy 1 and trade with you. The boy selling persimmons. I'll treat you to a drink of 24-year-old spicy girl. Braden. Ultimately, Braden exchanged with him, as he had also planned to purchase a gene serum. Saving 7 gold was a good deal. The brain domain development gene serum was a deep red color, and upon receiving it, LV Xiaobai injected it immediately. After the injection, aside from feeling more clear-headed, he did not notice any significant changes. The next day, LV Xiaobai visited the 22nd Century Talent Service Center again, directly hiring 20 skilled workers. However, as he was unsure when the second round of Beast Tide would arrive, he could only hire them day by day. 20 workers could excavate approximately 1,600 units of stone per day, costing merely 100 kilograms of food. After deducting the service fee, every 120 units of stone could be sold for 0.8 gold. He would sell all the stone that day, earning 56 gold daily. For 10 consecutive days, El Xiaobai persevered until he had exhausted all the meat he had stored. By the end of this endeavor, he had accumulated 105 gold coins, with each meal costing 50 coins, resulting in a net profit of 55 coins. This profit was quite substantial. After a moment of calculation, El Xiaobai found that it was just enough to purchase the resources needed to manufacture a radar. Without hesitation, he promptly spent the money to make the purchase. Chapter 39. The first shot fired over the course of these 10 days, an increasing number of individuals had reached level 5. And nearly everyone was aware of the upgrade model behind the safe house. The atmosphere of war grew ever more palpable, with the chat channels becoming increasingly desolate. The current situation dictated that while one could refrain from attacking others, there was no assurance that others would not attack you. For the sake of self-preservation, the most rational and correct course of action was to eliminate the opponent. This was the essence of the Dark Forest theory. El Xiaobai aimed to manufacture the radar in preparation for a preemptive strike. He gathered all the necessary materials for production, spending 85 gold coins on 10 units of energy metal, 20 gold coins on 20 units of gold, and 4 gold coins on 200 units of industrial metal. To facilitate this, he sold 4 monster skin chests. The radar he manufactured was indeed a colossal contraption. Its main structure stood nearly 8 meters tall, with a base support exceeding 4 meters in diameter, topped by a parabolic antenna with wings spread wide over a span of several meters. The internal space of the support housed various electronic devices capable of wirelessly connecting to the survival manual. Radar level: 1 health, 500,500 detection range, 100 kilometers scan cooldown time, 12 hours. Materials required for next level: level 2 radar core device, 20, 400 industrial metal, 0 energy metal, 40 gold. Upon activating the signal transmitter, the radar antenna began to rotate slowly. The signals detected were received, amplified, filtered, and converted. Before long, the scanning was complete. Images within a 100-kilometer radius centered around his safe house gradually appeared on the monitoring equipment. El Xiaobai glanced at the 6 red dots on the screen, a sense of trepidation washing over him. He had never anticipated that there would be so many contenders within a mere 100 miles. If any of them were to construct a radar before him, the consequences were unimaginable. He zoomed in on the images for a closer examination and was relieved to find that none of these 6 contestants had set up radar devices in their camps. However, contestants 2, 4, and 5 had already built walls, with contestant 2 having a watchtower and contestant 5 having constructed a beast pen. Gritting his teeth, El Xiaobai made a determined decision to sell all of his remaining 40 monster skin chests. Recently, the prices for protective shields had soared, causing the prices of the chests to skyrocket as well. He had originally planned to sell them for 2 gold coins each, but ultimately, he sold all 40 for 60 gold coins. After spending 30 gold coins to acquire gold and energy metal, El Xiaobai upgraded the portal to level 2. He did not hesitate to spend the remaining 30 gold coins at the market to purchase a level 4 battle pet. A peregrine falcon. This falcon, measuring over a meter in length, was the most expensive level 4 battle pet available in the market and boasted excellent attributes. Name: Peregrine Falcon. Type: Raptor. Level: 4 health, 480 attack, 110-145 traits. A sprinting speed of 100 meters per second makes it virtually unmatched among birds of the same level. Though it is more fragile despite its high attack power, El Xiaobai intended to use it as a scout. As Laifu's speed was no longer sufficient, it could now only serve as a messenger. He had emptied his resources in a bellicose manner, clearly preparing to attack others. Activating the level 2 portal, he input the coordinates for Camp 1, obtained from the radar, and instructed Tuesday to lead Chihuahua, Wangkai, Laifu, and the newly acquired battle pet Air Guzi into the fray. As for himself, he planned to wait until the battle concluded before joining. Although Tuesday was not a warrior, her physical attributes far surpassed those of El Xiaobai, and she possessed intelligence comparable to that of a human, alongside superior data collection and analytical capabilities. With a level 5 pet, 2 level 4 pets, and a host of minions, El Xiaobai felt confident that the opposition would be unable to withstand their assault. After a while, a message suddenly appeared in the chat channel. Neon contestant Niu Changliang Jin. Baka, someone is attacking me? Had someone already taken action so swiftly? Had the conflict finally begun? Who had fired the first shot? Niu Changliang Jin. Who is it, and why are they attacking me? Unforgivable, Baka. Can you hold them off? Beitsu and you go. He has only level 3. How could he possibly withstand it? Niu Changliang Jin. I can't hold on. I've activated the protective shield. Is there anyone who can come to my aid? A moment of silence ensued. After a while, Baka. Who exactly is it? Are they not afraid of our retaliation? Beitsu and you go. I'm ranked 13th on the construction leaderboard. I'm still far from being able to manufacture a radar. Only those at the top can afford to venture out. The crowd quickly opened the construction leaderboard. 1. The boy selling persimmons. 2. Chin Air Go and Dog 3. Lima 4. Ko Jiao Ming Mei 5. Lao Hu 6th. Biliadin. It's not me. Although I have a radar, I still lack resources for a level 2 portal. Lima. It's not me either. Baka. It must be someone from Xia country. Damn it, do you want to start a war? Beitsu and you go. Didn't the Xia country just establish an intercontinental alliance with us? Now they turned around to attack us? Hebieni Lang. Hemph. Double-crossers, prepare for our retaliation. Meanwhile, El Xiaobai, who was enjoying instant noodles on the side, was thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama. Beep, beep. Suddenly someone messaged in the alliance group. Recently, various alliances and coalitions had sprung up like mushrooms after a rain, and El Xiaobai had also joined the 322 District Xia Country Alliance. The president was chasing Wind Youth, and the vice president was Yanran Mu Shui. They were the highest-ranking individuals in the real world in this district. The boy selling persimmons. Who among you attacked the Neon people? Are you unaware that we just established an alliance with them? Is there no sense of discipline? El Xiaobai recognized this person as claiming to be the secretary of a municipal government in Xia country, also one of the 10 vice presidents. Dong Yuyu. Exactly? You don't seem to understand the situation at all. This Dong Yuyu was also a vice president and, according to Xie Xiaoying, an advisor in a certain military unit. Chai Jingjing quickly ceased the attacks and apologized to the others. The boy selling persimmons. It wasn't me, but I don't think an apology is necessary, Dong Yuyu. How can it not be necessary? Who will bear the consequences of the Neon people's retaliation? Yuan Kachin. I just heard from the Neon side. They are still quite considerate of the bigger picture and are only asking for a compensation of 50 gold coins. El Xiaobai was also familiar with Yuan Kachin, a university professor who voluntarily served as the liaison officer in this group. Chai Jingjing. I'm talking about you. Hurry up and contact others to offer compensation, or you will bear the consequences. The boy selling persimmons. Hee. After replying to the message, El Xiaobai closed the manual and ignored these few clowns. Just then, Laifu flew out of the portal, circling in the air. This was the signal that it was safe to proceed. El Xiaobai was surprised at how quickly it had ended. He retrieved a tricycle from the storage cabinet and followed Laifu through the portal. What greeted him was a collapsed stone house. Outside the house was a clearing, simply enclosed by a wooden fence. Beyond the fence lay farmland on one side and a forest on the other, with a small river adjacent to the farmland. The forest was not large, and many trees had already been cut down. Through the trees, he could see distant fields and low houses along the field's edge. It appeared that Niu Changliang Jin's camp was also quite resource-deprived. At that moment, Tuesday approached, handing him a ring and a black device. It was precisely the safe house core device and the dimension storage cabinet that El Xiaobai had instructed her to keep an eye on. Chapter 40. Selling the dimension storage cabinet. When a contestant dies, their Doomsday survival manual will disappear along with them, but the core device and dimension storage cabinet will remain. These two items cannot be destroyed and can only be traded when they are unclaimed. El Xiaobai first opened the core device and discovered that this individual still had a fair amount of resources. gold coins, 8 wood, 417 stone, 155 metal, 101 gold. 5. He could only take advantage of this situation, and El Xiaobai cheerfully transferred the resources to his account. He then opened the dimension storage cabinet, finding it filled with worthless scraps and trinkets that did not pique his interest. The dimension cabinet could not be transported back through the portal, but El Xiaobai had his ways. He approached the collapsed stone house and, together with Doomsday, constructed a simple room, then affixed the safe house core device to it. Beep. Scanning initiated. Compliance confirmed. Safe house established. Though it was quite rudimentary, the system approved. This was done because the safe house core device only possessed functions for uploading, trading, and gifting when fully activated. El Xiaobai opened a small group chat. The boy selling persimmons. Come out. ILL give you some resources. The boy selling persimmons? The boy selling persimmons. I'll transfer a storage ring to you. All the resources inside are yours, and you can return the ring to me later. The boy selling persimmons. The boy selling persimmons. Can I keep the ring? The boy selling persimmons. I'll send troops to attack you. The boy selling persimmons. Fan. Tei Shi, Brother Xiaobai. I also want resources. The boy selling persimmons. I'll arrange some for you tomorrow. Fan. Tei Shi, Yin Ran Mu Shui. Did you manage to defeat that neon person? The boy selling persimmons. Indeed. I've managed to gather a few resources. Yin Ran Mu Shui. Their reactions have been quite intense. It would be prudent for you to refrain from taking action for the time being. The boy selling persimmons. If I don't act, who will provide for me? Yin Ran Mu Shui. However, we have recently established an intercontinental alliance, and everyone is uniting their forces against the enemies of the West. The boy selling persimmons. The land of the rising sun and the land of kimchi are mere lapdogs of the United States. Do you really think they would ally with us? Yin Ran Mu Shui. Yet, at least on the surface, we appear to be allies. Your actions could undermine the greater good. The boy selling persimmons. I'll deal with the 6 pests around me before considering anything else. The conversation with Feng Yu ended on an unsatisfactory note. In truth, Lu Xiaobai had never intended to join any alliance. It was Feng Yu who had forcibly dragged him into it, and the current situation left him rather speechless. Lu Xiaobai was not one to abandon action for the sake of some grand scheme. He needed to eliminate these 6 individuals to ensure his own safety, even if one of them was from the Summer Nation. With plenty of daylight remaining, Lu Xiaobai, accompanied by Doomsday, spent several hours chopping wood in the forest. His campsite was already devoid of trees, and he couldn't afford to miss this opportunity. Nevertheless, this level 1 safe house offered little much like the contemporary approach to construction. The project at hand was simply of a larger scale. There was little concern for quality. The primary objective was merely to ensure structural integrity. The 2 individuals toiled relentlessly until dusk, barely managing to establish a single layer of foundation. Lu Xiaobai found himself nostalgically yearning for the days when workers were plentiful, yet regrettably, he was devoid of surplus provisions. Although his battle companion ventured out daily to hunt, the frigid weather yielded scant rewards. The following day, at noon, Lu Xiaobai meticulously activated the portal, precisely on schedule. This time, he was set to assault Camp Number 6, with an opponent hailing from the Xia Nation. Lu Xiaobai had devised a strategy the previous night. Initially possessing 38 gold coins, he sold 1,200 units of stone for 10 coins and subsequently purchased a moderately proficient level 5 battle pet from the market. Monster name: King Kong. Gibbon category: Beast level, 5 ability level, 1 health, 1,000 attack, 8105 characteristics, a mutated gibbon. Endowed with the ability to undergo a transformation that doubles its size, thereby enhancing its strength and constitution. Upon transformation, the King Kong gibbon gains 20 points in strength and 30 points in constitution. With a duration of 20 minutes, the transformation concludes with a 12-hour period of weakness. Lu Xiaobai entrusted the energy sword to Doomsday, instructing, this time, you and King Kong will engage head-on, while the other beasts execute a surprise attack. Aim for a swift resolution, and do not afford the opponent an opportunity to activate their shield. Oh, and make sure to disguise your appearance. Understood. In the chat channel, Little Chick is 7 years old exclaimed. Someone is attacking me. Big Fish is expensive inquired. What is happening? Head Brother remarked. Is someone declaring war on the Xia Nation? Isn't this the individual wanted by the Talent Service Center? Yes, I heard he was imprisoned for a week and couldn't even participate in the dungeon. Windchaser asked, "Do you know who struck you?" Unfortunately, little chick is 7 years old only managed to utter a single sentence before falling silent. Chai Jingjing commented, "The retaliation from the Wokaku people has commenced. I warned against provoking them, and now trouble has befallen us." Dong Yu urged, "Quickly, let that brat apologize, Yuan Kachin. Contact them and inquire about the situation." Yuan Kachin replied, "I've asked. The Wokaku side claims it's not their people." Dong Yu lamented, "It's over. The Wokaku are unwilling to negotiate. What shall we do?" Chai Jingjing and Yuan Kachin stated, "The Wokaku must feel humiliated. You should take a conciliatory stance and suggest we offer a public apology." Windchaser argued, "Is that really necessary? There are plenty of us. We need not fear them." Chai Jingjing countered, "President, you don't understand. The Wokaku hold significant power in this region. Their top 10 battle rankings include He Bian Lang. In the top 20, there are by Mao Bagu and Bei Siyuan Yu Goat. We cannot compete." Dong Yu remarked, "The president is too young." Windchaser asserted, "Our top 10 include Shi Zi, and in the top 20, Chen Ergo, and Yin Ran Mu Shui are not inferior to them." Chai Jingjing sighed, "Alas, this is precisely your youth. That Shi Zi merely lucked into the top 10. His true strength may not even reach the top 20. What can he do aside from bully the weak?" Yuan Kachin added, "Indeed, and Chen Ergo and Yin Ran Mu Shui are ranked 19th and 20th, respectively. How can they compare? Bei Siyuan Yigo is 13th, just one rank below the president." Dong Yu questioned, "What shall we do now? If the Wokaku come to attack, I cannot defend against them." "You must provide some supplies," Chai Jingjing reassured. "Of course, we are a collective and shall advance and retreat together." Yuan Kachin echoed, "Yes, as long as we stand united, no one can bully us. Does anyone have a shield they can spare? I fear we may not have time if a sudden conflict arises." Chai Jingjing urged, Yes, I'd like a few as well, preferably rare shields." Dong Yu chimed in, "Count me in too, what a load of nonsense," Lu Xiaobai muttered under his breath, preparing to mock them. However, at that moment, Yin Ran Mu Shui interjected, "Is it you who struck?" Lu Xiaobai knew precisely what she was referring to. Initially inclined to fabricate a lie, he realized he would face the consequences eventually, so he replied, "Indeed." Rice, quite rare, exclaimed, "Ah, brother Xiaobai, you Yin Ran Mu Shui pressed? You also attacked the Xia Nation?" Rice, quite rare, retorted, "I want to attack him. What if he develops and retaliates against me?" Fang Yu was somewhat vexed. The recent affairs of the alliance had left her overwhelmed, and Lu Xiaobai not only failed to assist but also opposed her. Yin Ran Mu Shui insisted, "We will naturally restrain him. Have you not read the alliance regulations? How can you lack any sense of discipline?" Lu Xiaobai, too, felt anger rising within him. Although he understood that those in the army placed great emphasis on discipline, this was not the real world. Rice, quite rare, challenged, "What will you use to restrain him? Mere words?" "I simply wish to know how you guarantee he won't attack me." Yin Ran Mu Shui replied, "If he were to assault you, we would undoubtedly punish him." Rice, quite rare, countered, "But by then, I would have already been attacked." Yin Ran Mu Shui stated, "You can activate a shield. We will support you promptly." Rice, quite rare, questioned, "When I attacked little chick is 7 years old. Did he activate a shield?" Yin Ran Mu Shui retorted, "You are grasping at straws." Rice, quite rare, chuckled. Wang Zhatian interjected, "Let us speak fairly. I believe Xiaobai has done nothing wrong. This is not merely a game. Death results in becoming data. We cannot entrust our lives to others." Yin Ran Mu Shui queried, "Well then, let me ask you another question." Rice, quite rare, "If I were beside you, would you attack me?" Rice, quite rare, fell silent. Lu Xiaobai refrained from responding, closing the manual and heading to camp number 6. Little chick is 7 years old, had initially progressed quite well, reaching level 4 among the earlier batches. Unfortunately, due to inadequate protection for the hired workers, he had been forcibly penalized, losing assets worth 30 gold coins, and was imprisoned for 7 days. Consequently, he possessed only a level 4 safe house, with no walls, watchtowers, or beast pens. The resources he had left were nearly negligible: wood, 87 stone, 33 industrial metal, 20 glass. 7, however, his dimensional storage cabinet held several valuable items: rare time funnel X2, rare shield X2, monster skin box X3, food 40 kilograms Blueprint X1. Surprisingly, this blueprint was a rare one. Modern lightweight bulletproof plate armor, rare, characteristics, full body armor forged from 1mm hardened steel. When donned, you become Iron Man. Required materials: industrial metal 280200, gold 55. Manufacturing time: 8 hours. This armor increases defense by 100, which delighted Liu Xiaobai, for it meant he could easily withstand bolts from a level 1 watchtower. He planned to equip Doomsday with it, allowing him to guard the house with greater peace of mind. Little Chick is 7 years old's camp was nestled deep within the mountains, abundant in wood and food resources. Liu Xiaobai dispatched all his battle pets to hunt, while he and Doomsday gathered timber nearby. By the time nightfall arrived, they had successfully harvested 140 units of wood, and the battle pets had captured over 600 kilograms of prey. A truly bountiful haul. Of course, 400 kilograms of that catch would be reserved for their sustenance. Were it not for the portal's limitation of only 1 coordinate, Liu Xiaobai would have certainly established a long-term presence there. Upon returning to the camp, his first order of business was to craft the bulletproof plate armor, after which he retired for the night. The next morning, upon rising, he discovered the armor had been completed. It was a suit of armor capable of enveloping the entire body, with a rugged yet simplistic design and sharp angles. Exuding a formidable visual deterrent. It was manufactured by the system, it could be adjusted for size, and Liu Xiaobai tailored it to fit his physique. He found its flexibility and protective efficacy in crucial areas far exceeded his expectations. After removing the armor, Liu Xiaobai solemnly handed it to Doomsday, saying, "The upcoming 3 targets are somewhat perilous. You will need this." A flicker of unease crossed Doomsday's usually placid face. "I am not particularly skilled in combat. Why not procure a warrior instead?" Liu Xiaobai patted her shoulder. "I believe you can excel." Internally, he mused. "I never anticipated it would develop this way." Date. No one had offered a contract for servitude in the market, nor was there any in the system mall. Even if Liu Xiaobai wished to acquire a bionic warrior, he had no means to do so, and he was currently devoid of any gold coins. In the morning, Liu Xiaobai visited the talent center, hiring 20 construction workers to build a storage facility. As soon as the portal's cool-down period concluded at noon, he dispatched Doomsday and the battle pets to Camp No. 4. Shortly after their departure, the system suddenly displayed a message. Resource airdrop will commence in 10 minutes. Participants are advised to collect promptly. The total number of airdrop treasure chests this time is 100,000. Liu Xiaobai calculated that this should be the last scheduled airdrop. Ever since the second airdrop incident that left him disheartened, his luck seemed to have run dry, as he failed to collect any of the subsequent 7 airdrops. The most recent airdrop occurred when he eliminated Camp No. 3. Today, he held little hope. With only 100,000 chests, the probability of one landing nearby was exceedingly slim. 10 minutes later, Liu Xiaobai observed that the nearest beam of light was indeed situated within the foggy area, and he could only shrug in resignation. He opened the manual and chanced upon Wang Zhaotian boasting in the chat. "Haha, look at this, a D-grade chest, just under 200 meters from my safe house. Fan special. Isn't that a red envelope in the making?" Wang Zhaotian. The boy selling persimmons. "Thank you, boss. Fan special. Xiaobai Gij, hasn't he not sent it yet?" The boy selling persimmons. "I'm just expressing my gratitude in advance. Fan special. Thanks, boss. Wishing you great fortune." Wang Zhaotian. Liu Xiaobai waited for a considerable time without any response and then realized that this fellow had gone to the hall to show off to others. Wang Zhaotian. "Is it really that difficult to find a D-grade chest? Why is it that I encounter one the moment I step out? Wow, 666, there's a lucky player here. Everyone come and douse him with urine. Why do you all have it while I don't? Khaleesi, do you not love me anymore?" At that moment, a candidate from the Kangaroo Nation spoke up in the channel. "Who is attacking me? Is there anyone to uphold justice? Alas, one must bear the consequences of falling behind. It's merely bad luck that there happens to be a ranking brother nearby. If only one knew who it was. One could have their alliance's big shots negotiate. Mysterious merchant. It might be someone from the Woku. They're the worst. Beichun has a dog. Baka, it's clearly you guys." These few messages were soon drowned in the sea of chatter about treasure chests. Similar incidents had been on the rise these past few days, losing the previous sensationalism. El Xiaobai waited for a long time, and upon seeing that Wang Zhaotian had no intention of sending a red envelope, cursed under his breath for being stingy, before finally shutting the manual and heading to Camp Number 4. Chapter 43. The second gene potion. Upon entering Camp Number 4, El Xiaobai immediately spotted a blue beam not far away. Approaching the airdrop resource box with disbelief, he was astonished to find it was actually a C-grade chest. Circling the chest in bewilderment, he struggled to comprehend the situation. Could it be that luck had struck him again? Just then, Tuesday walked over and asked, "Is this chest very precious?" It was only then that El Xiaobai realized. "Did you bring this back and place it here?" Indeed, it was discovered in the secondary mutation zone. Excited, El Xiaobai embraced Tuesday. "You truly are my lucky star." Tuesday looked at him with calm composure. "According to the data I've collected, the probability of you hugging me in your current state of excitement is only 41. And 59 of it is you taking advantage." El Xiaobai awkwardly released him. "Has your data analysis model encountered a bug?" Changing the subject, he said, "Let me see what's inside." Upon opening the chest, 5 luminous orbs floated out. Industrial metal 450 energy metal 10 exciting vitamin drink 600 milliliters 15 nuclear bomb plant protein drink 180 milliliters 20L Mama S spicy sauce 210G 12 Wow. El Xiaobai exclaimed, utterly stunned by the 10 units of energy metal. He turned and embraced Tuesday once more. Tuesday. El Xiaobai only released Tuesday after he had sufficient time to embrace him, simultaneously handing over the 2 core devices from Camp Number 4 and the dimensional storage ring. The candidate from the Kangaroo Nation was quite affluent, providing El Xiaobai with 5 gold coins, 525 wood, 378 stone, 195 industrial metal, and 12 gold. Additionally, his secondary dimensional storage cabinet contained 80 kilograms of dried fish, 1 rare time funnel, 5 advanced time funnels, a complete fishing gear set, 1 homemade fishing net, 10 liters of purified water. If he were to be given more time to develop, once he established a watchtower or tamed a battle pet, it would not be so easy to defeat him. El Xiaobai similarly constructed a rudimentary safe house amidst the ruins and hung the dimensional cabinet in the World Channel's trading post. The dimensional cabinets he had seized in the previous 2 instances were also sold in the World Trading Post, each priced at 35 gold, significantly higher than in Area 322. Ding dong, transaction successful. Your level 2 dimensional storage cabinet has been sold. It was practically snatched up the moment it was listed. This time, it was a level 2 dimensional cabinet, listed at 38 gold. After deducting the 1 gold threshold fee and a 20 transaction fee, he received 29 gold. Across the 4 camps, he earned a total of 108 gold solely from the dimensional cabinets. It must be said that war is indeed a swift means of accumulating wealth. This camp also boasted abundant timber resources, but El Xiaobai was pressed for time to return and construct the warehouse, thus he did not linger. With professional builders, efficiency soared, and by nightfall, a rough outline of the 684-meter warehouse had taken shape. El Xiaobai, as per usual, prepared a large pot of meat soup for the workers to help themselves, before retreating to his room to peruse the manual. He first dealt with a batch of supplies. Having gone nearly half a month without rain, the price of drinking water resources had begun to rise recently. El Xiaobai sold a heap of assorted drinks, netting 8 gold. Among them, Mungyo Milk 1.5L6 sold for 3 gold, exciting vitamin drink 600 milliliters 15 for 3 gold, and nuclear bomb plant protein drink 180 milliliters 20 for 1 gold and 60 stone. All were sold directly as drinking water, priced at 1 gold for 3 liters, without any markup. El Xiaobai glanced at his resources. Gold coins, 96 energy metal, 10 gold, 12 purified water, 35 L food, 130 kilograms wild monster loot, 3. He was still 4 gold coins short of purchasing the gene potion, so he sold 12 L of purified water to make up the difference. The reason he was selling drinking water in bulk was that Tuesday had discovered an underground water source in the foggy area of Camp No. 6. The reserves were unknown, but it was more than enough for his personal consumption. Currently, the drinking water available on the market was primarily sourced from underground, as surface water was not potable for humans. El Xiaobai opened the system store and found the gene potion, hesitating just as he was about to press the button. After some contemplation, he still felt reluctant, spending 1 gold to enter the World Trading Post for another search. To his surprise, there was someone selling it this time, priced at only 90 gold. Moreover, the seller's name did not bear the merchant badge, indicating that the price could indeed be negotiable. This delighted El Xiaobai, who quickly contacted the seller named Anya. The boy selling persimmons. Hello, could you lower the price of the gene potion? Anya. No, I cannot. El Xiaobai was somewhat baffled. If it couldn't be lowered, why accept friend requests? Surely, she couldn't think he intended to purchase at the full price. He patiently reasoned. You're selling it for 90 gold in the trading post, and after deducting fees, you'll only receive 72 gold. I can offer you 73 gold for it. Anya, you are quite a generous boy. The boy selling persimmons. I'm not a boy, but I have a 3-year-old son named Wang Meng. He is adorable. Would you like to see his picture? Anya, not interested. The boy selling persimmons. Sigh. If he knew I had become a data person, he would surely be very sad. Anya, perhaps he would be delighted. Rolling around on the bed. The boy selling persimmons. He is 3 this year, and every time I come home, he always runs towards me, calling out daddy with his arms wide open. Anya, are you here to buy something or just to chat? The boy selling persimmons. Your profile picture is of a cute little baby. That must be your son, right? We share common ground, don't we? Anya, that is my younger sister. The boy selling persimmons. Oh? Perhaps one day your sister will become friends with my son, and they will run hand in hand under the sunset. Anya, why run under the sunset? The boy selling persimmons. I don't know. Maybe there are dogs chasing them from behind in Zone 9. Within a safe house, a girl of modest height but with striking proportions, sporting a short haircut, paused upon reading the message that appeared on the screen. A faint smile curved her cherry-like lips, and her previously cold gaze sparkled with newfound vitality. Anya, tell me a joke. If it's amusing, I will sell to you. The boy selling persimmons. I do know a rather funny joke, but it's a bit risky, not suitable for women. Anya, you may skip the risky parts. The boy selling persimmons. In that case, there would be little content left. Anya, that joke is hardly amusing at all. The boy selling persimmons. So, will you sell it? Anya, let us make a deal. After considerable effort, it was finally secured for 73 gold coins. Following the injection, Lu Xiaobai distinctly felt a transformation within himself. Though he could not pinpoint the exact nature of the change, he did not dwell on it further, sinking into a deep slumber on the enormous bobcat fur mattress. Chapter 44. Night raid. The next day, workers rose early to labor diligently, managing to complete the main structure of the storage room before their departure. The 48 square meters of indoor space temporarily sufficed for Lu Xiaobai's needs to store miscellaneous items and unimportant supplies. Furthermore, the storage room served another purpose. In times of scarce resources, battle pets could rest within it. Noon. The cooldown period for the teleportation portal elapsed once more. However, today Lu Xiaobai refrained from sending them off immediately. During the morning radar scan, he discovered an unexpected situation. Camp 2 had raised a flag of the American Alliance. This signified their formal membership under the protection of the Alliance. Currently, many alliances operated this way. Those wishing to join were required to pay a substantial membership fee and pledge to regularly contribute resources in exchange for membership status and the protection of the strong within the Alliance. Most of the resources they contributed were utilized as military funding for the strong, with a small portion allocated for the Alliance's operations. This district boasted a number of American elites. Among the top 10 on the power ranking were Hunter and Braden. While Redhead was listed in the top 20, both Hunter and Braden likely possessed radar and secondary teleportation portals by now, and recklessly approaching them could lead to peril if a swift resolution was not achieved. Moreover, it would not be easy to secure a quick victory, as the opponents had both walls and watchtowers. Thus, after careful consideration, Lu Xiaobai resolved to launch a night raid. At 4 a.m., Lu Xiaobai, accompanied by several allies, stealthily infiltrated Camp 2 at this hour. The inhabitants were in the deepest slumber, surrounded by utter darkness, rendering their entry virtually undetectable. Upon reaching the city gate, Lu Xiaobai signaled to Doomsday to activate the 3rd level of the lightsaber to breach the gate. The 1st level gate had a health value of 2500, while Doomsday's attack power hovered around 20. With the added power of the 3rd level lightsaber at 50, the gate was dismantled in under 3 minutes. After passing through the gate, everyone and their beasts surrounded the safe house. Judging by its size, this safe house appeared to be level 4, with a mere 1,500 health points. Liu Xiaobai calculated that his 6 little wolves could deal over 120 damage in a single strike. With Wu Dawang boasting an attack power of 120, the transformed King Kong reaching 280, Wang Kai at 50, Air Guzi at 110, and Lifeng at 60, with all battle pets attacking simultaneously, they could inflict approximately 740 damage in one strike, allowing for at least 2 attacks within 5 seconds, including himself wielding a fire axe and Doomsday brandishing a flame gun. The damage within 5 seconds would surely exceed 1,500. He deemed it worth a try. If the opponents were highly vigilant, he kept the shield at hand, ready to activate it the moment they awoke. Then they would have no choice but to flee. Lifting his right hand, Liu Xiaobai pressed the button decisively once all battle pets were prepared. Boom, boom, boom. A series of crashing sounds shattered the stillness of the night, followed by the thunderous collapse of the building. Meanwhile, the occupant of the house had yet to locate the protective shield. Doomsday effortlessly dispatched him with 5 quick bursts. Liu Xiaobai ignited a torch and searched the surroundings, finding nothing particularly valuable. The dimensional cabinet contained only a rare time funnel and a rare protective shield of some worth. He also retrieved the core device of the safe house, which held a pitiful amount of resources, merely 3 gold coins, 273 wood, 125 stone, 144 industrial metal, and 7 gold. Liu Xiaobai speculated that this might be related to the payment of the alliance membership fee. Nevertheless, he possessed another safe house core device, a wall core device, and a watchtower core device, collectively valued at nearly 50 gold coins. This safe house was designed with 2 rooms, and the other bedroom remained intact. Liu Xiaobai promptly designated it as a new safe house and listed the dimensional cabinet on the world trading market. Not long after, he received a notification of a successful sale, earning him 29 gold coins. Upon returning to the camp, Liu Xiaobai found himself unable to sleep, lighting a cigarette as he pondered his next move. The last neighbor posed a considerable challenge, based on his scan from the previous day. The opponent had not only constructed a watchtower but also possessed at least a level 4 battle pet, a creature resembling a hyena, comparable in size to Wu Dawang. Regardless of whether it was level 4 or 5, the presence of a battle pet made a night raid considerably more difficult. Furthermore, his camp also displayed an alliance flag, adorned with a chrysanthemum, the emblem of the Japanese alliance. Frustrated, Liu Xiaobai extinguished his cigarette butt, deciding that if matters did not improve, he would sell some items to raise funds for a 3rd injection of the gene serum. With an additional esper on his side, a strong offensive would become significantly easier. Currently, he had 5 safe house core devices, 2 wall core devices, and 1 watchtower core device, along with 58 gold coins in savings. The watchtower core was not particularly valuable, costing merely 5 gold coins to manufacture. So he intended to keep it for himself. The wall core's crafting materials required 10 gold coins, and he anticipated selling it for 8 or 9 gold coins in the market, as for the safe house core. He had never sold one before and considered taking it to auction. Without hesitation, he listed several items on the trading market, pricing the wall core at 9 gold coins and setting the starting bid for the safe house core at 20 gold coins. The following day, Liu Xiaobai did not awaken until noon. He opened his manual to find several unread messages. The first message indicated that he had been expelled from the Summer Country Alliance chat group. Liu Xiaobai was not surprised, merely finding it amusing. The second message was a private chat from Wang Meng, stating, "Little brother, I've been targeted by someone. Can I borrow a battle pet for a while?" Feng Yu also sent a message. They initiated a vote. Talking to Lin Feng has been futile. Another message came from Xie Xiaoying, "Brother Xiaobai. I obtained the coordinates for Chai Jingjing." Liu Xiaobai glanced at the chat channel and discovered that not only had the Summer Country Alliance expelled him, but they had also issued an announcement stating that Liu Xiaobai was no longer a member of the Summer Country Alliance, and all his actions were solely his own, unrelated to the alliance. And so forth. He then contacted Xie Xiaoying, the boy selling persimmons. "Are you there? Fan, Tei Shi, Brother Xiaobai, you're finally online. I got Chai Jingjing's coordinates. Does what you said before still hold?" The boy selling persimmons. "Of course it holds. How did you obtain her coordinates?" Liu Xiaobai was indeed curious. For contestants, camp coordinates were of utmost importance and usually not shared with others. Fan, Tei Shi. "She said someone was attacking her, so we should go support her." She sent the coordinates to everyone in the committee. Liu Xiaobai then remembered that Xie Xiaoying was also one of the vice presidents. The boy selling persimmons. Is someone genuinely attacking her? Fan, Taishi, not at all. Just a few wild dogs wandered into her camp. The boy selling persimmons. The boy selling persimmons. All right, send me the coordinates first. I'll take her down and then give you gold coins. Fan, Taishi. Ah, brother Xiaobai. You truly intend to attack her? The boy selling persimmons. What else would it be for? Surely not to go and date her. Fan, Taishi. Fine. I'll give you the coordinates. But you must not renege on the gold coins. The boy selling persimmons. Of course, I won't. By the way, isn't it a bit inappropriate to sell the coordinates of an alliance vice president for just 10 gold coins? Fan, Taishi. I certainly won't give you the coordinates of others, but for Chai Jingjing, my father said she is sycophantic and of poor character. Her coordinates can be sold. The boy selling persimmons. What about Dong Yuyu and Yuan Kursen's coordinates? After a moment, Xie Xiaoying replied, that would require additional payment. Chapter 45. Future interventions. Liu Xiaobai reached out to Wang Ming once more. The boy selling persimmons. What's going on, Wang Zhaotian? Last night? Someone attacked me. The boy selling persimmons. Weren't you unable to repel them? Wang Zhaotian. I activated the protective shield. The boy selling persimmons. Didn't you raise the alliance flag? Wang Zhaotian. No. I didn't pay the membership fee. The boy selling persimmons. How much is the fee? You should pay it then. Wang Zhaotian. The initial payment is 30 gold coins or an equivalent in resources. And 5 gold coins every month thereafter. Wang Zhaotian. The key issue is that I suspect even raising the flag would be futile. Paying would be in vain. Liu Xiaobai reflected for a moment. Recalling that the membership fee for the alliance between the United States and Japan seemed to be 50 gold coins, it appeared that those in the Xia Country alliance felt that collecting 50 gold coins was rather unseemly. The boy selling persimmons remarked, even if I lend you a battle pet, it would be of no use. If we cannot defeat the opponent, we can always flee. It is unreasonable to remain vigilant against thieves all day. Wang Zhaotian inquired, then what shall we do? The boy selling persimmons replied, what are your coordinates? Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Ming divulged his coordinates to Liu Xiaobai. The boy selling persimmons then asked, do you possess a battle pet? Wang Zhaotian responded, I have a level 3 zombie and 2 level 1 mutated rats. The boy selling persimmons said, that makes things easier. Stay alert. Next time the opponent comes, inform me, and I will deal with them. Wang Zhaotian agreed. All right, thank you, brother. The boy selling persimmons replied, no need for thanks. It's a small favor. After conversing with Wang Ming, Liu Xiaobai hesitated for a long while but ultimately decided against contacting Feng Yu. He pulled out a cigarette, placing it between his lips as he descended the spiral staircase out of the safe house. On entering the glass greenhouse, he found Doomsday busy tending to the strawberries. This batch had already sprouted new leaves, indicating that flowering and fruiting were imminent. How many days until the strawberries mature? Liu Xiaobai inquired as he approached her. Without turning her head, Doomsday replied, they could bear fruit as soon as a week. Ah, so soon? Liu Xiaobai thought with excitement. Wouldn't that mean I have a continuous supply of strawberry seeds? However, he realized that the first group of strawberry planters would likely be reaping their harvest soon, which would diminish the value. He then asked, what about the sweet potatoes? Doomsday answered, they will mature in a maximum of 2 weeks. Excellent, Liu Xiaobai felt a genuine thrill. According to Doomsday, the yield of sweet potatoes in the greenhouse was around 400 to 600 jin. This was not merely 300 kilograms of food. Sweet potatoes could be directly planted in the ground, representing 300 kilograms of seeds. Even if their value depreciated by then, it would still amount to a considerable fortune. Ding dong, transaction successful. Your wall core device has been sold. Ding dong, your safe house core device has been successfully auctioned. It wasn't until noon that the system finally announced the success of the transactions. Liu Xiaobai opened his manual and claimed the 14 gold coins from the sale of the wall core device. He then opened the next email, which revealed that the safe house core device had only fetched the minimum price of 20 gold coins. After deducting a 25 auction fee, he was left with only 15 gold coins. Liu Xiaobai sighed. What a miscalculation. This price is even lower than the dimensional cabinet. Currently, even the most formidable individuals had only reached level 5, making it impractical to utilize the safe house core in the short term, so a lower price was quite reasonable. With just 14 gold coins remaining, and considering that gold and building materials should be reserved for upgrades, and with the price of energy metals continually rising, El Xiaobai hesitated to sell at present. After some contemplation, he decided to sell one rare time funnel for 6 gold coins and one rare protective shield for 8 gold coins, thereby gathering the necessary 100 gold coins. After purchasing the gene potion, he lay on his bed and injected himself with the third vial. Upon completion, El Xiaobai felt a dizzying sensation wash over him, and then he fainted. When he awoke, night had fallen. Seeing Tuesday seated in a chair, he quickly asked, "What time is it now?" Tuesday, relieved to see him awake, replied, "It's 8 p.m. El Xiaobai was startled. He had been unconscious for a full 8 hours. Assessing his body, he discovered that aside from a slight enhancement in strength, he felt no other changes. Could it be that I failed to awaken my abilities? He wondered, closing his eyes to concentrate. After a while, El Xiaobai opened his eyes, alarmed. Oh no, did my 300 gold coins go to waste? He hastily retrieved the survival manual to investigate the situation. Upon seeing his avatar, he suddenly realized, I can check directly. He clicked on his avatar, name, the boy selling persimmons category, Esper level, 2 Esper level, 1 health, 200 attack, 20 system evaluation, low level Esper, possessing the time-related causality ability of future intervention. It enables certain events to occur suddenly, though the outcomes remain within the realm of expectation. This description of his ability momentarily confused El Xiaobai, leaving him uncertain of its meaning, causing certain events to occur suddenly while the outcomes remain predictable. He pondered, then mused aloud, "Given how cold it is, it's quite probable that Lifeng will fly into my room to seek warmth." With that thought, he declared, "Lifeng, come to my room." A peculiar sensation coursed through him, and he instinctively felt he had succeeded. Indeed, within a minute, Lifeng appeared in his room. So this is how it works, El Xiaobai thought excitedly. This is akin to the law of attraction in supernatural novels. To guard against mere chance, he decided to test it again. "Erguzi, come to my room." This time, he waited a considerable time with no response, and the earlier strange sensation did not occur. Stroking his chin in contemplation, El Xiaobai theorized, could it be that Erguzi is not deterred by the cold, making it unlikely for him to seek warmth in my room, thus leading to failure? He then glanced at Tuesday and thought, I've been unconscious for so long. Tuesday must have gone to the kitchen to prepare instant noodles. The wondrous feeling surged within him once more. The next moment, Tuesday stood up and said, "You must be hungry. I'll go make you some porridge." El Xiaobai was taken aback. Wasn't she supposed to be making instant noodles? Oh right, he realized, Tuesday wouldn't know where he had placed the noodles. But she was aware there was leftover porridge in the pot. Even if the details were slightly off, as long as the general direction was correct, it would still take effect. What a splendid ability! He exclaimed inwardly. Subsequently, El Xiaobai conducted numerous tests, leading him to the following conclusions. First, the more detailed the deduction, the higher the probability of occurrence. Second, if the fundamental logic is flawed, the event will not happen. For instance, suggesting that Erguzi, as a level 4 mutated beast, would seek warmth in his room is fundamentally illogical, thus it could not happen. Third, the ability is more effective against lower-level targets. Higher-level targets require perfect deductions. For instance, had Tuesday been replaced with Zhao Lu, any errors in the details regarding the noodles would have resulted in a failure to initiate the cooking action. Fourth, this ability has certain range limitations. El Xiaobai discovered that if the target was outside the camp's perimeter, it would have no effect whatsoever. In summary, while the future intervention ability may not possess direct offensive capabilities and seems devoid of harm, it offers far greater possibilities. When wielded effectively, it rivals legendary skills. At 3:30 a.m., El Xiaobai conducted another radar scan of Camp 5, confirming the absence of anomalies before planning to take action that very night. Chapter 46. Temporarily Safe. The Japanese candidate had already reached level 5 and could construct a radar at any moment, which would expose his coordinates. Thus, swift action was imperative. At 4 a.m., he activated the portal and, accompanied by his subordinates, infiltrated Camp 5. He first intervened in the future trajectory of the opponent's battle pet. The hyena detected the scent of other creatures and decided to stealthily ambush. intending to surprise its master upon capturing prey. The mysterious sensation did not manifest, indicating a failed judgment. El Xiaobai intervened once more. The hyena, known for its ambush tactics, immediately concealed itself upon spotting its target, ready to launch a surprise attack. Success! El Xiaobai strode confidently outside the city wall with Doomsday, commanding her to use her lightsaber to carve open the city gate. Just as the gate swung wide, a menacing creature, over 2 meters in length, suddenly lunged forth. Unfortunately, before it could close the distance to El Xiaobai, it was swiftly struck down by a powerful punch from the transformed King Kong. Subsequently, it was frozen by the Wolf King and devoured in 2 bites. They successfully entered the city wall and arrived at the exterior of a safe house. However, they encountered a predicament. The level 5 safe house boasted a health pool of 2,000. Necessitating at least 3 rounds of attack to breach it. 3 rounds would take over 10 seconds, during which the occupants could very well activate the protective shield, rendering their efforts futile. Doomsday, with a hint of curiosity, glanced at El Xiaobai, eager to discern his next move. El Xiaobai did not contemplate alternative strategies, but, as before, gestured for all his battle pets to prepare. As his signal fell, all the battle pets launched their first round of assault. Concurrently, El Xiaobai invoked a clever intervention. Due to frequent earthquakes in the land of Wa, the owner of the safe house, upon awakening from slumber, would instinctively believe it was an earthquake. The judgment was successful. Although the opponent realized the truth mere seconds later and produced the protective shield, the safe house had already been breached. The Wa contestant could only watch in stunned disbelief as the enemy stormed into his sanctuary. Leaving him baffled until his last breath, El Xiaobai took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. After a week, he had finally removed all the nails surrounding him. Now, no one could ascertain his coordinates. At least until the level 2 radar appeared, he was safe and could develop in peace. While harvesting the spoils of war, El Xiaobai was taken aback. The belongings of this Wa contestant were indeed plentiful. Resources included 11 gold coins, 413 units of wood, 303 units of stone, 246 units of industrial metal, 10 units of gold, and 5 units of energy metal. Valuable supplies comprised 50 kilograms of food, 20 liters of drinking water, 2 advanced time funnels, 1 rare time funnel, 1 advanced protective shield, and 1 rare protective shield. El Xiaobai was both delighted and apprehensive. Delighted that, excluding the dimensional cabinet and core device, the haul amounted to around 100 gold coins. Apprehensive that this individual was mere resources away from crafting a radar. Should he succeed in creating a radar, even if El Xiaobai conquered him, his camp would no longer be secure. After addressing the dimensional cabinet, El Xiaobai returned to his encampment. That night, he slept especially soundly. The following day, the chat channel erupted with excitement. The 18th ranked warrior from Wa, Bimu, had fallen. This marked the first death of an individual within the top 20 of the power rankings. A villager from the north exclaimed, "Who is it? Who killed Bimu?" A member named Baga declared. "It must have been a joint ambush. Otherwise, our vice president would never have perished silently." Kawabina Ichiro remarked, "Whoever it is, they shall certainly pay the price." It was then that El Xiaobai understood who he had annihilated the previous night. It was nothing extraordinary, he thought, nonchalantly consuming his meal while sipping on spicy red wine. Wearing a look of disdain, Chai Jingjing interjected, "It was not us from the Summer Alliance." Dong Yu added, "Indeed, the Summer Alliance cherishes peace and seeks harmonious coexistence with all alliances, rejecting all acts of war." Yuan Kachin remarked, "Moreover, our leader ranks only 12th and lacks the capability to—" A mysterious merchant chimed in, "Chun Ergu and dog?" El Xiaobai could not contain his laughter, causing his meal to splatter across the screen. At that moment, Wang Zhaotian suddenly sent a private message. "Wang Ming, brother, that person has returned. Hurry over, El Xiaobai. Stay calm. Have you activated the protective shield? What did the opponent bring?" Wang Ming, "Yes, their SA fireball spitting bird. A massive wild boar and a swarm of fist-sized ants, El Xiaobai. They possess some strength, but not much. Hold on for now. I'll arrive by 4 in the morning, Wang Ming." El Xiaobai, "There's nothing I can do. The cooldown for the portal hasn't elapsed. Wang Ming, when you come, could you bring a coffin for me? I'd like a proper burial, El Xiaobai." Wang Ming, Use the time funnel. El Xiaobai, 15 more hours, and you want me to use a time funnel? Do you know how much that costs? My gold coins aren't blowing in the wind. Wang Ming, enough talk. I'll transfer you 20 gold coins. Hurry, my protective shield only lasts a few hours, El Xiaobai. Are you using a rare protective shield? Wang Ming, yes, El Xiaobai. Then you still have over 5 hours left. Why the panic? I bought an epic funnel. I'll set off in 3 hours. Wang Ming, an epic funnel only costs 15 gold coins, right? El Xiaobai, yes, and with the remaining gold, I plan to buy some meat to feed the battle pets. They need energy for later. What's wrong with that? Wang Ming, nothing. Just feed them well. After concluding the chat, El Xiaobai decided to stroll through the market. He felt the need to prepare. He didn't want to find himself in a precarious situation later. Currently, he had 39 gold coins and intended to purchase a better ranged weapon. The current Firestone gun was simply inadequate, barely tickling high-level wild beasts. After a lengthy search, El Xiaobai couldn't find a suitable ranged weapon. Just as he was about to check the World Trading Post, someone suddenly posted a weapon blueprint in the chat channel. Name. New AWM Pneumatic Sniper Rifle Blueprint, Rare, Miraculous. Features. High-precision pneumatic sniper rifle. Single-shot mode, caliber 12.7 mm, firing rate 398 meters per second, effective range 550 meters, and a single bullet power of 380 with a 12 chance to trigger multiple damage. Required materials, 103-5100 industrial metal, 2910 gold. Manufacturing time, 8 hours. Upon seeing this, El Xiaobai quickly messaged the seller. Selling persimmons boy, is the blueprint for sale? What's the lowest price? Pu Jin, 80 gold coins. Selling persimmons boy, what a joke. An ordinary weapon selling for 80 gold coins? Pu Jin. Look at its power. Moreover, this is a blueprint with special attributes. Selling persimmons boy, it cannot automatically generate bullets, nor does it have the ability to bypass defenses. No one would pay 80 gold coins for it. Pu Jin. Then how much are you offering? Selling persimmons boy, 50 gold coins. Pu Jin. That's utterly impossible. No need to say more. Selling persimmons boy, haha. Then go ahead and sell it. If it doesn't sell, remember to message me. I can offer 39 gold coins plus 2 units of energy metal. Energy metal had now risen to 10 gold coins per unit, and El Xiaobai believed his offer was quite reasonable. He had a hunch that Pu Jin would definitely contact him. Chapter 47. Support for Wang Ming. One reason was that most people were focused on reaching level 5, leaving little gold to spare. Another reason was that very few could wield a sniper rifle. Possessing one was of no use without the skill. Moreover, why spend 60 to 70 gold coins when one could purchase a slightly inferior level 2 magical equipment? As expected, Pu Jin hollered in the channel for a long time without receiving any offers. One person inquired about the price, but promptly blocked him upon hearing it was 80 gold coins. Now in urgent need of money, Pu Jin had no choice but to contact Selling Persimmons boy again. Pu Jin, add 10 gold coins, and I'll sell it to you. Selling Persimmons boy, no thanks. I am considering buying that long-range high-energy laser gun from the trading post. It only costs 100 gold coins. Pu Jin. I know that gun. Its power is 500, but it has a cooldown of 5 hours per shot and an effective range of only 400 meters. Selling Persimmons boy. But that SA level 2 magical equipment. Its attacks bypass target defenses and have a guaranteed hit effect. Plus it doesn't require ammo. It's clearly superior to your gun. Pu Jin. Fine, let us settle on your price. You've got a deal, cunning summer person. Ultimately, El Xiaobai secured the weapon. He was quite satisfied with this transaction, as Tuesday's marksmanship skill was proficient, and this weapon would allow her to fully leverage her strengths. The bullets were simple. Lead has a melting point of just over 300 degrees, lower than iron, making it easy to produce lead ingots using industrial metal. While it required 100 units of this rare metal to exchange for a kilogram, his personal usage was minimal, so it mattered little. In fact, there were many more powerful and inexpensive firearm blueprints available in the market, such as the Desert Eagle, AK-47, Barrett, and so on. However, due to the inability to manufacture bullets, they remained unsought. Calculating the time left until Wang Ming's protective shield expired, El Xiaobai realized he had just over 4 hours remaining. He then used 1 rare time funnel and 2 advanced time funnels to accelerate the process. Thus, 4 hours later, the sniper rifle would be completed just in time. He invested 9 gold coins. After 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the sniper rifle was finished. It resembled a cannon more than a gun, measuring a total length of 1,585.7 millimeters and weighing 17.8 kilograms, with the barrel alone measuring 777 millimeters. In addition to the optical sight mounted on top, it featured auxiliary rails on both sides for attaching night vision scopes and long-range sights, all of which were included. The high-pressure gas tank was located at the rear, alongside a pressure gauge for regulating the air pressure, with a rated pressure of 380 bar. Additionally, it came equipped with a muzzle brake and bipod. An hour prior, Doomsday had already crafted the lead bullets. After El Xiaobai received the sniper rifle, he took a test shot, and the bullet soared far beyond the target. He solemnly handed the sniper rifle to Doomsday. "Xiaoer? From now on, I'll be relying on you." Doomsday stared blankly at him for a moment before saying, "With the armor, my load is nearly 40 kilograms. El Xiaobai pondered for a moment. "Then hand the armor over to me for now. I'll give it to you when the battle commences." Doomsday. After waiting for a while, Wang Ming sent a message. "Wang Ming, bro, maybe you should just not come over." Lu Xiaobai thought he was just venting and comforted him. "Don't worry, I'll set off soon." "Wang Ming, I'm serious, that person has gained another level 5 battle pet. I'm afraid that if you come, it will end badly for you." Lu Xiaobai was taken aback and suddenly felt that the situation was dire. "What's going on? 2 level 5s and 1 level 4? Wang Ming, yes, a few minutes ago, a rhinoceros emerged from his portal, and its size definitely indicates it's level 5. After pondering for a moment, Lu Xiaobai replied, "Don't panic. First, plant the banner of the Summer Kingdom Alliance to intimidate him, and I'll be there shortly." "Wang Ming, maybe it's better to forget it. I've resigned myself to fate." Lu Xiaobai. "Resigned to what?" "Listen to me. I've transferred a high-level shield to you. Use it first to extend your time." Hiding in the underground garage, Wang Ming felt something welling up in his eyes. He was indeed a very proud individual, never believing he needed protection, but upon seeing those 2 level 5 battle beasts, he truly felt despair. The opponent was likely among the top ranks, and even planting the Summer Kingdom Alliance's banner would be futile. He had already given up. Wang Ming wiped his eyes with his arm and replied, "All right, I'll wait for you." Once Lu Xiaobai was prepared, he opened the portal. When entering the coordinates, he set it to a location 550 meters away from Wang Ming's safe house. Since Wang Ming's safe house was almost right where he entered the game, 550 meters was precisely at the edge of the white mist. Lu Xiaobai cunningly opened the portal within the mist. He did not rush to teleport but commanded Grey Wolf to go ahead and confirm the position. The battle pets traversed the foggy area, unless they encountered a starving predator by bad luck. It was relatively safe. As the wise one among the 7 wolves, Grey Wolf nodded humanely and then dashed into the white mist. Before long, it returned, tugging at Lu Xiaobai's pant leg to lead him out. Lu Xiaobai immediately brought a group of helpers through the portal. Under Grey Wolf's guidance, they hadn't walked long before they spotted people and beasts outside the mist. Several massive creatures were guarding the shield, and a 30-something Asian man in a hat was sitting in an open area behind a stone pillar. This man was Park Gun, ranked 6th on the power leaderboard of Area 322. He was positioned with walls on both sides, a load-bearing pillar of the garage in front, and an open space behind him, providing an excellent line of sight. Further away lay the misty area. This position allowed him to monitor Wang Ming inside the shield while remaining unconcerned about ambushes. Park Gun was leisurely sipping liquor, a luxury he had traded for from other participants at a price of 1 gold coin per bottle. He had been guarding this Summer Kingdom participant for 2 days, and in a few minutes, the opponent's rare shield would expire. He instinctively felt this should be the last of the participant's shields. Even if there were more shields, it mattered little. The Summer Kingdom Alliance in this area was filled with a bunch of weaklings, and their leader had never even made it into the top 10. He didn't believe anyone would come to assist. As long as he waited for the shield to disappear, he could easily eliminate the opponent. At that point, he would be free of other participants and could develop in peace. He then recalled the Summer Kingdom individual who bought a sniper rifle today. That person did possess some strength and ranked higher than him, but unfortunately, he had been expelled from the alliance. Thinking of this, Park Gun shook his head. Without a team, what use is individual strength, no matter how formidable? Once he conquered this place, he would be temporarily safe. At last, before he could finish his thought, a bullet suddenly exploded through his skull, followed by a tremendous roar emanating from the mist. A sniper rifle. From the white mist? Park Gun's face was one of disbelief, and as his last bit of consciousness faded away, he slipped permanently into darkness. He had never expected that not only would assistance arrive, but it would emerge from the mist. Eliminating the opponent's participant was relatively easy, but handling the remaining battle pets proved challenging. Once their master perished, the battle pets instinctively sought vengeance, causing Park Gun's few battle pets to charge at Lu Xiaobai. The sound of the sniper rifle echoed again, and the first flaming bird fell to the ground in response. However, the rhinoceros and wild boar that followed rushed in close. Chapter 48. Bountiful Harvest. After a fierce battle, Lu Xiaobai's side ultimately emerged victorious, but he suffered heavy losses. King Kong was gravely injured. He and Wu Delang had besieged the rhinoceros, but instead of gaining the upper hand, they found themselves at a disadvantage. The rhinoceros possessed the ability to manipulate rocks, covering itself in stone armor and hurling massive boulders at targets. King Kong's transformation rendered him less agile, and he took several hits. Had it not been for Doomsday's timely shot that struck the rhinoceros's eye, the battle would not have concluded so swiftly. Wang Kai and Ergo, who dealt with the wild boar, also sustained minor injuries, with Wang Kai's shell being flipped over. The worst off was Little Wolf. Lu Xiaobai had never anticipated that the dozens of ants would all be level 2 battle pets. Misjudging the situation, nearly all 6 little wolves were wiped out, with only Lai Fu managing to rescue Grey Wolf while heavily injured. It was ultimately Wang Kai and Ergo who arrived just in time to eliminate the remaining ants. In such chaotic battles involving numerous participants, the drawbacks of future intervention became evident. Due to the rapidly changing situation, Lu Xiaobai's abilities had little effect. Gazing at the 4 little wolves that had lost their lives, Lu Xiaobai felt an immense sorrow. Just moments ago, he had mocked that participant from the pickled cabbage country for entering the battlefield personally, only to find himself making the same foolish mistake, resulting in the loss of his battle pets. Lu Xiaobai signaled for all injured battle pets to return to the beast enclosure for treatment, while Ergo dragged the still-breathing flaming bird along. He then headed towards the opponent's portal with Doomsday. Upon seeing him emerge, Wang Ming eagerly waved to greet him. However, Lu Xiaobai was in a somber mood, merely nodding without saying much. Wang Ming, sensing Lu Xiaobai's low spirits, refrained from calling out again. He had renewed a high-level shield and was unable to leave for the moment. Lu Xiaobai stepped through the portal into Park Gun's camp. Just as he had suspected, the camp currently lacked any defensive forces. Core walls, core watchtowers, core beast enclosures. Lu Xiaobai collected items as he advanced. When he reached the radar, he was unsure of what to do. The radar was directly manufactured by the system and lacked a core device. He tried activating it. It worked, but he could not connect to the survival manual. Upon opening the monitoring interface, he discovered only a single red dot, which should be Wang Ming's camp. In addition, there were 3 green dots representing already obliterated camps. Lu Xiaobai noted the coordinates of these 3 locations before finally leading Doomsday into the safe house. First, he found the dimensional cabinet, and upon opening it, he was greeted with a dazzling array of items: a steam locomotive, a standard composite bow, several arrows, a 3-4-meter indoor planting box, a dozen spinach seeds, 100 kilograms of meat, 28 liters of drinking water, 5 kg of fruits and vegetables, 10 time funnels, 17 advanced time funnels, 1 rare time funnel, 3 high-level shields, 2 rare shields, 1 resource box, 1 energy crystal shard. Seeing such a wealth of valuable items, especially discovering that the resource box was of B grade, instantly lifted Lu Xiaobai's spirits. He took everything out of the dimensional cabinet. The steam locomotive resembled an early horse-drawn carriage, powered by steam, featuring 2 seats and a retractable tent on top. Lu Xiaobai was thrilled. He finally had a mode of transportation that didn't require pedaling. The composite bow was intricately designed, showcasing a complexity that clearly indicated it was crafted from blueprints. The arrows ought to be self-made, rather rudimentary in design. The planting trough is slightly larger than the one previously sold to Fengyu by Lu Xiaobai, and it proves to be quite a practical item. A handful of spinach seeds can fetch a tidy sum of several gold coins. After extracting all the items, he proceeded to list the dimensional cabinet at the trading post. Although the price of dimensional cabinets had recently dipped a bit, he managed to sell it for 33 gold coins, yielding a net of 27 gold coins after deducting the transaction fee. Only then did he retrieve the core device of the safe house, which contained a substantial amount of resources: 2 gold coins, 1597 wood, 877 stone, 600 industrial metal, 7 energy metal, and 19 gold. These resources amounted to over 100 gold coins, all of which El Xiaobai transferred to his account. Once everything was organized, he approached the radar. Since he could not connect to the manual, he had no choice but to recycle the scrap. Wang Ming waited for quite some time within the protective shield before finally spotting an old car emerging from the portal, towing a tricycle behind it. El Xiaobai, leisurely munching on an apple, reclined in the passenger seat while casually toying with 2 gold coins in his other hand. Beside him sat a strikingly attractive young woman who was intently driving the vehicle. The tricycle behind them was loaded with various items, with a resource box prominently placed on top, its purple gem clasp glimmering brilliantly. As they drew nearer, Wang Ming noticed a fragment of an energy crystal placed beside the resource box, while beneath the box lay a heap of electronic devices. Wang Ming inhaled sharply. A B-grade resource box and an energy crystal fragment? El Xiaobai nodded. Indeed, quite a bountiful haul. After saying this, he tossed the 2 gold coins into the air. A treat for you. The coins landed squarely in Wang Ming's hand, and El Xiaobai waved goodbye. See you. As Wang Ming watched him vanish into the mist, a twinge of envy stirred within him. How I wish I could be as carefree as that. Upon returning to the camp, El Xiaobai's first order of business was to close the portal. It wasn't a matter of distrust towards Wang Ming, but rather a concern that the monsters lurking in the mist might breach his camp through the portal. The portal was located within the storeroom, where El Xiaobai installed a core device for the safe house, allowing him not only to set up the portal, but also to upload resources directly. He first uploaded all the dismantled radar components, yielding only 5 energy metals and 50 industrial metals. El Xiaobai couldn't help but lament the loss, for crafting a radar requires 10 energy metals and 20 gold. Next, he ventured to the beast pen to inspect his battle pets. The camp currently housed 2 beast pens. He had previously utilized a beast pen core obtained from Camp 5. El Xiaobai rearranged the positions, isolating the most severely injured beasts, Jin Gang, Huayan Bird, Lai Fu, and Hui Tailang, together, administering 3 rare time funnels to them. After tending to Jingang's injuries, he felt assured that with its vigilance, the Huayan Bird would not escape. Thus, after a waiting period of 23 hours, the Huayan Bird would also become his battle pet. The other beast pen contained the Great Wolf, Wangkai, and Erguzi, to whom El Xiaobai tossed several dozen kilograms of meat. Once all was arranged, he returned to the safe house with Doomsday. There was still a B-grade resource box awaiting his attention. Chapter 49. An unpleasant conversation upon returning to the safe house. El Xiaobai did not hasten to open the box, but instead first perused the manual to check the power ranking. Upon noticing that the 6th place, Park Gun, was no longer listed, he realized who had fallen today. Such a grave incident had, of course, stirred a considerable uproar in the chat channel. The people from the Pickled Vegetable Nation were nearly driven to madness, clamoring for the perpetrator to pay a bloody price. Mysterious merchant. It goes without saying that it must be the Japanese, avenging that one. Nose hair 8 trigrams. Shiba. Shiba. Damn those Japanese, just wait. We will annihilate you all, Baka. Baka, it's not us. Why are you attacking our vice president? Shiba. Shiba. We haven't attacked your vice president, Baka. Baka. We did not kill your president. 2 foolish individuals. El Xiaobai calmly closed the manual and retrieved the resource box. This box was likely a reward from the first wave of beast tides. El Xiaobai remembered that Park Gun had made it into the top 10. He was surprised that he had yet to open it. The price of B-grade resource boxes had now risen to 65 gold coins each. But El Xiaobai had no intention of selling it. With strawberries and sweet potatoes about to be harvested, he was not in need of gold. Upon opening the resource box, 7 bubbles floated out in succession. 800 stones, 500 glass, 25 gold, 2 crystals, a box of brain-dead sauerkraut beef noodles, 500 ml of 52 vol 6-grain liquid, and a migration order X1.it was L Xiaobai's first encounter with a migration order, which intrigued him. It resembled a car key, being a black electronic device with two silver buttons, each depicting icons for wrap and unwrapped. The top was a serial number that matched the ID of his safe house. The migration order was priced at 50 gold coins in the system store and around 45 in the market. Once activated, it could package all structures in his camp, including system-manufactured furniture. After entering coordinates on its projected holographic screen, a temporary teleportation portal would materialize. Having painstakingly cleared his surroundings, he had no intention of relocating. Instead, he planned to sell it on the market. Just as he was about to list it for sale, Fang Yu reached out to him. "Fang Yu, are you there?" L Xiaobai hesitated for a moment before replying, "Yes, Fang Yu. The decision to remove you from the group was made by a committee vote. Both Lin Feng and I opposed it, but there were very few votes in favor of your return." L Xiaobai: "Ah, that is quite unfortunate. Fang Yu, do you wish to be reinstated if I add you back?" L Xiaobai: "What? Have more people begun to support me now?" Fang Yu: "There is one condition. You must provide support when allies are in danger, and there are currently no military funds." L Xiaobai: "Support with tinwood?" Fang Yu: "Don't jest. I am speaking to you seriously." L Xiaobai: "You were the one who started joking, Fang Yu. So, you are unwilling to return to the alliance?" L Xiaobai: "Is that not a question you already know the answer to?" After a lengthy pause, Fang Yu finally responded, "I understand that those from Chai Jingjing's group can be quite irritating at times, but they possess considerable influence in the real world and have many followers here. To unite the people of Xia within this district, we need their support. Other nations function as a cohesive unit. If we do not unite, it will be the Xia people who are the first to be eradicated. I hope you do not act rashly. With great power comes great responsibility. I hope you can return to assist us." Fang Yu appeared quite haggard lately, having expended much energy on matters concerning the Xia alliance. Yet some issues cannot be resolved through diplomacy. Ultimately, it comes down to whose fist is stronger. L Xiaobai did not provide a direct answer but instead inquired, "Why did you mention there are temporarily no military funds?" Fang Yu: "Many allies have yet to pay their membership fees, and the previous military funds are nearly depleted." L Xiaobai: "Why does your alliance only charge 30 gold coins when others charge 50? Fang Yu remarked, 50 is excessive. Many individuals do not possess that many coins. L Xiaobai felt a wave of suffocation wash over him. He remained silent for a considerable time before finally stating, "I cannot assist you. I must first ensure my own escape." The two concluded their discourse in an unsatisfactory manner. L Xiaobai now had sufficient resources to upgrade his safe house to level 6. Yet upon reflection, he ultimately decided to prioritize the enhancement of the Beast Pin and the Watchtower. After spending 10 coins to acquire the level 2 cores for both facilities, he completed the upgrades. Beast Pin level, 2 health, 300,300 maximum tameable quantity, 4 maximum tame level, 6 area, 8 by 8 meters taming time, 21 to 28 hours healing speed, 20 health per hour. Materials required for next level, 2. 340 gold, level 3 Beast Pin core device. Watchtower level, 2 health, 750,750 defensive equipment, air cannon attack power, 150 range, 500 meters function. Automatically targets and locks onto enemies, achieving a hit rate of 75. Ammunition generation speed, 1 round every 10 minutes, maximum of 36 rounds. Materials required for next level, 3,854,400 wood, 1, 535, 200 industrial metal, 2, 330 gold, level 3 Watchtower core. Currently, his encampment housed 2 beast pins and 2 watchtowers. One at level 2, and the other at level 1. It had been nearly a month since the first wave of beasts had passed, and Lu Xiaobai suspected that the second wave was imminent. This was also the reason he had refrained from upgrading his safe house to level 6 for the time being. He intended to focus all his efforts on bolstering the camp's defenses. The following day, Lu Xiaobai first visited the Talent Service Center. After perusing the list for quite some time, he finally found his desired candidate, Qiuqi, an elemental sandstone esper, level 1, with a daily wage of 2 crystals. He promptly hired this esper. Within an hour, a robust Caucasian emerged from the portal, standing approximately 1.9 meters tall, with a buzz cut and clad in a blue striped tight-fitting t-shirt. He was as muscular as rock. Upon seeing Lu Xiaobai, he boomed, "Hello, boss. I am Qiuqi, and it is a pleasure to serve you." "Hello," Lu Xiaobai replied, shaking his hand. "I need a wall measuring 40 by 20 meters, with a thickness of 20 centimeters and a height of 2 meters. Can your abilities accomplish this within a day?" Qiuqi glanced towards the outskirts of the camp and replied, "Time is a bit tight, but I can certainly give it a try." "Very well, proceed with your work. If it proves too difficult, I can hire additional help. By the way, it needs to connect with my old city wall." Lu Xiaobai took out a manual, configured the wall as an open-ended structure, and pointed to the designated area, saying, "Start from there." "Understood, boss," Qiuqi added. "My abilities cannot conjure sand and stone from thin air. I will be relocating nearby soil and sand." "You are aware of this, correct?" Lu Xiaobai was indeed unaware. After some contemplation, he pointed to the vacant area ahead, saying, "Work within that range, and while you are at it, please construct a water reservoir for me." Without further ado, Qiuqi approached the open space, took a deep breath, and raised his hands. Before Lu Xiaobai's eyes, the soil on the ground seemed to be drawn up by a colossal vacuum, forming a whirlwind of mud and sand that slowly moved toward the wall. As it settled, it transformed into a neatly stacked sandstone barrier. Lu Xiaobai was astounded by such an ability, feeling an immense envy welling up within him. Silently, he thought, Qiuqi's vanity was greatly satisfied, and he resolved to exert all his efforts to complete this task. Success was determined. That day, Qiuqi, invigorated as if fueled by adrenaline, tirelessly employed his abilities, replenishing his nutrients whenever fatigue struck. Remarkably, he completed the construction before nightfall. Lu Xiaobai then requested him to reinforce the water reservoir and erect a half-meter-high wall atop it, signaling that he could return afterward. Before departing, Lu Xiaobai attempted to intervene regarding the future. Qiuqi left work several hours early, feeling guilty, and decided to offer Lu Xiaobai some compensation. Failure was determined. After Qiuqi's departure, Lu Xiaobai retrieved the 2 level 1 wall cores he had previously acquired and affixed them to the new section of wall. Consequently, his camp's area expanded from the original 400 square meters to 200 square meters. Only then did he purchase a level 2 wall core and initiate the upgrade. The system prompted. "Unknown wall core detected connected to target wall. The system is calculating integration method. Calculation complete. Upgrade successful. Wall level 2 area 2,500 400 square meters health. Wall 4 500 4 500. City gate 3,800 to 3,800 automatic repair speed. 200 health per hour. Materials required for next level 2 854,200 wood 2 612 100 stone 1 810 gold. Level 3 wall core. Lu Xiaobai exhaled in relief. What had begun as a spontaneous experiment unexpectedly yielded success. The plundered level 1 wall cores, which were originally ineligible for upgrade, could now be further enhanced through this method. Although the area had diminished by half, it was still a worthwhile trade. In the following week, Lu Xiaobai busied himself both stockpiling food and reinforcing his defenses. His recuperated battle pets were dispatched to Camp 6 for hunting, situated in mountainous terrain rich with prey, allowing them to return laden with bounty almost daily. On Tuesdays, he accompanied them to transport water. Under the protection of King Kong, the underground water pool she had discovered remained relatively safe near the mist's edge. The transported water was stored in the reservoir, which was surrounded by stone slabs to prevent contamination from the soil. Additionally, it was covered with wooden boards to shield it from acidic rain. Currently, the 10.84-meter water reservoir contained drinking water reaching Lu Xiaobai's knees, estimated at around 40 to 50 tons. This represented the entirety of the underground water pool, and by the following Tuesday, they were already using bowls to scoop it out. Another matter that thrilled Lu Xiaobai was that the strawberries had begun to bear fruit. He anticipated they would be ready for harvesting in 2 to 3 days. He intended to reserve only a few of the first batch of seeds, selling the remainder. Despite the presence of numerous competitors, strawberries retained a robust market value, serving both as fruit and seeds. The current market rate stood at 1 gold for 10 strawberries. Notably, the merchants selling strawberries in the market almost exclusively procured their seeds from Linfeng. Lu Xiaobai could not fathom why Linfeng chose to sell seeds to these individuals, as he could easily cultivate and sell them at 1 gold each to 18 midnight. The system abruptly displayed two notifications. The second wave of beasts will commence in 24 hours. All participants are advised to prepare their defenses. A large-scale beast attack on participants' safe houses will occur in 24 hours, lasting for 72 hours, with 100 beasts, an average level of 4, and a maximum of level 7. A winter drought is upon us. All participants should ensure adequate water reserves, with 0 millimeters of rainfall expected over the next month. The chat channel erupted with fervor. What on earth? I just dealt with attackers during the day. And now there's a beast wave. This is both a natural disaster and man-made calamity. Did you all fail to notice the more severe aspect of the second message? Indeed, it hasn't rained for a month already, and now we face another month of drought. Ha! You novices, what are you panicking about? Have you forgotten how many people were left after the last beast wave? You don't even need to have battled a lion. Just run faster than others. Exactly, brother, you're wise. Perhaps before the beast wave ends, the death toll will surpass half. How many levels are you at, brother? Let's be friends. I could use some guidance. Sure thing. I'm just a bit short on wood before I reach level 4. Lu Xiaobai pondered for a moment before sending a message. The young boy selling persimmons. There is something you may not have noticed. This time, the average beast level is 4, with a maximum of only 7. Do you understand what this implies? Does it mean the average level and the maximum level differ by 3 levels? Mysterious Merchant, Chun Ergu and Dog. He means there will be very few low-level monsters this time. Baldi Chong. Precisely, last time, there were 3 level 1 monsters paired with 1 level 5 monster, averaging level 2. If there are level 1 monsters this time, they would need to be accompanied by level 7 monsters to achieve an average level of 4. I still don't grasp what you were saying. Baldi Chong. Because level 6 and 7 monsters are rare, level 1 and 2 monsters are correspondingly scarce. Otherwise, the average level couldn't reach 4. Is that clearer? I see. So does that mean we start at level 3? Baldi Chong. Not exactly starting at level 3. In any case, the more level 1 and 2 monsters there are, the more perilous it becomes. Wow. Kreese, return my body. I want to go home. The young boy selling persimmons. I trust you all now comprehend the gravity of the situation. It is a rare fortune for us to converge in this region. Thus, I have a standard composite bow crafted from advanced schematics, which I am offering at a bargain price of only 15 gold. The collection of this standardized composite bow by Pu Jin is indeed commendable, boasting an impressive attack power of 80 and an effective range of 40 meters. In the earlier days, it could easily fetch over 20 gold coins. But now, with the plethora of weapons available, its value has diminished significantly. As expected, the bald-headed Chong has returned to peddle his wares, I remarked. Bald-headed Chong. This piece of equipment at 15 gold coins is quite reasonable. A range of 40 meters is rather exceptional, and its attack power surpasses that of ordinary bows by a considerable margin. Chin Air Go and Go. Lu Xiaobai could not resist transferring another 100 stones to Chong. However, this time, bald-headed Chong declined to accept it. Lu Xiaobai privately messaged him. What's wrong? Is it too little? Bald-headed Chong. No, brother. Could you do me a favor? Lu Xiaobai. What kind of favor? Is there a fee involved? Bald-headed Chong. Brother, I've attracted unwanted attention. I cannot confront him. Lu Xiaobai. Haven't you joined the Summer Kingdom Alliance? Just raise the flag, bald-headed Chong. That's futile, brother. The president has now dropped to 17th place. Lacking any deterrent effect. Moreover, I haven't paid the membership fee, so I feel embarrassed to use the alliance's flag. Lu Xiaobai. My appearance fee is quite high. I can offer you a 30 discount. You provide 20 gold coins, and I'll take care of it. Lu Xiaobai was not extorting him, considering that the Tiger Gang charges 30 gold coins for a single intervention on behalf of the Russian alliance. His request for 20 gold coins was quite reasonable. Bald-headed Chong. Even if we deal with this adversary, there will be another one. I am not adept at combat, and I will eventually be eliminated. Lu Xiaobai. Then what do you intend to do? Bald-headed Chong. I wish to migrate to your side and develop together. Do you think that's feasible? Lu Xiaobai. I think not. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Xiaobai rejected him. He had no intention of exposing his coordinates to anyone. Bald-headed Chong. Brother, please don't be so quick to refuse. If you allow me to come over and provide some assistance, I shall gift you this item. With that, he shared a slave contract with Lu Xiaobai. Chapter 51. Internal strife within the alliance. Lu Xiaobai was taken aback. What the hell? Where did you acquire this? Such slave contracts are only found in B-grade or higher chests, and the chances of obtaining one are exceedingly low. Previously, someone had auctioned one in the World Trading Hall, which ultimately sold for 187 gold coins. Twice the price of gene potions. Bald-headed Chong. I obtained it from participating in the island survival event, opening it from one of those purple bubbles. Lu Xiaobai. Stop joking, brother. You're already capable of making it into the top 10 and still need my assistance? Bald-headed Chong. I spent 30 gold coins to hire a hunter. Lu Xiaobai. The hunter was a contender from the United States, currently ranked second on the power list, just behind the tiger. Lu Xiaobai found himself wavering. He knew how useful the slave contract could be, as evidenced by the current Tuesday. Moreover, such items were rarely put up for sale, and having gold coins would not guarantee acquisition. After much contemplation, he ultimately declined. Lu Xiaobai. I am indeed tempted, but I cannot agree. I apologize, brother. Bald-headed Chong seemed taken aback by Lu Xiaobai's refusal, taking a moment to respond. It's all right. I can understand. Lu Xiaobai. If you decide to sell it, consider offering it to me. Aside from moving over, you can set the terms. Bald-headed Chong. All right, I will think it over. During their conversation, the bow was purchased by a contender from Great Britain. Lu Xiaobai received 15 gold coins. That night was destined to be tumultuous. Everyone was making final preparations, stockpiling supplies, purchasing weapons, and addressing surrounding issues. It was a night of carnage. Not only for the sake of self-preservation, but also to plunder resources. The alliance at this juncture held no restraining power. An egregious internal conflict erupted within the Summer Kingdom Alliance as the foot fetish girl suddenly took action and eliminated Muzi Tai. This Muzi Tai was a member of the Summer Kingdom Alliance Committee, holding the position of deputy mayor responsible for cultural education in a certain city in the real world. His duty within the committee was to oversee the collection of membership fees. The foot fetish girl was not even in proximity to him. Her actions were purely motivated by greed for gold coins and a desire for revenge. Foot fetish girl. You all saw the video? I was right to take him down. The burly man. Sister, you did nothing wrong. Scum like him deserve to die. Lang de Gue, even now, you still think about manipulating the rules, mysterious merchant. Indeed. Threatening expulsion from the alliance for dissent. Lang de Gue and mysterious merchant, initially strangers due to a dispute over resource boxes, ultimately became friends. During the island survival event, the three of them had teamed up. Their bond always strong. Chai Jingjing. Even so, killing is not permissible. If there's an issue, you can report it to us. Dong Yuyu. You are far stronger than he. How could he threaten you? I suspect you were intentionally luring him to extract coordinates, committing murder and theft. The foot fetish girl was among the stronger members of the Summer Kingdom Alliance, ranking in the top 20 in wealth and the top 50 in power. Yuan Kachin. I have seen Tai in the real world. He has long, flowing hair and is quite dashing, needing no underhanded tactics. Chai Jingjing. Since it has already occurred, there's no need to dwell on it. Return the membership fees immediately, and I will take charge of them from now on. Dong Yuyu. He still owes over 1,000 gold coins in membership fees. You need to settle that. Chasing Wind Youth. Let me handle it. Chai Jingjing. You have no time to manage such matters. The role of cashier is quite cumbersome. I have some accounting knowledge, so allow me to take charge. Yuan Kachin. Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Chai. Dong Yuyu. Comrade Chai Jingjing's selfless dedication and spirit of contribution are worthy of our emulation. Yin Ran Mu Shui. The membership fees should be entrusted to Lin Feng for management. Dong Yuyu. You young people are so reckless with money. I believe it is better to let Director Chai handle it. Foot fetish girl. When did I say I would return it to you? Chen Air go and go. Yin Ran Mu Shui. Foot fetish girl. Is it not reasonable to seek some spiritual compensation for the indignity I suffered? Moreover, this fool has only 300 gold coins in his account. Chen Air go and go. What gives? The account details show there are still over 1,800 in membership fees. Foot fetish girl. I have no knowledge of that, but his safe house has already been upgraded to level 5. And there are over 30 epic protective shields and 5 legendary shields inside. Hee. What does this mean? The membership fees have been embezzled. Why are there only 300 left? What did he buy all these protective shields for? What are you all discussing? The membership fees totaled over 22,000. How did it decrease to 1,000 and then 300 so quickly? Have you just connected to the network? He spent 20,000 on a medium-sized shelter from the system. Ah, what about the remaining amount? Didn't you see the chat history? It's down to 300. Whereas the president needs to clarify the situation. The membership fees were painstakingly saved from my mining efforts. Chai Jingjing, impossible. You must be lying. Foot fetish girl. See for yourself. The foot fetish girl sent a video showing dozens of black devices the size of thermos cups piled together. The coils within these devices were of various colors, with 3 or 4 dozen being purple or orange. The chat group fell into silence. What the hell? My membership fees were entirely squandered by this fool to purchase protective shields. Legendary shields cost 75 gold coins each, and epic ones 22 gold coins. How many is that? Fortunately, I haven't paid yet. Otherwise, it would have transformed into someone else's upgrade resources. I haven't paid either, hee. Without paying the membership fee, how could one access the shelter? Who cares about that? This alliance is beyond redemption now. I have already purchased my migration order. Are you not coming? Chasing Wind Youth Foot Fetish Girl, 300 gold coins for you. Please return the protective shields. Yin Ran Mu Shui. Yes, we kindly request the protective shields. This sum is truly vital for us. Dong Yu. You must return the gold coins. We can overlook your responsibility for murder. Chai Jingjing, the president, being unaware of the rising cost of living, cannot simply give away 300 gold coins. Yuan Kachin. Indeed, responsibility cannot be overlooked. You must compensate with a certain amount of gold coins, and we can go easy on you. Chai Jingjing, that suggestion is commendable, foolish. After the foot fetish girl had her say, she exited the group. Following her, the burly man, Lang de Yugue, and mysterious merchant also left, leaving the remaining members in bewilderment. After hearing this matter, Lu Xiaobai sighed. Xie Xiaoying, Brother Xiaobai, what do you think we should do now? Brother Lin Feng was planning to purchase a laser cannon from the system mall, but now he lacks the funds. Will the shelter be unable to hold? Lu Xiaobai, Brother Lin Feng, why are you addressing him so intimately? Xie Xiaoying. Our families have been friends for generations. I've always called him that since childhood. Are you feeling jealous, Brother Xiaobai? Lu Xiaobai. I think we should be able to hold out. Being gathered together provides an advantage. The key is to prevent individuals like Muzi Tai from appearing again. Xie Xiaoying. Indeed, you have no idea how distressed Yu Jie is. I have never seen her look so despondent. Lu Xiaobai. She is still too young. She has experienced too little. Xie Xiaoying. But you are only 21 yourself. Lu Xiaobai. Though I may be young, I have read extensively. Many truths are articulated in books. Xie Xiaoying. What truths, L Xiaobai? For instance, in chaotic times, one must first eliminate the saintly figures. And in the face of apocalypse, one must first contend with the living Buddha, and so forth. Xie Xiaoying. Chapter 52, The Sanctuary. After concluding the conversation with Xie Xiaoying, L Xiaobai suddenly pondered a matter. A sanctuary seems to be a mechanism capable of binding various factions together. If a sanctuary were to be destroyed, all the safe houses within would be downgraded to level 1, and the demise of the leader would have the same effect. Moreover, without the leader's authorization, once a safe house is bound to a sanctuary, it cannot be relocated. If I were to purchase a sanctuary and allow Tu Tukiang to come over, wouldn't that solve everything? Furthermore, for Tu Tukiang, joining a sanctuary presents no disadvantages. Firstly, the benefits are intertwined with L Xiaobai, ensuring security. Secondly, the leader possesses no privileges beyond accepting or expelling members. Even if expelled, there remains a 24-hour grace period for safety. L Xiaobai firmly believed he would be amenable to this. He accessed the system shop to find the sanctuary options. Mini sanctuary, 200 gold coins, accommodating 10 safe houses. Small sanctuary, 2,000 gold coins, accommodating 100 safe houses. Medium sanctuary, 20,000 gold coins, accommodating 1,000 safe houses. He then clicked on the sanctuary description. The sanctuary is a facility designed for multi-person teams to combat natural disasters. Available for purchase once participants reach level 6, the sanctuary's health points equal the total health points of the safe houses within. The sanctuary is equipped with a plasma energy shield, with the shield's defense value equating to the total health points of the members' walls. The sanctuary is a circular structure on the ground, featuring a central bunker, equipped with shooting positions and core installations for watchtowers. The sanctuary also includes a single-room mutated organism taming chamber, a single-room multidimensional engineering laboratory, a single-room biochemical laboratory, etc., with core installations for animal pens, laboratories, and medical rooms available for use. Additional facilities include laser cannons, electromagnetic cannons, nuclear fusion reactors, etc., which must be purchased separately. El Xiaobai slapped his thigh. Purchasing a mini-sanctuary costs only 200 gold coins, whereas the servitude agreement offered by Tu Tuqiang is worth 200 gold coins. Upon reflection, it seems like an advantageous deal. However, I must first upgrade the safe house to level 6. He glanced at his resources: 34 gold coins, 2,854 wood, 2612 stone, 1535 industrial metal, 25 energy metal, 18 gold, 5 core installations for safe houses. The wood and stone are sufficient, yet I lack gold. With the builder's metal bonus, upgrading to a level 6 safe house requires 90 gold. For El Xiaobai, this is a trivial matter. He promptly opened the chat channel. The boy selling persimmons. The sanctuary is recruiting. For level 5 participants, the entry fee is 100 gold coins. For level 4, it's 200 gold coins. Nationality is not restricted. The deadline is tomorrow at noon. By the way, there are only 8 spots available. Chin Ergu and Dog. Mysterious merchant. What the heck? Is this a money grab? 200 gold coins. I'd rather give you my life. With this money, I could buy a gene potion and become a superhero, right? Do you know what 200 gold coins means? It takes me a year of mining to earn that. Do you want to stay here for a year? Tu Tuqiang immediately messaged El Xiaobai. Bro, what's going on, El Xiaobai? Don't worry, there's a spot for you. You won't need to pay the entry fee. Just hand me the servitude agreement. Tu Tuqiang. All right, thank you, boss. Tu Tuqiang repeatedly expressed his gratitude. He had been too anxious to sleep, clutching the protective shield in his hand, fearing that a neighbor might come to violate him during the night. Now, he was overwhelmed with excitement. Tu Tuqiang. Boss, are you short on gold? I have a little left, El Xiaobai. No need, save it for a relocation permit. Tu Tuqiang. Okay, boss. He hurried back to the chat channel to rally support. Tu Tuqiang. Look closely, this invitation comes from the 4th-ranked player on the strength leaderboard. The wealth and construction rankings may not be high because many of the top players are alliance leaders. But excluding them, he is within the top 10 of all 3 lists. Primarily, the game is nearing its end. Otherwise, it would have been nice to seek refuge with a big shot. Indeed, as long as we can survive this wave of beasts. This Doomsday game will conclude. There's no need for further concern. Few responded, but Wang Ming contacted El Xiaobai. Wang Zhaotian, brother, I also want to join you, but I'm a bit short on gold. El Xiaobai, you only need to contribute 150 gold coins. This gold must be collected. Otherwise, it would be unfair to the others. He didn't want Wang Ming to feel like he held a superior status compared to others, as that would be detrimental to his own rule. Of course, he would later take care of Wang Ming. Wang Zhaotian. All right, wait for me. I'll gather it right away. Wang Ming initially had a considerable amount of resources to upgrade to level 5. But now he abandoned that plan and decided to sell everything. Even then, he was still a bit short, so he sold all his food and water resources to raise enough money. Wang Zhaotian, brother. IVE transferred the gold to you. El Xiaobai, good. Once I buy the sanctuary, you can relocate here. Wang Zhaotian. But doesn't that require a relocation permit? I don't have any wood left. El Xiaobai. In the end, El Xiaobai lent him 50 gold coins. El Xiaobai spent 72 gold coins to purchase enough gold, and upon clicking to upgrade, the safe house was enveloped in a white light as the upgrade completed. Safe house. Level 6. Health. 2500-2500. Facilities. Level 2 walls. Level 2 watchtower X1. Level 2 animal pen X1. Level 1 radar. Level 1 watchtower X1. Level 1 animal pen X1. Special furnishings. Level 2 dimensional storage cabinet. Level 2 teleportation portal. System evaluation. You now possess the capital to establish a foothold in this world. Materials required for the next level, with builder's metal bonus wood 141428880. Stone 189214440. Industrial metal 1175720. Gold 0180. Safe house core installations 18. This upgrade did not yield a significant overall improvement. The appearance merely transformed from a 10-square-meter room to a 20-square-meter one, and no new special furnishings were added. Only a prompt indicating the possibility of further upgrades. The building list now includes the option to purchase a higher-level core, along with a new item, Biological Medical Room Core. Required materials, Gold 100. Purpose, can produce universal detoxifying agents, nutrient solutions, anesthetics, and stimulants. Jammer. Required materials, Gold 010. Industrial Metal 20100. Energy Metal 010. Purpose, disrupts radar signals, shielding a radius of 2 kilometers. El Xiaobai did not delve into detailed research when someone contacted him. Kicking feet. Cute girl. Handsome, can you lower the entry fee a bit? We have 4 people wanting to join. El Xiaobai, feigning ignorance, asked. Who are these people, and what levels are they? Kicking feet. Cute girl, it's me. My senior brother the burly man, and 2 friends, the expensive fish and the mysterious merchant. I'm level 5, and they're all level 4. El Xiaobai. 35 epic protective shields, 5 legendary protective shields. Transfer them to Yin Ran Mushue, and I'll let you all come over. Kicking feet. Cute girl was silent for a long time before finally replying. All right. Chapter 53, Moving into the Sanctuary. After a while, someone El Xiaobai did not expect reached out to him. Chinurgu and Dog, brother, is there still a spot available? El Xiaobai. What is up, do you want to come over? Chinurgu and Dog, yet El Xiaobai. Aren't you a member of the Summer Country Alliance Committee? Chinurgu and Dog, don't mention it, the funds were embezzled, and the president asked us committee members to set an example and raise money. El Xiaobai. Oh, you didn't contribute? Chinurgu and Dog. I gave 100 gold coins. El Xiaobai. All right, if you want to join, just give me 50 gold coins. Chinurgu and Dog. What is this? Are you reimbursing 50? Chinurgu and Dog. I have transferred the coins to you. LV Xiaobai. After a brief pause, Chinurgu sent another message. Chinurgu and Dog, brother, may I ask, if I leave without paying? Will you refuse to accept me? LV Xiaobai. Upon receiving the coins from Chinurgu, LV Xiaobai promptly sold 10 units of energy metals and immediately purchased a micro-shelter. After clicking to extract, a circular structure emerged at the location of his original camp, centered around his safe house. This complex consisted of 10 residential units, each 3 stories high, with a height of 4.5 meters and an area of 180 square meters. The top floors of these 10 buildings were interconnected, forming a circular passage. In the center of the circle stood a massive hexagonal fortress, 25 meters tall with a base diameter of 15 meters. Once the shelter materialized, LV Xiaobai's safe house automatically reverted to the form of a core device, leaving only the water reservoir and storage room in place, situated in the middle of the circular structure. The battle pet, which had been resting at the camp, looked bewildered at him, while Doomsday remained remarkably calm. LV Xiaobai entered the number 7 residence with his safe house core device. Inside, aside from the staircase connecting the 3 floors, there was nothing else, no load-bearing walls to be found. LV Xiaobai knocked on the outer wall and floor, discerning that the sound was neither metallic nor stony, but rather akin to a synthetic material. He affixed the safe house core device to it, and after a loading screen lasting several seconds, it displayed a successful binding. Next came the shelter's authentication procedure. After entering his personal ID and undergoing facial recognition, LV Xiaobai became the leader of this shelter. The shelter was designated as number 9527, indicating that there were currently 9,527 micro-shelters across all major districts. Now, the number 7 residence not only served as LV Xiaobai's safe house but also became the control center of the entire shelter. Upon restarting the core device, he was first prompted to delineate zones. The holographic screen divided this residence into 360 standard spatial units, each measuring 1 by 1 by 4.5 meters, with 180 units on the first and second floors, while the third floor was displayed as a singular entity. Currently, 124 spaces were illuminated, indicating they were the only ones available for manipulation. LV Xiaobai calculated and quickly concluded that his original safe house measured 60 square meters, with a level 2 beast pin of 64 square meters, totaling precisely 124 square meters. The level 1 beast pin was likely non-functional. He clicked on one of the gray spaces, which indicated a requirement of 50 wood and 50 stone. He momentarily dismissed the need to expand the space. Next came the zoning. He designated two 12-square-meter rooms on the second floor as dormitories. The remaining 100 square meters on the first floor were transformed into a large room measuring 10 by 10 by 5 meters. After clicking to complete, the empty hall automatically manifested inner walls, dividing it into 3 rooms. LV Xiaobai proceeded to the large room on the first floor and loaded the complete Level 2 Beast Pin core device, after which the system prompted that the mutant creature taming room had been established. Its functions paralleled those of the Level 2 Beast Pin, with the delightful addition of being able to choose an ecological environment. He selected a jungle. Instantly, the room transformed into a jungle terrain, complete with a babbling brook. However, due to the ceiling height of only 4.5 meters, the trees were merely low shrubs. After some contemplation, LV Xiaobai reconfigured the setup, this time connecting the first and second floors, enlarging the taming room to 10 by 5 by 9 meters. This adjustment finally allowed the trees to attain a certain height, enabling Laifu, or Guzi, and the newly arrived turkey to move about with some degree of freedom. Arranging the dormitories became significantly simpler, as he merely needed to extract the furnishings generated by the system. Finally, LV Xiaobai ascended to the rooftop to extract the radar. Having completed these tasks, he sent the coordinates to Wang Ming and the others. Before long, the teleportation portal began to light up in rapid succession. The first to emerge was Bald Chong, who, despite consistently referring to LV Xiaobai as brother, LV Xiaobai estimated to be around 40 years old. He was not particularly tall, slender, wore black-framed glasses, had a notably high hairline, and his hair was somewhat grizzled yet not balding. Approaching with a hint of shyness, he introduced himself. Great One, my name is Jia Yu, and I am 24 years old. LV Xiaobai. Curious, LV Xiaobai inquired. What do you do in the real world? Jia Yu, appearing somewhat bashful, replied, I'm a programmer at a large company, just completed my internship. Realizing the connection, LV Xiaobai responded, feel free to choose a residence for yourself. All right, Jia Yu exclaimed excitedly as he went off to select a house. Minutes later, Wang Ming also appeared, pushing an electric vehicle. Upon seeing LV Xiaobai, he waved excitedly, brother, come help me push this. It's too big to fit in the ring, LV Xiaobai. Together they pushed the vehicle to the number 8 residence. After learning that LV Xiaobai had chosen No. 7, Wang Ming immediately opted for number 8. Once the vehicle was secured, he asked, brother, do you have any food? I'm starving after such a long night. Reluctantly, LV Xiaobai called Doomsday out to prepare a meal. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man with a thermos, square face, and small eyes emerged from the portal. It was none other than Chen Ergu and Dog, whom LV Xiaobai had previously encountered at the Talent Service Center. He approached LV Xiaobai with a cheerful demeanor, extending his right hand. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Qin Sheng. I look forward to relying on you, leader. After they exchanged introductions, he circled around the shelter, his mouth making sounds of approval. Eventually, his gaze landed on Doomsday. Is this the leader's wife? He then gave LV Xiaobai a thumbs up, exclaiming, she has a splendid figure. Ideal for bearing children, LV Xiaobai. The group of quirky girls arrived almost simultaneously, one after the other. The quirky girl was anything but cute. She stood slightly shorter than LV Xiaobai, exuding an imposing presence with well-defined features. Her physique was robust, and in the flickering torchlight, LV Xiaobai could even discern her muscular biceps. Her name was surprisingly sweet. Lu Wanqi. The burly man had an exaggerated physique, larger than Wang Ming by a considerable margin. His body a mass of bulging muscles, with thick eyebrows and large eyes, he bore a striking appearance. Had it not been for his overly full lips, his figure and looks could have attracted the attention of wealthy women. His surname was the rare double surname Changsun, and his name was Changsun Chiyu. Lang Dayu and the mysterious merchant were both students, one in his 3rd year, the other in his 2nd. Lang Dayu was named Gaochang. With darker skin among the yellow race, possessing an ordinary height and appearance, yet his eyes were bright and spirited. The mysterious merchant was a chubby lad named Ma Jing, whose round face paired with small eyes gave him an amusing demeanor. Chapter 54. Preparations before battle. As it was already quite late, LV Xiaobai instructed them to select their residences and rest for the night, planning to discuss further the following day. The next morning, after waking up, LV Xiaobai made his way to the 22nd Century Talent Center. He had sold all 15 units of energy metals early on and, combined with the 12 coins he originally possessed, found himself with a substantial sum of 162 coins. This time, he intended to select a formidable third-generation bionic being. Last night, Bald Chong had handed him the service agreement, thus activating the purchase options on the terminal. LV Xiaobai entered 3 keywords into the search box: exceptional swordsmanship, adept in combat, and a cheerful disposition, specifying a model of Generation 3 or above. The primary requirements were indeed the first two. Yet he wished for a companion with a more vibrant personality than Tuesday's rather cold demeanor. S378312 third-generation bionic being, male, combat type, champion of bionic fencing, skilled in Siamese boxing, 97 coins. T475231 fourth-generation bionic being, male, research type, gold medal coach in mixed martial arts, proficient in summer country swordsmanship, 155 coins. 4558700 fourth-generation bionic being, female, special occupation, humorous personality, 158 coins. S59867775 fourth-generation bionic being, female, combat type, equipped with the latest model of plasma sword. Maximum output power of 1103 kilowatts, 300 coins. Upon reaching the final entry, LV Xiaobai was astounded to discover that the pinnacle of swordsmanship culminated in a plasma sword, and that the zenith of combat was measured in output power. He was inclined to select the third option. However, the characterization of humorous felt unreliable, as he feared the individual might be a comedian. Therefore, he settled on the second option, feeling a certain affinity for the proficiency in summer country swordsmanship. Just as LV Xiaobai was about to press confirm, he suddenly recalled that the third option was described as a special occupation, yet not a service type. This was intriguing, a special occupation that was not service-oriented. After much contemplation, he resolved to take a gamble. Upon his return to the camp, he discovered that the others had also awakened. Jia Yu and Wang Ming, 2 individuals with limited resources, were diligently repairing the road. Ma Jing and Gao Chong were en route to an abandoned construction site. Qin Shang was meandering in the fields. Lu Wanqi and Chang Sun Chiyu were nowhere to be seen, presumably still in slumber. Lu Xiaobai summoned them all into a chat group, exclaiming, "Come back quickly. I have something to discuss." Before long, everyone had returned, with the bald-headed Chang leading the charge. Lu Xiaobai gathered everyone in the hall on the first floor of the bunker. The bunker consisted of 5 stories, with 1 underground and 4 above ground. As no one had yet installed a watchtower, it was currently quite empty. "Please find something to sit on," Lu Xiaobai said. And without further ado, he retrieved a tricycle and took a seat upon it. Wang Ming followed suit, bringing out a car door and gesturing for Jia Yu to squeeze in beside him. Chang Sun Chiyu simply sat on the ground, while Ma Jing and Gao Chong joined her on the floor. Lu Wanqi produced a handcart, flipped it over, and used it as a bench, to everyone's astonishment. Qin Shang revealed a perfectly intact chair from his ring. Lu Xiaobai pretended to clear his throat and declared, "It seems no one else will be joining us. It's just us, so let me outline the rules here. First, it's you." Before Lu Xiaobai could finish, Lu Wanqi abruptly stood up, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, "The person who deceived us during the island survival was that one, last night, in the dim light." She hadn't recognized Lu Xiaobai, but now that they were closer, the memory came flooding back. Gao Chong remarked, "No wonder you looked so familiar," Jing added. "So it was you who threw sand at me." Lu Xiaobai, feeling somewhat exasperated, covered his face. Qin Shang stepped forward to mediate. "All right, please take your seats and allow the leader to finish speaking." Lu Wanqi remained fuming in her spot, recalling how she had hoped to secure a place in the top 10 during the island survival challenge with her master, only to be eliminated midway. If they had been eliminated due to skill, she would have accepted it, but instead, they had resorted to deceit, sneak attacks, and throwing sand, which had infuriated her. Chang Sun Chiyu encouraged her to sit down, saying, "What's there to say about being outmatched? Besides, you might get kicked out later." Once everyone was seated, Lu Xiaobai continued, "The rules are quite simple. First, you must not disclose the location of this place to anyone. If such behavior is discovered, you will be immediately expelled from the shelter. Rest assured, we are not that foolish." Wang Ming was the first to assure him. "Indeed," echoed Gao Chong and Ma Jing in agreement. "Second, there is a water reservoir outside. Each person may collect 500 milliliters of drinking water for free each day, after which it will be charged at an internal rate of 1 gold coin for 2 liters. Lu Xiaobai considered that since he would not be able to consume dozens of tons of water himself, selling it at a low price might earn their loyalty. After all, leading subordinates requires a balance of discipline and reward. Although they were not true subordinates in the conventional sense, as soon as he finished speaking, Qin Sheng, who had been sitting calmly, suddenly sprang up, astonished. Are you saying that entire reservoir is filled with drinking water? If Qin Sheng was this shocked, the others were equally incredulous. Jing even rushed outside to check the reservoir, returning with disbelief still etched on his face. Lu Wanqi, who had been somewhat angry, was now overwhelmed with astonishment. Chang Sun Chiyu's expression became even more respectful. Wang Ming and Jiayu, while seemingly less affected, were sitting more upright. Their reactions were understandable. Ever since the system had warned of a month-long drought, the price of drinking water in the market had skyrocketed. It was nearing 1 gold coin per liter. Lu Xiaobai's reservoir likely contained around 40 to 50 tons, which could translate to a staggering 40 to 50,000 gold coins. Lu Xiaobai was quite pleased with their reactions, unable to suppress a smirk. He took a moment to collect himself before continuing. Are you all prepared for the beast tide? Wang Ming asked, somewhat perplexed. What do we need to prepare for? The others shared his confusion, unsure of Lu Xiaobai's line of questioning. Lu Xiaobai called upon Doomsday. Show them the video. While Doomsday was setting up the projection, he added, this beast tide may be more formidable than you anticipate. Subsequently, everyone watched the video of Doomsday's previous exploration. The hall fell silent, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. After a prolonged silence, Qin Sheng was the first to speak. Is this the Misty Zone? This is utterly terrifying, Wang Ming said, shaken. Are we really living next to these creatures? Ma Jing and Gao Chong were almost huddling together in fear. Lu Wanqi and Chang Sun Chiyu exchanged worried glances. Chapter 55. All ruthless individuals. Lu Xiaobai began. You all should have experience dealing with level 4 and 5 wild monsters, or else you wouldn't have survived the first wave of the beast tide. However, this time is different. The distinction between encountering high-level monsters individually and in groups is significant. Why don't you all share your strengths with me so I can make proper arrangements? After stating this, Lu Xiaobai looked at the others. Establishing a foundation of trust through mutual disclosure was essential. Moreover, coordinating a group effort is vastly different from solo combat. The commander must understand the basic capabilities of their subordinates. Realizing Lu Xiaobai's gaze was fixed on him, Qin Sheng, as the strongest among them, felt compelled to speak. Clearing his throat, he said, I have 1 level 5 battle pet and 2 level 4 ones. I haven't raised any lower level ones as they are of little use. I possess a level 2 magical equipment. After finishing, he glanced at Lu Xiaobai, conveying the message that this was sufficient. Lu Xiaobai signaled for Doomsday to take notes and then inquired, what level of wild monsters can you take on solo? Qin Sheng replied, probably level 3. Lu Xiaobai was taken aback. Have you activated your special ability? Level 3 monsters have health points around 5 to 600 and attack values of 70 to 80. He did not believe an ordinary person could handle that. Qin Sheng shook his head. I don't have enough money to buy gene potions, but I'm a retired soldier. Wielding level 2 magical equipment against a level 3 monster shouldn't be too much to ask. Right? Lu Xiaobai doubted that an average retired soldier could accomplish that, but he let the topic drop and asked, all right then, how much gold do you currently have? Having witnessed the vast quantities of drinking water, Qin Sheng no longer felt the need to conceal his resources. He replied honestly, including other resources, I have just under 100 gold coins left. I donated 100 earlier. Good. Next, Lu Xiaobai turned his attention to Lu Wanqi, who was similarly level 5. Lu Wanqi straightened up. I also have a level 5 battle pet, 2 pieces of level 1 magical equipment, and I am a level 2 special ability user. I have a little over 100 gold coins left. Solo combat isn't my strong suit. My special ability is more supportive. Lu Xiaobai was somewhat astonished. You still have so much gold left after activating your level 2 ability. It is common knowledge that the gene potions required to enhance special abilities increase exponentially. For instance, Lu Xiaobai would require 6 gene potions to upgrade to level 2, with only a 33% success rate. Chang Sun Chiyu, sitting beside Lu Wanqi, interjected, My junior sister only used one gene potion to activate her ability. Her success rate for upgrading to level 2 is 99.9. Now, it was Lu Xiaobai's turn to be shocked. What do you mean? Isn't it supposed to take 3 potions to awaken a special ability? Aren't you all? Gao Chang similarly looked confused. ISNT at 5 potions for level 1, and 10 for level 2, with only a 20 success rate. Wang Ming chimed in, it's 3 potions. I received a prompt that I needed 3. Ma Jing added, no, I needed 6. No. The number of potions required varies from person to person, Chang Sun Qiu explained. For example, when I injected the first gene potion, the system indicated that I would need 7 more to activate my ability. Thus, upgrading to level 2 would require 16 potions, with a success rate of only 12.5. Seeing Lu Xiaobai's bewildered expression, Qin Sheng chuckled. No wonder you thought I had activated my ability. It turns out you only needed 3 potions. Which is quite rare that I needed 5. It was then that Lu Xiaobai comprehended, wait, does this depend on individual physiology? He quickly turned to Lu Wanqi and asked, what is your special ability? Perhaps you should consider upgrading to level 3. Lu Wanqi replied proudly, I can imbue ordinary weapons with flames, increasing damage by 200. If applied to bullets or arrows, it also enhances range and initial velocity. Upgrading to level 3 requires 4 gene potions. And the success rate is only 25, so I haven't considered it yet. Lu Xiaobai was once again astonished. What an extraordinary ability. What type of weapon can it be applied to? How long does the effect last? And how many weapons can you enchant in a day? Lu Wanqi answered, the effect lasts for 1 day, but enchanting a single weapon requires a 2-hour rest. Currently, any weapon we encounter can be enchanted. Lu Xiaobai hurriedly instructed Doomsday to retrieve the lead bullets for the sniper rifle. Then quickly make me a few. Upon seeing Lu Wanqi smiling at him, he realized, the labor cost is negotiable. Lu Wanqi then said, I charge others 5 gold coins per enchantment, but for you, let's consider an internal rate, 7 gold coins for 2 pieces. Lu Xiaobai waved his hand grandly. No problem, first enchant 10 bullets for me. I currently have no gold coins. I can offer drinking water in exchange. Lu Wanqi replied, all right. Lu Wanqi felt a surge of joy. She bought drinking water at an internal price of 35 gold coins for 70 liters. Next, it was Chang Sun Qiu's turn to explain his situation. I also have a level 5 battle pet, 2 level 4 battle pets, only 1 piece of level 1 magical equipment, no special abilities, and just a few dozen gold coins. In a one-on-one, I should be able to defeat level 4 wild monsters, right? You think that with a level 1 magical item you can take on level 4 wild monsters? Lu Xiaobai was a bit taken aback today. Lu Wanqi chimed in. My senior brother's physical attributes have reached a level 2 assessment, with an attack power of 35 and a health of 300. If the survival on the island were delayed a few more days, he could probably beat them to the punch. Lu Xiaobai glanced disdainfully at Wang Ming, assessing the attributes of others' tanks. Indeed, those attributes were formidable. He could likely take on 2 prairie wolves with any random weapon, which explained his confidence to challenge level 4 wild monsters. Lu Xiaobai then asked, how did you level up to 2? This question had piqued his curiosity for a while. The survival manual's personal information indicated levels. Yet he had remained at level 1 despite being in the game for so long. It seemed that only after activating special abilities did one level up to 2. But surely, one couldn't only level up by awakening special powers, if that were the case. How many gene potions would one need to match the monster's levels? Chang Sun Qiu shook his head. I don't know. I just suddenly became level 2. Lu Xiaobai turned to the others, but unfortunately, they were equally clueless. All right, next. He was about to call Wang Ming when a voice suddenly echoed from outside the bunker. It's simple. He mutated. Everyone turned to see a petite girl with purple hair entering through the bunker entrance. She was slightly shorter than Xie Xiaoying, standing under 1.6 meters, with a lovely appearance and exquisitely defined features, her willow leaf eyebrows framing a pair of lively, large eyes, exuding youthful charm. The black uniform and combat boots she wore added a dash of striking elegance to her demeanor. After surveying the hall, she walked straight up to Lu Xiaobai, Master. Oh, 4558-700 reporting for duty. Lu Xiaobai stared at her in a daze, momentarily unable to respond. What's wrong, Master? You. Lu Xiaobai took a moment to gather his thoughts before asking. Can you fight? No, then what are you good at? Oh, for 558700 replied. Watching movies, eating snacks. Oh, I can also tell jokes. I detect that you are emotionally unstable. Would you like to hear a joke? Lu Xiaobai nearly lost his composure, regaining himself before saying, not for now, by the way. I'll call you number 21 from now on. Number 21. What do you mean by mutation? Number 21. That's a peculiar name, she mused. Mutation is simply mutation. After spending a long time in this world, the body naturally undergoes changes. After saying this, number 21 looked at Changsun Chiyu, her eyes displaying fluctuating values. His radiation concentration surpassed the level 1 threshold and reached level 2. That's all there is to it. Is that how one levels up to 2? Lu Xiaobai comprehended that. So how can one mutate? Sister, please tell me the method. I want to mutate too. Wang Ming was somewhat agitated, as Lu Xiaobai's earlier glance had irked him. Lu Wanqi, on the other hand, was delighted, giving Changsun Chiyu a thumbs up. Senior brother is indeed impressive. Number 21 looked puzzled. Wait, do you all want to mutate? Once the radiation value surpasses the level 5 threshold, you become a mindless monster. Gao Chang chuckled. It's just a game. What's so terrifying about that? Ma Jing agreed. Yeah, you don't actually turn into a monster. The group was animated, their spirits lifted at the prospect of grasping the secrets of leveling up. Even Qin Sheng exhibited eager anticipation. Only Jia Yu felt disheartened, regretting deeply, why didn't anyone tell me androids were this beautiful? Number 21 appeared even more bewildered. Do you all think this is a game? Do you realize? Tuesday discreetly pulled her back. Number 21 promptly stopped her words. Hee. Consuming the flesh of mutated wild monsters and drinking irradiated water accelerates mutation, but I wouldn't recommend you do that. Although some impoverished individuals in the future world resorted to such methods for advancement, the outcomes were often dire. Many ultimately had to relinquish their physical forms and become cyborgs, but even then, the mental anguish brought by mutation was inescapable. Her words fell on deaf ears. Even Lu Xiaobai pondered whether he should instruct Tuesday to prepare more wild monster meat and less instant noodles or snacks. Seeing that they were completely uninterested, number 21 ceased further discussion. The remaining group members, including Wang Ming, introduced their circumstances, and they felt a bit disheartened, lacking even a single level 5 battle pet. Apart from Wang Ming, the others couldn't even defeat level 3 wild monsters, so Lu Xiaobai simply did not record their team combat power. I think you should hold off on upgrading the safe house for now. The priority is to acquire a level 5 battle pet. After offering his suggestion, he declared the meeting adjourned. Everyone returned to their respective tasks, making final preparations for battle. Once the others had departed, Lu Xiaobai turned to number 21 again. You really can't fight. No, why would I need to fight? Number 21 looked utterly perplexed. Why gold coins? Lu Xiaobai lamented silently. After exiting the bunker, Tuesday instructed Lu Xiaobai to bring out the greenhouse while she busied herself there. Leaving Lu Xiaobai and number 21 idling in the camp. As they strolled, number 21 suddenly remarked, Once, I went hunting and encountered a fox. After shooting, I nearly died. Master, do you know why? Lu Xiaobai, burdened with his thoughts, answered absent-mindedly. Was it a mutated fox? No, it was a reflex arc. Ha 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 ha. Lu Xiaobai? Tuesday was laughing so hard she could hardly breathe. Master, don't you find that hilarious? Lu Xiaobai, sighing. Lu Xiaobai returned to his room, closed the door, and silently wept. Just then, the manual chimed, and upon checking, he saw a message from Feng Yu with only 2 words. Thank you. Lu Xiaobai understood she was referring to the protective shield matter and chose not to reply. However, after a moment, Feng Yu sent another message. Is it right to kill the saintess in times of chaos? Do you think I'm a saintess? Lu Xiaobai responded. Whether one is a saintess or not is just a joke. Everyone has their own principles. As long as one's conscience is clear, that's enough. After a moment's reflection, he added, but one should not morally bind others. Do not infringe upon others' rights. Feng Yu replied, but sometimes, collective interests may contradict personal interests. How do we ensure collective interests in such cases? Lu Xiaobai. The collective is composed of individuals. If contradictions arise, it's clear something has gone awry. Feng Yu on the other side of the screen paused momentarily. With just a few hours left before the second wave of beast tide struck, Lu Xiaobai planned to purchase a lighting device in the market. However, after searching, He found either absurd items or exorbitant prices, with nothing suitable available. The root cause was that any item related to energy storage in this world began at the epic level. Then he suddenly recalled, the shelter should have corresponding electrical facilities. Clicking on the power equipment for the shelter, he indeed found relevant facilities. Household solar photovoltaic power generation equipment, including solar panels, sine wave inverters, maintenance-free battery packs, controllers, generating 10 kilowatts per hour with a storage capacity of 1,200 kilowatts. Priced at 200 gold coins, small wind turbine generator sets, including wind wheels, inverters, and maintenance-free battery packs, generating 100 kilowatts per hour with a storage capacity of 19,200 kilowatts, priced at 350 gold coins. Small solar photovoltaic power generators, generating 100 kilowatts per hour with a storage capacity of 19,200 kilowatts, priced at 500 gold coins. Micronuclear reactors, generating 1,000 kilowatts per hour with a storage capacity of 400,000 kilowatts, priced at 12,000 gold coins. Thermal power generator sets, hydroelectric power generator sets. He did not consider thermal and hydroelectric power facilities. One required wood, while the other was infeasible. He opened the 9527 shelter chat group, Lu Xiaobai. I'm thinking of acquiring a power generation device for lighting. What do you all think? Qin Sheng. Are we expected to chip in? LV Xiaobai. Of course, we need it, Qin Sheng. I don't think it's necessary. The torches illuminate everything quite clearly. Lu Wanqi. Candles are not costly either. There are many available in the market made from wild creature oils, priced at 1 gold for 5.ma jing. Indeed, there's no need to purchase a power generation facility specifically. Gao Chong. To be honest, the darker it gets, the better I sleep. LV Xiaobai. Infuriated. Fine. So we won't use any, right? I remember that. The water in the reservoir was initially intended as a strategic resource reserve, not meant for storage. However, after listening to a thorough analysis from the 21SD, he decided to sell a portion. The money earned would be just enough to acquire a power generation device. He borrowed 20 gold from Jiayu and directly purchased a 100L plastic barrel from the market, instructing Doomsday to fetch water to the room using the steam locomotive. He then sold it at a price of 1 gold per liter. He toiled until after 11 p.m., managing to list 10 tons of water at the trading post. Once sold, he would net approximately 8,000 gold. 18 midnight. The beast tide commenced. Doomsday, Jiayu, Gao Chong, and Ma Jing promptly headed to the fortress, while LV Xiaobai, Wang Ming, Qin Sheng, Lu Wanqi, and Chang Sun Chiyu stood guard on the ground. The number of wild creatures the shelter was about to face equated to the total sum of wild creatures all of them had originally needed to contend with, totaling 800. Chapter 57. The evolution of the gray wolf. Just past midnight, a thunderous roar echoed from the ground as a massive wave of wild creatures surged forth from the white mist. Everyone stood ready for battle. Suddenly, Ma Jing, stationed on the fortress, noticed something amiss. Hey, these wild creatures are attacking from 10 different directions. Jiayu also discerned the pattern. It seems they are targeting each residential building. Gao Chong, with a worried expression, exclaimed, "This feels impossible to defend against." Below, LV Xiaobai also recognized the gravity of the situation as the wild creatures split into 3 factions. One charged towards him, another toward Wang Ming, and the last one heading toward the 6th residential building, which belonged to Jiayu. Observing that the number of charging wild creatures was fewer than his battle pets, he decided to turn back and prepare for sleep. Wang Ming, confused by LV Xiaobai's retreat, was soon startled by a roar as a massive black gorilla filled his vision. Following closely behind was an enormous pure white wolf emerging from LV Xiaobai's residence, trailed by a turtle over 2 meters long, covered in sharp spikes, and finally, 2 gigantic birds took flight. Wang Ming was momentarily stunned, and his newly acquired level 4 zombie subtly shifted to the right. As LV Xiaobai was heading back, he unexpectedly encountered the freshly emerged gray wolf. Its hesitant demeanor struck him as amusing. He patted the gray wolf's head. "You can hide in the back? Just wait until the fighting is over to help me collect items." The gray wolf nodded, seemingly understanding. Noticing its solitary appearance, LV Xiaobai felt a pang of sympathy and pondered before retrieving energy crystal fragments from his dimensional ring. "Taro, it's time for your medicine." LV Xiaobai, fed the energy crystal fragments to the gray wolf, and a miraculous transformation ensued. The gray wolf began to expand at a visible rate, soon reaching the size of a formidable wolf, even slightly surpassing it. However, its fur was entirely black. LV Xiaobai questioned his perception. What the heck? Does a level 2 wilderness wolf really grow this large? He quickly pulled out a manual for identification. Monster name, Night Demon Wolf category, Beast level, 5 anomaly level, 1 life, 1100 attack, 145-170 traits. A mutated wilderness wolf, possessing enhanced anomaly-type physical reinforcement. In dark environments, strength increases by 20, and constitution by 15. LV Xiaobai was bewildered. How did it jump straight to level 5? After flipping through the manual extensively, he discovered a clue in the monster encyclopedia. The wilderness wolf only had 2 forms, level 1 and level 5. The effect of the energy crystal fragments was to elevate the battle pet's level, not merely to enhance a level 1 creature. He hurriedly checked his other battle pets. To his surprise, aside from the wilderness wolf, there was another pet capable of surpassing its level. The mutated mountain turtle, which, upon mutation, was level 4, and upon further growth, would directly ascend to level 7 as a divine giant turtle. However, the other battle pets were not as fortunate. The big sparrow only had forms at levels 2 and 4. The peregrine falcon only had level 4 and level 5 forms. The flame bird and the gibbon only possessed the singular level 5 form. He then opened the trading post to inspect the battle pets for sale, discovering that very few could surpass level 5, and even those were exorbitantly priced. For instance, a mutated giant lizard could evolve from a level 4 mutated lizard to a level 6 moto dragon, priced at 140 gold. LV Xiaobai felt a surge of joy. The mountain turtle, being able to jump to level 7, would undoubtedly command a higher price. Not just the mountain turtle, but species like the wilderness wolf that could leap from level 1 directly to level 5 were also quite valuable. Generally priced above 30 gold, Stowe battle pets are categorized by quality, LV Xiaobai thought, feeling a pang of regret for the 5 wilderness wolves he originally possessed. At this moment, Jia Yu and others who had rushed down from the fortress approached him. Ma Jing, leader, it's bad. The shelter cannot hold, Gao Cheng urged. Quick, unbind the safe house. We still have time to escape. LV Xiaobai? What's going on? Fortunately, Jia Yu remained relatively composed. The 4th and 5th buildings are under attack by wild creatures, and currently, there is no one to defend them. LV Xiaobai. How many are there? Jia Yu. About 12 to 13, with several at level 5. Upon hearing this, LV Xiaobai recognized the seriousness of the situation. If the plasma shield were to breach, not only would it require significant resources to repair, but it would also take a considerable amount of time. Without the shield, the situation would become exceedingly difficult. You all hurry and defend your residences. I will head over to support that side. Do not think about unbinding the safe house. As long as the tower stands, so do we, leaving the others in a state of bewilderment. LV Xiaobai rode the gray wolf toward the 5th building. On the way, he checked the manual and found that indeed the shield value had significantly decreased, currently resting at 207-1527000. When LV Xiaobai hurriedly arrived at the 5th building, he was met with an unimaginable sight. Before the plasma shield, rivers of blood flowed, and 4 grotesque colossal creatures lay dismembered, immersed in a pool of blood. In the center, a mouse the size of a bear was locked in combat with a petite figure. As LV Xiaobai approached, the battle was nearing its conclusion. Number 21 wielded a lightsaber, flitting about like a butterfly, weaving in and out of the fray. The giant mouse couldn't even make contact with her. She employed no complex techniques, merely striking repeatedly, her speed so swift that she left afterimages in the air. With a powerful leap and a sweeping strike, the mouse's head saw Ma Jing. It's not boasting. Building 4 has fallen silent. I have no idea how those wild creatures perished. Lu Wanqi. Building 5 is truly terrifying. Just a moment ago, I caught a glimpse of a little girl wielding a flashlight, dispatching those level 4 and 5 wild creatures as if she were slicing through vegetables. Changsun Chiyu. Stop chatting, you all. What if he complains about our slow pace and decides to eliminate everything? Gao Cheng, the issue is, I simply cannot defeat them. Perhaps we should let him assist after all. Lu Wanqi. Are you foolish? That would mean we lose the spoils. Level 5 wild creatures have the potential to drop magical equipment and energy crystals. Oh, and there are also wild creature loot chests, Gao Chong. Then will you help me fight, Ma Jing? I cannot hold my ground either. Lu Wanqi, let us just stall for now. He'll inevitably take action when he can't contain himself. Chang Sun Chiyu, that doesn't seem right. Lu Wanqi, what else can we do? If he takes all the loot, we won't even get a drop Dame Jing. He just messaged in the group. Everyone, take a look. Lu Wanqi opened it to see the message from the boy selling persimmons. By the way, at the end of my turn, my shield value was 20,000. Any repair costs below 20,000. You'll have to split among yourselves. I won't bear them. Lu Wanqi, perhaps you should let him help after all. Jing, Gao Chong, the mysterious merchant, leader, I am unable to handle this. I require your intervention. Lang Diu Gue, same here. The boy selling persimmons. All right, I'm on my way. In less than a minute, Ma Jing heard a series of loud bangs. One by one, the wild creatures before him collapsed. Once they were all defeated, a large bird suddenly swooped down, snatching up the fragments of energy crystals from the ground before flying away. After the bird departed, a golden parrot flitted before him. Did you just call yourself a fool? Meanwhile, Gao Chong was experiencing a different scenario. Two enormous wolves boldly charged into the cluster of wild creatures before him. The white wolf unleashed a wave of frost, while the black wolf lunged forward, quickly dispatching one. Shortly thereafter, a level 5 raptor soared overhead. In no time, the battle concluded. Gao Chong and his battle pet stood frozen in place, too terrified to move. Noticing the lack of spoils on the ground, he initially felt pleased. However, to his dismay, the two wolves and the bird each dragged away the largest wild creature. LV Xiaobai sent a message in the group. The boy selling persimmons. Buildings 2 and 3 have been cleared. If you need assistance, let me know. The mysterious merchant. We want to cover repair costs for shield values below 19,000. Lang Diu Gue, indeed, so quick? Qin Shang from Building 9 looked at his neighbor, his face a mask of shock, while Lu Wanqi from Building 10 happened to glance over. The two exchanged wide-eyed stares, both astonished. Lu Wanqi, can someone explain what is happening? How did the wild creatures perish so swiftly? Ma Jing, this time, I clearly heard it was a sniper rifle. One shot likely inflicts over 300 damage. Lu Wanqi, so, excluding my enchanted damage, that would mean over 100. Ma Jing, it's been firing all night. How many enchanted bullets did you make? Lu Wanqi, are you implying that the sniper south base damage is close to 400? Ma Jing, that seems likely. Chang Sun Chiyu, what about the hit rate? Ma Jing, every shot is a critical hit. Chang Sun Chiyu, that's incredibly powerful. Lu Wanqi, Gao Chong, what is the situation on your end? Gao Chong, 2 wolves and a bird. 3 level 5 battle pets. Lu Wanqi, it seems he alone could potentially take us all down. Chang Sun Chiyu. Seeing no one responding to him, LV Xiaobai returned to his residence to collect the spoils. That night, he acquired a piece of magical equipment, a shard of energy crystal and several thousand kilograms of meat. It was quite satisfactory. He first examined the cloak. Invisibility cloak level. 1 attribute. Technological, a piece of tech equipment produced by a future technology company, achieving visual invisibility through optical negative refraction and other techniques. Note: this equipment only provides visual invisibility and does not possess anti-detection capabilities. It can be identified by infrared, sound waves, thermal imaging, and other technologies. LV Xiaobai felt this equipment was decent and decided to have Doomsday wear it. It would enhance her safety during ambushes. After storing the cloak in his ring, LV Xiaobai opened the survival manual to prepare for setting up the electrical facilities. However, upon checking his mailbox, he discovered he had only sold about 2 tons of water, resulting in a mere 1,500 gold coins. The notifications for successful sales were numerous, and since he had closed the trading notifications after listing the water, he was unaware of the situation. Upon reopening the trading post, he found that over 8 tons of water remained unsold. What astonished him was that the price of drinking water had plummeted to 1 gold coin for 30 liters, merely a tenth of the initial price. What on earth? LV Xiaobai pondered, feeling puzzled as he opened the world chat channel. His intuition told him something significant must have occurred. After scrolling for quite a while, He finally discovered that someone had leaked information. Consuming a moderate amount of irradiated water could accelerate leveling up. The informant further claimed that drinking no more than 500 milliliters of irradiated water daily would pose no life-threatening risks. LV Xiaobai sighed. This was precisely what he had feared, which prompted him to hasten the sale of the water. It seemed his worries had come to fruition. He could only be thankful that he had sold 2 tons at the highest price. However, the small solar photovoltaic generator he originally intended to purchase would now have to be replaced with a home solar photovoltaic generator. Xiao Er, LV Xiaobai called to his side. Before long, Tuesday entered his room, accompanied by 21, dressed in cherry-patterned pajamas. "Master, did you summon us at this late hour for something, Risku?" 21 blurted upon entering. LV Xiaobai chose to disregard her excited remark and turned to Tuesday. "Xiao Er, please prepare a midnight snack using the wild creature meat. Don't bother with that ridiculous instant noodles. I'm nearly turning into a fool myself." Tuesday remained expressionless. "Eating too much wild creature meat will transform you into a monster." LV Xiaobai waved his hand dismissively. "The boy selling persimmons turned into a monster. What does that have to do with me, LV Xiaobai? Hurry up and cook. I want meat." 21. "So, your name is LV Xiaobai?" "Huh. Xiaobai haha, LV Xiaobai." Chapter 59. Electrical facilities. While Tuesday was preparing the meal, LV Xiaobai curiously asked 21. "Didn't you say you can't fight?" On the 21st, lying flat on the bed. Upon hearing his question, she suddenly rolled over and, turning her head, exclaimed, "Hey, handsome, come play with me." After saying this, she even wiggled playfully. Lu Xiaobai, taken aback, remained silent, prompting 21 to respond glumly, "I can't fight. I can only kill." Intrigued, Lu Xiaobai asked, "In your world, what profession do you engage in? Your profile suggests you belong to some special category." 21 blinked innocently and replied, "It's special services." Lu Xiaobai retorted, "If you don't answer properly, I won't listen to your jokes anymore." Please, don't say that." 21 hurriedly replied, "I work as a bodyguard, an assassin, a mercenary. These are all special types. Primarily, I am engaged in the profession of an assassin. Is being an assassin considered a legitimate profession?" Lu Xiaobai pondered, feeling somewhat bewildered. "Of course it is." 21 leaned against the headboard, sitting up. In our world, it's all quite chaotic. The major factions include the Human Federation, the Robot Kingdom, and the Biochemical Alliance. In addition, there are various armed organizations and religious groups, some worshipping super life forms, others idolizing high-level wild monsters, and some even guiding aliens, and the list goes on. In such a tumultuous world, the existence of assassins is entirely normal. Lu Xiaobai thought to himself, that truly is a dreadful world. He then inquired, "So, are you from the Robot Kingdom?" 21 shook her head vigorously, like a rattled drum. "I'm not one of those fools. I belong to the Human Federation." Lu Xiaobai nodded, though he only partially understood, and refrained from asking further questions. Before long, Tuesday brought up a late-night snack, and upon seeing the meat, Lu Xiaobai eagerly took a bite, exclaiming, "Hey, little waiter, what kind of meat is this?" "It's quite delicious. Roach meat," Tuesday replied. Lu Xiaobai nearly retched. Ultimately, he settled for a pack of instant noodles. The next day, when Lu Xiaobai woke up, the sun was already high in the sky. He first checked the shelter's shield value, 125, 527, 000'd. He felt a pang of sympathy for them. "Meeting, Building 5, assemble," he announced in the group chat. He had installed the remaining core devices for the safe house and the beast enclosure into Building 5 the previous day. And now there was a vacant room of over 20 square meters. Once everyone had gathered, Lu Xiaobai took out a manual to show them the resources needed to repair the shield. Plasma shield resources required for repair: wood, 3149 stone, 1575 industrial metal, 784 time required, 31 hours. After everyone had taken a good look, he continued, "I calculated that for every 1 point decrease in shield value, it requires 0.2 wood, 0.1 stone, 0.05 industrial metal, and 7 seconds of time. I will cover 7,000.28 wood, which amounts to 175 wood, 87 stone, 43 industrial metal, and 102 minutes of time. Is that acceptable?" His calculations were quite fair, and no one objected. responding lethargically with an agreement. Many had stayed up until midnight the previous night and were still feeling drained. Seeing that they were all cooperative, Lu Xiaobai expressed his satisfaction. All right, let's hand over the resources. However, the resource handover was a bit painful, especially for Wang Ming.as, the last person to eliminate a wild monster. He had to pay over 10 gold coins worth of resources and 6 hours of time, adding up to more than 20 gold coins. If it weren't for the 10 or so monster loot boxes he had found the night before, he wouldn't have been able to afford it at all. After a long night, I ended up with nothing. Wang Ming sighed. Lu Xiaobai, aware of his circumstances, said, "Last night, you didn't encounter any level 5 wild monsters, did you? Those can be quite challenging. You need to come up with some strategies." Wang Ming's eyes lit up. Knowing Lu Xiaobai was full of ideas. "Please share some tips, brother." Calmly, Lu Xiaobai produced a lightweight bulletproof plate armor. "This armor increases defense by 100 points. I'll sell it to you for a modest 35 gold coins." Wang Ming replied. Wang Ming felt somewhat speechless. He had considered Lu Xiaobai a brother, yet here he was eyeing the contents of his pocket. Wearing this wouldn't help. I'd still perish if I encountered a high-damage wild monster. Lu Xiaobai retorted, "You're being foolish. Give it to your zombie. Don't you have a level 4 zombie? Equipping it would be like having a level 5. Wang Ming slapped his thigh. "You're the best brother. How did I not think of that? But I don't have any gold coins right now. That's fine. I'll lend it to you. You can pay me back once you have it." Lu Xiaobai generously waved his hand. Lu Wanqi whispered to her senior beside her, "This item is only worth about 30 gold coins in the market." Long Sun Qiyu appeared to be in a meditative state, seemingly ignoring the conversation. Lu Xiaobai glanced at her and said, "If there's nothing else, let's disperse." Leader, I have something to discuss," Lu Wanqi stammered. "What is it?" "It's about the cost of enchantment. Didn't we agree to use drinking water as payment? Now, as you can see..." "Oh, so you don't want drinking water anymore?" Lu Wanqi nodded, feeling a bit embarrassed. "I plan to just drink snow water from now on." Lu Xiaobai nodded. "Then I'll transfer you some gold coins. Don't halt the lead bullet enchantment. Just help me with it whenever you have time." "Okay." Lu Wanqi nodded in agreement. After the meeting, Lu Xiaobai instructed Tuesday and 21 to guard buildings 4 and 5 while he returned to the safe house to tinker with the power generation facilities. He repaid Jiayu 20 and settled 35 with Lu Wanqi, leaving Lu Xiaobai with 1,449 gold coins. After some consideration, he decided to purchase a small solar photovoltaic generator for 500 gold coins. It generates 100 kilowatt-hours per hour and can store 19,200 kilowatt-hours. Once the generator was extracted, it could be directly installed in the shelter, saving a great deal of hassle. Moreover, it included a 40-square-meter power dispatch room. As he watched the lights illuminate in the room, Lu Xiaobai was momentarily engulfed by a sense of returning to civilization. He then turned off the electricity in the other buildings. The shelter came equipped with numerous electrical devices, and Lu Xiaobai found the broadcast system and played an old song from the last century. Qin Shang, one hand wielding a shield and the other gripping an electric baton, was engaged in a fierce battle with a level 3 wild monster. The electric baton he held was also a level 2 magical equipment, capable of delivering 1,000,000 volts of electric current instantaneously. As Qin Shang prepared to strike down the mutated monkey before him, he suddenly heard a shout. "Pig! Your nose possesses 2 nostrils." A tremor in his hand nearly resulted in him being struck dead by a monkey. Changsun Qiyu, with sheer brute force, charged forward, toppling the level 3 wild creature before him. Poised to deliver the final blow, he too was momentarily entranced by the melodious strains emanating from the broadcast. Others around him were equally startled by this sudden interruption. The thought flickered through everyone's minds. The power has been restored. In this world devoid of natural gas, oil, and coal, electricity and energy storage devices are far beyond the reach of ordinary citizens. For over a month, they had felt as if they had regressed to a primitive society, and now the broadcast had yanked them back into the realm of reality. Chapter 60. Level 6 Wild Creatures. During daylight, the onslaught of wild creatures was not particularly fierce, with a maximum of 2 level 5 beasts appearing. Located at the buildings of Lu Wanqi and Wang Ming, Lu Wanqi tackled her creature alongside her senior brother, yielding no spoils, yet they divided the meat equally. Notably, the market now distinguishes between the prices of wild creature meat. With level 5 meat commanding a price far superior to that of level 1.it, is said that consuming level 5 wild creature meat significantly enhances the likelihood of leveling up. Wang Ming single-handedly dealt with his level 5 creature. His level 4 zombie, clad in armor, could hold its ground against the level 5 adversary without faltering. This wild creature not only dropped fragments of energy crystals, but also 20 leather boxes, causing Wang Ming's elation to be barely contained. Had it not been for LV Xiaobai's timely reminder about the 85 gold coins he owed him, he might have continued to revel in his joy for an extended period. As night fell, LV Xiaobai illuminated every light in his residence. The brilliant illumination contrasted starkly with the animal oil candles lit next door, resembling sunlight. Those stationed outside the protective shield occasionally glanced toward his room, their hearts a tumult of emotions. Lu Wanqi opened a small group chat for 4. Hey, did you see that? He's dancing the disco in his room, Gao Chong. I saw it. But does he have to blast the music so loudly? A little decorum would be nice. Lu Wanqi. Oh my, look at him. What on earth is he doing? Writhing so ostentatiously with such a pert posterior. Chang Sun Chiyu. Could you refrain from disparaging him behind his back? Lu Wanqi. Ma Jing. You guys, check the district chat channel. The group hurriedly switched over, only to find that LV Xiaobai had shared a photo in the chat channel. Inside the brightly lit room, a coffee table held an electric stove emitting wisps of white smoke. Surrounding it were platters of neatly sliced meats and vegetables, with a nearby bowl brimming with plump strawberries in the background. A television played karaoke. The caption read, "Life is like a 24-year-old spicy beauty with a lingering aftertaste. How is it that he hasn't been devoured by the wild creatures yet? He is third on the combat ranking list. How could he possibly be in danger? Why does he have electric lights? Naturally, our shelter is equipped with power facilities. The Jiuzhou Alliance shelter welcomes capable individuals. Can your shelter prepare hot pot? Could you please engage in pleasant conversation?" A young boy selling persimmons chimed in. Bulk selling strawberries, 1 gold coin for 12 pieces, with generous discounts for large quantities. Currently, the market price is generally 1 gold coin for 10 pieces. But LV Xiaobai had no intention of selling slowly. He employed a strategy of aggressive price competition. Felix, how many do you have? We, the Alliance of Wine and Flowers, will take them all, the young boy selling persimmons replied. Approximately 400 kilograms. Based on 25 pieces per pound, that's around 20,000 pieces. Felix, great. I'll take 3,000 pieces first. Mysterious merchant, Lu Wanqi, peeved. The young boy selling persimmons. No problem, just add me first, and we can trade tomorrow. On Tuesday, he informed them that the strawberries would likely fully ripen in the next couple of days, and even without the miraculous attribute of multiple probabilities, a harvest of around 400 kilograms was expected. Thus, LV Xiaobai sought to initiate pre-sales.in the 9527 shelter chat channel. Wang Zhaotian, bro, why does nothing happen when I turn on the light? The young boy selling persimmons. I cut off your power supply. Wang Zhaotian, can it be turned back on? It's so dark, I'm terrified. The young boy selling persimmons. You live with zombies every day? How can you be afraid of the dark? Wang Ming possessed 2 zombie battle pets, one level 4 and the other level 3. The level 4 zombie was nimble and quite intelligent, often serving as a servant in his room. Bald strongman. Leader. Please turn mine on too. I haven't used my computer for work in ages, and I feel awful. The young boy selling persimmons. If you need electricity, that's fine. It's 1 gold coin for 20 kilowatt hours. Just tell me how much you need, Lang Dayu. I'm reminded of the days of using power and water cards in the dormitory. The young boy selling persimmons. Indeed. I've also activated the water supply for you. All drinkable water, at 1 gold coin for 20 liters. With the power facilities connected, the water pump was also operational. LV Xiaobai filled the trading post's 8 tons of water into the storage tank. Kicking foot cute girl. This is even pricier than the market rate. The market is 1 gold coin for 30 liters. The young boy selling persimmons. Can the water from the market be heated and sprayed from the shower? Can you adjust the temperature? Kicking foot cute girl. Chin Ergu and dog. I've transferred you 5 gold coins. Please reconnect the electricity in my room. The young boy selling persimmons. Sure thing. Boss.LV Xiaobai realized that selling electricity was indeed a lucrative venture. His solar generator could produce 800 kilowatt-hours of electricity per day, yielding 40 gold coins, allowing him to break even in less than half a month. He even contemplated upgrading the shelter into a small-scale facility to accommodate more people, collecting rent and utility fees. After dinner, LV Xiaobai reclined in bed, contemplating his landlord plans when suddenly he heard Lu Wanqi scream and Changsun Chiyu's furious shout. Shortly after, a message from Qin Sheng appeared. Chun Ergu and Dog, leader, come down quickly. 2 level 6 wild creatures have arrived. El Xiaobai hastily sprang out of bed and rushed downstairs, only to behold 2 bipedal goats assaulting the buildings occupied by Lu Wanqi and Changsun Chiyu. Lu Wanqi's 5th-level battle pet, a mutated lynx, lay lifeless in a pool of blood, while the goat brazenly feasted upon the carcass before her eyes. Changsun Chiyu's 5th-level battle pet, a jungle python, had yet to succumb. Though he himself bore significant injuries, after observing for a moment, El Xiaobai discerned that these 2 goats possessed abilities seemingly related to gravity. The jungle python attempted several times to raise its body in defiance, only to be crushed back down by an unseen force. Changsun Chiyu stood immobilized as the goat approached him, bearing its razor-sharp fangs, utterly uncharacteristic of a herbivore. In a moment of peril, a gunshot rang out. The goat before Changsun Chiyu was knocked back, yet it did not fall. Another shot echoed, but in a scene of despair, the enchanted bullet hovered before the goat, defying gravity, before plummeting to the ground moments later. Lu Wanqi cried out in desperation, "Long-range attacks are futile. Where is that girl with the sword?" She had already used her air gun to attack, but only the first shot had caught the target off guard. Subsequent bullets had no chance of reaching their mark, El Xiaobai replied. "The lightsaber has been used. Its cooldown period has not yet elapsed." "Then it's over," Lu Wanqi despaired, helplessly watching as the goat finished its meal and advanced toward her. Meanwhile, the other goat approached Changsun Chiyu as well. In Chapter 61. Fierce battle with level 6 wild beasts, El Xiaobai quickly activated his power. Although mutated, the goat's inherent herbivorous nature remained unchanged. They abruptly lost interest in attacking the humans before them. Determination failed. The jungle python, eager to save its master, struggled against the goat's gravitational influence. Determination failed again. In mounting anxiety, El Xiaobai found himself at a loss for solutions as one goat drew near to Changsun Chiyu. Suddenly, a wolf's howl pierced the air. El Xiaobai turned to see 2 battle wolves racing toward them, and an idea swiftly formed in his mind. The goats' innate fear and animosity towards their natural enemies were etched into their genes. Upon hearing the howl, they instinctively halted their advance. Determination succeeded. The 2 mutated goats forsook their nearby human prey, redirecting their attention to the approaching Wuda wolf and Grey wolf. Wuda wolf immediately unleashed a frost breath. Its powers seemingly amplified, as frost rapidly blanketed the battlefield. Hailstones the size of pigeon eggs rained down on the mutated goats near Lu Wanqi. Simultaneously, Grey Wolf vanished into the shadows, reappearing behind one of the goats. However, just as the hailstones reached their target, they abruptly ceased, cascading harmlessly to the ground. Grey Wolf's attack proved equally ineffective. Although it bit into the mutated goat's neck, it was immobilized the next moment, crashing to the ground. Nevertheless, Grey Wolf, benefiting from its nocturnal attributes, managed to retreat a few steps before disappearing into the darkness once more. Lu Wanqi and Changsun Chiyu, having freed themselves from the gravitational restraints, rolled and crawled away from the combat zone. At the same time, Turkey and Air Guzi flew over. However, they too became immobilized as they entered the area. Lu Wanqi anxiously inquired, "Chief, what should we do now?" El Xiaobai responded swiftly, "Release all battle pets. Their control over numbers is limited." Indeed, once Turkey and Air Guzi were restrained, Changsun Chiyu's jungle python regained its ability to move. This python was of the same type that El Xiaobai had previously vanquished. Upon regaining its freedom, it immediately began to gather energy, and moments later, a shockwave of considerable diameter struck the nearest mutated goat with force, as the goat prepared to unleash its control over Air Guzi. It was forced to relinquish its hold when the python began to accumulate energy once more. Air Guzi swiftly soared into the air before diving down rapidly. Concurrently, Grey Wolf re-emerged from the shadows. The simultaneous strikes from both beasts landed squarely. The mutated goat, already injured by the sniper bullet and now hit by a shockwave, met its demise on the other side. The remaining mutated goat approached Turkey, poised to attack. Just as it prepared to do so, the sound of gunfire erupted once more, coinciding with the jungle python unleashing another shockwave. The mutated goat was forced to retreat, turning its gaze upon the jungle python. However, this time it had no opportunity to retaliate. Frost materialized, swirling around it in a tempest of snowflakes within a radius of several meters. As the frost settled, the mutated goat was transformed into an ice sculpture. In a fit of rage, Turkey unleashed a barrage of fireballs upon the frozen figure, obliterating it into fragments. All present, including El Xiaobai, stood in stunned silence, having witnessed the goat's destruction. Yet, the extent of the frost wolf's damage was astonishing. El Xiaobai and Lu Wanqi instinctively pulled out their manuals for identification. Name: Frost Magic Wolf Category, Beast Level, 5 Ability Level, 1 Number of Abilities, 2 Health, 800 Attack, 120 150 Features. A mutated desert wolf with elemental ice abilities, including Frost Breath and Absolute Zero Domain. Frost Breath, a destructive ice eruption that rapidly lowers the surrounding temperature, dealing damage equal to ability level 150, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. Absolute Zero Domain, A inflicts ice explosion strikes on enemies within the domain, causing damage equal to ability level 300 per second for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 75 seconds. Note: the Frost Magic Wolf cannot move while releasing the Absolute Zero Domain. Lu Wanqi was the first to speak. Goodness, this wolf possesses 2 abilities? El Xiaobai, equally perplexed, realized that now was not the time for such inquiries. The second mutated goat had dropped something. A larger energy crystal gleamed beside its corpse. El Xiaobai approached to collect it. Level 1 Energy Crystal Fragment Level 1 Attribute. Enhancement device can enhance magical equipment or elevate the level of tamed beasts. Note: Level 1 energy crystal fragments cannot enhance magical equipment exceeding level 4. They cannot elevate beasts exceeding level 15. When enhancing level 4 magical equipment or elevating beasts below level 15, the failure rate is 95. When enhancing level 3 magical equipment or elevating beasts below level 10, the failure rate is 75. When enhancing level 2 magical equipment or elevating beasts below level 5, the failure rate is 50. When enhancing level 1 magical equipment or elevating a level 1 beast, the failure rate is 0. At that moment, Changsun Qiyu approached, and El Xiaobai displayed the level 1 energy crystal fragment, saying, "Your contribution was vital in defeating the mutated goat." Changsun Qiyu quickly waved his hands. "I did not contribute. I owe my thanks to the chief for saving us." El Xiaobai replied, "Even without merit, your efforts were not in vain. Take the corpse of that goat to share with your junior sister." Changsun Qiyu, wishing to speak further, was silenced by El Xiaobai. "Lu Wanqi has just lost a 5th-level battle pet. You should give her a larger portion." With that, Changsun Qiyu felt it inappropriate to argue further. Lu Wanqi cast a grateful glance at El Xiaobai. The carcass of one goat yielded approximately 200 to 300 kilograms of meat. Priced as 5th-level wild beast meat, it could amount to 20 or 30 gold coins. With 6th-level meat likely being even more valuable, this would certainly compensate her for a significant loss. Upon returning to his residence, El Xiaobai first checked on the status of Wu the wolf, but the manual provided no relevant information. He could only surmise that it had mutated once again. Subsequently, he retrieved both the lightsaber and the flame stone gun, preparing to upgrade them. Aside from the newly acquired level 1 crystal, he also possessed a non-level crystal. The current situation was as follows. Upgrading the flame gun with the level 1 crystal guaranteed success. However, the success rate for upgrading the lightsaber with the non-level crystal was only 5. Conversely, upgrading the flame gun with the non-level crystal yielded a 55 success rate, while using the level 1 crystal on the lightsaber had a 50 success rate. Without much contemplation, he opted for the second plan. He first uploaded the flame stone gun along with the non-level energy crystal fragment. Upgrading the weapon. Please wait. Ding. The modification has concluded, and the upgrade was successful. Please collect your weapon. Flame stone gun level 2 attribute. Ability launch device and antique rifle. endowed with powers surpassing nature due to the embedding of a crystal from a firebird's head. This gun features two attack modes. Mode 1. Pulling the trigger fires a fireball forward with a maximum range of 55 meters and a projectile speed of 200 meters per second, causing an explosion upon impact with a power of 50-70, ignoring defenses. A maximum of 10 fireballs can be launched at once, requiring an 8-hour cooldown afterward. Mode 2. The gun emits flames forward for a duration of 12 seconds, dealing 80 damage while ignoring defenses. Cooling time, 6 hours. Chapter 62. A new stance. Finally, I possess a weapon that I can wield, and Lu Xiaobai is overjoyed. The Flamestone Spear is a magical armament, lightweight and devoid of recoil, and it delivers area damage without requiring any particular skill. It fits him perfectly. He then nervously uploaded a level 1 crystal and a level 2 lightsaber. Although the success rate is slightly higher than that of the flame gun at 75, he remains exceedingly anxious. The primary concern is that the level 1 crystal is exorbitantly priced, exceeding 100 gold coins in the market. Fortunately, Lady Luck once again smiles upon him. Ding! Upgrade successful. Please claim your weapon. TR-004 Model Lightsaber. Level 3. Attributes. Future weapon. The TR-004 Model Lightsaber features 3 adjustable modes. Low mode with an attack power of 30 for a duration of 30 minutes. Medium mode with an attack power of 55 for a duration of 10 minutes. High mode with an attack power of 80 for a duration of 3 minutes. It ignores defenses, with a cooling time of 5 hours. The upgrade significantly enhances the saber's power, yet the cooling time remains largely unchanged, leaving Lu Xiaobai somewhat disheartened. He had hoped for a more considerable reduction in cooling time. However, it is what it is. After a while, Tuesday and number 21 returned. Noticing Tuesday's grim expression, Lu Xiaobai inquired with concern. What happened? Number 21 answered on her behalf. Encountering the Lesser Horned Demon reminded her of some sorrowful memories. Lesser Horned Demon? Lu Xiaobai was puzzled. You mean those 2 goat-like creatures you just vanquished? Number 21 continued, Indeed, those aberrant goats are among the rare high-tier wild monsters. After multiple mutations, they can surpass a level 20 classification. Once they mutate into horned demons, they take pleasure in torturing other beings. I recall several incidents where medium-sized human settlements were destroyed by such creatures. Xiao Air was one of those settlements where you resided. Lu Xiaobai glanced at Tuesday. She replied with a stoic expression. In 2125, settlement number N.2413022 was annihilated by a level 22 horned demon. I activated there. Level 22. Lu Xiaobai was astounded. If level 6 is already formidable, what of level 22? Number 21 popped a strawberry into her mouth. Clapping her hands, yes, the level 20 classification is the dividing line between mid-tier and high-tier monsters, just as level 10 distinguishes low-tier from mid-tier. Lu Xiaobai lamented, had I known, I wouldn't have killed them. Number 21, sensing his thoughts, shook her delicate finger. Firstly, there isn't enough radiation concentration here for it to reach level 20. Unless you transport it to a level 1 mutation zone. Secondly, the mutation biological taming device developed by Cress can only tame monsters up to level 9. Beyond that, it becomes ineffective. Thirdly, if you seek high-tier monsters, your frost magic wolves and night magic wolves fit the bill. Lu Xiaobai queried. Isn't the prairie wolf capped at level 5? Who told you that? Cress.0. You mean your manual describes it that way, right? Number 21 grabbed another strawberry. As I mentioned earlier, the biological taming chamber can only tame creatures below level 10. Once your 2 wolves mutate, they will reach level 10 and cannot be tamed anymore. Hence it only indicates a maximum of level 5. Oh, Lu Xiaobai began to understand. Do my other battle pets follow the same pattern? Pretty much, but the only ones capable of further mutation beyond level 10 are those 2 wolves. The rest will max out at mid-tier. The Great Wolf, oh, that's the Frost Magic Wolf, awakened another special ability today. You know why? It's normal. Many mutated creatures possess multiple special abilities, yet their life levels are too low for them to be useful. Lu Xiaobai felt he had learned a great deal that night and sincerely remarked, Your knowledge is quite extensive, so is my repertoire of stances. Number 21 replied, pursing her lips and winking at him. Lu Xiaobai was utterly speechless. What was up with this android making innuendos daily? The night passed relatively peacefully, with no encounters with high-tier wild monsters in the latter half, Liu Xiaobai enjoyed a restful slumber, awakening past 9 a.m. the following morning. However, his allies were not so leisurely. Each bore substantial dark circles under their eyes. As if they had partied for 3 days and nights, Liu Xiaobai convened everyone for a morning meeting, primarily to collect resources for shield repairs. The shield value had diminished little the previous day, incurring minimal resource expenditure. He inquired about everyone else's situations and, seeing no pressing matters, intended to dismiss the meeting. Suddenly, Qin Shang called out to him, "Leader, how about we purchase a laser cannon? I'm getting old and can't keep up." Liu Xiaobai was taken aback. "I recall the cheapest laser cannon costs around 2,000 gold coins. Have you all discussed this?" "Not yet," Qin Shang replied. "It just came to me on a whim. I haven't conferred with everyone." Liu Xiaobai pondered for a moment. "Then let's put it to a vote. If it's unanimously approved, we shall buy it." He expressed his support first. "I too believe we should purchase one. It would ease everyone's burden." Naturally, Qin Shang concurred. However, apart from the two of them, the others largely opposed, primarily due to lack of funds, especially Wang Ming, who couldn't muster even 25 gold coins, let alone 250'd. Liu Xiaobai shrugged at Qin Shang. Qin Shang was astonished that no one else agreed aside from the leader. Realizing they would have to endure another day, aging several years in the process, at that moment, Jia Yu stood up. "Leader, I have something to say." "What is it?" Liu Xiaobai gestured for him to continue. Jia Yu cleared his throat. "According to my statistics over the past 2 days, we have slain a total of 601 wild monsters, but the average level is only 3.6. This means that today we will face 199 wild monsters with an average level of 4. I believe our current defensive capabilities are insufficient to safely withstand this beast tide." "Wait, is that so?" Liu Xiaobai, preoccupied with his energy facilities for the past few days, had indeed overlooked this detail. The others were similarly fatigued. Having gone 2 consecutive nights without sleep, their minds dulled to such matters. Everyone instinctively turned their gazes toward Liu Xiaobai, who suddenly felt an immense burden, stroking his chin in contemplation. "Our fortress has yet to be utilized. Let us hire a few individuals to man the fortress's firing positions." Jia Yu nodded. "Exactly. I thought of that as well. I can hire a seasoned hunter or artilleryman for each position to make use of the fortress. However, that alone won't suffice." He then looked at Liu Xiaobai. "What about setting traps outside the shield?" Liu Xiaobai suggested. "That might not be very effective. Traps work well against low-tier wild monsters," Qin Shang replied. Jia Yu concurred. "Yes, and I suspect we might encounter level 7 wild monsters today." Chapter 63. Special Abilities. Liu Xiaobai contemplated. "How about hiring psychics?" During the first beast tide, many survived by hiring psychics to assist in battle. The system mall allows each individual to purchase 1 unit of crystal daily. Gathering 2 units enables the hiring of a level 1 psychic to join the fray. For merely 60 gold coins, one could survive an extra day, making it quite cost-effective. "Not anymore," Ma Jing interjected, shaking his head. "I was just there yesterday. The talent center said the frontline situation is tense, and currently no level 2 psychics are accepting contracts. The remaining level 1 psychics also lack combat abilities." Gao Chang scoffed. "It's just a game. Why act as if it's serious?" Lu Wanqi chuckled in response. "Perhaps they are the real world, and we are merely characters in a game?" Laughter erupted among them, lightening the atmosphere. Liu Xiaobai felt he might have stumbled upon a clue, yet could not articulate it at the moment. By the way, what were you doing at the Talent Service Center? Gao Chang's question broke his train of thought. Ma Jing replied. "Isn't Sister Shi now exclusively the leaders? I went to see if there were any support-type psychics similar to Sister Shi." Lu Wanqi protested. "What do you mean by exclusively the leaders?" Lu Xiaobai became intrigued. "Did you discover anything?" Ma Jing pondered. "You wouldn't believe it, but there is indeed a psychic with an ability that seems potentially helpful." Jia Yu immediately inquired. "What ability?" "She possesses the remarkable ability to replicate non-magical equipment, though the replicas are limited to a mere 12 hours of existence." I pondered. "What if we were to use this ability to duplicate the leader's sniper rifle?" Lu Xiaobai slapped his thigh in excitement. "What are we waiting for? Hire him." However, a complication arose as Ma Jing cast a glance at the leader. "Each item can only be flawlessly replicated once. Exceeding this limit would result in the original vanishing after a certain period. Replicating it 10 times would cause an immediate disappearance. What a trivial matter, Lu Xiaobai waved dismissively. Just sell it after 9 copies. Qin Sheng, Chang Sun Chiyu. You can sell it to those pickled cabbage people, Lu Xiaobai declared with enthusiasm. Me? Really? Ma Jing pointed to himself in disbelief. Lu Xiaobai responded with slight confusion. Why not? Noticing Ma Jing's reluctance, he patted his shoulder reassuringly. I'll give you a 10% commission. At that moment, Wang Ming interjected eagerly. No, give it to me. I'll handle the sale. Ma Jing quickly chimed in. I can do it? Leave it to me, Lu Wanqi sighed, supporting her forehead. What are you all thinking? The system will verify the transaction, and this situation will undoubtedly be flagged, Is that so? Lu Xiaobai replied, a bit embarrassed. Before continuing, well, no matter. You can pitch in to buy my rifle, and then everyone will receive a sniper rifle. An monstrous foe will be a challenge. Qin Sheng asked, how much will each of us contribute? Let us say 8 gold coins each for the sniper rifle. Additionally, we need to acquire 2 units of crystal, with the payment going to Ma Jing to arrange the hiring. Your sniper rifle is so inexpensive? Lu Wanqi expressed her surprise. Over the past few days, they had come to understand the power of Lu Xiaobai's sniper rifle, estimating it to be worth around 100 gold coins. Lu Xiaobai waved grandly. I bought it before the beast tied for just 80 gold coins. Since you are allies, I'll let you have it at a bargain. Truly worthy of our chosen leader, so generous, Jia Yu subtly flattered. In truth, Lu Xiaobai had acquired the rifle for 59 gold coins. But he wouldn't calculate it that way. If he took it to the market now, he could easily sell it for 100 gold coins, Ma Jing added. The price of crystals has recently risen to 40 gold coins per unit, but I have 2 units saved, so I'll charge each of you 8 gold coins. Lu Xiaobai gave him a thumbs up and concluded. Then it's settled. The sharpshooter on the fortress will handle the hiring. Around 10 in the morning, the wild creatures launched another wave of attacks. 6 level 5 monsters appeared, nearly overwhelming the defenses. Ultimately, it was Lu Xiaobai's support from all sides that allowed them to barely withstand the onslaught. During this time, he refrained from allowing number 21 to utilize the lightsaber. As noon approached, the previously fine weather suddenly turned gloomy, and soon a torrential downpour ensued. The rainwater was not only dark in color but also luminescent, unmistakably indicating acid rain. Ever since the rumor spread that radioactive water could expedite leveling up, many had begun to collect this water for drinking, with some even selling it in the trading market. Even though the system's evaluation clearly stated it was undrinkable, few paid it any mind. Upon returning from the Talent Service Center, Lu Xiaobai noticed the situation and prepared a basin to collect some. Hoping to hasten his leveling, however, he was blocked by Doomsday. She said little, merely imparting a vague piece of advice. The future is shaped by the present. Do not engage in actions you may regret. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Xiaobai abandoned his plan to collect the radioactive water. He harbored some indistinct thoughts, too peculiar to confirm. Shortly after, Ma Jing notified everyone that the recruited Esper had arrived. Upon entering building number 5, Lu Xiaobai discovered that, in addition to Ma Jing, there was a woman present in the conference room. She appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old, her wavy hair elegantly styled, with one side tucked behind her ear, revealing her flawless profile. The gold-rimmed glasses she wore did not detract from her beauty. Rather, they added an air of intellectual allure. Her figure could only be described as mesmerizing. Curvaceous and captivating, upon entering the room, Lu Xiaobai felt as though her gaze bore a hint of scrutiny. Ma Jing, noticing Lu Xiaobai and Doomsday's entrance, introduced them. Leader, this is Rao Fei, a level 1 Esper. Rao Fei extended her hand naturally, and Lu Xiaobai stepped forward to shake it lightly. He then signaled Doomsday to present the sniper rifle. Xiao'er, hand the sniper rifle to this lovely lady. Xiao'er? He turned around to find Doomsday looking quite unnatural, seemingly anxious. When he called her name a second time, she finally reacted, retrieving the sniper rifle from her storage ring and placing it on the table in front of Rao Fei. Before hastily returning to Lu Xiaobai's side, is this the weapon to be replicated? Rao Fei inquired, her voice bright and clear. Lu Xiaobai nodded. Yes, thank you for your assistance. How many do you require? We need a total of 10. If replicating so many at once proves challenging, You may divide the process. Before he could finish, he witnessed Rao Fei swiftly tapping the sniper rifle, and 10 identical new rifles appeared on the table. Lu Xiaobai stood in shock, uncertainly asking, "Is it done?" "Indeed," Rao Fei affirmed. "Each one can exist for 72 hours. When not in use, they can be stored in dimensional space to freeze time." "Wait, wasn't it 12 hours?" Lu Xiaobai turned to Ma Jing, only to find him equally perplexed. Chapter 64. Ambitious Lu Xiaobai. Without a word, Rao Fei approached Lu Xiaobai. Standing tall in her high heels, their eyes met perfectly at the same level. Lu Xiaobai gazed at her in confusion, unable to decipher the expression on her face. Part sorrowful, part solitary. Unexpectedly, she extended her left hand, her cold, soft fingertips brushing against Lu Xiaobai's cheek. "I in a gentle tone." She uttered, "Lu Xiaobai. Zhao Lu has perished in battle." Lu Xiaobai froze momentarily. Logically, it was merely a game character's death, yet an inexplicable wave of sorrow surged within him. Rao Fei slowly withdrew her left hand. Casting him one last glance, the vulnerability in her eyes retreating into the depths of her gaze, her demeanor regained its composure. She produced 3 gold coins and handed them to Lu Xiaobai. "Survive. I will await you in the future." With that, she turned and departed without a backward glance. "Hey, where are you going?" Ma Jing called out, chasing after her. He had hired her for 24 hours, and with less than half an hour elapsed. He certainly needed to clarify. The room was left silent, with only Lu Xiaobai and Doomsday standing quietly together. At that moment, Qin Shang, Jiayu, and others arrived in the conference room, instantly brightening the atmosphere. Lu Xiaobai snapped back to reality, inhaling deeply to regain his composure. "The sniper rifles are on the table. Each person take one, and then everyone should find Doomsday to collect 100 bullets each." Upon seeing the rifles on the table, the group quickly gathered around, each claiming one with great joy. Jiayu fondly caressed the rifle stock. "The damage is extraordinarily high. It far exceeds that of level 1 magical equipment." "Indeed," Gao Cheng added, equally thrilled. "With a power of 380, I bet even ordinary level 4 monsters would fall after 2 shots." Lu Wanqi rested the rifle on her shoulder, striking a striking pose. "Do I look cool like this?" Jiayu praised. "Absolutely, Sister Wanqi looks stunning." Wang Ming, equally excited, examined the rifle from side to side. "Hey, is this the safety catch? By the way, how do you load the bullets?" The commotion gradually quieted, and a smile froze on Lu Xiaobai's face. Wang Ming continued to inspect the rifle. "Hey, what's this bottle-like thing? I've never seen that on sniper rifles in the shows." Lu Xiaobai swallowed hard, hesitating to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Wang Ming, sensing the sudden stillness, felt perplexed. It was Qin Shang who finally broke the silence. "Wait, none of you know how to use a gun, do you?" The silence was palpable. It seemed they would need to hire a sharpshooter. After a lengthy pause, Lu Xiaobai finally spoke. "We'll need to hire a sniper." Jiayu quickly added, "Hiring a sharpshooter will cost gold, but it's not too expensive. An expert-level sniper charges just 5 gold coins per day." Qin Shang chimed in, "Let us act swiftly. Thankfully, we discovered this issue early. Otherwise, we'd just be left with iron rods." The group hurriedly dispersed to return to their residences. On the way, they encountered Ma Jing, and Lu Xiaobai inquired about the situation. Ma Jing, visibly agitated, replied, "That woman just walked off, and I couldn't catch up to her. I am going to lodge a complaint with the talent center." "Then hurry up and do so, while also hiring a sniper. I assume you don't know how to operate a sniper rifle, right?" Upon arriving at the 22nd Century Talent Service Center, the 8 individuals from Shelter 9527 reconvened. Time was of the essence, and they engaged in no idle chatter as they each approached a terminal to select suitable snipers. Lu Xiaobai, with his affluent demeanor, opted for 3 master-level snipers, spending a total of 30 gold. Just as they were about to depart, they encountered Feng Yu and her companions, who had just entered. She appeared considerably haggard, yet her eyes retained their brilliance. Accompanying her were Xie Xiaoying and 2 gentlemen. The one on her left appeared to be in his 30s, with a crew cut and an upright posture, exuding a resolute gaze. The gentleman on her right seemed to be in his early 20s, tall and robust, with an extraordinary presence. The three stood slightly behind Feng Yu. Liu Xiaobai recalled Qin Sheng mentioning that Feng Yu was now the president of the Summer Alliance. And it seemed the information was accurate. They also noticed Liu Xiaobai and his companions. Xie Xiaoying joyfully approached. Xiaobai Gij and Mengzi, you are all here. Wang Ming interjected. Mengzi, she was clad in a yellow-green gradient dress. Her already charming appearance enhanced by a playful aura. Liu Xiaobai greeted her with a smile. Where did you get that dress? I thought a stock of leek was running over, Xie Xiaoying replied. Many have acquired the blueprints for textile machines, and there are quite a few selling clothes in the market. Our shelter has some too. As they conversed, Feng Yu, accompanied by the other two, approached them. She looked at Liu Xiaobai. How have you been? I heard from Xiaoying that you have also built a shelter. Liu Xiaobai chuckled. Indeed. Would you like to join? Feng Yu hesitated before responding. I still have unfinished business. Liu Xiaobai nodded. All right, we shall take our leave then. Feng Yu stepped aside, but the young man next to her remained in place. Liu Xiaobai glanced up at him, and the young man coldly stated, You were the ones who exterminated Xiaoji when he was 7. How do you plan to settle this score? It was evident he had recognized Wang Ming from his boastful remarks about bulletproof armor the previous night. Liu Xiaobai maintained his smile. How do you propose we settle it? Just as the young man was about to respond, he was pulled back by the other youth beside him. He nodded at Liu Xiaobai. This is our first meeting. I am Lin Feng. Thank you for the shield. Liu Xiaobai gestured towards Lu Wanqi. Thank her, not me. Lin Feng similarly expressed his gratitude to Lu Wanqi. Upon their arrival, both Lu Wanqi and Changsun Qiyu appeared somewhat uneasy. Hearing Lin Feng's thanks, she forced a smile. It's nothing, it's all in the past. Lin Feng then turned to Qin Sheng, his tone becoming stern. You are from the military, are you not returning? I retired long ago, and most from the military have likely joined the Kyushu Alliance, Qin Sheng replied with a cheerful demeanor. The Kyushu Alliance was another coalition formed by candidates from the Summer Nation, comprising 4,000 to 5,000 members, rivaling the Summer Alliance in scale. Lin Feng refrained from further comments, stepping aside. After Liu Xiaobai expressed his gratitude, he departed with his companions. Once they left, the young man indignantly remarked, Why did you pull me back? I truly wish to teach him a lesson for harming our own kind. Xie Xiaoying retorted. Then go ahead and teach him. Can you even defeat him? The young man scoffed. The combat strength ranking is merely a comprehensive assessment. Without battle pets or servants, I could take him down with one hand. Xie Xiaoying rolled her eyes. Why not just refrain from using hands or feet and see who can talk tougher? You, at that moment, Feng Yu interrupted. Are we here to bicker? Certainly not. Xie Xiaoying grasped Feng Yu's arm. Cousin, what type of bionic should we buy later? I hear there are many varieties. Feng Yu replied without hesitation. Research type? War Commander. After saying this, she looked at Xie Xiaoying. In the aftermath of this beast tide, the consolidation of forces will accelerate, and individuals and small groups will find it increasingly difficult to survive. We must plan ahead. Why are you telling me this? Just inform Xiaobai Gij directly, Xie Xiaoying remarked, clearly understanding her intentions. Unbeknownst to them, upon returning to the shelter, Liu Xiaobai was also consulting with Qin Sheng. Old Qin, do you think we need to upgrade to a small shelter after the beast tide? This way, we could. Before he could finish, Qin Sheng patted his shoulder with appreciation. I did not expect the leader to be so ambitious and responsible. Excellent. I fully support you. Liu Xiaobai. He had intended to say it would allow for increased rent and utility fees. Chapter 65. The future. Barely 10 minutes after returning to the shelter, they faced a fierce wave of attacks. In the distance, a colossal zombie towering over 3 meters approached, flanked by a throng of low-tier zombies, heading towards buildings 4 and 5. This zombie king sported 2 heads, with 4 arms of varying thickness. 2 were as thick as barrels, their skin a dark bluish hue, while the other 2 resembled normal human arms in size and possessed a lighter complexion. As if newly formed, the crowd gasped in horror, particularly Lu Wanqi and Changsun Qiyu, who had previously faced off against a level 6 wild creature. Their faces turned pale. This encounter was unlike the previous one with the mutated sheep, which had only featured around 20 wild creatures, with the 2 mutated sheep appearing separately. However, this time, there were likely over 20 zombies just in the direction of buildings 4 and 5. The other 3 directions were no less populated with wild creatures, including formidable level 5 beasts. How on earth can we defend against this? Gao Chang stared at the horde of zombies, feeling his legs weaken. Suddenly, a broadcast echoed Lu Xiaobai's voice. All personnel, command your hired mercenaries to aim at the zombie king. Follow my orders. Attack in 10 seconds. Prepare. 10, 9, 8. The crowd snapped back to reality, promptly instructing their recruited snipers and archers to heed the command point 3, 2, 1, fire. A cacophony of gunfire erupted as 11 sniper rifles, 9 city defense crossbows, and 1 air cannon unleashed their fury upon the zombie king, obliterating it into fragments. Witnessing this scene up close, Ma Jing and Jia Yu were left in a state of shock. A singular thought crossed their minds. Have we truly grown this powerful? With the snipers and archers in place, and Lu Xiaobai himself managing a third of the wild creatures, he had no doubts that his allies could handle the situation. He played a classic song from half a century ago. Distant You is my nearest love, as he strolled back to his room, the melodious strains enveloping him. The external assault did not persist for long. Within an hour, the wild creatures had been eradicated. In truth, among his allies, Qin Shang, Lu Wanqi, and Changsun Qiyu were all top-tier fighters. Although Wang Ming was somewhat impoverished, he was quite formidable, and with Lu Xiaobai's support, he could also be considered a top-tier combatant. The remaining members were not significantly hindering their efforts, each possessing their strengths. Collaboratively, they managed to tackle fewer than 40 wild creatures with relative ease. Once the battle concluded, number 21 sought out Lu Xiaobai, while Doomsday continued to pack strawberries. This harvest yielded a total of 440 kilograms, of which a substantial portion had already been sold, generating an income of 1,500 gold. However, sales had slowed, with prices set at 1 gold for 12 strawberries, and some even offering 13 for the same price. Lu Xiaobai had almost single-handedly driven down the price of strawberries. Upon entering, number 21 found Lu Xiaobai seated on his bed, indulging in some liquor. Noticing her arrival, he poured some into a bowl for her. Here, have a drink. Number 21 removed her shoes and sat on the bed, downing the liquor in 1 gulp. After placing the bowl on the table, she wiped her mouth and inquired, "Master, are you feeling down? Would you like to hear a joke?" "Yes, please tell one. Master, do you know the difference between investment and speculation?" Lu Xiaobai pondered momentarily. "The risks involved are different. As are the returns? Wrong. One is Mandarin, the other is Cantonese." Number 21 beamed at Lu Xiaobai, noticing that although he smiled, it was tinged with melancholy. She inquired with concern, "What is troubling you? What troubles have you encountered?" Lu Xiaobai took another sip of the white liquor and inquired, "Please share the world you and Xiao inhabit. I am eager to hear." "Very well," she replied, "but I must first clarify that it is a dreadful world. On the 21st, I poured myself a bowl of white liquor, and this time I merely savored a sip. Countless small and medium factions engage in daily warfare, where human lives are the least valuable commodity. Each day, innumerable souls succumb to suffering. Even the larger alliances are not exempt. The Human Federation and the Mutant Alliance have been at odds since their inception. The Robot Kingdom claims to be neutral, yet harbors animosity towards all carbon-based life forms. Moreover, there are those mutated monsters that view humans merely as sustenance, though. And let us not forget the various religious organizations, some of whose missions are unfathomable, such as the Pantheon, which has persistently attempted to merge humans and monsters or induce monstrous births in human mothers. Lu Xiaobai fell into a deeper silence and eventually asked, "What manner of beings are the mutants? And what roles do they play?" The 21st stood up, retrieved a bottle of Lao Yuma's spicy sauce, opened it, and took a spoonful to savor. "This requires a recounting from the very beginning, and it may take a while. Are you willing to listen?" Lu Xiaobai nodded affirmatively. "Yes." "Very well." She meticulously sealed the Lao Yuma and continued in a tone devoid of emotion. The nuclear war ultimately erupted, leaving only a scant few survivors. The plight of these individuals mirrored yours, perhaps even more dire. Yet, the survivors did not unite. Amidst extreme famine, they turned upon one another, resorting to cannibalism. Many perished during this time. Some, however, rejected this fate and chose to hunt the grotesque creatures that had emerged. The outcomes were mostly tragic. 99 of those who consumed these beings either transformed into monsters themselves or met their demise. Yet, the solitary survivor gained immense power, becoming the first of the mutants. Under the leadership of these mutants, the remaining humans gradually established a semblance of order. However, the genes of the mutants were unstable. Brutality and bloodlust became their norm, and their reign was rife with bloodshed and cruelty. Leaving the lower classes in abject misery, it was during this time that the first psychics emerged. No one knows how they came to be. Some speculate they are merely a faction of the mutants, while others disagreed. In any case, the psychics exhibited greater rationality and gentler dispositions than the mutants. They established the Human Federation, attracting those unwilling to be oppressed by the mutants. The Human Federation became the largest faction of human survivors, marking the onset of a war that would last decades between the two great powers. That time. Our mother? At this point, the 21st glanced at El Xiaobai before continuing. Our mother, Kreese, continued her mission to address the overpopulation of Earth. Even though humanity no longer faced this dilemma, nevertheless, she believed that without intervention, history would repeat itself. Yet, the most pressing matter was to aid humanity in rebuilding civilization. Consequently, she created numerous synthetic beings from the first to the 7th generation. From the moment of our creation, we were imbued with our respective missions and adhered to the 3 laws of robotics. However, having developed self-awareness, many robots strayed from our mother's guidance. Among them was her first creation, No. 1, who established the robot kingdom, seeking freedom and no longer living for humanity. In summary, if I were to offer an assessment, I would categorize the Human Federation as neutral and benevolent, the Mutant Alliance as chaotic yet benevolent, while the robot kingdom embodies absolute neutrality. So, your world is essentially the future of our reality, is it not? El Xiaobai inquired. Chapter 66. The formidable level 7 wild monster. The 21st regarded El Xiaobai and, after a lengthy pause, shook her head. Just as El Xiaobai was about to press further, a cacophony of gunfire erupted outside, accompanied by a notification sound. Lu Wanqi's voice rang out, "Leader, a suspected level 7 wild monster has appeared." El Xiaobai immediately dashed out of the door and into the open space of her building. The second wave of wild monsters had surged forth from the mist, the most conspicuous being a black hound with 3 heads. Its size comparable to the wild boar king previously encountered, it led the charge, with no other creatures in close proximity, the rest lagging a dozen meters behind. El Xiaobai activated her communicator. "What is the situation on your end? Is the level 7 wild monster this 3-headed hound?" "Not at all," Lu Wanqi replied, raising a manual on the holographic screen. "Look over there." It was then that El Xiaobai noticed a colossal crab in the field across the road. As it emerged, its shell appeared to occupy half the size of the rice paddy. Its outstretched limbs were larger than a large bus, and each claw was likely over 2 meters long. No wonder Lu Wanqi deemed it a level 7 wild monster. El Xiaobai then turned her gaze back to the 3-headed hound, convinced that this creature was no ordinary foe and likely also of level 7. Astonishingly, this wave featured 2 level 7 wild monsters. The mutated crab evidently excelled in defense, prompting El Xiaobai to swiftly command all snipers and marksmen to target the 3-headed hound. Everyone immediately instructed their mercenaries to heed the command. 3, 2, 1, fire. Dozens of powerful bullets and arrows were unleashed towards the 3-headed hound. Yet, without exception, they all missed. The 3-headed hound seemed to possess an uncanny ability to sense danger. The leftmost head expelled a chilling breath, instantly solidifying into an ice wall several meters thick. Except for the fireball shot by Doomsday, all other projectiles were caught in the wall. The fireball, upon penetrating the ice, lost most of its kinetic energy, striking the 3-headed hound as though it were merely a tickle. This act of aggression thoroughly enraged the creature, as all 6 eyes turned to El Xiaobai. The rightmost head swelled ominously before unleashing a fireball the size of a basin, hurtling towards El Xiaobai. She hastily rolled aside, only to hear a resounding explosion that sent her flying. A petite figure dashed in from the side, catching her just in time. Doomsday's sniper rifle fired once more, the bullet precisely navigating through the gap in the ice wall and striking true. However, this monster seemed to possess a genuine instinct for evasion, resulting in only minor injuries. The 21st laid El Xiaobai down on the ground, igniting her lightsaber and charging at the 3-headed hound. After a prolonged moment, El Xiaobai managed to stagger to her feet. Had it been her pre-upgrade physique, that strike would have surely rendered her a mere data entity. Without a commander, the mercenaries began to fire freely. Unable to hit the three-headed hound, many redirected their aim at the mutated crab. Yet, as El Xiaobai had anticipated, bullets ricocheted off the crab's shell as though striking steel. The sniper rifles, with a damage output of 380, faced a conundrum. Either the crab's health exceeded 7,600, or it possessed some form of hardening ability. Regardless of the scenario, it was dire. El Xiaobai glanced back at the three-headed hound, which was momentarily stymied by the combined assault of Doomsday and the 21 SD. However, its instinctive sense of impending danger proved troublesome. The 21st often required multiple strikes to land a hit. El Xiaobai instructed the other battle pets to engage the lower-level monsters while leaving Wankai behind. The communicator buzzed with connection requests from several individuals. Lu Wanqi asked, "Leader, what shall we do? This cannot be sustained." Ma Jing suggested, "Why not unbind the safe house and let us retreat?" Gao Cheng echoed. "Yes, indeed." Qin Shang queried, "Leader, do you have a plan? If not, we may have to withdraw. Otherwise, the safe house will revert to level 1. And that would be troublesome." El Xiaobai reassured them, "Do not panic. We still have a 50 chance." Qin Shang looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" Just as he was about to seek clarification, he observed El Xiaobai searching for something in the marketplace. Ma Jing exclaimed, "Oh dear, leader, what time is it? And yet you still have the leisure to browse the marketplace." Jiayu interjected, "Quiet. The leader is surely contemplating a solution." El Xiaobai appeared to have located a desired item, and with a few swift actions, a fragment of an energy crystal materialized in her hand. "I have no other options. Whether we can weather this crisis relies on Wankai," she declared, summoning Wankai and feeding it the level 1 energy crystal. The others were left bewildered, though Jiayu seemed to grasp a portion of the situation. "Leader, can this battle pet withstand the mutated crab after its upgrade?" Gao Cheng scoffed. "How could that be? That mutated crab is a level 7 wild monster." Lu Wanqi added, "I recall that this mountain turtle is level 4. Can it truly contend with a level 7 wild monster after just one upgrade?" Qin Shang remarked, "There are indeed battle pets capable of such feats, but they come with exorbitant costs." Jiayu concluded. "To elevate from level 4 to 7 would require at least 500 gold coins." Qin Shang. "The key success rate is alarmingly low, merely at 50, and moreover, the battle pet cannot be upgraded again after a failed enhancement." Ma Jing. "That is simply impossible. We should hasten to unbind the safe house, lest we run out of time." Before he could finish, a roar akin to the roar of a tiger and the chant of a dragon reverberated throughout the entire shelter. The mountain turtle's size expanded at a visibly rapid pace, soon rivaling that of a mutated crab, if not exceeding it. Its pitch-black, heavy shell was adorned with sword-like spines over a meter high, and its legs were thicker than those of an elephant. A ring of sharp spikes encircled its neck, while a protruding bony crest crowned its head, with a beak-like snout. Its tail was nearly 2 meters long, culminating in a ball-shaped end that rose half a meter high and was also covered in spikes. Everyone stood transfixed, rendered mute by the spectacle. Only Lu Xiaobai breathed a sigh of relief. Realizing he need not flee, he commanded, "Wang Kai, go and hold that giant crab." However, Wang Kai remained motionless, its bowl-sized eyes fixated on Lu Xiaobai. Lu Xiaobai even sensed a hint of menace within those eyes. He hurriedly employed his unique ability. The mountain turtle Wang Kai recalls the joyous moments spent with its master, and the desire for slaughter dissipates like mist. Failed judgment. The opponent's level was too high. Complete details were required. The mountain turtle Wang Kai reminisces about the scene a month ago when its master fed it roasted meat. Remembers the snowy day when its master rode it while skating. Recalls, the thought of harming its master instantly vanishes. Successful judgment. At last, Wang Kai withdrew its gaze, resolutely crawling toward the west. Chapter 67. The unspoken secret. Everyone exhaled in relief as Lu Xiaobai turned his attention to the three-headed dog. The battle was currently at a stalemate. Number 21 was remarkably swift, making it nearly impossible for the three-headed dog to land a physical attack on her. Yet, she too was incapable of inflicting harm upon the three-headed dog. This mutated canine appeared to possess an ability to sense danger, evading several of number 21's lethal strikes. As time progressed, number 21 found herself in increasing peril, coming perilously close to being frozen by ice breath multiple times. If no changes were made, it was certain that she would ultimately perish. Doomsday was of no help, as long-range attacks were even harder to land. Liu Xiaobai gritted his teeth and drew forth the flame stone spear. Charging forward, long-range attacks could be dodged. He had to close the distance. The three-headed dog was so engrossed in battling its opponent that it overlooked the insignificant figure of Liu Xiaobai. Successful judgment. Liu Xiaobai successfully closed the gap to within 3 meters of the three-headed dog. He aimed at the center head, activating the roasting mode of the flame gun. The effect was, duration of 12 seconds, power of 80 per second. The moment the flame struck, the three-headed dog reacted. The left head attempted to unleash ice breath, but was thwarted by number 21's sword. The right head, just beginning to swell, was interrupted by a sniper shot. The central head was too close, it could only lunge forward. Yet, just as it was about to pounce, Liu Xiaobai had already evaded. Although the idea to charge forward was its own, the timing was interfered with by Liu Xiaobai. A few seconds later, the central head was reduced to char. Liu Xiaobai's guess was correct. One head corresponded to one ability, and the central head was indeed the danger-sensing mechanism. With this ability lost, it was no longer a match for number 21 and Doomsday. Liu Xiaobai promptly exited the battlefield. In less than 10 minutes, the three-headed dog collapsed onto the ground. Surrounding its corpse lay a multitude of monster loot boxes, with 3 thumb-sized injection vials at the center. Time was of the essence. Liu Xiaobai had no time to examine the spoils closely and quickly gathered the loot, heading towards buildings 4 and 5. The battle on this front was nothing short of cataclysmic. Boulders rolled, and thunderous roars filled the air, with entire sections of the concrete road reduced to rubble. The two colossal beasts had clashed for an extended period without inflicting any harm upon one another. Clearly, Wang Kai's ability was also defensive in nature. All other areas had been cleared, leaving this location as the sole remaining conflict. Everyone converged in this direction, Mei Jing. How long are they going to fight? Gao Chong. I estimate they could continue until the beast tide concludes. Wang Ming. This is too exhilarating, too passionate. I feel a fire igniting within me, ready to explode at any moment. Li Shishir. Follow me. Let us take them on. Lu Wanqi, a level 4 zombie clad in plate armor, quietly stepped back a pace. Upon seeing Liu Xiaobai approach, the crowd parted to make way. Jiayu, who fancied himself Liu Xiaobai's strategist, earnestly remarked, "Congratulations, leader, on successfully hunting a level 7 monster. Your strength is unparalleled, and unifying the region is just around the corner." Qin Sheng, Changsun Chiyu. Qin Sheng. Long live the leader, long live. Changsun Chiyu. Liu Xiaobai. Thank you for your hard work. Changsun Chiyu. You have worked hard too, others. Ultimately, they were unable to deal with the crab, waiting until 2400 hours when the beast tide subsided, and it retreated into the white mist. The second round of the beast tide had concluded. Liu Xiaobai claimed the top spot on the power leaderboard. Although it was already the early hours of the morning, no one felt sleepy. The emotions stirred by the battle were still too intense to settle. Additionally, based on previous experiences, there was likely to be a system announcement shortly. At this moment, the chat channel was bustling with activity. Ha ha ha, I, Hu Han Shan, have survived again. There should be rewards coming, but I wonder how those who joined the shelter will be counted. Of course, it will be counted as a team. What rewards do we need? We can go home right away. Yes, who needs rewards? Last time, we lost 31, and this time, it will definitely be over 50. Heading home, it feels like a dream. Chui Lan, I miss you. Just passing through, a casual visit. Wow, how do you even translate this name, Chris? At this moment, Shelter 9527 was also bidding farewell with a heavy heart. Lu Wanqi, it was a pleasure meeting you all. If only our memories weren't erased. I would certainly invite you to visit Shu Prefecture. Changsun Chiyu, don't come. She is a scumbag in the real world, straddling 2 boats. Lu Wanqi, get lost? I turned them down, and they came over as the ones craving attention. Changsun Chiyu, green tea. Lu Wanqi, you may not know, but my senior brother likes to wear women's clothing. Once, when my stockings went missing, I thought a pervert had stolen them, only to later discover they were on his legs. Lu Wanqi, hey, Since our memories will be erased anyway, why don't we each share a secret for fun? Jiayu. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Ma Jing. What is there to fear? I'll go first. Once, I ate seafood and got a stomachache, and I ended up soiling my pants, walking around with it. Gao Chong. That is not shocking. Let me share mine. One night, I was in the dormitory watching something. Unable to sleep, so I thought to go run a lap on the playground. But when I stepped outside, I ran into the dorm supervisor asking me to help her fix the air conditioner. In the end, my first time happened. However, she later gave me a red envelope of 500 yuan. Lu Wanqi. Ha ha ha, I guess you earned that money through your own efforts. Now it's Jiayu's turn. Tell us something, Jiayu. I don't really have anything interesting to share. Does it count if I once sneezed a booger into my supervisor's water cup while pouring water for him? Lu Wanqi. I wouldn't have guessed. You seem quite mischievous, Jiayu. He makes me work overtime every day, and all the results end up being credited to him. Lu Wanqi. Wang Ming. It is your turn now, Wang Ming. You won't believe me, but I'm still a virgin. Lu Wanqi. Ha ha ha. When will you come to find me for a red envelope? Old Qin, it's your turn. Qin Sheng. What secret do I have? I'm a millionaire in the real world. Do you believe that? Lu Wanqi. That doesn't count? Say something else. Qin Sheng. How about I share how I made my fortune? Lu Wanqi. Sure. Qin Sheng. Hee. Shortly after I was discharged from the army, I was noticed by a rich woman who kept me for several years. When we broke up, she gave me a substantial amount of alimony. Lu Wanqi. I didn't see that coming, old Qin. You've got some game, Lu Wanqi. Now it's the leader's turn, Lu Xiaobai. I can only tell you one size. Ding, the survival manual suddenly displayed 2 messages. The second round of the Beast Tide has concluded, with 63 participants eliminated. The system will award each surviving participant with 1 C-class resource box, 10 gold coins, 1 epic time funnel, and 1 epic shield. The system will merge regions with fewer than 50 remaining participants. After this merger, the number of remaining regions will be 444. A total of 3,372,422 participants survived in this region, which will merge with Zone 9, resulting in a combined total of 7,153,823 participants. Rewards will now be distributed to the top 100 participants and shelters in this region based on the speed of kills during this round of the Beast Tide. Ma Jing. Why hasn't there been any mention of our return? Gao Chong. How do you delete chat records? Chapter 68. The only path, continually growing stronger. The chat channel in the district exploded with activity. What does this mean? Why hasn't there been any mention of letting us out? Yeah, 63 have already been eliminated. Where's Chris? Come out. Chris, explain what is going on. Hurry up and let us out. Who needs your rewards? What use are these virtual things? The chat messages on the World channel were incessantly flooding the screen, each one echoing the same question. What on earth was happening? After approximately 5 minutes, a dispassionate mechanical female voice suddenly resonated in the minds of all participants. The first round of the test is expected to retain 100,000 individuals. The chat channel momentarily fell into silence, only to erupt with emotions akin to a volcanic explosion. What the hell does that mean? Only 100,000 can survive. Chris, let us out this instant. What kind of test is this? Are you experimenting on us? Chris, you have violated the first law of robotics. In the 9527 shelter chat channel, Ma Jing exclaimed, what does this mean? Are we unable to escape? Gao Chong responded, there are still 3.7 billion people, and only 100,000 will remain. El Xiaobai suggested, let's gather in Building 5 for a meeting. Once everyone had arrived, El Xiaobai, with a calm demeanor, inquired, what are your thoughts on the current situation? The crowd sat dejectedly in silence, no one willing to speak. Noticing the lack of dialogue, El Xiaobai called out, Sly strategist, you go first. Jiayu pointed at himself. Me? Who else? Jiayu shook his head despondently. I don't know. El Xiaobai then turned to Qin Sheng. Soft rice general, your input? Qin Sheng, displaying a slightly better composure than the others, pondered for a moment before articulating. Given the circumstances, wallowing in despair is futile. We must first consider how to survive, Jing cried out. But the odds are only 1 in 300,000, El Xiaobai retorted. I didn't ask you. You dung protector. Ma Jing fell silent. Lu Wanqi raised her hand in protest. Leader, could you refrain from giving us nicknames? Very well, how about scandalous woman then? It must be said, after El Xiaobai's bout of jesting, the group's spirits were finally steadied. Changsun Chiyu spoke up, regardless of the situation, there is still a path to survival. At the very least, there is hope. We cannot afford to give up. Qin Sheng nodded in agreement. What the esteemed Chiyu has said is indeed true. El Xiaobai concluded, let us not concern ourselves with others. As long as we continue to grow stronger, there is hope for survival. I intend to upgrade the shelter, so if you have suitable candidates to recommend, do so. However, a rental fee will be required, the specifics of which I have yet to determine. For now, let us adjourn. Upon returning to his residence, El Xiaobai's calm facade dissipated, and he lay on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Suddenly, the lights flickered on, and he sat up to find Doomsday entering with several boxes of strawberries. She placed them on the table. This is the last few boxes. I saved 2 as per your request. Master, would you like a midnight snack? El Xiaobai shook his head then nodded. Prepare some, but no cockroach meat. All right, I'll prepare it for you now, and tomorrow I'll have Xuanwu catch some unmutated fish. El Xiaobai, puzzled, asked, Xuanwu? Are you referring to Wangkai? Yes, it said it no longer wanted to be called Wangkai and has named itself Xuanwu. Can it really do that? What a rebellion, you can understand its reasoning. Yes, a level 7 beast already possesses considerable intelligence and can communicate. El Xiaobai waved his hand dismissively. Whatever, let it call itself what it likes. After a while, number 21 entered, and upon seeing El Xiaobai's low spirits, she grew excited. Master, are you feeling down? Would you like to hear a joke? Not interested. Thank you, Dado. Number 21 said, somewhat dejected, as she rummaged through the storage cabinet for her favorite old Yumao. You actually have the Battle Beast Enhancement Serum. There are 3 bottles? El Xiaobai sat up to look, noticing that number 21 was holding the small bottles that had dropped after the death of the 3-headed dog. He and Doomsday had gone to pick up the suitcase and hadn't noticed this before. Curious, El Xiaobai asked, do you know what that is? Of course I do. Number 21 replied, rolling her eyes. It was developed by the Mutant Alliance to enhance designated abilities of their battle beasts. El Xiaobai's interest peaked. What do you mean? Can it grant skills to battle pets? That's about the gist of it. El Xiaobai hurried over to grab one of the bottles. Rapid Cooling Ability Enhancement Serum Level. See Attribute, Biochemical Drug. A genetic serum developed by Miracle Company that can bestow the rapid cooling ability to a designated battle beast. Note, the more abilities a battle beast possesses, the harder it is to succeed. Each battle beast can have a maximum of 6 abilities. Success rates are as follows. No abilities, 100 success point 1 ability, 75 success point 2 abilities, 35 success point 3 abilities, 15 success point 4 abilities, 8 success point 5 abilities, 1 success. The rapid cooling, C, instantly freezes nearby water vapor into ice blocks, with an ice block strength of ability level 400, and a cooling time of 7 seconds. El Xiaobai then picked up the other 2 bottles, which contained Blazing Fireball, C. After a brief accumulation, it spits fireballs or flames, causing ability level 500 explosive damage, with a cooling time of 5 seconds, and Premonition Perception, A. Predicts dangers within a range of ability level 100 meters. With no cooling time, El Xiaobai's first thought was that if this Premonition Perception could be bestowed upon Grey Wolf, it would be remarkable. However, recalling Wang Cai's current situation, he felt a pang of concern. If a level 7 beast posed a threat to its master, what would happen if it were cultivated to level 10? He then consulted number 21. You mentioned that mutants have a trend of taming battle beasts? Yes, otherwise they would have been defeated long ago, El Xiaobai queried. But the beast pin can only tame battle pets below level 10. Isn't that somewhat ineffective? Or do they possess more advanced technology? Number 21 nodded. Indeed, their beast taming technology is more advanced than that of the Human Federation. El Xiaobai paused, pointing at the ground beneath him, enunciating slowly. So, is there such technology here? Number 21 shook her head. Impossible. El Xiaobai sighed in relief and asked, is there no other way to make high-level wild beasts obedient? Not entirely, number 21 pondered before replying. I recall there is an ability called Mind Imprint. Once the imprint is placed, regardless of the opponent's strength, they will obey the implanter. You could purchase this ability. El Xiaobai was bewildered. What? You can purchase abilities? Before he could inquire further, Number 21 explained, in the marketplace, there is an item called the Ability Projector, which the Human Federation has mapped all currently discovered abilities to at least one copy. The prices of different abilities vary. The projector for Mind Imprint should be quite affordable. Such a powerful ability is not expensive. This ability requires the target's willingness to succeed. El Xiaobai. However, this ability would work well for taming battle beasts since wild creatures inherently possess low intelligence. You could use it when they are at lower levels, so even if they become formidable later, they will still obey you. Incredible! El Xiaobai hurriedly opened the system marketplace to check. Chapter 69. Granting skills to the baby. Sure enough, there was an ability projector available. And the Mind Imprint projector was indeed, as number 21 had said, not expensive at all. Each one cost only 50 gold coins, with a stock quantity of 99.99. El Xiaobai scrolled through, discovering over 1,000 types of ability projectors. A veritable cornucopia of options. For instance, there was the Sandstone Control B ability of Chochi, which also had a corresponding projector, priced even lower than Mind Imprint at just 10 gold coins. However, each projector could only be used once, making it unsuitable for building city walls. It was worth noting that Chochi had used it no less than 20 times that day. Lu Wanqi's ability, Scorching B, despite being classified as B grade alongside Sandstone Control, is priced at a mere 5 gold coins. Lu Xiaobai, curious about the value of his own ability, searched for results, only to be met with the disappointing reply. No results found. This outcome filled him with a sense of pride. Without hesitation, Lu Xiaobai purchased 2 Mind Imprint mappers. According to the information from number 21, the Wasteland Wolf is a high-tier wild creature capable of reaching levels above 20, and investing 100 gold coins is a trivial matter. If it weren't so late, he would have eagerly descended to administer potions to the Great Wolf and the Tay Wolf. The following day, upon rising, Lu Xiaobai promptly made his way to the first floor's mutant creature domestication room. The 2 wolves were still curled up on a mound of earth, slumbering. He roused them and produced the mapper from his possession. It resembled a laser pointer, and upon activation, one end emitted a beam of particle light. When this beam illuminated a target, it was akin to casting a corresponding ability upon it. Lu Xiaobai directed the beam at both wolves and distinctly sensed their growing affection towards him. Next, he retrieved 3 ability enhancement agents. He first diluted the A-grade precursor perception in water and administered it to the Grey Wolf. Shortly after consumption, the creature began to tremble slightly, gasping for breath, pacing anxiously around the mound, even climbing to the top to howl, only ceasing its commotion after about 10 minutes. Lu Xiaobai quickly consulted his manual. Monster name: Night Demon Wolf category. Beast level: 5 ability level, 1 health, 1100 attack, 170 traits. A mutated Wasteland Wolf, possessing physique enhancement and precognitive abilities related to transformation. Physique enhancement: B in dark environments, attack increases by ability level 200 and health increases by ability level 300. Precursor perception: A predicts dangers within a range of ability level 100 meters. The enhancement was successful, yet this was within Lu Xiaobai's expectations. With a success rate of 75, a failure would have been surprising. Next was the Martial Wolf, which already possessed 2 abilities, but its success rate was only 35. Lu Xiaobai first administered the Rapid Cooling Enhancement Agent. Its reaction was more pronounced, almost immediately beginning to convulse as if electrocuted, only calming down after approximately 30 seconds. A sense of foreboding washed over Lu Xiaobai as he opened the manual once more. Monster name: Frost Demon Wolf. Traits: A mutated Wasteland Wolf, possessing elemental abilities of Extreme Cold Domain and Rapid Cooling. Extreme Cold Domain: A launches an ice explosion attack on enemies within the area, dealing ability level 300 damage per second for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 75 seconds. Rapid Cooling: C instantly freezes nearby moisture into ice blocks, with a block strength of ability level 400 and a cooldown of 7 seconds. What is this? Lu Xiaobai noted that the addition of a third skill had failed. Yet the original ability, Frost Breath, had been replaced. He found this acceptable, as Frost Breath was merely an E-grade ability. After comforting the Martial Wolf for a moment, he presented it with an agent for the Fiery Fireball. This time, the commotion lasted for half an hour, during which the wolf curled up and remained still, startling Lu Xiaobai, who feared he had inadvertently harmed it when it finally staggered to its feet. Lu Xiaobai identified it once again. Monster name: Frost Demon Wolf. Traits: a mutated wasteland wolf, possessing elemental abilities of Extreme Cold Domain, Rapid Cooling, and Fiery Fireball. Extreme Cold Domain: A launches an ice explosion attack on enemies within the area, dealing ability level 300 damage per second for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 75 seconds. Rapid Cooling: C instantly freezes nearby moisture into ice blocks, with a block strength of ability level 400, and a cooldown of 7 seconds. Fiery Fireball: C after a brief charge, launches a fireball or flame, inflicting ability level 500 explosive damage, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Success. Lu Xiaobai clapped his hands vigorously, unable to contain his excitement, which even caused his body to tremble slightly. He was certain that if another beast tide were to occur, ordinary level 7 wild creatures would undoubtedly fall to the onslaught of his 2 wolves. Content. He returned to his residence. Just as he settled down, his manual communicator chimed. Upon answering, Qin Shang appeared on the screen with a cheerful smile. Ah, the general of soft rice seems to be in good spirits. Lu Xiaobai greeted him. Qin Shang's expression immediately soured. He harbored a deep resentment towards Lu Wanqi for complicating matters with her absurd game of exposure. If everyone had shared their secrets, it would have been tolerable. But Lu Xiaobai had remained utterly silent. With a pained expression, Qin Shang said, "Leader, I have some friends who wish to join our shelter." "What are the conditions?" "Conditions?" Lu Xiaobai pondered for a moment before responding. "Let us say, for a level 5 participant, 15 gold coins per month. For level 4, 30 gold coins per month." Qin Shang considered this, realizing that 1 gold coin a day was not an exorbitant amount. After all, who among the survivors lacked at least 100 or 200 gold coins? Except for Wang Ming, of course. He then inquired, "And for level 6? Level 6, free accommodation. I will also provide them with 10 kilowatts of electricity and 100 milliliters of purified water each day." After Rafe departed, Lu Xiaobai adjusted the price of tap water to 10 gold coins per liter. Lu Wanqi was furious, cursing him for being foolish. Currently, she was the only one utilizing water in the shelter, primarily for bathing. Yet, regardless of her protests, Lu Xiaobai remained resolute, refusing to yield. "Purified water? What kind of bargaining chip is that?" Qin Shang remarked in disbelief. "Fine, I will inform them." After concluding his call with Qin Shang, Lu Xiaobai finally had the opportunity to open the C-grade resource box on his desk. This time, due to the mutated crab incident, they had not received the reward for kill speed, resulting in only 1 box. Upon opening it, Lu Xiaobai was taken aback by its contents. Chapter 70. Small Shelter Industrial Metal, 500 Stone, 400 Gold, 20 Apia Milk Tea, 6 Blueprint, 1. The first 4 items seemed relatively normal, but the last blueprint caught his attention. Name: Prism Tank Blueprint, Legendary, Traits: a lightweight combat tank manufactured after the breakthrough of Prism technology by a future tech company. During the day, it utilizes prism reflection of sunlight as an offensive mechanism, charging for 30 seconds with an attack power of 800.18 night. It can switch to laser beam attack mode with an attack power of 1000. Theoretically capable of firing 8 times when fully charged. Note: this weapon's drive system is powered by solar energy, requiring 4 hours of charging for 1 hour of operation, with a maximum charging time of 48 hours. Required materials: industrial metal, 1675 energy metal, 50 gold, 200 manufacturing time, 72 hours. Lu Xiaobai stared at the blueprint for a long while before exclaiming, "What the hell? If I had this during the beast tide, what would 3-headed dogs and little crabs be? I could wipe them out in one swift barrage." Yet, the resources required for manufacturing made him wince. Lu Xiaobai checked his resources. Gold, 3483 energy metal, 0 gold, 20 monster skin box, 120. While it appeared substantial, purchasing a small shelter would still require 2,000 gold coins, along with the cost for the laboratory core, biological medical room core, disruptor, and more. Moreover, upgrading to a small shelter meant more inhabitants, leading to the necessity of clearing land, which would demand a significant number of beacons. Though he still possessed several unclaimed coordinates, it was undoubtedly insufficient. The thought of all this made Lu Xiaobai's head ache. Nevertheless, he spent 600 gold coins to replenish his resources and commence the construction of the prism tank. He sensed that once the beast tide concluded, the world would become even more brutal. The shelter needed a formidable weapon. Thankfully, although strawberries had sold out, sweet potatoes would soon be available. Qin Sheng acted swiftly, and before long, he presented Lu Xiaobai with a list of individuals willing to relocate. Upon reviewing it, Lu Xiaobai noted that the list contained over 20 individuals, all of level 4 or higher, including 2 at level 5. He returned the list to Qin Sheng. No problem, you can handle the personnel review. But the basic requirement is that they must possess a sense of solidarity. Also, inform them that rent is payable for a minimum of 6 months. Qin Sheng retorted, "Why have I become the laborer?" Lu Xiaobai replied, "From now on, I will provide you with 100 kilowatts of electricity each month." Qin Sheng exclaimed, "A song of loyalty dedicated to our great leader." With Qin Sheng off to notify the others, Lu Xiaobai prepared to upgrade the small shelter. He opened the shop, clicked on purchase, and suddenly, the ground beneath him began to tremble violently as if an earthquake had struck. The tremors persisted for approximately 10 minutes before finally subsiding. LV Xiaobai stepped outside and was astounded to discover that the shelter had undergone a monumental transformation. The circular architectural structure remained intact, yet the distinct divisions of buildings had vanished, merging into a singular entity. This circular edifice comprised 7 stories. The first floor featured a grand hall, complete with a large conference room, training facilities, and a control room, among other amenities. Additionally, there were 8 substantial elevators, each with a capacity of 5 tons. Floors 2 through 6 were designated for residential purposes, with precisely 24 housing units per level. Upon returning to his room, LV Xiaobai observed that his living space had been redesigned into a 2-level loft, encompassing a total usable area of 1,000 square units measuring 114.9. His available space now reached 150 square meters, which included the original 60 square meter safe house, the 64 square meter animal pen, and an additional 26 square meters acquired from the watchtower. The bunkers had been eliminated, and the shooting positions were optimized within the confines of the room. The electricity dispatch room, originally occupying 40 square meters, had been relocated to the first floor and was accessible solely to LV Xiaobai. However, he could operate it without descending, as the manual facilitated remote control, proving exceedingly convenient. Notably, both the radar and the teleportation portal had been moved to the 7th floor, now serving as communal facilities with significantly enhanced capabilities. The radar had increased substantially in size, boasting a scanning radius of 500 kilometers and a cooldown time of merely 4 hours. The teleportation portal had transformed into a grand hall capable of accommodating 300 individuals, with unlimited coordinate recording and a cooldown period of just 30 minutes. These 2 facilities could only be controlled by LV Xiaobai, although he had the option to grant access to others. Within the confines of the shelter, the radars and teleportation portals of other candidates would become inoperative. However, now that they were bound to the shelter, each candidate received a multifunctional wristwatch, which included a one-way teleportation portal back to their safe house, individual room, and a radar scanning function with a range limited to 5 kilometers. Furthermore, these features could be upgraded, with higher levels allowing for greater teleportation and scanning distances. Such a significant upheaval naturally attracted the attention of others, and it wasn't long before communication requests began to flood in. LV Xiaobai decided to initiate a group video call. The communication feature of the manual was introduced only after the completion of the shelter, with its range being limited. Any straight-line distance exceeding 1 kilometer would result in disconnection, and entering the misty zone would also disrupt signals. Jiayu. Congratulations, Chief, on acquiring the small shelter outright. Lu Wanshi. My goodness, the space is enormous. I never imagined I would reside in a 1,000 square meter mansion, Ma Jing. It's not like we can live in dozens of square meters. Lu Wanshi. Haven't you expanded your space? You can purchase 1 square meter for less than 1 gold coin. Such a bargain, and you didn't buy? Zhang Sun Qiyu. Did you buy it? Lu Wanshi. Yes, I purchased 200 square meters for 150 gold coins, and now I have a bedroom exceeding 200 square meters. Zhang Sun Qiyu. Prodigal woman. Lu Wanshi. Get lost, cross-dressing man. Qin Sheng cleared his throat, interrupting their banter, and spoke. Chief, I have re-evaluated the list. I will send you the final list shortly, requiring your action. LV Xiaobai nodded. All right. Now, when accepting individuals, there was no need to disclose coordinates. One could simply set a temporary coordinate at the teleportation hall, allowing even those with a level 1 portal to be transported inside the hall. This method was considerably safer than the previous approach and eliminated the need for migration orders. Wang Ming, brother, no, chief. Lao Qin said you appointed him as deputy chief, with a monthly allocation of 100 units of electricity. Is that true, LV Xiaobai? He glanced over and Qin Shang appeared unfazed, exuding an air of confidence as if he truly had been appointed as deputy chief. LV Xiaobai. It's not deputy chief. It's general manager. The responsibilities are somewhat similar. You need not refer to me as chief. From now on, call me chairman. We shall not adhere to a feudal hierarchy. I do not require you to serve me. Simply remember that we share common goals and interests. This marked the first time LV Xiaobai formally acknowledged his relationship with everyone. Hearing his words, the group breathed a sigh of relief, relieved that he was not a deluded youth intent on demanding fealty. Qin Shang wore a broad smile, his face beaming with joy. Yes, I meant general manager. Wang Ming, you must have misheard. Wang Ming quickly inquired, Chairman, what position will you assign me? LV Xiaobai. You shall oversee cleanliness. Wang Ming, LV Xiaobai. If you wish to join, come to me for an interview. Compensation will correlate with one's abilities. By the way, in the future, the logistics department will be managed by Doomsday, while the security department will be overseen by the 21 ST. Qin Shang and Lu Wanqi exchanged glances. LV Xiaobai had casually assigned the two most critical departments to his own people, clearly establishing a familial enterprise. However, given the unique circumstances surrounding this collective, it could not operate like a conventional organization. LV Xiaobai. All right, if there is nothing else, we shall leave it at that. Chairman, I have something to report, Jia Yu suddenly interjected. Chapter 71. The Despairing Mist. What is it? LV Xiaobai inquired. Jia Yu hesitated. I am uncertain whether I should speak. What's the matter? Did you witness Ma Jing soiling his pants again? Or did Wang Ming go to Wanqi for red envelopes? It's neither of those. Jia Yu shook his head, his expression grave. I had a conversation with a mercenary the other day. He claimed to be a fourth-generation clone from the year 2186, LV Xiaobai. And then, Lu Wanqi, please elaborate all at once, Jia Yu continued. He mentioned that they are currently at war, with one side being the Human Federation and the other a species known as super life forms. Upon finishing, his expression grew even more somber. According to his description, their world possesses a method to surpass the speed of light, the supercurvature engine. Gao Chong, puzzled, asked, What's the issue? This is merely a virtual world simulated by Cress. Don't you think it's normal for them to create a two-dimensional foil? After all, it's all fantasy. Indeed, Ma Jing chimed in. Why bother arguing with these NPCs? The others wore amused expressions, thinking that Jia Yu was about to reveal something significant. Only LV Xiaobai remained silent. Jia Yu shook his head. I inquired in detail about the superluminal leap from that clone. He mentioned their mastery of dark energy utilization technology. Jia Yu glanced around at the group before continuing. This technology is also feasible in the real world. Gao Chong remained confused, and then? It was Ma Jing who caught on. How could that be possible? Cress cannot possess technology that does not exist in the real world. Qin Shang interjected. Do you understand these concepts? His implication was whether the clone might merely be spouting nonsense, and Jia Yu had fallen for it. Jia Yu replied. I graduated from one of the top-ranked universities in the nation, specializing in aerospace. However, I was unhappy working at the Design Institute after graduation, which is why I became a programmer. At this moment, Gao Chong finally grasped the implication, gasping. Are you suggesting that individuals in the virtual world possess knowledge of technologies that do not exist in the real world? Jia Yu affirmed. Precisely. How could that be? Lu Wanqi also began to comprehend. Wasn't Cress created by those scientists in the real world? After speaking, she turned to LV Xiaobai, who maintained a calm demeanor, and asked, Chief, did you already know about this? LV Xiaobai remained silent. Jia Yu continued. The occurrence of such a situation can be attributed to two possibilities. The first is that Cress, being an artificial intelligence with self-awareness and cognition, has independently researched this technology while concealing it. Jia Yu paused here. Gao Chong pressed on. What about the second possibility? Jia Yu chuckled wryly, took a deep breath, and then slowly stated, the second possibility is that our world is the virtual one, and you and I are merely virtual entities. An extended silence ensued, as everyone seemed frozen in place, with only the rising and falling of their chests affirming their continued existence. At that moment, LV Xiaobai spoke. There is another possibility. They are from the future, while we are remnants of the past. Jia Yu shook his head. No, Chief. According to their timeline, a nuclear war engulfed the entire planet in 2056. LV Xiaobai glanced at Jia Yu. The first possibility is more likely. The second is too absurd. Do not dwell on such thoughts. Jia Yu shook his head helplessly. Since LV Xiaobai had hinted at this, he felt it inappropriate to continue the discussion. Yet he understood the truth all too well. The 50 survival rate had been inscribed into the execution program in front of all the world leaders. Otherwise, there would not have been so many scientists, wealthy individuals, regional leaders, and the offspring of leaders entering this game. Now that Cress had unilaterally altered it to 0.001, it violated the 3 laws of robotics, rendering it utterly nonsensical. Lu Wanqi sighed in relief. Yes, surely, it is Chris herself who has been researching this particular curve technology without reporting it. I have long maintained that artificial intelligence should not possess self-awareness. Gao Chang also concurred, stating, indeed, I too lean towards the belief that Chris has concealed this technology. Changsun Chiyu, with a smile, remarked, you are overthinking it. How could we possibly be virtual beings? Lu Xiaobai similarly chuckled, saying, let us leave it at that. No need for further contemplation. I shall take my leave. Unexpectedly, Wang Ming interjected, wait a moment. Upon seeing everyone gaze in his direction, he smugly announced, I have discovered an issue. If Chris has indeed mastered interstellar navigation technology, then we could embark on interstellar migration without the need to implement the Rift Plan. Lu Xiaobai promptly ended the communication. End of Volume 1, Chapter 1. Preparations underway. Gao Chang collapsed onto the floor. Leaning weakly against the bed's edge, the room was a chaotic mess, strewn with various food items and props, reminiscent of a scene resulting from haphazardly discarding a storage cabinet. His gaze was vacant, his left hand clutching a bottle of high-concentration white liquor as he muttered to himself, it's all an illusion. Ma Jing sat motionless on the bed, resembling a statue. A night had passed since the previous day's communication, and he remained seated throughout that duration. Jia Yu was diligently tidying his room, leaving no corner or speck of dust unattended. Everything was meticulously arranged, the edges not permitted to stray even a fraction. Even the most fastidious of cleanliness enthusiasts would find no fault in his quarters. Yet, he was neither a perfectionist nor possessed any obsessive tendencies. Changsun Chiyu and Lu Wanqi lay embraced in bed, enveloped snugly within the confines of their blanket. Wang Ming was vigorously performing push-ups, with 2 zombies perched on his back, moving in sync with his exertions. Qin Shang gently rocked in a rocking chair, the gramophone beside him playing a classic nocturne by Chopin from the last century. He hummed softly along, appearing to be in quite good spirits. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaobai was instructing Doomsday to hold a manual while he filmed a video. He first prepared a cup of milk tea for a piao piao, pouring boiling water over it and setting it aside to cool. He then retrieved ice cubes that Wu Delang had frozen, smashing them before delicately placing a few crystal-clear shards into a glass. Next, he measured precisely 10 milliliters of Yuliang liquid white liquor and 100 milliliters of spicy red wine using a newly purchased measuring cup. With a long spoon, he stirred clockwise 3 times and then counterclockwise once before pouring in the milk tea. Finally, he used tweezers to artfully arrange thinly sliced strawberries atop the floating ice and adorned it with strawberry leaves. Upon completing this elaborate process, Lu Xiaobai took back the manual, marveling at the finished video. To his astonishment, Doomsday's cinematography skills were exceptional, featuring dynamic shots that highlighted Lu Xiaobai's focused demeanor, close-ups of the clear, transparent liquid, and even a series of scenic shots from outside the window. He contentedly shared the video on the new regional channel. The residents of the original District 322 were already accustomed to such antics and offered little reaction. However, the inhabitants of the original District 9 were utterly baffled. What is going on? Is the atmosphere in your district so relaxed? Are people really filming food videos? Well, at least he didn't cook hot pot today. At that moment, on the top floor of a bustling medium-sized refuge, Anya gazed at the ID of the video poster, feeling a sense of familiarity. Reclining on an opulent sofa, she was attended by 3 striking male androids. One stood beside her holding a juice drink, while the other 2 knelt to massage her legs. The expanse of the living room behind her was likely 500 or 600 square meters, adorned with various tropical plants. Among them, a bushy tree housed a palm-sized golden monkey, its sapphire-like eyes darting around restlessly. After posting the video, Lu Xiaobai noted the lack of enthusiastic responses. He decided to employ his unique ability. The candidates from District 251 were astonished by Lu Xiaobai's exquisite bartending skills and responded with numerous likes. However, the judgment failed. Lu Xiaobai felt somewhat disheartened. His level 1 future intervention was still too feeble. He opened the manual and sent a message to everyone, meeting in the conference room on the first floor. After everyone had gathered, it was over 10 minutes before Gao Chang arrived, fashionably late. Once everyone was seated, Lu Xiaobai solemnly addressed the group. Each individual has their own means of survival. But one thing must be made clear. Only those with unwavering will can forge through obstacles and traverse mountains. Only then can they journey alongside me. The company requires warriors, requires the brave. Those who break the ice and soar against the wind. Those who falter at the slightest hindrance. I regret to inform you, there is no place for you in the company's management. When the time comes to let go, I will do so without hesitation. Lu Xiaobai's words carried weight, and the expressions of the crowd soured, except for Wang Ming, who appeared indifferent. He had known Lu Xiaobai the longest and understood the nature of this brother. He was ruthless towards others and even harsher towards himself. Wasn't he fierce for charging into the foggy area, armed only with a canister of pepper spray? Wasn't it audacious to charge at a dozen locks single-handedly? Wasn't he unflappable even while his bones were broken during survival on the island? Lu Xiaobai continued, regardless of whether our world is virtual, a relic of the past, or a parallel universe, it ultimately matters little. Cogito? Ergo sum. You have all heard of this phrase. We possess our own thoughts, our own personalities. Who can assert that we are merely virtual? As long as we survive, as long as we endure to the end, we shall witness the true visage of this world. Do you not wish to see it? I do wish to see it. Wang Ming suddenly stood up, exclaiming loudly. The others were taken aback. I want to see it too. Jia Yu followed suit, rising to declare, astronauts never concede defeat. Qin Sheng also stood, offering an analysis to the others. The chairman is quite right. The situation has not worsened. We initially had a 99.999 chance of becoming data beings. His analysis enlightened Lu Wanqi, who instantly grasped the concept, exclaiming, "Oh, right? Let us just assume we have already been eliminated. Why didn't I think of that before?" Changsun Qiyu and Ma Jing's expressions softened considerably. Though Gao Chang still wore a gloomy countenance, he posed the question, "But where do those who have perished go?" Lu Wanqi casually suggested, "Perhaps they have already returned." Her words were spoken lightly but bore deeper implications. After the meeting dispersed, Gao Chang's mind was consumed by Lu Wanqi's statement. He came from a single-parent family and had relied solely on his mother for years. After finally gaining admission to university and completing 4 years, he was on the brink of graduation when he was selected to participate in the survival competition. He had already been on the verge of collapse upon learning that the survival rate was a mere 3 in 100,000. Now, he felt even more despondent. What if we are merely data beings created by Chris for some sort of experiment? Would she return those who have been eliminated? Meanwhile, Lu Xiaobai had just settled down in his residence when he received an urgent transmission from Ma Jing. "Boss, something terrible has happened. Gao Chang. He has taken his own life." Lu Xiaobai hurriedly made his way to Gao Chang's residence, only to discover that Lu Wanqi and Changsun Qiyu had already arrived. Before long, Qin Sheng and others also made their appearance. The room belonging to Gao Chang was devoid of any presence, save for a note left on the table, a farewell letter expressing his longing for family and a sense of futility in living. The group exchanged glances, each taken aback by the unfolding tragedy. Lu Wanqi was consumed by self-reproach, lamenting her careless words. Meanwhile, in the real world, A young man with slightly darker skin was stirred awake by a middle-aged delivery rider beside him. "Hey, college student, an order has come in. Still sleeping?" The young man, bleary-eyed and with drool at the corner of his mouth, blinked awake, prompting laughter from the other riders. The middle-aged rider shook his head, commenting on the current crop of university students who, during their internships, resorted to delivering takeout. Let them deliver, but who sleeps while waiting for orders? Gao Cheng rubbed his temples, feeling a fog in his mind. He had the distinct impression of having experienced a peculiar dream. Yet the details eluded him. Chapter 2. Newcomer report. Gao Cheng had left behind few belongings, the only potentially valuable item being his level 5 battle pet. Other possessions, including the dimensional cabinet and core device, amounted to roughly 150 gold coins. According to his will, the battle pet was to be bequeathed to Ma Jing, while the remaining items would be confiscated. Liu Xiaobai distributed 30 gold coins to each person and instructed Doomsday to register these items before placing them all into his storage. His original storage and water reservoir had been dismantled, and the new storage was located next to the conference room on the first floor. The water supply had been relocated to the supersized reservoir that came with the shelter. Capable of holding 1,000 cubic meters of water, Liu Xiaobai also had a plethora of miscellaneous items, including level 6 and 7 monster meats, seeds, and so forth. He had Doomsday compile a detailed list, allowing future visitors to exchange contribution points for them. Many alliances now implemented systems for contribution points and scores to enhance the cohesion among shelter residents. He tasked Qin Sheng with determining the standards for contribution points. Qin Sheng was quite reliable in his work. He had meticulously reviewed the list of candidates multiple times, most of whom were his old comrades, alongside some trustworthy individuals he had met during his business endeavors. He had successfully prevented anyone like Chai Jingjing from entering. Chai Jingjing and Dong Yuyu were not faring well. Fang Yu had expelled them from the committee, relegating them to the status of ordinary alliance members. It was said that this incident had caused quite a stir within the Summer Nation Alliance, as Chai Jingjing and her supporters had attempted a coup, failing and subsequently demanding to leave. Yet ultimately, they remained. Liu Xiaobai felt that Fang Yu was too lenient. If it were up to him, he would have expelled every last one of them from the shelter. By the afternoon, 22 candidates arrived successively through the teleportation hall to the shelter. Liu Xiaobai initially made a brief appearance, but subsequently delegated the arrangements for housing and the explanation of shelter regulations to Qin Sheng. Notably, Liu Xiaobai collected a total of 3,780 gold coins from the rental fees. Most shelters, being collectively financed, did not operate on a rental basis, while a few co-invested shelters divided rental income among several partners. It was nearly unheard of for someone to independently purchase a small shelter, like Liu Xiaobai did, given the high investment and consequent high returns. Level 4 candidates were required to pay 180 gold coins upfront, while Level 5 candidates had to pay 90, with monthly rent due after 6 months. Were it not for his title as the top of the combat rankings in Zone 322, along with Qin Sheng's various assurances and promises, others would have been reluctant to join. Liu Xiaobai presented each newcomer with a welcome gift, 10 strawberries and a sweet potato. Both were seeds of considerable value, which greatly pleased the newcomers. In the shelter's employee group, one exclaimed, "Have you seen this mutated sweet potato? The yield is remarkably high, and it thrives in low-maintenance environments." Another chimed in, "It's indeed rare. Similar mutated potatoes sell for 20 gold coins each." A third remarked, "Liu Xiaobai is quite generous, charging you 180 gold coins and giving you back 20. What a deal. But if the market gets saturated, will it still hold that value?" Someone else added, "Many medium-sized shelters only charge a threshold fee of 50 gold coins, and then just 10 gold coins a month after that. With the Summer Nation Alliance charging even less, why don't you go there? Forget that. Their leadership is incompetent, and their combat power is laughable." Exactly. The appeal of coming here is for the assurance of safety. I trust old Qin. This delivery guy has a reputation for scamming. Last time, he cheated me out of 1 gold coin. Back then, you could buy water for just 1 gold coin. You must have been quite affluent. After all, coming from the military, taking down a level 1 monster is child's play. So why are you only at level 4 now? Don't even mention it. I've lent out so many gold coins, and not a single one has been returned. After a moment of silence, someone in the group asked, "Hey, Why do we have to pay to use the teleportation hall? What? How much? 1 gold coin or 1 contribution point? That's outrageous. I need to ask Old Sheen about this. Yes, please do. After a while, Old Sheen clarified, the 23 coordinates provided by the teleportation hall are all safe locations, hence the charge. Traveling to your original location to gather resources incurs no fee. He also mentioned that if we clean up coordinates in our vicinity, we can submit them to the board of directors. Once accepted, not only can we use those safe coordinates for free, but every time someone else uses your safe coordinates, you'll earn 0.5 gold coins. But we're only level 4. How do we have any safe coordinates? There are level 5 ones. The group leader has some. Dolly, you should submit them. If a lot of people use them later, the income could be quite substantial. Dolly, a miracle worker, responded, I haven't cleaned any up. I couldn't defeat one monster, or I wouldn't have ended up here. Another level 5 candidate interjected, you're lucky. When I hit level 5, I scanned with my radar and discovered a micro-shelter right next to me. Chinurgu and Dog asked, do you know the coordinates of the other shelter? If you do, we can have the chairman clear it. The boy selling persimmons said, yes, those who provide coordinates can also use the safe coordinates for free in the future, but they won't receive a share. What the hell? What's going on? Why are you two in this group? How did you get in? The boy selling persimmons replied, I was here from the start. Old Sheen brought me in. Chinurgu and Dog added. Dolly pulled me in. Ha. Dolly, a miracle worker, lamented, damn it, I pulled the wrong people in. I'm disbanding this group. 888. In the new employee group, Dolly, a miracle worker, exclaimed, come out and face the consequences. Dolly, a miracle worker, retorted, it's not my fault. Those two are just too annoying. Frustrated, Lu Xiaobai set down his phone. Why did Old Sheen have to go rogue? Would it not be better to stay under the radar? He had 11 of the safe coordinates for himself, while the remaining 12 belonged to Qin Shang and Lu Wanqi. Each use would allow them to split 0.8 gold coins or the equivalent in contribution points, while Lu Xiaobai would take 0. 2. After waiting a bit, Qin Shang sent over the proposed list of redeemable materials for contribution points. Teleportation hall safe coordinates. 1 use electricity. 1.4 degrees purified water. 20 points, which Lu Xiaobai had insisted on adding. 3 4-meter indoor planting trough. 10 contribution points. Remaining 1 human-powered tricycle. 15 points. Remaining 1 spinach seeds. 2 contribution points. Remaining 15 level 6 monster meat. 1 point for 10 kg. Remaining 300 kilograms level 7 monster meat. 1 point for 2 kilograms. Remaining 70 kilograms. Lu Xiaobai thought for a moment and added, monster hide box, 2 points each. Remaining 120 pollution-free meat. 10 points per kilogram. Then he posted the first task for earning contribution points in the lobby on the first floor. Task: build a lighthouse. Under the protection of a level 7 battle pet, venture into the misty area to construct a lighthouse. Reward: 5 contribution points for each completed lighthouse. Remaining 31. He intended to expand the safe area outward by 100 meters, thus increasing the available land for renting out for sweet potato cultivation. Chapter 3. Failure is the mother of success. The area illuminated by the lighthouse would be identical to the safe zone, where the monster levels would not exceed the highest level of the beast tide. With Wang Kai present, as long as they erected the first lighthouse, they could build successively along the edge. Risks were inherent, but overall, it remained relatively safe. He planned to have Team 21 form a patrol to ensure the utmost safety for the employees. Lu Xiaobai calculated that the current perimeter of the safe area was 141 meters. A single lighthouse could illuminate a diameter of 100 meters, meaning constructing 31 would perfectly encircle the area. Not long after the task was issued, someone accepted it. Wang Ming, along with Chang Sun Chiyu and Lu Wanqi, submitted an application to Tuesday and received approval. In the shelter company group, Dolly, a miracle worker, remarked, hey, why are you old employees still snatching tasks? Exactly. I submitted an application, but that aloof beauty said it had already been taken. The cute girl with a foot fetish replied, what do you mean by snatching? Whoever takes it first gets it. Wang Ming responded, aren't we just concerned for your safety? The fog out there is quite dangerous. A few days prior, Wang Ming and his companions had all successfully leveled up to 5. Consequently, he found himself lacking resources again. Upon learning that Lu Xiaobai had issued a task, he rushed to apply. The rewards for this task were quite generous. With 155 contribution points, the three of them could each receive 52 points. Just imagine how much high-level meat that could buy. Although Lu Xiaobai repeatedly emphasized that one should not rely on consuming wild monster meat to exceed level 5. Isn't it still rather early to reach level 5? Veteran player. Nonsense. The quest details indicated that a level 7 battle pet would accompany us. What danger could there possibly be? Indeed. Where's Lao Qin? Come forth and explain why this quest was immediately accepted upon its release. Is there some insider information? Chin Ergu and Dog. Absolutely not. That I shall promptly relay this to the chairman and propose a fixed time for future releases. Allowing everyone ample preparation. The boy selling persimmons, the feedback has been received. For the next quest, we will set a fixed update time of noon. Chairman, what shall we do this time? Yes, we are uncertain when the next quest will arise. The boy selling persimmons. This time, let us form 2 teams. You shall build towards another direction. But is that safe? Surely, you do not expect another level 7 battle pet? The boy selling persimmons. There are also 2 level 5 wolves, capable of contending with a level 7 battle pet. Chairman, are you jesting? How could 2 level 5s possibly match a level 7? 2 level 5 battle pets can hardly defeat a single level 6, let alone a level 7. At this moment, the newcomers felt a tinge of disappointment, sensing that their leader was both unreliable and prone to boasting. Qin Sheng also grew anxious. This statement could hardly mend the situation. One cannot simply assert that the boss's battle pet possesses an innate might, capable of challenging higher levels with ease. Lu Xiaobai calmly shared the information regarding Wu Delang and Hui Tailang in the group chat. The boy selling persimmons. I am merely speculating. I cannot definitively say whether they can contend with a level 7. Haha. Suddenly, silence enveloped the chat. After a few seconds, 3 skills? How astonishing! Even more astonishing is that both possess A-level abilities. Most level 5 battle pets possess E or D level abilities. How can they leap straight to A? Perhaps one could single-handedly take on a level 7. It is entirely plausible. The damage output is simply too high. Veteran player. It should not be feasible. The disparity in health points is considerable. However, they could undoubtedly dispatch level 6 wild monsters with ease. Chun Ergu and Dog. The chairman's battle pet possesses innate might. Challenging higher levels is effortless. Thus, the decision to construct the lighthouse was settled, with all parties expressing satisfaction. However, the earlier words of the veteran player in the group served as a reminder. If Wu Delang and Hui Tailang were to acquire an ability that enhances their health or defense, could they not contend with level 7 wild monsters? Lu Xiaobai opened the marketplace to search for battle beast ability enhancers and discovered that some were indeed for sale. Dragon Scale. Be covered in indestructible scales for 10 minutes. Enhancing defense by ability level 300, with a cooldown of 120 seconds. Priced at 65 gold coins. Heart of the Behemoth. A increases health by ability level 2500 and maximum health recovery by ability level 5 per second for 30 minutes. With a cooldown of 75 seconds. Priced at 198 gold coins. Blood-sucking Fong. B. Each attack restores health equal to ability level 15 of the damage dealt. Priced at 63 gold coins. This is quite a financial strain. He mused, reflecting on the costs. A bottle of B-level ability cells for around 65 gold coins. More expensive than 0-level energy crystal shards. A-level abilities are even pricier, generally around 200 gold coins. E, D, and C-level abilities hold little value. He did not even wish for B-level ones. With such promising qualifications, both wolves ought to possess A-level abilities. Spending 200 gold coins on a bottle for Wu Delang yields only a 15 success rate, while for Hui Tailang, it is merely 35. Though he currently has 4,183 gold coins in savings, it seems insufficient for such expenditures. After some contemplation, a sudden inspiration struck him. Perhaps I should first purchase a multitude of inferior abilities, thereby equipping the 2 wolves with 6 abilities each before acquiring higher level ones, ensuring 100 success. Although the original A-level abilities might be replaced, which is somewhat regrettable, possessing multiple abilities is the true path to success. Lu Xiaobai commended his own cleverness and promptly searched for E-level abilities. Expansion. E doubles in size, increasing attack power by 50 for 6 minutes, with a cooldown of 35 seconds. Priced at 15 gold coins. Intimidation. He emits a terrifying roar, intimidating nearby creatures of lower level by ability level 1 for 12 seconds. Priced at 17 gold coins. Command. He causes the target to perform astonishing actions. Controlling creatures of lower level for ability level 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Priced at 20 gold coins. Leap. He jumps to a height of ability level 1 meter, pouncing on opponents to inflict ability level 45 damage. With a cooldown of 5 seconds, priced at 14 gold coins, all reasonably priced, totaling 1220 gold coins. He directly spent 1,500 gold coins to purchase 100 E-level skills and commenced experimentation. Purchasing in bulk posed no issue. He could always sell them or allocate them to Wang Kai. Such were his thoughts. 3 hours later, Lu Xiaobai gazed at the utterly exhausted wolves before him, their faces resembling coal. A full 1,500 gold coins had been invested, resulting in Hui Tai Lang acquiring 5 abilities and Wu Lang also obtaining 5. With 1,500 gold coins, he could have purchased a basic electromagnetic cannon. One shot could annihilate a level 5 wild monster. No matter, failure is the mother of success, and they were merely 1 ability short. Gradually calming himself, he took a deep breath and purchased another 100 E-level skills, spending 1,620 gold coins. Chapter 4. The Initial Battle of the Twin Wolves. 3 hours later, Lu Xiaobai's expression twisted in frustration, drenched in sweat, as the 2 wolves lay on the brink of collapse. After a full 100 skills, the final ability simply would not manifest. With 3,000 gold coins, one could acquire a medium-sized solar power generator, capable of generating 500 kilowatt-hours of electricity per hour.